Chapter 1 Unlocking the 14-Year System. Machino, give me a Bloody Mary, please. A young man wearing a black robe and with deep eyes that did not match his age appeared in front of the bar. Originally, Makino, who was still wiping the cup, showed a helpless expression and said, Bai Yu, didn't I tell you that you can only drink after you become an adult? You're only 16 this year. Besides, isn't today the day Ace goes out to sea? Why don't you go and see him off? As he spoke, Makino skillfully mixed a glass of scarlet wine and handed it to Bai Yu. Bai Yu took the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp, feeling the spicy and stimulating feeling of the strong liquor flowing through his body. This is life. As a reincarnation, Bai Yu was adopted by Garp since childhood, turning the 3 little ghosts in the original work into 4 little ghosts. In addition to receiving Garp's devilish training, Bai Yu would come to Makino's tavern every day. In addition to drinking milk at the beginning, I gradually began to like strong liquor. Although Makino tried her best to refuse, she was still convinced by Bai Yu's deep eyes that were not in line with her age. Ding, the system is unlocking. The current unlocking progress has reached 99%. Please continue to stay where you are. An ethereal reminder sounded in Bai Yu's mind. Right? This is the standard for reincarnated people. It is called a system plug-in. Ever since he could remember, Bai Yu came to the tavern every day just to unlock the system. Over time, 3 years after 3 years, Bai Yu signed for 14 years. Finally, the moment of final unlocking has arrived. Compared to welcoming the arrival of plugins, we welcome Ace to go to sea. Not worth mentioning at all. Now there is only one thing Bai Yu wants to know most. What on earth is this system that took 14 years to unlock? Bai Yu, you're distracted again. You're only 16, but every time I see you, you seem to be 60. Makino shook his head, refilled Bai Yu's glass with wine, and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but look at Luffy, how happy he is to see Ace out to sea. You should learn from him. Makino was no stranger to the 4 Bai Yu brothers. Ace's stubbornness, Sabo's gentleness and elegance, and Luffy's stubbornness. However, the young man in front of him has always been something that Makino cannot understand. As a tavern owner, he had seen countless people, but he couldn't see through a young man. Makino couldn't believe this, but it became a reality. Makino, I don't want to be like that big fool, yelling every day about being the Pirate King. Luffy, I'm sure I'll get beaten up when the old man comes back. According to the time, the old man should be back soon. Ace is probably going out to sea to avoid the old man, but I believe that he will look for me after Ace leaves. Bai Yu took another sip of the wine, and his eyes became a little confused. This is not drunkenness. Bai Yu's alcohol tolerance has been amazing due to free drinking over the years. According to Bai Yu, this is enjoying the taste of wine. You little brat, you are still as confident as ever, but next time you come to drink for free, remember to call me auntie, otherwise I will charge you. Makino stared for a moment, and soon heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Bang! The door was pushed open. Luffy, wearing a straw hat, rushed in first. That's right. Just like in the original story, Luffy was indeed brainwashed by Red Hair. As for why Bai Yu didn't stop Red Hair's behavior, it was simply because it was too troublesome. Bai Yu, Ace is here to challenge you again. This time, the rule is that whoever wins will be the boss. Luffy slammed headfirst into the bar counter with such force that the tavern shook a few times. Looking at this scene, Bai Yu shook his head helplessly, glad that he did not stop the red-haired man from brainwashing. Otherwise, someone like Luffy, who is so stubborn. If it weren't for the rubber fruit and the pig's trotter halo, he would have probably died on the road. Bai Yu, I thought you would come to see me off, but I didn't expect you to hide here again. Ace, with pockmarks all over his face and wearing a red cowboy hat, appeared in front of the gate. Are you worried that you'll lose to me? Lose to you? Bai Yu smiled and shook his head. Don't be so arrogant. When you call me by my name in the future, add the word Big Brother at the end. For so many years, you couldn't even grab milk from me when we were kids, and you still want to win me over, aren't you kidding me? You can only be my little brother for the rest of your life. Bai Yu, I'm the younger brother. Isn't it good to be your younger brother? Luffy, who was standing aside, had already straightened his hat and interrupted directly. Bai Yu and Ace simply ignored him. They have long been accustomed to this little brother with missing tendons. Bai Yu also suspected that Luffy choked on the amniotic fluid when he was born. Otherwise, if you breathe more fresh air, this wouldn't have happened, right? However, over the past decade or so, Bai Yu has indeed suppressed Ace and the other two, firmly sitting in his position as the big brother. Joke. Bai Yu, who has the memories of his previous life, must be stronger than his peers. Then you've lived a dog's life. Bai Yu, the old man will be back soon, and I don't want to waste time talking to you. I will definitely defeat you today. Ace spoke hastily, pulling out a water pipe from behind. This is standard on Sop. It seems that over the years, after Ace thought Sabo was killed in the explosion, he did more than just copy Sabo's personality in order to become a good brother to Luffy. He even secretly learned Sabo's fighting skills. Sabo once said that his lifelong wish was to defeat you. Now he can't do it, but I will fulfill his wish. Ace clenched the water pipe in his hand, and a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. The atmosphere in the pub became a bit depressing. Even Makino had heard about Sabo's misfortune. Only Bai Yu remained expressionless. He shook his head and drank the liquor in the glass again. It's not that Bai Yu is too cold-hearted desert, but Sabo is still alive and well, mourning the loneliness of hell. Seeing the direct showdown and the use of the water pipe fighting skills that he had been hiding, Bai Yu was about to stand up and fight. Ding, the system is unlocked successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest template system. Ding, considering that the host has signed in for 14 years, he has received the strongest template gift package. You want to open it immediately? A series of system prompts sounded. Bai Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. After waiting for so long, the system is finally turned on. A large amount of information about the system quickly poured into Bai Yu's mind. Soon, Bai Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he finally understood what this most powerful template system was. Chapter 2: A wooden sword is enough. According to the system, once the strongest template system is activated, a random body template will be obtained. While constantly unlocking this template, Bai Yu can obtain other templates and integrate them into this main template. Completing corresponding tasks and unlocking progress can also reward system points. There is a mall within the system where you can redeem various commodities with system points. As for the origin of the products, they come from all over the world. After reading to the end, Bai Yu let out a breath. It seems that becoming strong in this world is completely stable. According to the system's description, as long as you open a powerful body template, unlock it according to the progress above. How can it not be strong? Unless you become a lying young man. Otherwise, Bai Yu believed that Ace and the others would never be able to become the big brother in their lifetime. Open the gift pack first to see what the character template is. I hope I can draw a more awesome character and win at the starting line. Bai Yu muttered to himself. Who doesn't want to be the Emperor of Europe? At least, Bai Yu doesn't want to lose at the starting line. System, open the novice gift package for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait a moment. The countdown for the novice gift package is starting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Bai Yu rolled his eyes at the system that was still slow in unlocking. However, he clenched his fists subconsciously. After 2 lifetimes, under Garp's devilish training, Bai Yu is far superior to his peers. But living in this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one doesn't like to become stronger. What's more, this is the power of the plugin, so don't miss it. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the novice gift package. 2 insight symbols, 1 awakening symbol, and the main character template has been successfully unlocked. The current character template is Kenpachi Zaraki. Host, Bai Yu Dao Power 500. Strength 420. Speed 450. Physical Strength 800. Weapon, no initial character template. Kenpachi Zaraki. Unlock Progress 0. Skills, none. Looking at the character panel that suddenly appeared, but you couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. As a reincarnated person, he knew clearly that when the Dao power value reached 500, he could be called a Superman. Now it seems that I have just reached the level of a Superman. As for the amazing physical strength, there is no other way around this. Under Garp's death training, if he wasn't tough enough, he would have died. Now, what Bai Yu is most eager to know is Kenpachi Zaraki, who comes from the god of death and is known as one of the few special-grade combat forces in the 13th Division. What changes will it bring to yourself? Bai Yu, why are you silent? Don't you see the water pipe in my hand and worry that you will lose? Ace's voice sounded again, and the water pipe in his hand flipped several times before suddenly pointing at Bai Yu. Yes, I have been hiding the fact that I know the art of water pipe fighting, all in order to defeat you when we go out to sea. As long as I win you at this moment, I will definitely make you feel depressed for a long time. When I thought about it, I could finally vent all the frustration I had felt from being suppressed by Bai Yu for the past 10 years. Ace's eyes were filled with smiles. This kind of thing, just thinking about it, makes me feel so good. You mean the hidden hose technique? Bai Yu came back to his senses. Makino, help me fill up the glass. Ace, I forgot to tell you that I already knew that you secretly learned Sabo's water pipe fighting skills. However, since you are going out to sea today, I won't have many opportunities to abuse you in future. For my little brother's sake, I will show my cards. I will defeat you with my swordplay. Are you showing your hand? The dancing water pipe in Ace's hand suddenly stopped. Isn't this unscientific? Isn't he the only one who has this trump card? How come in Bai Yu's mouth, it became his showdown? As for what the hell is this swordsmanship? Is there anyone around him who understands this? Bai Yu, your joke is not funny. Ace said hurriedly. That old man Garp only has a pair of fists. He's not even willing to teach us the 6 styles of the Navy. You say you know swordsmanship, but you are a liar. For a long time, Garp has been fostering Bai Yu and his group in the home of the bandit Dayton. He often sneaks back to the East China Sea from the headquarters. But apart from honing their own boxing and kicking skills and tapping their potential, they were not taught any combat techniques such as the 6 Navy styles. Of course, according to Garp, you can learn secretly, but it is definitely not taught by me. This is Navy doctrine. Now Bai Yu suddenly told him that he had learned swordsmanship from Garp, who played with both fists. Is this a joke? Ha, Ace, believe it or not. Bai Yu smiled and glanced at the clock hanging in the tavern and said, but I still want to remind you, if you don't want to fight, leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape when the old man comes back. Bai Yu didn't want to explain the charm of the system. Even if I really want to explain, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Old man. Ace suddenly came to his senses, but chose to go out to sea today to avoid Garp. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. As for whether Bai Yu knows swordsmanship, Ace still plans to test it with fists and feet. Fight, let's go out and fight, and I'll use this hose to beat you up, Ace said through gritted teeth. Bai Yu smiled and drank the drink again in one gulp, then looked towards the corner of the bar. Makino, can you lend me a wooden sword? Wooden knife? Makino said as he looked at the wooden sword that was now covered with spider webs. This wooden sword was left behind by a guest a long time ago, and has never been taken back. If you want it, I can give it to you. Just, are you really going to duel Ace with the wooden sword you use for training? Makino, don't worry, a wooden sword is enough to deal with Ace. Bai Yu smiled and took the wooden sword. This nonchalant gesture made Ace's cheek muscles twitch uncontrollably. However, Ace still suppressed the anger in his chest and turned around to walk out of the tavern. There is only one thing he wants to do most now. He used the water pipe in his hand to give Bai Yu a good beating. Have you heard? Ace, who is prepared to go out to sea, is going to duel with Bai Yu again. Everyone go over to watch the fight. Hasn't Ace never defeated Bai Yu? Is there still a need for a fight? I heard that Ace was well prepared this time. They've been hiding his methods just to get back at the enemy today. IT looks like Bai Yu is going to lose. Windmill Village is not big, and Ace and Bai Yu are considered influential figures in the village. This fight immediately alarmed many villagers. At the dock, Makino also closed the tavern and rushed over. Looking at the two confronting figures, there was a hint of worry in his eyes when he looked at Bai Yu, faced with this bratty boy who always pesters him to drink with him. Makino was still a little too worried. At least, when it comes to a wooden sword versus an iron water pipe, doesn't everyone know which one is stronger? Chapter 3. Killing Ace with one knife. Bai Yu, it seems that today's battle will make you lose face in Windmill Village. Ace gripped the water pipe tightly, raised the brim of his hat, and said playfully, however, in order to win fair and square, I can let you change your weapon. Otherwise, your wooden sword will not be able to withstand my attack. Even if I win, it will be unfair. No need, a wooden sword is enough to deal with you. Bai Yu smiled and took a sip of his drink, then looked at Ace indifferently. You? Ace suddenly became angry. However, facing Bai Yu's indifferent gaze today, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. Compared with previous challenges, Bai Yu did give him a little pressure. But it has never been like today, as if even the air flowing around has become stagnant. This simple confrontation lasted for a long time. It even made him feel strangely as if his fighting spirit was fading. Is that the wooden sword in his hand? Ace looked at the long-forgotten wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand. Compared with usual challenges, the only difference for Bai Yu is that he has an extra weapon. Could it be that he really knows Kendo? Come on, Ace, you must defeat Bai Yu and save our reputation. Luffy's shout rang out. This strange energy was broken. Ace suddenly came back to his senses, stared at Bai Yu, and said after taking a deep breath, Bai Yu, you are indeed a little different today, but I will make you understand that underestimating your opponent is a fatal weakness. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Draw your sword. Yeah. Bai Yu raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. Then he exerted force with his right hand and crushed the bottle. The burning sensation brought by the strong liquor made the blood seem to burn and boil. The grin only added a hint of bloodthirsty madness. That's right. The current Bai Yu has been integrated into the original body template of Kenpachi Zaraki. That bloodthirsty madness that is unique to Kenpachi Zaraki. Coming from the depths of the soul, the crazy fighting spirit like a bloodthirsty beast was released without reservation. The wooden sword was slowly pulled out and pointed diagonally at the ground. The breath that was engraved into the soul completely exploded. In an instant, whether it was Ace or the people present, they all felt a terrifying feeling as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. The momentum of the ferocious beasts that were attacking them in waves was even more ferocious and fierce. Compared with the gentleness and elegance of the previous moment, Bai Yu after holding the knife, it simply gives people the feeling of a ferocious beast that chooses people to eat. Is this the older brother he knows? Is this the opponent he wants to challenge? Now Ace had only one feeling. What he was facing was not a human, but a ferocious beast. Ding, the character template of Zaraki Kenpachi has unlocked 1% of the progress, unlocked for the first time, and obtained the ultimate spiritual pressure. The ethereal reminder sounded again. Bai Yu smiled knowingly. The first time he held a sword, he was able to unlock the progress of Kenpachi Zaraki's template and gain the ultimate spiritual pressure. It really is fun to cheat for a while, but it is fun to cheat every day. However, I better find someone to test the knife first. Can we start now? Bai Yu spoke with a smile, but the cruelty on his face became even more intense. Ace woke up suddenly, only to find that his palms, which were tightly gripping the water pipe, were already soaked with sweat. Horan raised his head and met Bai Yu's gaze, revealing a hint of shame and anger. Bai Yu, since you are so eager to be defeated, don't blame my men for being merciless. Bang. Ace moved first, facing the feeling like a ferocious beast. The only way was to defeat Bai Yu as soon as possible and overthrow the shadow imprinted in his heart. The distance of more than 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the water pipe in his hand was gradually increasing. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and slowly raised the wooden sword clenched in his right hand above his head. This action full of flaws made Ace feel ashamed and angry, and he roared in rage. Bai Yu, it seems that you really underestimated me. I can defeat this posture with so many flaws in one move. Boom. The extreme spiritual pressure hidden in Bai Yu's body exploded without any warning. The golden airwaves swept across like a raging tide. Ace, who was so close, felt as if he had hit an invisible wall, and his charging posture suddenly stopped. Bai Yu raised the wooden sword above his head, which was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and chopped down towards him with great force. There is nothing fancy about this knife. It just interprets the true meaning of the main template Kenpachi Zaraki, the king of flat cuts. As one of the top 13 soldiers in the Goen squad, he is labeled as a special class fighter. Normal attack is the ultimate move. It can be said that this sword strike was a fusion of Bai Yu's ultimate spiritual pressure. Under the attack, Ace's pupils suddenly contracted. In an instant, it felt like what I was facing was not a wooden sword, but a mountain crushing me like an overwhelming force. Bang! The wooden sword and the water pipe collided with each other. A huge amount of power was released, rushing out like thousands of horses galloping. The water pipe, which was strong enough to break the wooden sword easily, broke with a sound. At the same time as the huge force caused Ace's palm to hurt, the wooden sword had already slashed on his shoulder with endless golden light. Boom! Ace flew backwards at a speed as fast as thunder and crashed headfirst into a reef more than 10 meters away. The huge impact force caused the reef to collapse, spreading spider web-like cracks. The huge dock fell into deathly silence in an instant. One knife. With just the wooden sword, he not only chopped off the water pipe in one blow, but also chopped Ace dozens of meters away. Is this still a human being? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. This is Ace's ambitious challenge. Just like that, he was chopped away by a knife. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first battle. The current progress of unlocking the main body template Kenpachi Zaraki has reached 5%. Reward system points 50. The ethereal reminders sounded at the right time. Look at the sudden surge with the panel unlocking progress reaching 4%. Bai Yu became more convinced of his guess. In addition to completing daily slashing tasks, the quickest way to unlock Kenpachi Zaraki's progress is to challenge the strong. However, according to the system, every time the unlocking progress reaches 5%, a skill can be unlocked, and once it reaches 20%, the next template character can be unlocked. Completely integrate the unlocked characters into the main template to enhance Kenpachi Zaraki's power. This is Bai Yu's shortcut to becoming stronger quickly. As for the system mall, you can use the mall points you get to purchase randomly displayed items. Looking at the two poor items on the merchandise column, Bai Yu touched his nose helplessly. This system is really shabby. The special weighted bracer from Dragon X World is worth 30 points. The magically modified Nutri Express from the unknown New World is worth 20 points. The total of the two items was exactly 50 points. Bai Yu really doubted whether the system was a landlord, deliberately squeezing out the pitiful points of a peasant like him, leaving poor families with no surplus food. However, despite all his complaints, Bai Yu was still eager to find out what reward he would get if his unlocking degree reached 5%. System, unlock my skills. Ding, host, please wait a moment. A series of system prompts flashed through Bai Yu's mind, and his eyes lit up when he saw the unlocked skill at the last moment. This hook is too stable. It turns out that cheating feels good for a while, but it feels good every day if you cheat every day. Chapter 4: Only children can be pirate kings. Ding, congratulations to the host. The skill has been unlocked successfully, and sword pressure has been obtained. A stream of information quickly poured into Bai Yu's mind. The next moment, his eyes lit up. This sword pressure is similar to the flying slash in this world. All you need to do is pour your own spiritual pressure into the sword, and you can use it. However, unlike ordinary flying slashes, Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure is hot, and the slash will have a burning sensation. This undoubtedly raised Bai Yu's strength to a higher level. Watch as his strength improves twice in a day. Bai Yu also felt ashamed of this exaggerated cheating. But this feeling is so damn good. Bai Yu, Ace, something terrible has happened. Grandpa's warship has been spotted in the Western Sea. Luffy screamed in horror. Ace, you should go out to sea as soon as possible. If you don't go out to sea, I'm afraid that Grandpa will really catch you and make you a Navy soldier. Bai Yu exited the system. Looking at the sea in the distance, the dog-headed warship appeared and was approaching at full speed. I immediately understood that Garp might have rushed back to stop Ace from going out to sea. However, looking at Ace lying on the ground with a bitter look on his face, the knife attack just now really dealt a heavy blow to his body and mind. The challenge was full of hope, but he was knocked out with one blow. Does this mean it's over before it even begins? The previous evenly matched fight was nothing but child's play compared to the fight just now. The future Pirate King, can you still stand up? Bai Yu jumped to Ace's side and took a look at his slightly fractured shoulder. It looked like he had just chopped with great enthusiasm when he used the knife just now. However, I was glad that I didn't change to a real knife. Otherwise, I would have to pick up Ace's corpse now. Bai Yu, you hit it so well that I didn't expect you to be a kendo master. It seems that we have all been deceived. If Sabo knew, he would probably be shocked. It's a pity that he can't see it. Ace shook his head bitterly. My collarbone is broken, and I can't move for a while. Given old man Garp's temper, I'm afraid I can't escape and will be captured and taken to the Navy. For Ace, he kind of hates the actions of his biological father, Pirate King Roger. But it did not stop him from becoming a pirate and pursuing freedom and his dreams. Unlike Luffy, who was brainwashed by red hair, Ace's thinking undoubtedly has its own vision and ambition. Of course, if he meets Whitebeard in the future, he will be brainwashed by his son's ideas. That would be another matter. Bai Yu, I am the future Pirate King. I am the only Pirate King, and none of you are qualified. Luffy yelled and ran over. But, Ace, you better go out to sea quickly. I'll help you block Grandpa. Ace smiled helplessly and shook his head. Not to mention his own injuries, he was no longer in a condition to take action. Just let Luffy buy himself some time. I'm afraid you can't even withstand one blow from the Iron Fist of Love? Okay, don't think too much that I end this situation. I'll be the big brother and help you pursue your dream. Bai Yu let out a deep breath, patted Ace's shoulder, and threw out a bottle of white packaged drink. Drink it, it can heal some of your injuries. This is a modified Nutri Express bar that costs 20 points to redeem within the system. Looking at the white liquid, Bai Yu's mind flashed with memories from his previous life. It feels hard to swallow. However, the product description provided by the system is still very attractive. Can you recover from your injuries? Ace was confused. Looking at the white liquid in the bottle, he really wondered if Bai Yu was making fun of him. However, now that I was on the edge of a dilemma, I had to swallow the drink despite my wish to go out to sea. The moment it took his first sip, the icy feeling chilled Ace to the bone, and he couldn't help but shudder. The aches and pains all over my body disappeared like a tide. The piercing pain on my shoulder quickly faded away. When Ace finished a bottle of Nutri Express and came to his senses, the arm that had been in unbearable pain and completely unable to move was miraculously healed. This recovery speed is too terrifying. If you are well, then hurry up and board the ship. I have seen the old man's ugly face. Bai Yu was shocked at how powerful the modified Nutri Express was, and hurriedly urged. Ace came back to his senses, stood up with Luffy's help, and said, Bai Yu, thank you very much. However, if the old man finds out that you helped me go to sea, you will probably not be able to escape in the future, right? Ace likes to go against Garp, but he also knows his character well. Don't worry, I don't want to be a pirate. Only children want to be the pirate king. Bai Yu took a sip of the drink casually. Next, I will go out to sea and become a navy king. In the future, if you and Luffy are caught and sent to a big prison, someone will fish you out. Ace, Bai Yu is right that we don't have to worry about being caught anymore. Luffy slapped his head and quickly agreed. Bai Yu rolled his eyes and threw the wine jug over. Take a sip. When we meet next time, we will be enemies. Don't let me catch you. Ace was confused. I never expected that Bai Yu would make such a decision. Didn't you say that minors can't drink? You've already run away from home and become a rebellious teenager, so why are you talking about not being able to drink? Bai Yu rolled his eyes. Drinking some wine can numb your nerves, so you won't be held back when you run away. Drink up quickly and get out now. Thank you. Ace hesitated for a moment, then quickly took the flagon and took a sip of the liquor. Cough, cough, cough. Soon, a series of coughing sounds were heard, which made Ace's eyes widen. If he hadn't seen Bai Yu drinking from the same pot of wine with his own eyes, he would have been shocked. I really doubted whether what I just drank was a spicy poison. This alcohol is not their sake can be compared. Little man. Bai Yu rolled his eyes disdainfully. Being a man means doing the biggest things and drinking the strongest liquor. Get out of here, the old man is coming. Ace, you dare to be a pirate without telling me. I will not be able to bear this anger if I don't sink you into the sea today. This is simply a waste of my efforts. A hysterical roar came from the warship in the distance. The silence on the dock was completely broken. Makino stepped forward quickly. Ace, going out to sea now might really piss off Garp. Dio, we need to find another time. As a tavern owner, the name that Makino heard most often in the East China Sea was Mr. Cap. I know a little about his strength. The village chief Daps, who was leaning on a cane, also spoke hurriedly. Ace, what Makino said is right. If Mr. Garp gets mad, he might really go berserk. If you admit your mistake, he should forgive you. The villagers who gathered around also spoke out to persuade them. Looking at the figure of Garp on the Doghead warship, it became clearer and clearer. Ace subconsciously looked at Bai Yu. Chapter 5. My grandson has the qualities of a great general. Don't worry, I'll escort you. Bai Yu took a sip of his drink and patted Ace's shoulder. Faced with Bai Yu's confidence that came from nowhere, Ace took a deep breath and jumped directly onto the ship. The sail, which was already hoisted, fluttered up immediately when the rope was loosened. When the anchor was raised, the pirate ship quickly left the dock with the wind and rushed out dozens of meters away. Seeing Ace, who was so stubborn, everyone present suddenly became nervous. They knew that stepping off the dock was just the beginning. The real test comes from Garp's anger. What a bastard kid. He even ignored Grandpa's anger. Garp's face darkened and he roared hysterically. Ace, if you want to be a pirate, you have to pass this test to your grandfather. If you can't, Then you can stay in the sea and feed the fish. Bring me a giant iron ball. The sound of clanking chains suddenly rang out. Looking at the huge iron ball that quickly appeared above the Doghead warship, Bai Yu believed even more that there were definitely capable people on the Garp ship. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no one who could allow him to be so willful and take out this huge iron ball at will. Ace's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. When he has some small fights with Garp, he always rewards him with a couple of love punches. I never thought that when Cap went crazy, he could turn a small ball into a big ball. This iron ball is as big as a warship. What if it really falls? His little arms and legs. I'm afraid you really can't bear it. Let's go. Bai Yu spoke again, and after uttering 2 simple words, he raised his head and took a sip of wine, then slowly walked out of the crowd and finally stood at the end of the pier. Looking at the huge iron ball that Garp easily lifted above his head, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly opened. Ace, get out of here as soon as you can. Leave the rest of me. Bai Yu, it turns out that you, a big bastard, are backing Ace. Cap exploded. Since you want to hinder me, let me see what confidence you have and what kind of waves you can make. Fist bone meteorite extra large iron ball. Bang. The iron ball, like a warship, was swung violently by Garp. The sky above the entire sea area seemed to be crushed and exploded. When the deafening sonic boom resounded through the sky, many villagers fell to their knees. No. It should be said that Ace, who was on the pirate ship, had his legs shaking and was ready to kneel. He never thought that the big boss he met when he went out to sea would be the old man. Faced with the overwhelming amount of huge iron balls, Ace finally realized how insignificant his self-righteous strength was. Bai Yu, please don't cheat me. Looking at the iron ball that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Ace muttered bitterly. Boom. A beam of golden light seemed to respond to him. The huge momentum rolled back, covering the entire dock like a tide. The extreme spiritual pressure that had been dormant in his body was released unreservedly by Bai Yu for the first time. This all-out attitude made Bai Yu's blood boil. The wooden sword clenched in his hand was infused with powerful spiritual pressure, bursting out with an unparalleled sharpness. The moment when bloodthirsty fighting spirit and cruel smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. The wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand swung out in the air without any warning. Sword pressure. Boom. The space seemed to be torn apart, with huge ripples surging. A golden sword aura that was more than 10 meters long pierced through the void with a momentum of tearing the sky and earth apart. The sea along the way was directly divided into 2. The scorching heat contained in the spiritual pressure made the sea evaporate. The distance was only 100 meters, and it approached in the blink of an eye. Take a step ahead and collide with a huge iron ball falling from the sky. Boom. The huge blast wave swept across the sea like a Category 12 hurricane. The huge iron ball that was rolling down like an overwhelming force was thrown out directly under such an impact. It crashed headfirst into the sea hundreds of meters away. The explosion caused a huge wave. The pirate ship Ace was on was directly overturned by the explosive hurricane and rushed 1,000 meters away. But at this moment, he was just like everyone else, with his eyes wide open and his mouth opened into an O shape. With one strike, the iron ball, which was as big as a warship, was chopped away. This is too shocking. It completely overturned their cognition. If this blow had landed on Ace just now, I'm afraid that he no longer exists now. However, with the help of this attack, the pirate ship where Ace was located clearly had a greater distance from Garp's warship. Riding on the wind and waves of the explosion, they went further and further. Looking at the gradually blurred figure on the dock, Ace came back to his senses, clutched the handrail, and muttered to himself. As expected of my elder brother, you hit it really well. It seems that I am still his younger brother in front of him. However, this ocean is so vast, I will definitely become stronger and defeat him the next time we meet. Vice Admiral Garp, should we give chase? A Navy soldier spoke hesitantly. No, let him go. I haven't been back for a while. It seems that I have overlooked something very important. Cap's tense muscles relaxed, and he turned to look behind him. Bogart, what do you think of that knife just now? To be able to perform a flying slash of this power, he must be at least at the level of a swordsman. If he is placed in the Marine headquarters, he should be able to challenge for the position of Commodore. Bogart, wearing a cape, a cowboy hat, and a cold face, said after pondering for a moment. It seems that you still underestimated him. Brigadier. Garp showed a hint of surprise. Bogart has been his confidant for decades. Most importantly, he is a kendo player expert. The fact that he could give such an evaluation was enough to show that Bai Yu's sword move just now was different from the others. Mr. Garp, Bai Yu is already a swordsman at such a young age. If we can recruit him to join the Marine headquarters and train him, I'm afraid his future achievements will definitely be no worse than yours. He has the bearing of a great general. Bogart's eyes flickered. His face showed a hint of eagerness as he continued. Moreover, if he has a famous teacher to guide him, his swordsmanship can reach the level of a swordsman at the age of 20. He is worthy of being called a swordsmanship genius. But if it is self-taught, then that is another way of saying it. If I must find a word to describe him, I'm afraid only the word evil can match his identity. The appearance of a great general? Garp's eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed heartily. Bogart, you said my grandson has the qualities of a great general? This is the first time you've made such an evaluation. However, you asked me to recruit Bai Yu to join the Navy headquarters. Could it be that you have already thought of a plan? Cap was most familiar with the old fellow who served as the instructor on the ship. Over the past decades, there have been very few people who could receive such an evaluation from him. Among them, the current Navy Admiral Akiji is one of them. Chapter 6 Purpose of Joining the Navy. Bai Yu, he already has the qualities of a swordsman. This does surprise me, but in order to avoid wasting his talent, I will arrange a teaching plan as soon as possible to improve his strength so that he won't die on the road to growth. Bogart said as many thoughts went through his mind. But the premise is that Mr. Garp can let him join the Navy headquarters. If he sneaks out to sea, no matter how many ideas we have, it will be of little use. Don't worry, I understand your worries. Garp nodded in agreement. Just now, I let Ace go mainly because Bai Yu gave me a big surprise. For a rough diamond like him, I will definitely tie him up and take him back to the Navy headquarters to shut up that fellow Zhanghua. Let him know that I didn't run back to the East China Sea just to be lazy. Tell me, what expression will he have if I bring a kendo genius with the appearance of a general back to the Marine headquarters? On the shore, Bai Yu was holding a half-broken wooden sword. The blow of the sword just now hollowed out his entire body. Now, let alone fighting, it is difficult even to lift a finger. However, after the previous blow, Bai Yu had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Being able to perform a flying slash means he has already taken half a step towards becoming a swordsman. But there is still a gap between him and a true swordsman. At least, Bai Yu has not yet mastered the technique of cutting iron. Otherwise, the previous blow would not have smashed the iron ball away, but would have cut it in two. Of course, the main body template, Kenpachi Zaraki, is only unlocked 5%. If unlocked to 100%, it combines the strengths of other subordinate templates. Bai Yu is not sure about the level of strength he would achieve, but punching the 3 admirals, kicking the 4 emperors, and chopping the 5 elders with a sword shouldn't be a problem. Bai Yu, let's run away quickly. Grandpa is coming back. Now that Ace is out to sea, he will definitely take out his anger on us. That old man's fist hurts. Luffy held a straw hat on his head, running around the dock quickly like an ant on hot pan. However, he was just about to hide in the wooden box. A black shadow appeared behind him as if breaking through the air. You little bastard, didn't I tell you to call me Grandpa? Taste it, my iron fist of love. Bang. The huge fist knocked Luffy away in an instant. The huge impact force threw him dozens of meters away, and he crashed into a reef before he stopped. Look at the big bump on the forehead. Luffy suddenly started howling like a ghost. You old man, why is my rubber fruit not working? Grandpa, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. It's all by you and Ace's fault. They always call you old man. The cruel love between grandfather and grandson was played out on the dock. Bai Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, sat down on the reef, and took a sip of his drink. Are you Bai Yu? I always hear your name from Mr. Garp. Bogart came to Bai Yu and looked at him carefully several times before saying, Mr. Garp always said that you have wisdom, perseverance, and comprehension far beyond your age. I thought Mr. Garp was joking, but when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized that Mr. Garp had missed the point. Young man, you have the qualities of a great admiral. Would you like to join the Marine headquarters? Garp couldn't help but stop the guidance he was doing. Even Luffy covered his head with his hands, forgot to scream, and looked anxious. Faced with Bogart's invitation, they were eager to know what decision Bai Yu would make. I have the qualities of a great general. Bai Yu took a sip of the liquor, smiled, and shook his head. I don't like being a general. I just want to pursue a stronger swordsmanship so that there will be nothing in this world that my sword cannot cut. Originally, freedom is the best thing for me. However, for those stupid brothers, it seems that only by becoming a Marine can I feel at ease. At least, when they are thrown into a big prison, I can still get them out. Cap was confused. I was so excited that my eyes were filled with tears. After raising it for so many years, God finally opened his eyes. Now that this stupid idea had come up, his anger immediately exploded. Mr. Garp, don't forget the purpose of our trip. Bogart quickly stood in front of Cap, really worried that Bai Yu would also have a rebellious period. If I get scared away by Garp, I will probably regret it so much. Yes, let's get this kid into the headquarters first. Garp quickly came to his senses and once again swung his iron fist of love at the dazed Luffy. Luffy, listen to me carefully. Bai Yu agreed to become a Marine, but you can't become a pirate, or I will beat you to death. Makino, prepare the drinks for me. Cap will pay for today's order. Looking at Garp, who was possessed by Master Zhao for a while, Bai Yu smiled, took a sip of his drink, and looked away. In the original work, Garp also tried and placed his hopes on Luffy and Ace. Unfortunately, in the end, both brothers sneaked out to sea and became pirates. Garp didn't say it, but he was also disappointed in his heart. Bai Yu's reincarnation and the decision he made to some extent made up for the regret in Garp's heart. At the same time, facing Garp's identity as a naval hero, a bold idea came to Bai Yu's mind. Bai Yu, thank you for your choice. Bogart did not leave with Cap, sitting down on the rocky path next to him. I am the adjutant on Mr. Cap's ship and also the adjutant to the new recruits. We should be spending some time together. The East China Sea is very large, but is known as the weakest sea among the four seas. Outside the four seas, there are great waterways full of dangers. The Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half. The second half is called the New World. It is a dangerous place for pirates. There are also the four emperors of the sea. Even our navy must be cautious. You should know clearly that Luffy is a parahuman rubber devil fruit user, immune to all effects of blunt force attacks, but Garp's fists still cause damage. You know why? A series of words came out of Bogart's mouth. If Garp were here, he would definitely be shocked. Bogart, who has always been taciturn, has become a chatterbox. You mean domineering? As a reincarnated person, Bai Yu certainly knows what the combat power system of this world is. Mr. Bogart, did the old man ask you to teach me how to practice hockey? It seems that he is really worried that I will sneak out to sea, so he has been reluctant to teach me how to practice hockey. If Ace knew about this, I wonder if he would regret missing this rare opportunity. Chapter 7, can I say I have learned it? Bogart looked embarrassed. I was originally planning to show off in front of Bai Yu. I never expected it to turn over. Bai Yu, this can't be blamed on Garp. His identity is very embarrassing, and he did this to avoid suspicion. Bogart coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. However, before I teach you hockey, I would like to know whether you learned kendo from a famous teacher or taught yourself. Bogart has always been troubled by this problem. He is also a swordsman who uses a knife. From Garp, we also learned that red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, once visited Windmill Town. Now, Bogart just wants to figure out where Bai Yu's swordsmanship comes from. Mr. Bogart, don't worry. My poor swordsmanship is something I developed on my own. It's not even up to par, let alone under the guidance of a famous teacher. Bai Yu had already guessed his question and quickly put forward his prepared speech. Not presentable. Bogart's expression froze, and he spoke with a hint of helplessness. Bai Yu, you have learned so much on your own that you are a genius. If you are still not presentable, not to mention other swordsmen out there, even I, your instructor, would be ashamed. However, now that you are willing to join the Marine headquarters, I will also formally teach you how to use hockey. First, you need to understand the nature of observation hockey and armament hockey, as well as how to use them. Baki is actually a kind of energy flowing in the body. When you have a sense of energy and can use it, it is the first step to success. Among them, armament hockey is to materialize the chi in the body and cover it on the surface of the body. It can form an invulnerable armor. Covering it on the blade can also enhance the toughness of the blade and cause substantial damage to the user of the nature fruit ability. The legendary Black Knife is the product of transformation after being nurtured by domineering chi. In short, observation hockey is to diffuse the chi in the body and sense the breath of creatures within a certain range. When it is honed to a certain level, it can predict the target's emotional changes anticipate and avoid attacks, etc. A series of interpretations of dominance came out of Bogart's mouth. Bai Yu is a reincarnated person and has some understanding of domineering. However, this was the first time he had heard of such a systematic explanation. By the way, the beginner gift pack I just got seems to have something else besides the main body template. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows, thought of the 3 talismans, and quickly opened the system interface. Talisman of Insight. After use, the host's comprehension of a certain thing will be greatly improved. Talisman of Awakening. After use, it can awaken the hidden power in the host. Can it improve comprehension? Will it work for Hawkeye? Bai Yu was surprised. It seemed that the products produced by the system must be high quality. This was indeed an unchanging law. However, for something that obviously did not belong to the world of Aquaman, Bai Yu still crushed the Talisman of Insight with a tentative attitude. Buzz. Bai Yu felt a crisp roar coming from his brain. His mind, which had been quite quick-witted, suddenly started working rapidly, as if he had taken drugs. If Bai Yu's brain's running memory was 2G a moment ago, then now it is 5G. Whether it is the summary and processing of information flow or the subtle sensory control of the body. At this moment, it soared 100 times. After listening to Bogart's interpretation, the question seemed a little difficult to understand, but at this moment, it suddenly became clear to me. The breath in the body began to flow more freely. What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Let me show you first. It's quite difficult to learn Hawkeye at first. Even Mr. Garp took half a month to master armament Hawkeye, so if you don't understand it the first time, don't be discouraged. Just find time to practice more. Bogart looked at Bai Yu, who was in a daze and couldn't help but ask. This is a rough gem, and even Bogart couldn't help but protect it carefully. Of course, if Garp saw this scene, he would definitely despise it. I have beaten the genius in your eyes at least 100 times. Bai Yu came to his senses and exited the system interface. Being stared at by Bogart with such doting eyes, Bai Yu felt his scalp tingling, and he felt uncomfortable all over. However, he still touched the tip of his nose and said, Mr. Bogart, it's not that I don't understand. In fact, I have learned it. You said you learned it? Bogart was confused and quickly put on a serious face. Bai Yu, learning should be done with an open mind. Now is not the time to joke around. As soon as the last word "ho" was uttered, Bogart saw a layer of black keratin covering Bai Yu's arms. The deep color that shone like metal made Bogart swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He swore that the thing he was most unwilling to believe in his life was the scene before his eyes. Just by listening to it once, you will be able to perfectly display armament Hawkeye. What kind of guidance is this? Now, Bogart just knows that his ambitions are hurt. After looking at Bai Yu for one more moment, he turned around and left. Watching Bogart disappear in front of him in a flash, Bai Yu helplessly took a sip of the liquor. Just now, he really didn't have the confidence that he could successfully display the armament Hawkeye with just one try. However, it now seems that I still underestimated the power of the Talisman of Insight. With just a talisman, one can instantly learn the domineering power that others have cultivated for several months or even a year or two. Although it has not yet reached the level of Raya. But it is also equal to the results achieved by Luffy during the 2 years he studied under Rayleigh in the original work. Was it too painful just now? Mr. Bogart's heart has failed him. It seems that one should not be too honest. Revealing all the cards is a bit scary. Bai Yu took a sip of wine and said after pondering for a moment, when you practice your observation Hawkeye later, you must act dumb to make up for Mr. Bogart's weak heart. Yes, it's decided. Now use the other Insight Talisman first to master the observation Hawkeye. As he spoke, Bai Yu took out the Talisman of Insight from the system and crushed it again. Accompanied by a slight roar in his mind, Bai Yu continued to brainstorm for his observation Hawkeye. At the same time, Bogart, who was full of enthusiasm and planned to guide Bai, pushed open the door of the bustling tavern like a lost soul. He walked quickly towards Garp, who was possessed by Master Zhao. Chapter 8. Have you ever seen a true genius? Everyone, drink as much as you want today. I'm buying this bill. This is a rare day. My grandson is finally joining our headquarters. If Zhongwen knew that I brought back a swordsmanship genius, I'm afraid he would crush the teacup in his hand. Luffy, I told you that you can't drink alcohol. You can only drink milk. Taste my iron fist of love. In the future, you must follow Bai Yu's example and work hard to become the pillar of the Navy. With your joining, the Navy will have more fresh blood. I won't be afraid of anything anymore. Hearty laughter echoed in the tavern. After taking a few sips of wine, Cap soon saw Bogart appear behind him. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to teach Bai Yu Baki? You came back so soon. Could it be that the little brat got too proud of his talent and refused to obey your instructions, so he pissed you off and ran away? Don't keep it in your heart. Just tell me, and I'll beat him to death right now. As he spoke, Garp rolled up his sleeves and prepared to rush out. No, Mr. Garp, I am not qualified to guide Bai Yu. Bogart quickly tried to dissuade him and gave a rare wry smile. Mr. Garp, have you ever seen a true genius? Cap was confused. It was the first time he saw Bogart, who was usually cold and steady, with so many expressions on his face. He was completely different from the expressionless man in his memory. It is precisely because of this reason that Garp is even more confused. Bogart, what do you mean? I just asked Makino. She said Bai Yu comes to the tavern every day to drink and has never left Windmill Town. He must have learned Kendo by himself, so he is considered a genius. But you don't have to look like that, do you? Garp was also very concerned about Bai Yu's ability to perform such a powerful flying slash. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Makino to verify it so quickly. However, no matter how strong Bai Yu's talent in swordsmanship is, it shouldn't cause Bogart to become lifeless like a sick cat, right? Miss Makino, please give me a glass of strong wine. Bogart rarely asked for a glass of wine and drank it under Cap's ghostly gaze. After the strong liquor had passed through his intestines and his mind had become a little clearer, he spoke seriously. Mr. Garp, I did go to instruct Bai Yu on the double-color domineering just now, but a terrible thing happened. I want you to tell me how long it took you to learn armament hockey. Armament color? Cap frowned. What Bogart did today completely overturned his cognition. It was for this reason that Garp stopped being unreliable as usual. I remember it took me 5 days to master the sense of chi, and 10 to 15 days to master the use of armed color. As for that fellow Jean Gua, he's a little smarter than me, so it should have taken him 13 or 14 days. You suddenly asked this question because of our initial conversation. Oh, you think Bai Yu's talent is higher than mine? According to your prediction, how long will it take him? Bogart held up a finger, a rare moment of suspense. A month. Cap raised his eyebrows and soon saw Bogart shaking his head and added again. 10 days. He is indeed more talented than me and Sengoku. It seems that I have recruited a true genius for the Marine headquarters this time. Yes. Bogart spoke solemnly. That brat only listened once and then used his armament hockey. Oh my God, do you know how I felt just now? As an instructor, I have prepared a lot of words to tell that brat off. Originally, I had a stern face and was ready to reprimand him. You know what he said to me? Mr. Bogart, I think I've learned it. Bogart became more and more excited as he spoke. He usually has facial paralysis and has long lost control of his facial expressions, with saliva flying everywhere. I wish I could catch Cap and shake him. If you really want to find an adjective, this is probably the biggest social death scene. The smile on Garp's face froze. Bogart, you are really not suitable for joking. Let's not tell such jokes. Tell me the truth. As he spoke, Cap stared straight at Bogart. Looking at Bogart, who still had a serious expression on his face, Cap's hand shook and he crushed the wine glass. The moment before, he was still wondering whether Jean Gua would even crush the cup after knowing about Bai Yu's situation. Now it seems that I should pinch it first as a sign of respect. Let's go. I'm going to go check on that brat now. Bogart, I hope you don't lie to me, or I'll kick you into the sea. Cap roared and rushed out of the tavern without caring about Mr. Zhao's image. His only thought now was to verify the authenticity of Bogart's words as soon as possible. Bogart quickly followed. Faced with Bai Yu's amazing learning talent, he now has only one thought. Under the guidance of the observation hockey, he regained some of his sense of presence as an instructor. At the dock, Bai Yu sat down on the reef, took a sip of wine, and slowly closed his eyes. With the help of the talisman of insight, the process of learning observation hockey was still a smooth process. Just exercise my brain a little. The energy sense existing in the body turned into a cyclone, sweeping out with Bai Yu as the center. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. Bai Yu stopped the coverage after it covered an area of 1,000 meters in front of the sea. It's a feeling of being in control. With the help of the detection ability of observation hockey, Bai Yu can clearly feel the breath of every creature in the sea. How many fish, how many shells, etc., together with the breath emitted by the reef could not escape Bai Yu's perception. Bai Yu's intuition was telling him that in the deeper and farther sea, there was a fiercer aura than that of other sea fish. If his guess was correct, Bai Yu believed that this breath should come from the king of the sea. At this moment, Bai Yu finally understood why the two-color domineering aura became the standard for dividing the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. Mastering the dual-color domineering power is a qualitative leap for anyone. Phew! A sea fish broke out of the water. The stone in Bai Yu's hand popped out and pierced through its body in an instant. And there was no pause in this action, and the dozens of grains of sand and stones that were originally held in his hands were shot onto the water surface one after another. As soon as it approaches the sea surface, it will fall into the rocks in the sea without any target. Soon, sea fish leaped out one after another. Directly collide with the stones that are bounced out. Blood splattered and the sea fish fell headfirst into the sea. In just a few breaths, 20 or 30 sea fish died. When the last stone pierced the last sea fish, Bai Yu's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his pupils. Chapter 9, will he also have the domineering demeanor? This is the heart net. Able to predict physical actions in advance through body language, facial expressions, and psychological changes. It seems that this time, with the help of the Talisman of Insight, the observation Haki he learned has completely reached the intermediate level. It turns out that the products produced by the system must be high quality. This is absolutely true. Oh, and there's also an awakening talisman. After using it, it can release the potential in the human body. It's a good opportunity to check if I am the 1 in a million possessor of the Conqueror's Haki. Bai Yu remembered that there was a talisman lying in the system, and he was still missing one to face the 3 colors of domineering power. This kind of cheating thing can be done just by saying it. As a qualified hacker, you must be awesome at what you do. Bai Yu, where is that little brat Bai Yu? Garp rushed out of the tavern door in one step, and his observation domineering was unleashed without reservation. He now has only one goal, to find Bai Yu as soon as possible and get over his shock. Towards the reef, Garp quickly caught sight of Bai Yu's figure. Facing a figure dozens of meters away, hiding behind a reef with its back to him. Cap had only one thought to confirm what Bogart said. When a person encounters a fatal attack, he will definitely use all his means without reservation. Now he had to force Bai Yu to display his armament Haki. Then this punch must be fast, accurate, and fierce. Bang! A sonic boom suddenly sounded in the air. Garp disappeared on the spot like a ghost. In the blink of an eye again, he was already behind Bai Yu. The 5 fingers clenched tightly, transforming into an iron fist, quickly covered with a thick layer of armed color domineering. Without any fancy moves, he raised it and hammered down hard on Bai Yu's back. In Bogart's eyes, this punch could definitely easily smash a Sea King to pieces. If Bai Yu did not use his armament Haki at this critical moment, he would probably be dead or seriously injured. The punch was thrown far away. However, this thought just flashed through the minds of Cap and Bogart. Bai Yu, who was sitting upright on the reef, just shook his shoulders slightly. As if he had expected it, he subconsciously turned his body to the side and brushed past the sharp iron fist filled with armed color domineering. Cap was confused. This precise misjudgment made it impossible for him to pull back his iron fist, which he had unleashed with unreserved speed in such a desperate situation. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Cap crashed into many reefs with his head, and his whole body fell into the sea like a depth charge. A huge wave was suddenly created. Bai Yu was stunned. Just now, he was using the awakening talisman and was feeling whether a small universe would explode in his body. After awakening the observation Haki, the perception of danger was undoubtedly magnified hundreds of times. Facing Garp's sudden sneak attack, before you can react, your mind and body have already started moving. When I thought about it, it was too late to pretend to be stupid and comfort Bogart's weak heart. Looking at Garp smashing into the sea like a depth charge, blowing up a large number of sea fish, Bai Yu couldn't help but cough dryly. Old man, can we discuss something to prevent Mr. Bogart's weak mind from being hurt again? Could you please not tell him that I accidentally learned observation Haki again? Bang! Cap broke through the water directly. A handful of it fell in front of Bai Yu, and various expressions quickly switched on the old face. Expressions of joy, anger, excitement, and excitement alternate rapidly, and facial expression management is simply out of control. After 5 or 6 seconds, Garp couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, my grandson is a genius. No, a natural-born evildoer. He accidentally learned the observation Haki. Only you are qualified to say such words. Don't say Bogart's heart is weak. Even my heart could hardly bear it. I passed out in one breath of excitement. But let me tell you something bad. Bogart is standing behind you right now. Even if I don't tell him, he probably knows it. Bogart's chest was rising and falling. While breathing heavily, his body was shaking slightly. On the way out of the tavern, he was indeed fantasizing about Bai Yu and had not mastered the observation hockey. I can still save some of my instructor's face. Now it seems that fantasy is just fantasy. If Mr. Cap hadn't been unable to resist launching a sneak attack to test the situation. Now I am being kept in the dark by the evil little devil who is performing a trick. I am afraid that the biggest social death scene will be staged in the future. No, kid, I still want to test you to see if you really learned the observation hockey just by listening once. If you can't dodge my attack, you will die. Bogart came to his senses and lost his temper. With a shake of his body, he burst out with extreme speed and appeared in front of Bai Yu one step ahead. He reached for his waist with his right hand, and the famous sword was instantly unsheathed. Ichideo Lu, stellar shine. Bang! A knife thrust out, and the sky full of knife light seemed to transform into stars, pouring down towards Bai Yu. The density was so high that any target under the attack, even Garp, felt suffocated. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and looked a little helpless. I originally planned to hide it from Bogart and protect his weak heart. I never thought things would turn out to this point. However, since things have come to this, Bai Yu can only put these thoughts aside and use his observation hockey to the fullest. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Yu dodged the star-like thrusts one by one. This kind of beautiful prediction is only a matter of millimeters away from the attack. After Bai Yu dodged all the attacks, only Garp, with a stiff face, was left on the field and Bogart. Bogart, do you think Bai Yu has mastered the observation hockey to the intermediate level right after he entered the sect? How come this kind of prediction doesn't seem like that of a rookie at all? Garp couldn't help it first. After learning from Makino that Bai Yu drinks for free every day, Garp has completely believed that Bai Yu is a self-taught genius swordsman. It is difficult for some people to hone something to perfection throughout their entire life. It was incredible that Bai Yu could reach the level of a swordsman in his swordsmanship at the age of 20. So Garp didn't believe that Bai Yu still had time to comprehend the dual-color domineering on his own. There is only one explanation. Bai Yu has just learned the dual-color domineering, and at the same time, he has also brought his observation domineering to the intermediate level. Bogart also looked as if he had seen a ghost. This kind of precise prediction and the way of moving as if one is the last to strike but the first to arrive is definitely the standard of intermediate-level observation hockey. If people outside knew that someone had learned the two-color hockey after just listening to it once, and had reached the intermediate level of observation hockey, I'm afraid I don't know how they would react. The only thing that makes us feel fortunate is that the remaining domineering aura cannot be comprehended through practice, but is innate. Having said that, Bogart subconsciously glanced at Bai Yu, with a strange expression on his face, and spoke hesitantly. Mr. Garp, do you think Bai Yu also possesses the qualities of a domineering king? Chapter 10, Is This the Wind? The posture of a king. Garp couldn't help swallowing his saliva, turned around and stared at Bai Yu, suppressing the urgency in his heart. Bogart, Conqueror's hockey is an innate talent. IT can no longer be described as learned. I think Bai Yu doesn't even know what the Conqueror hockey is, right? Bogart stared at Bai Yu. No matter how he believed, any change in Bai Yu's expression would not slip away under his eyes. After just listening to it once, he learned the observation hockey and armament hockey. This crushed his weak heart as an instructor. Now, Bogart just wanted to find a hint of confusion and puzzlement on Bai Yu's face. Only then will you have the opportunity to make full use of your remaining energy as an instructor. However, this thought just popped into my mind. Bogart's face, filled with urgency, gradually hardened. Seeing the helplessness on Bai Yu's face, he raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose and said, "Sorry, is this the Conqueror's hockey you're talking about? I think I accidentally triggered it just now." Bang! A huge sea king broke out of the water. It opened its bloody mouth, bringing up a gust of fishy wind, and pounced towards Bai Yu. Cap and Bogart's nerves suddenly tensed up. When facing this kind of king of the near seas, he may not be able to compare with the sea kings of the Grand Line. However, looking across the East China Sea, it would be a disaster for anyone who encountered it. However, this thought just flashed through the minds of Cap and Bogart. Bai Yu didn't even turn his head. His eyes suddenly glared down. The violent and domineering energy dormant in the body suddenly exploded like a raging wave and rolled out in all directions in a crushing manner. The king of the near sea that comes to kill, and the marine creatures that rush out of the water. At this moment, it was as if one was hit head-on by an invisible hammer. The huge body showed a moment of stagnation. It was as if a spell had been cast to freeze him. The next moment, all the sea fish, including the king of the nearshore fish, rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth. One head crashed heavily into the sea. Bang! The seawater rolled back and splashed, turning into a rainstorm that covered the entire pier coast. Cap and Bogart were directly drenched by the seawater. Looking at the sea kings that have fainted all over the sea, the two were completely confused. His eyes were even rubbed red. Garp couldn't help but say, "Bogart, please slap me twice. I want to know if I am dreaming." "Dreaming? Mr. Cap, you should just whip me." They looked confused and discussed who would scratch whom. Bai Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Originally, he had no intention of revealing the fact that he had awakened his conqueror's haki. However, when I thought that this kind of thing would be known to others sooner or later, I decided not to hide it. After all, geniuses are willful. What's more, he is a cheater. Seeing the two people still in shock, Bai Yu decided to add more salt to the wound. "Grandpa, the domineering color you were talking about is the breeze just now. I feel quite cool. Do you need me to blow some more wind for you? Use it as a fan to blow some air?" Cap and Bogart seemed to have been struck by a magnitude 12 lightning strike. This is such a waste of resources. It's just to entertain them. "Little brat, you are courting death. Tell me quickly, are you really just learning the three-color domineering aura?" Cap suddenly reacted and roared hysterically. "If this is all true, I really want to know what the warring states look like. Hurry up and give me the Den Den Mashidem. My grandson has the potential to be a great general. No, he should be a natural-born Navy king. Haha, my grandson is a natural-born Navy king, Makino. I'll take over this tavern for the next week." The deafening roar echoed across the open space on the dock. All of a sudden, Garp was possessed by Mr. Zhao's father. Even Bogart lost control, holding his shoulders and dancing the great god dance. Bai Yu shook his head helplessly. He believed that if he gave Garp some more surprises and excitement, I'm afraid this naval hero will really go crazy. After taking a sip of the wine, Bai Yu looked up at the sky. This ocean is huge, and after signing in for 14 years, I finally unlocked the system. Bai Yu also has his own ideas and doesn't want to follow the routine. "Bai Yu, when you plan to go out to sea?" Makino suddenly walked behind Bai Yu, holding a pot of liquor in his hand. "I haven't seen Mr. Cap that happy in a long time, but I know, Bai Yu, you will never obediently follow Mr. Garp's words." Among the four little ghosts, the one that Makino cares about the most is Bai Yu, who likes to drink for free. Anyone who has been pursued for 14 years can bend a piece of iron, let alone a woman. "Aunt Makino, thank you for taking care of me over the years. Grandpa is still too much trouble. I plan to go out to sea soon, and I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Bai Yu took the bottle, tilted his head back, and took a sip. "Now." Makino was stunned for a moment, then quickly rubbed Bai Yu's head and glared at him. "You little guy, now that you need my help, you know that I am your aunt. But don't worry, I will keep it a secret. As for your things for going to sea, I have already prepared everything for you. The boat is hidden behind the reef at the eastern pier. I'll let you know about Mr. Cap. Have a safe trip." At this point, a trace of reluctance appeared on Makino's face. Bai Yu smiled and nodded, then turned around and headed towards the east pier. Only the voice that he had been familiar with for 14 years remained, still echoing between heaven and earth. "Calling you auntie is still too old. I better call you Makino. I'm afraid I'll be an admiral by the next time we meet." "Admiral of the Navy?" Makino was stunned for a moment, then quickly rolled his eyes. Sure enough, he's the same as before, still arrogant and conceited, but it is still better this way. I like it very much. By the way, why am I imitating Bai Yu's tone of voice again? "Makino, has my wine arrived? I want to be drunk tonight. By the way, where is Bai Yu? Hurry up and show him to everyone. Let them know that my grandson is a super genius." Windmill Town was completely boiling under the stimulation of alcohol. In stark contrast, a small single-masted boat quickly left the dock in the night. As for where to go next, Bai Yu has no idea. He was just thinking about how to challenge more powerful people before reaching the Navy headquarters. Whenever I think of fighting, my main body template is Kenpachi Zaraki. Bai Yu could feel the blood in his body boiling. Chapter 11, The Domineering Little Genius Battles Talon. The next day, in Marineford, the meeting hall of the Admiralty headquarters. Dozens of naval commanders, along with the 3 admirals, also gathered here. There were many bounty warrants and documents on the long table. Everyone's attention was attracted by the bounty placed on the surface. The pirate with a bounty of 89 million, treasure hunter Tredge, attacked the Gothic kingdom in the East Sea not long ago, looted hundreds of millions of berries from the treasure house, and disappeared in the pursuit of the navy. An adjutant read out in a solemn voice. This caused the expressions of many naval commanders present to change slightly. Subconsciously, he looked at the 3 generals in the lead. What's wrong? Why are you all silent? You can't even track down a mere treasure hunter. Now a member state is being attacked. The 5 elders are putting pressure on me. Dio, you want me to go and chase them myself to solve this trivial matter? Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Now everyone outside is treating our Navy headquarters as a joke. If we can't even deal with a treasure hunter, how are we going to deal with the 4 emperors of the sea in the future? The rolling voices echoed in the meeting hall, making most of the naval generals present dare not even breathe. Treasure hunter Tredge's strength was already quite good. Also on board is Siku P, a fruit user who is an expert in camouflage. If we were in the New World, it would be fine. With the help of observation Hawkeye, we could track them down. However, the East China Sea and the first half of the Grand Line are barren places with dual-color hegemony. It is really difficult to deal with Tredge. As for sending 3 generals to the East China Sea to hunt down the treasure hunters, this is probably a bit like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Isn't it a waste of effort? Marshal Sengoku, you don't need to be impulsive. Isn't Garp in the East China Sea? I just contacted him. Bogart said that Garp will contact us soon. When the time comes, just let him deal with Tredge easily. He, who was sitting nearby, spoke up to smooth things over. Here is the information about the new recruits that Zifa sent not long ago. You should review it. I heard that there are many good talents recently. Garp. It's that bastard Garp again. If you didn't mention him, I wouldn't be that angry. He didn't even ask for permission for his vacation and ran back to the East China Sea. He said he wanted to find a successor for me in the East China Sea. It's been many years. He slacks off every year and uses this lame excuse every year. If he can't find Tredge this time and get rid of him, he must never set foot in Marineford again and leave. Zhonghua said angrily with a gloomy face. Seeing this scene, he looked helpless. Everyone knows that Garp likes to be lazy. However, after so many years, you should at least find a better excuse. It has remained unchanged for decades. This is completely treating the wise generals of the Warring States period as idiots and rubbing them to the ground. However, after venting his anger, Zhonghua calmed down a little, took the document handed to him by he, and looked it up and down. Over the years, the pirates in the New World have become increasingly arrogant, especially with the rise of the 4th Emperor of the Sea, which has completely disrupted the original balance. If the 5 elders had not proposed recruiting pirates to form the 7 warlords of the sea to fight, the New World would have gone haywire long ago. During this period, Zifa has trained a lot of new people. He has been hiding them for fear that they would be targeted by pirates. Now it seems that it is time to release them and let them be tempered by blood and fire. Otherwise, they will just become greenhouse flowers after a long time. Zhonghua put down the resume in his hand. As the marshal of this generation of the Navy, Sengoku clearly shoulders the heavy responsibility of continuing the Navy's strength. Compared to the era of great pirates like Rox and Roger, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Marine headquarters formed a 3-way confrontation. Perhaps it is because there is no longer the horrific blood and fire on the sea as in the past. But what is also missing are the newcomers who emerged from the sea of blood. At least, compared with the powerful pirates who continue to appear on the sea, the Navy seems to have become significantly weaker. Marshal Sengoku, don't worry, Zifa also has this intention. Let the new recruits participate in actual combat. At the same time, our Navy headquarters has also allocated more resources to train new recruits. He flipped open the stack of recruits' resumes in his hand. According to Zifa, there are many good talents among the freshmen this year, and the new recruit studies will be completed in half a year. At that time, they will be assigned to various sea areas to carry out the task of combating pirates. As long as they have enough strength, it is only a matter of time before they become famous. Oh, you are worthy of being Mr. Zifa. Judging from the thickness of this list, the newcomers this year are probably much better than ours. I heard that he has also recruited many good talents from other branches over the years. Let me check and see if there are any good talents. Kazura tilted his mouth and said in a slightly obscene tone, Yo-yo, a kind of look, it seems that the devil fruit ability accounts for a large part of IT. IT seems to be different from the teacher's philosophy of insisting on specializing in physical skills. The wheel fruit, the rust fruit, the bean fruit, and an animal-type ancient ability user, these are rare species. I didn't expect that the teacher could even collect such talents. It seems that this year's newcomers are well led. Kizaru, shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. If Zifa hears you, he will definitely make trouble for you. Sengoku glared at Kizaru. The 3 current admirals of the Navy were all students trained by Zephyr. However, Kizaru and Akainu have always regarded the ability of natural devil fruits as the best way and completely ignored physical training. This goes against Zifa's philosophy. All along, the two have been problem students in Zifa's eyes, and the relationship between the two sides is not very good. The crane beside him felt the atmosphere became solemn again, and he quickly spoke up to explain. Sengoku, I've also checked the list of new students. In addition to the people with special abilities that Kizaru just mentioned, there are actually quite a few people who deserve our attention. Among the female soldiers this year, there is Tashiji, who is very good at swordsmanship, and T-Bone Pen, who was the former leader of the Kingdom Knights and joined our marine headquarters after his country was destroyed by pirates. There are 2 others who are highly regarded by Zephyr and are regarded as the strongest newcomers of the same period. They are the user of the regression fruit, and the user of the prosperity fruit, Bins. He and the world government are training in the marine recruit camp. He's known as the domineering little genius, Jean Tamaru. They are all the best among the newcomers. 12. Chapter 12. You ever seen a true genius? Heroic little genius. Are you talking about that Jean Tamaru? Jean Guo raised his eyebrows. 2-color domineering is the product of the New World. Not to mention the Navy recruit camp, even the first half of the Grand Line is rarely heard of. He was able to master armament hockey in the Naval Academy. He can truly be called a genius. Marshal Jean Guo is right. I think everyone knows how difficult it is to practice hockey. Crane echoed. According to the report, Jean Tamaru had awakened his armament hockey when he was 20 years old, born in a small country. He was selected by the world government at the age of 27 and sent to the new recruit camp. After being trained by Zephyr, he has mastered the armament hockey to perfection. According to Zifa's calculations, as long as he studies taijutsu diligently for another half a year, he should be close to finding the opportunity to awaken his observation hockey. Once Jean Tao Wan masters the 2-color hockey, he will definitely be considered the best among the younger generation in the New World. It is not an exaggeration to call him a hockey genius. There were sounds of people gasping in shock in the stadium, and some veterans even showed signs of being moved. The users of devil fruit abilities may be the symbol of strength in the first half of the Grand Line, or even in the 4 Seas. However, once you arrive in the New World, the use of 2-color domineering is the kingly way. Being able to master domineering power in the Naval Academy means that he has obtained a ticket to the New World in advance. For many of the naval commanders present here, I am afraid that this stage has not yet been reached. Tsuru is right. Jean Tamaru went out to sea a little late. However, being able to reach this point in the Naval Academy does not disgrace the title of a domineering genius. As long as he is given more time, it will not be an exaggeration to say that he will become a supernova of the Navy in the future. As Jean Guo spoke, he flipped through the newcomer's file in his hand. But I sighed secretly in my heart. What Kizaru said just now was a bit harsh. However, compared with this class who graduated at the same time and became the 3 generals almost at the same time, these so-called geniuses in his hands undoubtedly felt like they were turned into ashes in seconds. If things continue to evolve at this pace, there won't be any new recruits in the Navy who can take on the banner. As time goes by, I am afraid we will fall into a passive position again. If facing the 4 emperors, he would definitely be inferior. Regarding that bastard Cap hasn't called me back yet. Is he going to disappear again and let Bogart cover for him? You've been using this excuse to fool me for so many years. Can't you really bring back a good candidate? As an old friend, Garp's little tricks obviously could not get away from under Sengoku's nose. He really had no hope for this excuse, which he had used countless times. Bringing it up now is just to vent the frustration in my heart. Of course, I know where this unreliable old man is now. Ahem, Bogart just hinted with a rare joyful voice that Cap had encountered great luck. Maybe he will really find a good seedling this time. The East China Sea is indeed the weakest sea, but has also produced many strong people. Don't forget that Roger, Golden Lion, and Garp also came from the East China Sea. He coughed dryly and tried to rescue himself. Bullshit. You only know how to help him out. That guy has been talking for years about training a good seedling that will impress me. Every time I go back, he either loses contact or hides in a pub and gets drunk. It would be strange if I trusted him again. Zhonghua looked indignant. Give me the din din mushy if that bastard dares to slack off again. Don't even think about coming in through the Navy gate. Gurgle, gurgle. The call of din din mushy suddenly sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention, especially when he saw that it was Garp's exclusive contact din din mushy. Even Tsuru covered his forehead helplessly. This is basically hitting the muzzle of a gun. However, facing Sengoku's unhappy expression, he still answered the din din mushy. Mosmos, I'm crying. Garp, Sengoku is furious now. You have to promise that you are not holding a big tongue with a wine jar. Otherwise, I can't save you. As a contemporary Navy officer, Tsuru knew exactly how unreliable Garp was. He was able to leave the affairs of the Navy behind and run around the sea all day, chasing the pirate King Roger. Only he could do such an idiotic thing. Now he didn't pray that Garp could really find a good seedling. I just hope he doesn't get drunk on the street and talk nonsense while talking on a den deck. Don't worry. I knew that old man Zhonghua would bring trouble to me. Cap laughed heartily. Zhonghua's cheeks were twitching so much that they were bruised. If it weren't for the situation and the large area of sea between them, he would really have planned to slap him. I was just about to snatch the din din mushy away. The next moment, the words coming from the din din mushy made Sengoku's outstretched hand freeze in place. Zhonghua, you old man, I know you are eavesdropping here. Let me tell you, this time when I returned to the East China Sea, I really found a good seedling. Have you ever heard of a genius? At the age of 16, he reached the realm of a swordsman. He used the flying slash to split my steel-bone giant meteorite away. He also awakened the 3 colors of domineering aura at the same time. His Dao power reached 500, which has exceeded the standard of a Superman. This kind of person has the qualities of a great general. Let me tell you, he is my grandson Bai Yu, the next #1 supernova in the Navy. This time, Zhonghua, you finally have no objection. I've completely shut up your nagging mouth, right? The huge conference hall suddenly fell into silence. Soon, the Navy president exploded. Even though it was Zhonghua, the teacup he had just picked up was crushed to pieces. At the age of 16, he awakened the 3-color domineering power and was able to perform the flying slash. Most importantly, he's the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. This series of questions together is an international joke, right? Mr. Garp, are you kidding? Even the newcomer in the Naval Academy named Sentamaru only awakened his armament haki at the age of 20, and he hasn't awakened his observation haki yet. It's absolutely impossible for him to awaken the 3-color haki at the age of 16. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Vice Admiral Garp just mentioned the 3 colors of haki, which means that in addition to the haki of armament and haki of observation, that guy, at the age of 16, has awakened a haki of conqueror that only 1 in a million people can possess. Looking at the entire Marine headquarters, there are almost no people who possess the 3 colors of haki. The situation suddenly exploded, with discussions raging one after another, and even the usually calm and composed vice admirals were no exception. Facing a 16-year-old boy with 3 colors of domineering. The genius mentioned earlier in the Naval Academy is nothing but shit. As for the other so-called super rookies of the Navy, in front of Bai Yu, it turned into ashes in a second, right? If Cap didn't intend to exaggerate this time, this 16-year-old swordsman has awakened 3 colors of domineering and can perform flying slashes. I'm afraid it won't be a problem to become a general in the future. The sentence just now came from Garp's mouth. My grandson has the qualities of a great general. Is there really nothing wrong with that? Chapter 13, The Fastest Way to Unlock. The huge meeting hall was in an uproar. Even the expressions of the 3 generals became different. Especially when I think of that sentence, my grandson has the potential to be a great general. But it means that this newcomer will sooner or later be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Call. Zhonghua took a deep breath, took the din din mushy, and said, Garp, tell me honestly, you were not kidding me just now. Your grandson really has mastered the 3 colors of haki and is also a swordsman who can perform a flying slash. You should know clearly that this matter is a top priority for our Navy headquarters, and there is absolutely no room for ambiguity. In this ocean, there are only a few strong ones standing at the top. Zhonghua knew clearly about the dual-color domineering and the identity of the swordsman. All of them can be precipitated through the tempering of time. There are also many swordsmen with dual-color domineering in the headquarters of the Navy. Bai Yu was able to reach this level at the age of 16. It is indeed unexpected. However, what really concerned the Warring States was his innate domineering aura. Among the top strong ones, the domineering aura is a must-have magical skill. If you don't even have the domineering color, then play bird. Looking at the Navy headquarters, the three admirals are first-rate in strength, and the development of their fruits has reached its peak. However, the lack of domineering aura is always a flaw. If Garp could really fish out a super rookie with domineering potential from the East China Sea, this one is probably enough to match all the members of the Navy recruit camp. Ha Zhonghua, I really want to see what your expression is now. I am not reliable, but I will definitely not fool you about such an important matter. Let's take a step back. If you don't believe me, you should at least believe Bogart. My grandson has the potential to be a great general. No, I should be able to become the bravest Navy king. Cap laughed heartily. After holding it in for more than 10 years, he was finally able to hold his head high. It felt great. Bogart. Sengoku muttered that Garp was able to run all over the sea without being killed by the waves. A large part of the reason is because of Bogart, a mature and steady deputy. If Bogart could testify, then the truth of this matter will be almost certain. You are the master swordsman who possesses 3 colors of hockey and can perform the flying slash Garp. You have finally accomplished something great this time. Zhonghua took several deep breaths and said, You will return to the Navy headquarters today and bring Bai Yu with you. Is Bai Yu with you now? Let him talk to me for a few words. I also want to see what this future Navy supernova looks like. As strong men of the old era, Sengoku and Garp are not much different in age. They both have 1 foot in their 70s. My biggest worry has always been finding a suitable successor. The 3 generals are very strong, but who doesn't want to find a better one? Are you talking about Bai Yu? The guy slipped away yesterday and went out to sea alone. He said he would sail to the Navy headquarters alone. You will see him soon, Cap said with a laugh. Run away. The Warring States period was confused. The naval generals present also stared at each other in amazement. Soon Sengoku suddenly woke up, grabbed Den Den Mushi, and roared angrily, Damn Garp, everyone has run away. What are you talking about? He's the future supernova of the Navy. If you let him go to sea alone, what if something happens to him? The busy tone of Den Den Mushi sounded. Zhonggua's face was filled with anger and was completely distorted. Damn it, Garp, if you dare to set foot in Marineford, I will beat you to death. Ghost Spider, you must go to the East China Sea as soon as possible and notify Smoker's station in Road Town to provide support. Don't let Bai Yu get into trouble. Hysterical roars echoed in the meeting hall. No one present dared to refute at all. Even the 3 generals were no exception. They don't know whether Bai Yu is really a peerless genius, but at least they knew that the dignified Admiral Sengoku had gone berserk for a young kid. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire ocean. 9,999, 10,000. Above the nameless waters of the East China Sea, a slightly thin figure kept waving a wooden sword in his hand, sweat sliding down his carved muscles, and finally shattered on the deck. When the last chops came down, Bai Yu let out a deep breath. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times, and you will be rewarded with a main body template, and the unlocking progress is 0.1%. The current unlocking progress is 5.1%. The ethereal reminder sound of the system echoed in my mind. A whole day has passed since Bai Yu went out to sea. Bai Yu is full of expectations for the unknown world outside. Unfortunately, after going out to sea, we still ignored one of the most terrifying problems in this world. Without a navigator, everyone is a nobody in this vast ocean. Lost in the sea. Now Bai Yu has no idea where he is. If food hadn't been prepared on the boat, Bai Yu wouldn't have had the leisure to train here. I was careless. Bai Yu reluctantly put down the wooden sword, raised the wine jug in his hand, and took a sip of the liquor. Daily tasks can indeed allow him to steadily improve the progress of unlocking character templates. However, 0.1% per day is really too slow. I'm afraid that by the time we reach the Navy headquarters, the unlocking progress will be less than 10%. In yesterday's battle, I got my first victory against Ace, which immediately increased the unlocking progress to 5%. This feeling of rapid expansion is unforgettable. It seems that fighting is the only way to unlock the main body template. Why not challenge Garp at the beginning? Bai Yu decided to become stronger before making plans. As for the slightly shabby maul, the only item was also exchanged by Bai Yu and was worn on his wrist. This magically modified wristband, which can bear a weight of 50 kilograms, is a product of a certain pearl. It is small in size and easy to carry. It can enable Bai Yu to better train his wrist strength and enhance his chopping power. At the same time, it suppresses its own normal spiritual pressure. Allowing yourself to become weak for a long time can be considered a way to become stronger. Phew. Bai Yushin exhaled a breath, calmed his breathing a little, then raised his head and looked around. The next moment, the observation Hawkeye rolled back like a tide. It quickly spread to more than 10 miles away. There's a pirate ship heading here, and it seems there's an old acquaintance. I just happen to have nothing to do, and I can stretch my muscles. Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 14, He is more dangerous than the sea. Bang, bang, bang. A series of artillery shells rang out. A sea of black shells quickly covered the ships in the distance. A man wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, with green hair, holding 3 knives, looked back and began to breathe heavily. Originally, I just planned to come out to find some bounties to fill my stomach. I never expected to meet such a tough guy. However, no matter what he thought, Zoro still stuffed the Wado Ikamanji into his mouth, looked at the shells flying down from the sky, and took action directly. 3-sword style. Demon slash. Bang, bang, bang. There was a flash of cold light, and the falling shells were directly chopped away. Zoro landed on the boat again, and after taking a few quick breaths, a hint of blue appeared on his face. The pirate behind him has been chasing him for a day and a night, and it is Black Axe, who has a bounty of 8 million. Originally, Zoro was just aiming at Black Axe's men, who had a bounty of 3 million for their iron spear. He had already consumed a lot of energy while destroying the enemy's fleet. I never expected to run into Black Axe, who suddenly showed up. After a chase, the opponent did suffer a lot of damage. But this war of attrition, which lasted a day and a night, would drag on. In the end, he was the only one who died. Thinking of the agreement he made with Kuina in the past, Zoro secretly clenched his fists. This time, venturing out to sea means life or death, so now we can only give it a try. Roroa Zoro, I've heard your name. You're a bounty hunter who just went out to sea. It's a pity that you're targeting my head. You're really unlucky. At the front of the pirate ship's deck, a burly man carrying a black axe laughed unscrupulously. In this sea where there are only a few people, no one will save you even if you scream your throat out. Boss Black Axe, there is a small boat over there, heading this way. A pirate suddenly spoke up. Boat? The muscles on Black Axe's cheek twitched slightly. Just as he finished bragging, a small boat appeared and hit him in the face. As a pirate, I can never swallow this kind of thing. Looking far away, I soon saw a small boat coming with the wind, and on the bow stood a young man holding a wooden sword. Right? Black Axe was not wrong. You all read it, right? In this extremely dangerous sea, the person who came was indeed holding a wooden sword. Heifu was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Roroa Zoro, I thought you would be saved, but I didn't expect a little devil with a wooden sword to come. Little ones, set up the cannons and tell this kid that the sea is dangerous and not a place to wander around with a toy knife. Sink him for me. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of artillery fire rang out again. Zoro's face changed, and he shouted hastily, Hurry up and get out of the way, and find a chance to escape. This dangerous sea is not suitable for you. Escape? Bai Yu smiled cruelly. After waiting for so long, I finally found some people. There is no possibility of escape now. The most important thing is to unlock Kenpachi Zaraki as the main body template. Bai Yu's personality has already been affected. I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill anyone for a day. Sorry, I'm more dangerous than this ocean. Bai Yu suddenly raised his head. His cruel smile became more intense, and the bloodthirsty fighting spirit seemed to have penetrated into his bones. Looking at the shells falling from the sky, he kicked his feet suddenly and rushed out like a shell. When the artillery shells passed by, the wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand would flip over. When Bai Yu passed Zoro's boat and landed on the pirate ship, the shells in the sky exploded. Bang, bang, bang. The blast caused a storm in the sea. Everyone present was stunned. Even Zoro was no exception. Especially when he saw the wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand, he could actually chop up the cannonballs. This requires wrist strength and skill. I'm afraid he is not comparable to the incompetent boy in their eyes, right? Especially Zoro, at that moment, he felt an extremely dangerous aura coming towards him. At that moment, the thin figure of the young man in front of him seemed like a fierce ghost trying to break free. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Zoro's mind. When he looked at Bai Yu again, the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face made people feel a little crazy. At this moment, Bai Yu has once again integrated into Kenpachi Zaraki's template. Come on, let's start the fight. The hoarse pseudo-voice has a very penetrating flavor. The entire ship of pirates, including Black Axe, suddenly reacted. They were actually frightened by a little devil holding a wooden sword. If the news gets out, the Black Axe pirates, who have a bounty of 8 million berries, will definitely lose their reputation in the East China Sea. You ignorant brat, I really don't know what trick you used to smash the shell just now, but I am Black Axe with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. He dares to wander around the sea with a wooden sword in his hand. I have hundreds of people here. Kill him. Black Axe roared angrily. Hundreds of pirates also came to their senses. Looking at Bai Yu with a ferocious smile on his face, he finally rushed out. In their eyes, no matter how powerful the kid in front of them was, Two Fists could only defeat Four Hands. Kill! The shouts and cries of killing suddenly reached the sky. Hundreds of pirates transformed into a human crowd and rushed towards Bai Yu. Zoro, who was standing on the boat, looked tense and was about to help. Unfortunately, Bai Yu rushed in like a war ghost. The wooden sword in his hand burst out with unparalleled sharpness. The knife came down and blood splattered. Bang! The knife fell with great force. Whether it's a clash of swords or iron shield defense, in front of Bai Yu, there was simply no one who could match him. The simplest chopping and splitting makes Bai Yu seem to have transformed into a killer ghost. Weaving through the crowd, with a sadistic and bloodthirsty smile on his face. It gives people only one most direct feeling. He enjoys killing. Bang! A pirate, holding a shining machete, chopped towards Bai Yu from behind. This tricky angle made even Zoro's eyes narrow, and he was about to give a warning. Bai Yu, however, was like a ghost. He slightly tilted his body and let the attack pass by. At the same time, he swung the wooden sword in his hand at the pirate's head, whose sneak attack failed. Bang! The head exploded and red and white objects flew everywhere, leaving the surrounding pirates stunned and standing there in a daze. The fight lasted only a dozen breaths. There were originally hundreds of pirates, but now more than half of them were lying on the ground. Looking at those companions whose limbs were deformed, chests collapsed, and heads exploded, an endless fear surged in the hearts of all the pirates. When they became pirates, they had already pinned their heads to their belts, prepared to die at any time. But they never imagined that the person who bestowed death on them will be so terrifying and cruel, especially the sadistic and bloodthirsty smile on his face. It also makes them feel an inexplicable fear. It can be said that they now have only one thought in their minds. This kid is more dangerous than the ocean. Chapter 15. The 13th Guardian team is full of knife players. Why aren't you moving? Bai Yu took a step over the red and white objects. The pirates who were in confrontation suddenly took 3 steps back. They were obviously frightened by the brutal killing just now. Black Axe, who was hiding behind the crowd, suddenly looked extremely gloomy and roared angrily. You are just a bunch of rubbish. You can't even kill a kid with a toy knife. I don't believe that you can be more powerful than a special cannon. Axe pulled back the canvas covering the large cannon behind him and pointed the pitch-black muzzle at Bai Yu. When the fire was ignited, all the pirates panicked and quickly retreated. If the shells exploded on the ship, even if they could kill the little devils in front of them, they would also be affected. Cannon, you don't even dare to use the axe on your body, and it seems that you are not even qualified to be chopped. Bai Yu shook his head a little disappointed. Don't real men enjoy fighting with swords and flesh? God damn it, little devil, go to hell. Bang. The cannon spewed out blazing flames, and the shells were fired. The wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand made a sound like the sound of a knife. A knife was stabbed forward. Bang. The golden sword energy flashed by. The shells and the Black Axe were directly submerged, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Even the sea surface in the distance was torn apart by a vacuum slash mark that was more than 10 meters in size. When the blast waves all over the sky dissipated, Bai Yu was the only one left on the shattered deck of the ship. As for the other pirates, they had already jumped into the sea and escaped. However, in this dangerous sea, you can save your life. I'm afraid it's very small. Is this a flying slash? He's a swordsman? Zoro's pupils contracted. Looking at this young man who was about the same age as him, his face was full of disbelief. However, thinking back to Bai Yu's bloodthirsty fight just now, there was also the last knife. Zoro secretly clenched his swords, his hands trembling slightly. This is caused by excitement. He came out of Shimatsuki village just to challenge the powerful swordsman. It's rare to meet a swordsman of similar age nowadays. He was eager to know what level he had reached. You are too weak now to have no interest in weak people. Bai Yu saw Zoro's intention, glanced at him indifferently, and then looked towards the cabin. Just now, when Bai Yu used his observation Hawkeye to investigate, he discovered that there seemed to be 2 breaths of life hidden inside. Since we have taken action against the Black Axe pirates, Bai Yu doesn't want to leave any trouble behind. Otherwise, if I leave the East China Sea and let them know that I am related to Fengche Town, it might cause trouble. You said I was too weak? Zoro's face was filled with shame and anger. He had only been a bounty hunter for half a year, but he had already gained some fame in the East China Sea. Otherwise, they would not have taken action against the Black Axe pirates. Now that someone has looked down upon him, Zoro will definitely not be able to swallow this humiliation. Okay, very good, that I will see how you dare to look down on me. I am a man who is aiming to be the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro roared. He suddenly clenched his 2 swords, leaped forward, and rushed towards Bai Yu like a tiger or leopard. 3-sword style, tiger and leopard. Buzz. The 3 knives overlapped and struck Bai Yu's back like tiger claws. Feeling the fierce attack from behind, Bai Yu pointed his left hand, as if piercing through the void, and landed on the place where Zoro's 3 swords overlapped. Bang! The attacking momentum dissipated. Zoro's pupils contracted to the extreme. The 3-sword slash that always works. The move was actually broken by just 1 finger. I have never thought about this. It's too fancied, and in a real fight, there's not enough time for you to be fancy. For your future achievements, you deserve a blow from me now. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily, and the wooden sword in his hand burst out with a powerful sword pressure, chopping towards Zoro. A simple and unpretentious knife. There is only brutality and an attitude of overcoming difficulties with force. Zoro, who was under attack, only felt a surge of golden light in front of his eyes. As the shadow of death enveloped his entire body, he quickly raised 3 swords to block. Boom. A sword aura of more than 10 meters flashed by. Zoro was directly blown away, along with half of the pirate ship's hull, which was torn apart and crashed into his own small boat. The 2 swords in his hands had already broken with a sound. He couldn't hold on to the Wado Ikamanji in his mouth, and it flew out. Scarlet blood gushed out of his mouth. The mast of the boat was also broken in half. Feeling the tingling pain all over his body, Zoro didn't care about it. He stared at Bai Yu with disbelief on his face. He knew early on that there was a certain gap between the 2 sides. However, I never expected that this gap was so huge. In particular, I saw the Wado Ikamanji inserted diagonally on the deck, carrying Kuina's last wish. Does this count as being hit so hard that the knife was spit out? Who are you? Where are you from? Why are you so strong? Zoro clenched his fist unwillingly and asked through gritted teeth. Both are swordsmen the same age. Even with my 3 swords, I couldn't defeat a wooden sword. This was unacceptable to Sauron. Where do you think I'm from? Bai Yu stopped walking, turned around, and glanced at Zoro. If I really want to say, I came from the 13th Huyen team, which is full of knife-wielding guys. People like you shouldn't even be ranked in the top 10,000 now. Bai Yu is not bragging. In the original work, there are still 2 years before Zoro and Luffy meet. Now Zoro has just walked out of Shimatsuki village and become a new bounty hunter. He has some fame, but is still far from being truly up to par. In Bleach, those who can join the Goen 13 must at least be able to perform the shurikai of their Zanpakuto, or be proficient in one of the Zanpakuto fist techniques. Just now it is still a bit difficult to see whether Zoro can win given his strength. The 13th Guardian team is full of swordsmen. I can't even reach the 10,000th place. Zoro was confused. Looking at Bai Yu's back, he couldn't help muttering. Is that a place for swordsmen to practice? I must become stronger and make it into the top 100 of the Goen 13 squad in the future, so that you will be impressed. Bai Yu didn't take Zoro's determination to heart. He just wanted to see who was hiding in the cabin. Bang. The heavy door of the cabin was chopped open by Bai Yu with a single blow. The powerful impact force directly caused a huge wave, causing 2 screams to be heard from inside. Looking at the 2 girls who were carrying a wooden box and trying to squeeze out from the small window of the cabin, their eyes met. This is just eye-to-eye killing. The 2 girls who were originally sneaking around suddenly felt their scalps tingling. They had already noticed the loud commotion outside the cabin just now. I thought I could take advantage of this opportunity to steal the treasure on the ship. I never thought that even people would be implicated. Who are you? I'm Black Axe's man. If you just barge in, be careful or he'll kill you. Chapter 16, The Phantom Thief Duo. You mean it was him? Bai Yu threw an object casually. After rolling on the ground several times, it crashed into the treasure chest. The wide-open eyes on the man's head were filled with disbelief. Nami and Kalina were stunned for a moment. The wooden box that the 2 men were carrying fell to the ground with a thud. Yes, it was Black Axe, the Black Axe with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. You actually killed him? Nami's face turned pale. She sat down on the ground and said quickly, "No, don't kill us. We will give you all the Baileys here. As long as you don't kill us, you can ask us to do anything. We are just ordinary civilians." As she spoke, Nami quickly opened the 4 half-meter-wide wooden boxes stacked on the deck. The gold, silver, and jewelry inside immediately made the cabin shine with gold. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. The treasures here were worth at least tens of millions of Baileys. In this sea area, Black Axe's reputation is not as strong as Creek and the Dragon. It is obviously unscientific to possess so much treasure. What's more, if Bai Yu is not mistaken, the sky-blue-haired girl with Nami should be the dancer on Tesoro's ship in the original work. Kalina is the phantom thief who once worked with Nami. There must be a story behind the 2 of them appearing here. Sorry, I don't have much interest in Bailey. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and said, "But I forgot to tell you that I'm a trainee Marine. If I'm not mistaken, you are the thief duo from the East Sea, the phantom thief Kalina and the little thief cat Nami, right? Navy?" Kalina and Nami were confused. One side is the Navy, the other side is the pirates. Most importantly, his identity was revealed in one sentence. "I'm afraid it's impossible to escape, even if you have wings." Chaotic thoughts flashed through her mind. Kalina tightly grasped the dagger hidden in her sleeve and rushed straight towards Bai Yu. "Nami, I'll buy you some time. You have more things on your shoulders than I do. Find a chance to escape quickly." The shining dagger stabbed straight into Bai Yu's chest. Nami's expression froze. She never expected that Kalina would be so crazy. Ding. The dagger stabbed into Bai Yu's chest and broke immediately. The atmosphere in the cabin suddenly dropped to freezing point. Is this still a human being? It's too horrifying that even the dagger couldn't penetrate half a layer of skin. Kalina said with a smile that was more bitter than death. Sir, I just wanted to test your strength. With this sword and spear posture, you will definitely be able to become a Navy admiral in the future. However, Nami and I are just thieves, and there is no reward. I hope you can let Nami go. I am willing to go back with you and do anything. As a partner, Kalina has no idea what Nami is hiding. However, every time I see her, her love for money is like a pathological and ingrained in her bones. Kalina knew clearly that even Nami, who loved money extremely, would risk her life for something. This is why she begged for mercy again and again. "Kalina, are you crazy? We said we would share the good and the bad together. How can I abandon you? We're going to die together." Nami's eyes turned slightly red, and she bit her red lips. "Okay, all of you shut up." Bai Yu reached out his hand and gave them a slap on the forehead. The feeling of being hit head-on made the 2 of them gasp and cover their foreheads with their hands, revealing a look of resentment on their faces. However, facing Bai Yu's scolding, the 2 of them obviously calmed down and dared not act rashly. "Don't worry, I told you, I'm just a trainee Marine, not a real Marine yet." Bai Yu took a sip of his drink and said, "You're not worth a few Baileys, so I'm not going to catch you. However, you can escape death penalty, but you can't be forgiven for the crime of living. For the next period of time, you are conscripted. Nami, you will be my navigator first. Kalina, you take the helm and take care of my daily life and meals. As for the night, the weather on the sea changes faster than I do, so take turns warming my bed." Warming the bed? Nami and Kalina's faces turned red. In Aquaman's world, early enlightenment is a matter of course. Even if you have never eaten pork, you have seen a pig run. When I heard about the technical skill of warming the bed, The picture popped up in my mind, and I started to imagine it on my own. What's wrong? If you have any opinions, you can raise them. Bai Yu glanced at the two of them, but his eyes fell on an old wooden box in the corner. His intuition told him that this seemingly inconspicuous wooden box was a little unusual. No, I have no objection. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely do my best. Kalina quickly agreed. Following Bai Yu's gaze, he quickly remembered something important. Sir, you might be interested in what's in this wooden box. I heard there is a famous sword inside. Famous sword. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and showed a hint of surprise. In the original work, there are many famous swords. But it is also because of the halo of the protagonist that they are attracted here. If you really trace it back, let alone the weakest sea like the East China Sea, there are not many famous swords in the New World. Now, something that looks like a famous sword appears in front of him. This really made Bai Yu sigh that his luck seemed to be pretty good. Zoro, who had just arrived at the cabin, also froze in his tracks. He has a green algae-like head, is directionally challenged, and is a Canadian native. However, as a swordsman, he also knows what a famous sword is. Looking at the wooden box that Kalina and Nami brought to the stage, a hint of urgency appeared on his face. Bang! The wooden box was opened. The knife is of old style. Whether it is the scabbard or the handle, the blood-red blade is the first thing that catches the eye. The patterns were like brown and red clouds, intertwined in patches, covering the entire scabbard. A puff the evil spirit coming from the front caused the temperature in the entire cabin to suddenly drop by several degrees. The moment their eyes fell on the ancient blade, Kalina and Nami screamed in fear and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Even Zoro was no exception and took a half step back in fear. At that moment just now, they seemed to see a fierce ghost, roaring and trying to struggle out from the blade. If the illusion had not disappeared quickly, they would have made an even uglier fool of themselves. This is a demon sword. Bai Yu showed a bloodthirsty smile. I didn't expect to come across a high-quality magic sword as soon as I went out to sea. Even through the scabbard, it can release such a powerful evil aura. It is much stronger than the 3rd-generation Onakiri in the original work. This means that the demon sword in front of him is definitely not a good sword of the 50th rank, but more likely a famous sword that is among the great swords of the 21st rank. Chapter 17, The 21st Great Sword Craftsman, Murasame the Demonic Sword. Master Bai Yu, this sword is actually the demon sword Murasame, one of the 21 great swords. Kalina suddenly handed over an old diagram. The demon sword Murasame? Bai Yu took the diagram and was not surprised. The bloodthirsty smile on his face became even wider. Zoro on the side was not calm. Not many swordsmen could resist the famous sword, especially when facing the big sharp sword 21. Looking at the blood-red demon sword Murasame lying quietly in the wooden box, Zoro couldn't help but reach out and grab it. Don't want! Kalina cried out urgently. Unfortunately, Zoro's outstretched hand had already touched the hilt of the knife. An endless devouring force instantly rushed into Zoro's body, and his forehead buzzed. Zoro felt like his entire soul was being ripped out. The arm was sucked into a mummy like a corpse. Looking at this weird mummy state, there are signs that it is still spreading. Zoro is going crazy. He is an ambitious young swordsman since the death of Kina, in addition to the beating he suffered just now by Bai Yu. Never lost at all. Now he has not yet climbed to the throne of the world's #1 supreme swordsman. Instead, he was sucked dry by a knife. Does this mean death before achieving success? Get lost. A real man should be equipped with a demon sword. Bai Yu kicked Zoro directly away. Zoro was too arrogant when he was a child. Now Zoro has just gone to sea and has not been beaten by Hawkeye. Still, too tender. Bai Yu almost gave Zoro a BMG performance. Looking at the Murasame in the wooden box, which was glowing with strange blood, Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and reached out to grab it. Master Bai Yu, you are going to die. If you are sucked dry, we will have to escape alone. Nami hid in the corner and spoke expectantly. When I found this magic sword, they saw with their own eyes that several ignorant people were devoured alive by this evil sword. However, in the face of this declaration, the smile on Bai Yu's face became even more cruel. Haha, if I really can't even beat a knife, what's wrong with letting you go? However, I really want to see whether this sword has the qualifications to be called a demon sword. Clang! The sound of a knife suddenly rang out. The demon sword Murasame was unsheathed in an instant. Under the scarlet blade and flowing cold light, a huge, evil aura swept through the entire cabin like a raging tide. In an instant, the temperature around seemed to drop drastically. Nami, Kalina, and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. There was a roar in Bai Yu's mind, and endless blood rushed into his mind. In the original work, Zoro's former friend Sokka had his mind bewitched by the demon sword's 7-star sword. It can be said that Bai Yu is now experiencing this process. However, just as the blood rushed into Bai Yu's mind, the figure of Kenpachi Zaraki, who served as the template of the original body, suddenly emerged. The next moment, a crazy laugh suddenly rang out. It's worthy of being called a demon sword. It's really a must-have for a real man. This feeling of greed is so refreshing. Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and his right hand holding the knife had already been sucked dry like a corpse. However, as a reincarnated person, Bai Yu had already understood that this demon sword Murasame, like Yama, could operate automatically and release the host's domineering aura without limit. This means that it is only one step away from transforming into the 12 skills of the Supreme Great Sword. Looking at his right hand, which was almost skin and bones, the bloodthirsty smile on Bai Yu's face became more and more ferocious. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, and the 3 colors of domineering energy in his body exploded. Okay, very good. You are worthy of being the demon sword I have my eyes on. I will see whether you can suck me dry or I can burst you to pieces. Boom. The 3 colors of domineering power, like a raging wave, directly broke through the cabin. The originally shriveled right hand suddenly swelled up. The demon sword Murasame made a sharp sound like the wailing of ghosts and gods. A figure like a Shura evil ghost appeared behind Bai Yu. Roar. A sea king that was hiding thousands of meters away and enjoying the pirate that just escaped was suddenly startled and ran away. Its huge body of 50 or 60 meters shows that it is the king of the coastal waters nearby. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't take the so-called pirate navy seriously at all. Unfortunately, at this moment, it felt a deathly aura enveloping its entire body. What a pity, I'll use you to test the knife. Bai Yu smiled cruelly and swung the magic sword Murasame in his hand across the air. Bang! A blood-red slash dozens of meters long instantly broke through the air. Wherever it passed, whether it was a pirate ship or the sea surface, it was easily torn into pieces like paper. A distance of 1,000 meters passes in just a flash. The next moment, there was a flash of blood, and a huge sea king several tens of meters in size exploded. Boom. The waves were so huge that a vacuum zone was created in the sea along the way. Kalina and Nami were completely chilled to the bone. Especially Nami, thinking of what was just said, she quickly covered her mouth, really worried that Bai Yu would stab her. By that time, her little arms and legs. I'm afraid I really can't bear it anymore. Zoro, who was standing aside, also had a complicated expression on his face and looked at Bai Yu with disbelief in his eyes. Just now, he was defeated by Bai Yu's sword. He thought that that strike was Bai Yu's full strength. It's a pity that now it seems that the clown is actually myself. The opponent didn't even use his full strength. No, it should be said that I am not even as good as a Sea King. The gap is too big. It's worthy of being a demon sword. Bai Yu smiled cruelly and sheathed the magic sword. One sword spans 1,000 meters. This kind of flying slash is very rare in the East China Sea. However, it does exist in the Grand Line and even in the New World. Like a golden lion, this combat power ceiling is achieved after the lion Senkiri is combined with the power of the devil fruit. One knife can cut hundreds of kilometers. This is a perverted existence. It can be said that Bai Yu knows his own strength, and there is still a long way to go before he reaches his ceiling. However, with the support of the system, Bai Yu believes that he will be able to reach this level soon. System, open the property panel for me. Bai Yu entered the consciousness space. Host Bai Yu Dao, power 620. Strength 780. Speed 800. Physical strength 810. Main body template Kenpachi Zaraki 7.2%. Subordinate template: no sword, ordinary wooden sword, large sword, 21st level demon sword Murasame. Skills: sword pressure. Looking at the slightly crude panel, Bai Yu withdrew reluctantly. In the previous battle, Black Axe only provided a pitiful 0.1% unlocking progress. Bai Yu suspected that these were friendship points given by the system. As for Zoro, who will become the world's #1 supreme swordsman in the future, it was barely a surprise, as his main body template was directly unlocked by 2%. 10% away from unlocking the next skill. It's a big step forward. The most important thing is that Bai Yu suspects that Zoro has made great achievements in the original work. If he is fattened up in the future, he may be able to be replayed a second, third, or even a fourth or fifth time. If that's true, this pig looks pretty good. Chapter 18: The Navy Rookie Being Targeted. Zoro, hiding in the corner, was trembling. Especially when Bai Yu's sidelong glance fell on him, he felt a chill down his spine, accompanied by that cruel and bloodthirsty smile. Zoro is really worried. Bai Yu has something to say now. Come on, let's have another fight. After witnessing the huge gap between the two sides with my own eyes, Zoro doesn't want to lose his life in vain before becoming stronger. Ahem, Bai Yu, if there's nothing else, I plan to leave first. I will definitely challenge you again in the future. Zoro clenched the only remaining Wado Ikemonji in his hand. Thinking back to the scene where he was chopped to the point of spitting out the knife, he was eager to become stronger. Now Zoro just hopes to leave this place as soon as possible, and then train madly to become stronger. Then find the so-called Huyin 13th team and advance into the top 100. Are you going to swim away? Bai Yu sheathed the magic sword, and the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face disappeared. He returned to his usual indifference, took a sip of wine, and said, "If you're confident you can navigate, feel free to swim away. If you don't want to be buried in the belly of the Sea King on your way to becoming the world's #1 swordsman, you'd better move my things quickly. All the ships in this sea area have been smashed to pieces. Only my ship is intact. I will bring it over here." After saying this, Bai Yu turned around and left. With a unique, instant step of the Grim Reaper, he quickly rushed to the small boat anchored thousands of meters away. For a moment, Nami and the other two were the only ones left on the boat, staring at each other in amazement. As for escaping, I had witnessed with my own eyes the slash that spanned 1,000 meters. Nami really didn't dare to bet that her little arms and legs could withstand a blow. East China Sea, Eli's Island. This is a small town where pirates gather. Even the villagers here are descendants of pirates or pirates who retired from the sea to make a living. Over time, it became a gathering place for pirates. As the only tavern on the dock, it was already crowded. A man with spiky red hair, a black chain wrapped around his body, and lips like 2 hot dogs was drinking. In addition to Siku P and Aoli, who were sitting next to him, there was also a nervous pirate who was reporting something. Bang! The wooden wine glass was slammed heavily on the table by Tredge, and it shattered. The wine splashed and immediately hit the bald pirate sitting not far away on his shiny head. Feeling the wetness on his head, the bald pirate stood up suddenly and roared angrily. "You bastard! I'm offering a reward of 5 million Baileys for your head." Bang! A black chain shot out from Tredger's hand. The bald pirate's head exploded. As blood splattered, the chain's power remained undiminished, and when it hit the wall, it created a big hole. The East China Sea is indeed the weakest sea, filled with ignorant idiots. Tredge snorted angrily. However, I was actually tricked by 2 little thieves in this sea of rubbish. It's been the 3rd day, and you haven't found their whereabouts. Yet to D. Oh, you want to die too? Hysterical roars echoed in the tavern. No one dared to breathe. Faced with this ruthless man who easily killed 5 million Bailey pirates, the pirates who were watching wanted to bury their heads in the table, fearing that they would encounter bad luck. "Lord Tredge, we have discovered the whereabouts of the 2 thieves, but we have received information that the White Hunter Smoker, who is stationed in Road Town in the East Sea, has been commissioned to pursue us. At the same time, it seems to be to protect a newcomer in the Navy named Bai Yu. As a pirate of the Grand Line, he has the support of Tesoro, and Tredge's intelligence network is still a little bit. White Hunter Smoker, is he the guy who arrived in Rogue Town half a year ago and claimed that he would not let a single pirate go?" Tredge smiled grimly. "Haha, it seems that the Navy also knows about our reputation as treasure hunters. We must repay them for being personally ordered to pursue us. However, before that, we must find the 2 thieves as soon as possible and bring back the demon sword Murasame. Otherwise, Lord Tesoro will never let us go. As for the new guy named Bai Yu, if you have the chance to meet him, I will help the Navy train him." With a series of orders coming down, the pirate ship where Tredge was located was once again disguised as invisible by Siku P and set sail. A man in a cloak who was drinking alone in a corner quickly followed him out. One could vaguely see his navy uniform hidden under his cloak. At the same time, a warship entered the East China Sea and was advancing through the waves. Standing on the deck of the ship was Smoker with silver hair and a cigar in his mouth. "Colonel Smoker, there is news about Tredge. He just appeared on Aol Island and has left now. According to the intelligence, he is looking for the two thieves and is planning to snipe the new Navy recruit Bai Yu." An adjutant hurried forward to report. "Thief? Navy rookie Bai Yu?" Smoker snorted disdainfully, holding a cigar in his mouth. "Is it Marshal Sengoku, the Navy supernova mentioned in Din Din Mushi? A newcomer who has never even left the East China Sea can actually be called a supernova. This is really disappointing. It seems that the people in this department are becoming more and more stupid. However, our mission is only to capture Tredge.as for protecting the new Navy recruits. You can inform Vice Admiral Garp and tell him that I will capture Tredge soon. By then, the flowers in the greenhouse will no longer need to be protected." The adjutant looked bitter. Of course, he knew a thing or two about Smoker's temperament. It is this kind of unruly nature that makes he has a natural devil fruit and was sent to Rogue Town, a place in the East China Sea, for garrison. Of course, this is also due to Smoker's subjective reasons. Otherwise, Tina from the same class would not have stayed in this department. "Hurry up and go," Smoker urged again. "Yes." The adjutant responded and quickly turned and left. Looking at the deck that suddenly became quiet, Smoker exhaled a puff of cigarette, looked at the waves in the distance, and said with disdain, "Super rookie in the Navy? I hope I don't run into you. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you some pointers on how to be a rookie and respect your seniors. Titles are useless in this sea of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak." The sound dissipated with the sea breeze. With the actions of Tredge and Smoker, the East China Sea was clearly caught up in the turmoil of the Grand Line. Of course, if Bai Yu knew that someone was targeting him, faced with this kind of prey that is delivered to your doorstep, definitely just one sentence. "Are you worth cutting?" Chapter 19. Sorry, I only have a 50% chance of winning. 9,999, 10,000. On the small boat, Bai Yu chopped rhythmically with a wooden sword in his hand. As time went by, the speed of chopping became faster and faster. When the last knife fell, the afterimages along the way gathered together, turning into a flying slash, and instantly hit the reef in the sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the daily task and gained 0.1% of the unlocking progress. The current unlocking progress is 7.3%. The ethereal reminders sound echoed in my mind. Bai Yu put away the wooden sword in his hand and took a deep breath. Sure enough, with the help of boring daily tasks, the speed of unlocking the main body template is still too slow. Has the 10,000 strokes been completed? Zoro, who was imitating Bai Yu's attack, couldn't help but froze in his tracks. Since staying on the ship, Zoro began to pay attention to how Bai Yu trained. When seeing Bai Yu practicing the simplest slashing event, a hint of disdain appeared on Zoro's face. In his eyes, he can chop anyone down. However, as time went on, Zoro found that he was gradually unable to keep up with Bai Yu's speed. The seemingly simple and unpretentious chopping and slashing was done in one go in Bai Yu's hands. There is also a feeling of domineering and unparalleled opening and closing. Especially at the end, the sword forces connected into a line and burst out into a flying slash. This made Zoro completely stunned. He has also practiced chopping and slashing a lot. But compared to Bai Yu, he was just practicing for nothing. The gap is too big. Of course, if he knew that Bai Yu was wearing a wristband weighing hundreds of kilograms that restricted his spiritual pressure, I'm afraid there's not even a sense of loneliness in my mind. Nami, is the direction we are sailing in correct? What kind of weather will we see next? Kalina turned the rudder to its full potential and looked up at the observation deck. The next moment, Kalina was stunned. Nami was no longer on the observation deck. Is this an escape? No. Kalina looked back at Bai Yu. In this vast ocean, and in front of this monster-like boy. Even if Nami had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would never be able to escape. If she's not here, then she's probably only in one place. Come on, let's go in together. She should have run to my room. Bai Yu sheathed a wooden sword. Kalina was confused. Is this the rhythm that involves myself as well? Most importantly, Bai Yu asked her to go with him. Does that mean there will be a threesome next? Zoro, who was standing by, also froze in expression and the slashing movement in his hand couldn't help but stop. Looking at Bai Yu, who was walking into the cabin. This is probably the scene that every man dreams of, right? Zoro, come in too. Bai Yu's voice came with a sea breeze. The Wado Ikamanji in Zoro's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. This is way too exciting. No. Sauron still decided to tell Bai Yu sternly that this was corrupting public morals. The group of three quickly arrived at the cabin. Looking at the tightly closed door, Kalina and Zoro's nerves were stretched to the limit. Both of them became hesitant to speak. Dong Dong, Nami, you stay inside. We are coming in now. Bai Yu knocked on the door, waited a moment, and then pushed it open. Seeing such a gentle scene, Kalina and Zoro were stunned. Isn't this a threesome? According to the script, shouldn't the door be kicked open and the story begin with a strange laugh? Why is the situation now so different from what they imagined? Soon the door was pushed open. Nami, hiding in the bed, had her cheeks flushed to the extreme. Looking at Zoro and Kalina, who came in with him, he said hurriedly, Bai Yu, I only promise to do anything for you, but I also have a bottom line. If you continue like this, I would rather die than surrender. Master Bai Yu, Nami is right. Why don't you let me do it this time? Kalina also spoke hastily. Zoro, who was standing by, also looked embarrassed and subconsciously agreed. You can let me come. You? Bai Yu rolled his eyes. Forget it. I'm not interested in men. As for you two, stop adding too much drama to yourselves. Bai Yu slapped the two of them on the forehead and looked at the two girls who were covering their foreheads with resentful expressions. Bai Yu sat down aside and said, Tell me how you offended Tredge. Tredge? Zoro's expression froze. Nami and Kalina's expressions changed drastically. Subconsciously took half a step back. Master Lord Bai Yu, we don't know what Tredge is. Nami spoke hastily. However, Kalina quickly reached out and stopped him, shaking her head. Nami, don't forget that Lord Bai Yu is a Navy man, and his intelligence network is not comparable to ours, so let's just be frank. We do know the treasure hunter Tredge. It's just that we have a cooperative relationship with him. We're helping him find the Great 12 Crafts demon sword Murasame in the East China Sea. Unfortunately, we knew that he would not honor his deal after getting the knife, so we blackmailed the goods. Having said that, Kalina glanced at the demon sword Murasame on Bai Yu's waist and said, If you have any worries, Lord Bai Yu, Nami and I can leave now. Nami sat up wrapped in the sheets, and Kalina beside her also tensed up. They said this, but it was still too difficult to get rid of Tredge, who had a bounty of 89 million berries in this vast ocean. Kalina chose to go all out now, just to take a gamble. No need to test me, not to mention that you are now under my command, just because Tredge is a pirate. I cannot just sit back and watch. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and said, Now I'm going to break this down. I just want to know one thing. Tredge should be the chain man with the superhuman power of the thunder fruit, right? The chain man? Zoro showed a hint of surprise. He had heard that devil fruits were the secret treasures of the sea. But this was the first time he encountered such a situation in a poor place like Donghai. Yes, I once saw him conjure up many chains out of thin air and smashed a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions to death. Nami was anxious. With such a thigh offered to her, she wanted to bury her head in it, let alone hug it. Master Bai Yu, with your strength, it should be easy to kill Tredge, right? Zoro, who was standing aside, stared at Bai Yu. There are also many pirates with bounties on their heads in the East China Sea. However, a bounty of 89 million Baileys would probably be a sky-high price in the East China Sea. Now Zoro just wants to use Tredge to figure out how strong Bai Yu is. Sorry, my chances of winning are only 50% right now. Bai Yu took a sip of wine and said lightly, Chapter 20, the weak are not even qualified to be taken seriously by the other party. What? Kalina and the other two shouted in unison. Master Bai Yu, you are kidding me, right? If you're only 50% sure, why are you so calm and sitting here drinking? Nami asked hurriedly. She was also responsible for the fate of Cocoa West Village, and faced with Bai Yu's uncertainty, she didn't dare to gamble casually. Am I kidding? If he were someone else with special abilities, I would be 100% sure to beat him up. Bai Yu took a sip of his drink and said, But he is the user of the Clang fruit and has a defense as strong as steel. Now I can't cut through steel. So I asked you to go to Shimatsuki village half a day ago. I plan to learn the iron cutting technique first, and then cut down Tredge. A guest from the Grand Line should be worth a chop. Kalina and Nami were stunned. looking at Bai Yu, who was cramming at the last minute. Did they bet on the wrong chips? Bai Yu, you said we were heading to Frost Moon Village? Zoro's expression froze, and he asked hurriedly. Except for a small, inconspicuous dojo, there aren't any swordsmen who can cut through iron, right? As a resident of Shimatsuki Village, Zoro has been hanging around there for a long time. Unfortunately, I have never heard of a swordsman who can cut through iron. The most important thing is that Bai Yu actually planned to learn how to cut iron in a short period of time. Is this a joke? Ha, Zoro, some people don't show off their abilities. It's just that you're not strong enough to make the other party take you seriously. Bai Yu smiled and took a sip of wine, then raised his eyebrows. I can sense the aura of the island. If Nami's sailing direction is correct, we should be at Shimatsuki Village. After saying this, Bai Yu turned around and walked out. Zoro was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. He now urgently wanted to know who the iron-cutting swordsman that Bai Yu mentioned was. As soon as I arrived on the deck, a familiar island soon appeared before my eyes. There are many familiar faces at the dock. Master Zoro, you've been missing for half a year, and you're finally back. The teacher often mentions you. Teacher once said that senior brother Zoro is the strongest swordsman in our Shimatsuki village. No, the teacher said that senior brother Zoro is the strongest in the East China Sea. The sound of flattery rang out on the dock. As the only strange swordsman who can use 3 swords, Zoro is quite well known in Shimatsuki village. In fact, this kind of flattering words are very useful in normal times. Unfortunately, now standing next to Bai Yu, Zoro felt his old face twitching in pain. Ha, Zoro, it seems that you are very popular in Shimatsuki village. Bai Yu smiled and jumped onto the shore, his observation Hawkeye domineering aura rolling back like a tide. The entire island was covered in an instant. Among the many powerful auras, he instantly captured a hidden aura. Found it. I'll leave first. Bai Yu opened his eyes, locked onto the direction of Ishin Jim, and with the help of instant step, he disappeared from the spot. Is that where the teacher is? Zoro's expression froze. In his eyes, the teacher was just a funny guy who couldn't even cut a leaf. But now he is being targeted by Bai Yu. Could it be true, as Bai Yu said, that the teacher is a hidden master of the iron-cutting sword? With messy thoughts flashing through his mind, Zoro hurriedly chased after him. On the other hand, inside Ishin Jim, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children dressed in kimonos swung their bamboo swords under the rhythmic guidance. Koshiro, who was wearing glasses, smiled with relief. As a teacher, there is nothing more gratifying than seeing your students achieve amazing results. However, as soon as this smile appeared on his face, a gleam of light flashed in Koshiro's eyes, and he quickly returned to his amiable tone. Tellin, you lead everyone to continue training. The teacher is going to be out for a while. Got it, teacher. A slightly older child responded with full answers. Koshiro opened the door and walked out. Looking at Bai Yu standing outside the gate in white, his face darkened slightly, and he was soon attracted by the sword on Bai Yu's waist. The bloody scabbard and hilt, the evil aura rushing towards me. Is the sword on your waist a demon sword? As expected of Mr. Koshiro, you can tell the true nature of this knife at a glance. I'm afraid only your silly apprentice would think his teacher is an idiot. Bai Yu smiled and took a sip of the wine, then patted the demon sword Murasame on his waist. I came here this time just to learn how to cut steel and challenge you. Challenge me? Why challenge me? Gung Shirlong's expression froze and he said, Also, you just said that you met Zoro? It seems that he lost the battle between you two. But I want to know how my stupid apprentice was defeated by you. Koshiro was very surprised by Bai Yu's sudden visit. However, his intuition told him that the boy in front of him was dangerous. Therefore, Koshiro's most urgent task is to find out whether Zoro is alive or dead. Mr. Koshiro, don't worry. I'm a Navy man and I won't kill innocent people. Bai Yu replied with a smile. As for why I want to challenge you, besides to learn how to cut iron, the biggest reason is that you are one of the few people in the East China Sea who is worth cutting. Koshiro was a little dazed. He had heard many reasons for kicking out a club, but this was the first time he had heard such a straightforward and direct answer. However, as time went by, Koshiro's vision gradually became sharper, especially looking at the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on Bai Yu's face. A long-lost desire to fight was actually stirring in Koshiro's heart. As Bai Yu said, a swordsman who does not show off his skills is not because he likes to be alone. Lonely. The biggest reason is that there is no opponent worthy of a fight in this vast ocean. Masters are lonely. Now facing Bai Yu's chi-lock. On the contrary, Koshiro felt a kind of long-lost excitement that was rekindled. Little boy, you are indeed different. You are the first junior who made me interested in taking action, Koshiro said, changing his usual amiable tone. However, it is precisely because of your uniqueness that I agree to this challenge. As for weapons, a wooden knife is fine. Bai Yu tilted his head back and poured the entire bottle of liquor directly into his mouth. He exerted force with his 5 fingers and crushed the bottle in his hand. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile completely blossomed. The bloodthirsty beast hidden in the body was immediately released. In the hands of a strong man, every flower, leaf, and blade of grass can be a deadly weapon. This wooden sword is enough for sparring. Boom. 2 huge sword pressures exploded with Bai Yu and Koshiro as the center. The moment the red and white airwaves collided with each other, they created a huge wave of wind and waves that directly blew off the roof of the gym. From a distance, it looked as if a tornado had rolled up on the open space of Ishin Gym. Chapter 21 Bai Yu is going to the sea. Zoro, you're finally back. Just now, a young man broke into the Ishin Gym, and then the roof of the gym was blown off. You should go back and take a look. Zoro quickly rushed to the gym. He also saw the strange scene just now. However, right now, there was only one thought in Zoro's mind. The person who will be Bai Yu's opponent this time must not be Koshiro. The distance of 1,000 meters was quickly shortened as Zoro ran vigorously. As he rushed into the open space of the training ground. Let's fight. Bai Yu smiled cruelly, took a big step forward, and disappeared out of thin air. Koshiro also moved. The two of them were clearly moving at their maximum speed and collided with each other in the blink of an eye. Bang! 2 wooden swords chopped down in response. The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The collision storm that was stirred up turned into a hurricane that swept across the entire courtyard. Zoro, who had just rushed into the training ground, was forced back 2 or 3 steps before he could stand firm again. Looking at Koshiro, who is usually gentle and elegant, he has become a completely different person. Zoro was confused. At this moment, he finally understood what Bai Yu meant. It's not that the teacher is too funny. It's just that he is so weak that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously. Facing Bai Yu, who can make Koshiro serious? Zoro suddenly had the illusion that Bai Yu had left him a long distance away. One sword style, point star. The wooden sword in Koshiro's hand instantly turned into a thrust, like stars in the sky, stabbing towards Bai Yu. The young man in front of him did give him a sense of crisis from Kendo. However, in Koshiro's eyes, Bai Yu was too young. If we really talk about combat experience, Koshiro is confident that he has the upper hand over Bai Yu. At the same time, as long as Bai Yu dodges, he can use a speed combo to suppress Bai Yu. However, this thought just flashed through Koshiro's mind. The bloodthirsty smile on Bai Yu's face became more and more ferocious. Facing the incoming attack, he did not dodge at all. The moment his armed color domineering was unfolded, he raised his hand and slashed with a knife. Bang! With one strike of the sword, most of the thrusts in the sky were chopped off by Bai Yu. Most of the rest fell on Bai Yu. However, this attack obviously did not cause much damage due to the defense of armament hockey. On the contrary, the knife in Bai Yu's hand swung out with undiminished power as it chased after Gung Shirling. Fight for your life. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, Koshiro instantly understood why Bai Yu gave him a sense of danger. This comes from his crazy fighting style. Koshiro's attack was broken, so he raised the wooden sword in his hand to block. Bang! With a huge force released, Koshiro felt as if he was hit head-on by a sea king. He flew backwards more than 10 meters before he stopped. The stinging pain from the base of his palm made Koshiro look shocked. What a strong power! However, before he could react, a dark shadow followed closely like a leech. There were no sword moves to speak of. All attacks were just large and wide swings. Every time the sword falls, in addition to its power, it also carries the simplest spiritual pressure impact. Kenpachi Zaraki, who serves as the template for the original body, can be positioned as a special grade combat force in the original work. All this is because he possesses the ultimate and domineering spiritual pressure. Even without Shirkai and Bankai, one can use this power to easily crush the opponent. This is the spiritual pressure gangster. Bang! Koshiro was knocked flying again, and the wooden sword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. facing Bai Yu's life-fighting style of play. Armament Haki also quickly spread from Koshiro's right hand. Moreover, once this domineering aura appeared, it covered the entire body. The whole body is armed with domineering color. This kind of means can only be afforded after one has mastered the domineering power to perfection. Faced with Bai Yu's crazy and disorderly slashing, Koshiro obviously became serious. "Little boy, the warm-up is over. Next, I will seriously play a game with you that we haven't seen in a long time." Koshiro smiled. This was a long-lost smile mixed with fighting spirit, especially when he felt the blood gradually boiling in his body. This made Koshiro finally take the younger generation in front of him seriously. "Are you done warming up? Then I should get serious." Bai Yu stopped his attack and inserted the wooden sword in his hand diagonally into the ground. Under the gazes of Zoro and Koshiro, he took off the modified wristbands on both hands for the first time. Bang! The handguard weighing 50 kilograms was thrown to the ground, causing the ground to crack and creating a big hole. The spiritual power that was originally suppressed suddenly surged after losing the suppression of a handguard. Boom! The breath rose up through the sky. This made Koshiro and Zoro's pupils suddenly shrink, especially seeing that there was another wristband on Bai Yu's wrist. This shocked the two of them even more. This young man in front of me wouldn't let me win from the very beginning, right? No. It should be said that Bai Yu is letting the sea go. Boom. An even larger golden beam of light exploded like a raging wave. This was the first time Bai Yu exerted his full strength. Faced with this spiritual pressure that was as hot as the vast ocean, Koshiro, who was locked in by the energy, regretted accepting the challenge. However, this thought was quickly obliterated by the boiling blood in the body. The look he gave Bai Yu was filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. "Come on, let's continue fighting." Bai Yu smiled cruelly. With one big step, the entire gym floor made a roar. The next moment, he had crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Koshiro. The wooden sword in his hand, carrying with it a golden spiritual pressure of dozens of meters, chopped forward. "Itoria Yokozuna," Koshiro roared. With the help of the whole body's armed Haki, it brings absolute defense. Now it is obvious that the fight has really gotten out of hand. A casual chop of the sword also released a huge sword energy of dozens of meters, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Huge waves rolling back. 1,000 square meters of training ground was opened up in the back hill of the gym, and all the things placed there were crushed. At the same time, the blast surged into the sky. Bai Yu no longer cared about anything and rushed towards Gung Shirling. The explosive storm along the way, mixed with sharp gusts of wind, tore Bai Yu's white robe into pieces. The exposed skin was cut with bloody cuts. However, all this still couldn't stop Bai Yu's bloodthirsty and crazy fighting spirit. It can be said that when Koshiro was on the battlefield, his most intuitive feeling was that he was fighting with a bloodthirsty war ghost. Bang! The powerful and heavy sword struck directly on Koshiro's wooden sword. The floor beneath my feet collapsed. Koshiro flew backwards, smashed through the wall, and crashed into the forest behind. Many trees along the way were broken in half by the sound. By the time he reacted and stopped, his observation Haki had already sent signs of danger again. Chapter 22 Unlocked 10%. Bai Yu, with his clothes torn into pieces and looking like a miserable war ghost, broke through the waves of the explosion and appeared in front of Koshiro. The wooden sword in his hand burst out with a blazing golden light and chopped down in the face. This blow was powerful and heavy. Under the attack, Koshiro's facial muscles were blown crooked. Facing the attack that quickly enlarged in the pupils, it felt like fighting a ferocious beast. That's right, Koshiro's long-lost feeling of blood boiling suddenly ignited at this moment. Ishisaurus, Torrent. The wooden sword in Koshiro's hand burst out with powerful Ru and chopped forward. Boom. The surrounding mountains and forests were torn apart. If this attack had been delivered on a training ground, the gym would have probably collapsed long ago. Zoro rushed over and was also forced back by the exploding storm. Looking at the fight in front of us, the earth can be shattered with just a wave of the hand. Zoro looked down at the 3 swords on his waist with a bit of bitterness. He couldn't even withstand the knife in the opponent's hand. What a bullshit 3-sword style. The fighting continued. Bai Yu's figure rushed forward madly, and colliding sword forces shot out in the collision, easily shattered the trees on the surrounding hills. Zoro felt a chill down his spine and subconsciously took a few steps back. The villagers living nearby were also alarmed by what happened here and began to rush up the mountain. After all, the commotion caused by this battle was far beyond our imagination. Bang! The golden sword pressure and the white knife energy collided again. There was no contempt on Koshiro's face anymore as he felt the stinging pain coming from the base of his palm. Just one thought. Every blow from Bai Yu is so damn heavy. This force continues to grow as time goes by. His intuition told Koshiro that the young man in front of him was almost a demon. The growth rate in combat is too fast. This is a man born to fight. No, it should be said that it was a fight. More and more villagers are coming. Little Ghost, don't you want to know what Zantetsu is? Let's decide the winner with this next right. Koshiro used his observation haki to instantly sense the situation on the field. He suddenly clenched the wooden sword in his hand. The whole person's aura changed dramatically. If we say that Koshiro was a dusty sword the moment before, now he is a sharp blade with its edge exposed. Little boy, the path of swordsmanship is like a vast ocean. You have great talent and have already entered the realm of momentum and will. As long as you combine your momentum and will, you will be able to go wherever your heart leads you. This is iron cutting. Koshiro's eyes suddenly opened, and the wooden sword in his hand burst out with unparalleled sword power. A force of energy that penetrates heaven and earth rises up at the same time. The wooden sword in Koshiro's hand chopped down towards Bai Yu. Zoro's hair stood on end. This blow was so severe that even he, who was 100 meters away, could feel the taste of death. Looking at the powerful slash coming down, Zoro was eager to see how Bai Yu would respond. As expected of a powerful man hidden in the East China Sea, he is indeed a target worth fighting. Bai Yu's cruel and bloodthirsty smile completely filled his entire face. Faced with the slash that came from the sky and completely blended force and intention, the whole person rushed out like a ferocious beast. There was no dodging or evasion. He tilted his body slightly to the side and used his shoulder to directly meet the blow. At the same time, the wooden sword held in his right hand burst out with unprecedented light and also chopped at Koshiro's body. Boom. Blood splattered on Bai Yu's shoulders. The armed color domineering had already been completely compressed on Bai Yu's shoulders, raising his defense to the extreme. However, this strike contained Koshiro's lifelong kendo will, still tearing the defense apart. The wooden sword penetrated between the shoulders and was stuck. The attack in Bai Yu's hand also exploded on Koshiro. Bang! Koshiro flew backwards. The wooden sword in his hand broke with a sound and smashed heavily on a huge rock wall of more than 10 meters. The huge impact force caused the heavy rocks to shatter. The dust rising into the sky was rolled back. Zoro couldn't help but rush in. Teacher Koshiro, are you okay? Ahem, don't worry, Zoro, the teacher is fine. In the ruins, Koshiro's figure gradually became clear. After a dry cough, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His shrugged shoulders showed that he would probably need to rest for a long time after this battle. Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted, but he still asked hurriedly, Teacher, did you win? I. Looking at Zoro's anxious face, Koshiro smiled and shook his head. I lost. That crazy kid was better. He even dared to take a blow that could cut through iron. This life-or-death fighting style is simply terrifying. I'd better not take this kid seriously in the future. By the way, Zoro, tell me how many moves you were defeated in. Let's see if you have embarrassed me. The teacher lost? Zoro was confused, and his old face quickly turned red. If Koshiro knew this, he wouldn't be able to block even a single blow. I'm afraid I'll be expelled from the sect. Ahem, teacher, I'll go see Bai Yu first. No, I'm fine. Bai Yu's bloodthirsty smile did not diminish. He took out a bottle of liquor and drank it directly. Afterwards, after a bottle of wine, I felt happier than a god. Feeling the burning sensation in my body, the boiling blood is burning. It makes the whole body feel extremely comfortable. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for defeating Koshiro. The main body template has been unlocked by 3%, and 500 system points have been obtained. The mall product have been refreshed. The ethereal reminder sound of the system echoed in my mind. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and revealed a satisfied smile. These a battle worth fighting. The unlocking progress instantly increased by 3%. For Bai Yu, his strength will increase dramatically again. Most importantly, 10% of the unlocking progress will awaken character skills. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for reaching 10% of the unlocking progress of the main body template and obtaining the two-handed sword technique. Two-handed swordsmanship? There was a flash of shock in Bai Yu's eyes. This is a bug-like reward. In the original work, Kenpachi Zaraki in the early stage did not understand Shirkai and Bankai. The battle was based entirely on the madness of bloodlust, fearlessness of death, and extreme consumption of spiritual pressure. But he also had a trump card. This is the two-handed kendo that I learned for a day under the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. As Kenpachi Zaraki said when he held the sword with both hands, it's not about being serious, it's just about driving the enemy to their death. According to Bai Yu's inference, now he is, once he uses the two-handed swordsmanship. With just the wooden sword, perhaps Koshiro could be split in half. Sure enough, those who have systems are all perverts. Chapter 23, He is really not a human. Ahem, Bai Yu, let's stop here for this battle. After I bandage your wounds, I'll discuss with you the true meaning of cutting iron. This thing is easy to say, but it's not easy to comprehend. Koshiro coughed dryly, feeling Bai Yu looking him up and down, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He was really worried that Bai Yu wouldn't be able to hold back and would bring up the knife to talk about life again. You see, Zoro has studied under me for 12 years, and he has only reached the level of power. He is still a long way from the level of intention. It will take at least some time to reach the level of being able to cut through iron. As for momentum, it is the momentum of the sword, which can make the sword produce various momentums. Some people can cut out flames, thunder, and so on, all due to momentum. When you reach the realm of sword intent, you will be able to completely master the momentum and transform it into thousands of things with your will. Bai Yu, your strength and talent are stronger than Sauron. Sauron may need a year, but I believe that with your current level, you can do it in half a year. Back then, it took me more than 4 months to reach the iron-cutting realm. Why father called me a genius. A series of words came out like a barrage of cannonballs. Now Koshiro just wants to divert Bai Yu's attention. Bai Yu exited the consciousness space and listened to these words with great interest. Of course, this is just for fun. We really need to practice it. I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take. However, the main body template has now unlocked 10% of the progress and obtained the two-handed sword art to cut. With his strength increased dramatically, Bai Yu was 80% sure that he could pin Tredge to the ground. By the way, the system mall seems to have been refreshed just now. Let's see what rewards there are. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. This mall looks a bit shabby, but being able to get something like a modified wristband is an unexpected gain. The system mall page opens directly. Bai Yu scanned the simple mall page, and a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's the Talisman of Insight again. Or multiply it by 2. In addition, there is a modified outer garment that can bear a weight of 300 kilograms and has a certain degree of defensive power. Talisman of Insight X2, worth 300 points. Magically modified weight-bearing coat, worth 200 points. Looking at the 2 purchase items, the points reached 500 at once, and the balance was directly cleared. Bai Yu rolled his eyes. The system is indeed the landlord, looking down on him, a peasant who is trying to rise up. As soon as I earned some extra system points, I bought 2 items worth exactly 500 points each. This is determined to squeeze him dry. But this stuff smells so good. The system is awesome. Ding, congratulations to the host. The purchase of system products has been successful. The Talisman of Insight X2 and the modified 200 kilograms training suit have been delivered to the system space. Please check them carefully. Seeing the mall page suddenly clear, a smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. Sure enough, cheating feels good for a while, but cheating every day feels good every day. This is the fucking truth. Bai Yu, is there anything you don't understand? If you don't understand, I can personally guide you. If you train diligently, perhaps 3 months will be enough. Koshiro was a little panicked, especially when he saw Bai Yu's bloodthirsty smile from time to time. After the battle just now, he didn't believe that his little arms and legs could withstand a knife attack. Mr. Koshiro, that's not necessary. I think I have mastered the meaning of cutting iron. Bai Yu exited the consciousness space. The Talisman of Insight was also crushed. It was originally difficult to understand how to combine sword power and sword intent, but under the symbol of insight, my mind undoubtedly roared and became clearer than ever before. Zoro's face changed slightly, and he was shocked by Bai Yu's answer. However, when he thought about when Sauron's eyes fell on Bai Yu again, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. At that moment just now, Zoro's intuition told him that the young man in front of him seemed to have become even more terrifying. If the previous moment, Bai Yu gave people a feeling of danger, now there is a fleeting feeling of death and suffocation. Sauron, have you also sensed the changes in Bai Yu? Koshiro spoke with a serious expression. As Zoro's teacher, his intuitive feeling just now was even stronger. After thinking for 3 or 5 seconds, he spoke in a deep voice. Now he gives me the feeling of a ferocious beast armed to the teeth. Do you think he has really mastered the state of cutting iron? Zoro opened his mouth, but couldn't answer. With just one look and a personal battle, he was able to master the iron-cutting realm that he had practiced for 12 years but still could not reach. Isn't this too shocking? Even Kenshiro took more than 4 months to learn it, and was regarded as a genius by his father. So what is Bai Yu now? Super genius? Evildoer? Not human, right? Zoro looked at Bai Yu silently. He didn't want to believe that Bai Yu had really learned it. Otherwise, this person is probably not a human being. Zoro, this wristband is for you. Bai Yu didn't know what Zoro and Koshiro were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. How does a person who cheats explain to others what cheating is? Is this a joke? Is this for me? Zoro looked at the 2 wrist guards that fell to the ground with 2 bangs, his face full of disbelief. Even Koshiro, who was supporting him, completely forgot about it and just picked it up with his hands to weigh it. After witnessing Bai Yu's outburst after untying the wristband, as well as his training methods, now Zoro is also very interested in the hair that fell from Bai Yu's body. However, after this pull, Zoro's expression changed. Koshiro also freed his hands, waited for a moment, and said with a serious face, Bai Yu, this weight must be at least 30 or 40 kilograms, right? Do you carry weights with you every day? For a swordsman, the value of this thing is definitely not more than a famous sword low. As a veteran swordsman and teacher, Koshiro was also surprised by this kind of weight-bearing equipment. A good swordsman should be able to deliver stronger, faster, and more fierce strikes. The only way is to strengthen your body through training, especially the explosive power of your arms. The load-bearing equipment they can usually find are all huge in size. In the original novel, Zoro can only gain weight by using giant dumbbells, and he is simply unable to carry them for adaptive life training. It can be said that the wristband that Bai Yu casually threw out overturned their cognition. Bai Yu, this thing is too valuable. I can't take it. Without it, your training will be affected. I want to defeat you, who has become stronger with all his strength. Zoro suppressed the fragrance in his heart and refused. This wristband is indeed very suitable for Zoro's current wrist strength training. However, as a swordsman, Zoro has a good grasp of dignity and bottom line. It's too light. It only weighs 100 kilograms. Keeping it will only hinder me from becoming stronger. Bai Yu replied casually and directly took out the modified training suit in the system. The seemingly soft training suit fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the ground collapsed, with hideous cracks appearing and quickly spreading to Zoro and Koshiro. Chapter 24. Is this considered stealing heads from a distance? The ruins of the battlefield fell into dead silence. Zoro and Koshiro were confused. A piece of clothing made a dent in the ground that was more than 10 centimeters deep. How much weight does this have to be? Bai Yu, you said this gauntlet weighs 100 kilograms. What is your clothing? Koshiro lost his patience. 300 kilograms, that looks okay. Bai Yu put in a modified coat without paying any attention to the stunned Zoro and Koshiro. According to the data given by the system, after the battle just now, Bai Yu's body template was unlocked by 3%, reaching 10%. His Dao power value also simultaneously broke through to the level of 820, already exceeding the superhuman level defined by the Navy. It's really not difficult to carry these 300 kilograms on your body. The biggest function is that this magically modified outer garment can consume his extreme spiritual pressure at all times. As long as you get used to this feeling of being consumed, you will be liberated next time. The strength will soar again. Most importantly, this modified outer garment is the same as the eye mask worn by Kenpachi Zaraki in the original work. After plundering his ultimate spiritual power, it will be stored. Once released, it can be fed back to the host, doubling the host's strength in a short period of time. When Bai Yu told him all this, Zoro, look, why don't you let the teacher study this thing first? I'll return it to you tomorrow. There were stars in Koshiro's eyes. However, Zoro had already hugged his wrist guard tightly and was shaking his head like a rattle. The swordsman's dignity and bottom line just now have long since disappeared. So delicious. Mr. Koshiro, something terrible has happened. A lot of Navy men have come to the dock, but they seem to be being chased by someone, and there's a huge, jewel-encrusted pirate ship following them. Hurry up and let Zoro go over and take a look. An old man came hurriedly. They didn't dare to get close to the shocking battle that just broke out. Only after the battle is over can one dare to go forward and ask for help. A jewel-encrusted pirate ship? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the pirates from the Grand Line are really efficient. I also want to know if he is worth killing. Bai Yu, is Tredge chasing us? Zoro's expression changed. Taking advantage of the breathing time, Zoro also told Koshiro the whole story of Bai Yu's visit to Shimatsuki village. For this chained man with toughness comparable to steel, Koshiro finally understood why Bai Yu was in a hurry to learn how to cut iron. This is just learning and applying what you have learned, forcing someone to do something they are not prepared for. He's here, but Kalina seems to be in trouble. Bai Yu opened his eyes and used his observation haki to the extreme. With the intermediate level of observation haki that has reached the level of mind network, Bai Yu can easily control the situation at the dock. Before Zoro and Koshiro could react, with a sudden push of his feet, he flew into the air. When it rose to a height of several dozen meters, he suddenly threw out the wooden sword at his waist. At the same time, a figure flashed and quickly caught up. Looking at Bai Yu, who suddenly disappeared in the distance, Zoro and Koshiro looked at each other and hurried over. Faced with this great pirate from the Grand Line with a bounty of 89 million. They just hoped that Bai Yu was not bragging and really had learned the iron-cutting realm after watching it once. At the dock, hundreds of Navy men gathered on the shore, and a destroyed warship was stranded nearby. A large amount of seawater poured into the cabin frantically. However, the Navy present did not take the sinking of this warship seriously at all. Lieutenant Colonel Doman, Tredge is really chasing us, a Marine exclaimed. Soon everyone saw a pirate ship inlaid with gems, like a nouveau riche, appear on the sea. The leader was Tredge, who had a red hedgehog head and a sausage-shaped mouth. Following closely behind was the drunken Noli. Fire, fire now. Traeger, I have contacted Colonel Smoker, and he is on his way here. If you dare to stay here any longer, you will definitely be defeated by Colonel Smoker. He is the strongest navy in the East China Sea. Doman is a burly lieutenant commander of the Navy, who holds a huge axe and is also the branch chief of the nearby waters. Originally, they were just going on a sea cruise and never expected to be attacked by a sudden pirate ship. The portrait of Tredge, who suddenly broke into the East China Sea and had a bounty of 89 million Baileys on his head, had already spread to all branches. This caused Doman to see through Tredge's identity at a glance. He did not dare to fight and fled to Frost Moon Village. Haha, the East China Sea is indeed the weakest SEA.AT this time. There is not even one person who can stand on the stage. Treasure, standing at the bow, easily knocked away the incoming bullets, said with a big laugh, I heard that a new and powerful person has appeared in your East China Sea. Before Smoker comes, I really want to meet him and kill him first. When the time comes, I really want to see the expressions of your navy. But before that, in addition to dealing with you, there's also the little thief hiding over there. You can't escape this time. CQP, take her down. Got it, boss. Not far away, Kalina, who was hiding behind a cargo, suddenly changed her expression. I don't know when CQP, who appeared behind me like a ghost, wearing a down jacket with a samurai sword raised high at him. My pretty face turned pale. Careless. Kalina instantly realized that she had been careless. When she saw CQP, she should have been on high alert. At this moment, at such a close distance, she couldn't dodge at all with her skills. Bang! The low sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Treasure's expression froze for a moment, and the next moment he said in a hurry shouted, CQP, be careful, someone is attacking us. Sneak attack? CQP's nerves suddenly tensed up. When he turned around hurriedly, a wooden sword mixed with golden spiritual pressure appeared in front of him. This lightning-fast movement made his pupils shrink, and he could only subconsciously raise the sword in his hand to block. Boom. The saber broke with a sound, and the wooden sword, with its powerful force, struck CQP's chest. Phew. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth and bloomed in the air like a dazzling firework. Before everyone could react, CQP and his wooden sword had already crashed directly into the pirate ship carrying Treege and others. Boom. With a tremendous force released, the seemingly indestructible hull collapsed. Many pirates standing on the deck were thrown directly into the sea. However, they did not have time to be shocked when they saw CQP embedded in the hole in the hull. His chest collapsed, deader than dead. Everyone gasped. Is this considered stealing someone's head from a distance? Chapter 25. Is this really a newcomer? Bang. The loud crashing sound echoed in the dock. Everyone stared at CQP, who was lying in the ruins, dead as hell, and couldn't help swallowing. Was it the senior who lived in seclusion on Shimatsuki Island who took action? Doman woke up with a start, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The East China Sea is the weakest sea, but pirates still wreak havoc there. The small island where Shimatsuki village is located has become a target of plunder as well. However, every time a pirate entered the island, he was killed for no reason. Over time, Shimatsuki Island became a taboo for pirates. Doman escaped from pursuit all the way and came here. I also came here because of this legend. What senior or not, you brought disgrace to the Navy. Bang. A golden light shot down from the sky with such a huge impact force that it crushed the ground. As the dust rolled back from the sky, the figure hidden in it gradually became clearer. Duoming was confused. Could it be that the attack just now came from the hands of a young boy? Lord Bai Yu, you are finally here. Nami disappeared just now, so I came out to look for her, and then I ran into Tread's people. Karina quickly hid behind Bai Yu. Are you sure? Why don't we run away? Run away? Bai Yu smiled cruelly and looked at Tredge, whose face was gloomy. I'm sorry, the word escape doesn't exist in my dictionary. Besides, is a mere pirate worth my escape? There. The sound of people gasping for air was heard in the room. Doman's expression also changed drastically. He never expected that the young man in front of him would be so arrogant. This is a user of the superhuman devil fruit ability with a bounty of 89 million berries. Ha, kid, you're so arrogant. This is the first time I've seen you like that in the East China Sea. Tredge laughed angrily, clenched his fists suddenly, and said ferociously, However, Bai Yu's name is very familiar. If I remember correctly, you should be the East China Sea super rookie rumored by the Navy. Originally, I was still wondering where I could kill you and give the Navy a slap in the face. Now that you've come to me on your own initiative, it saves me a lot of effort. I can easily kill a small character like you. I will give you a quick death. Go and be buried with CQP. Bang. Treasure took a big step and turned into a shadow, appearing in front of Bai Yu. The chain-wrapped right fist, with tremendous force, struck directly at Bai Yu's chest. Careful, Duoming reminded urgently. Unfortunately, Bai Yu, who was under attack, was like a sculpture motionless, as if stunned by Treege's sudden attack. Looking at the sharp iron fist hitting Bai Yu's chest, most of the naval soldiers couldn't bear to watch. This is the iron fist that can pierce a warship with one punch. They were terrified by the thought of what the consequences would be if it fell on their bodies. Bang. The colliding airwaves rolled back like a strong wind. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, with disbelief written all over their faces. In the dust, Bai Yu stood like an iron tower, when a cruel smile blooms on his face. The wooden sword in his hand had already burst out with dazzling golden light, and he chopped down with great force. Boom. A sword force of more than 10 meters in length poured down on him. Treasure was confused. He raised his hand and started flying and slashing. Is this guy really a newbie? Bang. Tredge hastily raised his hands to block. The huge force transmitted from his arm caused his face to change suddenly, and his whole body fell to the ground out of control. I almost rolled my eyes. The ground beneath his feet could no longer bear the weight and broke apart. The residual power of the slash quickly spread to the pirate ship in the distance. Boom. The pirate ship, which had already been hit with a big hole, was further damaged as its huge bow was torn apart. The pirate standing on the deck was thrown out by the impact. The seawater fell from the sky like heavy rain. The stunned Navy woke up and was unable to speak after seeing the scene in front of them. The situation was suppressed with one strike. Is this really a newcomer? Or did they encounter a fake Tredge? Lieutenant Colonel Doman, did we encounter a fake Tredge? What is the origin of this strongest newcomer who could suppress him so easily? A naval soldier was the first to lose his patience. Everyone looked at Doman. After all, the scene before him was too shocking. I don't know much about this, but I vaguely heard that Bai Yu is Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. Doman began to speak hesitantly. In their eyes, these third-generation officials are people who have used backdoors, and that is why they are taken seriously. They are naturally disdainful of them. But everything before his eyes overturned his cognition. Grandson of Navy hero Garp. Tredge roared. The chains on his body seemed to transform into dozens of tentacles, shooting out in all directions. The next moment, they gathered in the void and rushed forward like an iron dragon. Bang! Bai Yu's body shook, and the iron dragon hit his chest heavily. His body shook slightly, and the wooden sword in his hand shook, directly chopping the iron dragon away. This kind of ease and completely head-on attitude made everyone's face look very interesting. They have seen all kinds of battles. However, this fearless attitude overturned their cognition. Teacher, it seems that Bai Yu has the upper hand. Zoro rushed over, looked at the devastated battlefield, and instantly figured out the situation. But has he really mastered the art of slashing iron? If not, it will be hard for him to win, right? Zoro, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Koshiro glared at Zoro, then slapped him on the back of the head. Tredge rushed out of the ruins, was startled at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha, kid, thank you for your reminder. No wonder you look so fearless. It turns out you were just trying to scare me. But I am a chain man as strong as steel. I really want to know how you break my defense. I know that your confidence in fighting back comes from the coat you are wearing, which has a certain degree of defensive power. However, if you want to rely on this kind of external force to win, I'm afraid you will be completely desperate in the face of my absolute defense. Originally, for Garp's sake, I would consider letting you go. But the only person to blame is you for killing Siku P. Bang. Chains flew out from Tredger's body. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his body 3 times inside and outside. By the time everyone reacted, Tredger's body, including his hair, was completely wrapped in chains. It's like wearing a heavy suit of armor. Gives people a feeling of indestructibility. Zoro's face suddenly turned pale, and he instantly realized that he was in trouble. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped himself, and was quickly stopped by Koshiro, who shook his head. Just watch, Bai Yu's strength is not as simple as it seems. If by some chance he really doesn't know how to cut iron, I think he will have a way to deal with it, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Besides, who knows, he can really create miracles. Chapter 26. Let a man take off his clothes. Miracle. Zoro stared at Bai Yu, feeling a little unsure. Only seen it once, personally in combat, experienced combat once. You will be able to learn the state of cutting iron, which many people may not be able to comprehend in their entire lives. Is this really possible? Zoro knew that even Koshiro, who said this, didn't dare to think about such a thing. Huh, Hedgehog Head, you just said that I dared to fight you because of this training suit? Bai Yu took a sip of the wine with his backhand, and the cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face became more intense. I just happened to dislike this dress getting in the way, and you reminded me of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu stuck the wooden sword in his hand into the ground and began to take off the modified training suit he had just put on. However, this move was undoubtedly unacceptable to many naval forces. It's rare to have a special piece of protective gear, but now he took it off on his own initiative because of the other party's words. Isn't this stupid behavior? Ah, you took off your clothes with just one sentence. Are you stupid? Tredge laughed. However, the laughter soon stopped. Seeing Bai Yu take off his coat and throw it heavily on the ground, he was stunned. Bang! 300 kilograms of coat fell to the ground. The paved ground was crushed and collapsed, and spider web-like cracks spread out. At the same time, the extreme spiritual pressure that was suppressed in the body by the magic-modified training suit was released without reservation. Boom. A golden thread of spiritual pressure rose up, penetrating heaven and earth. The waves that were stirred up rolled back in all directions. Bai Yu picked up the wooden sword on the ground with his backhand. In an instant, everyone seemed to see a surer roaring and rushing out from Bai Yu. The overwhelming pressure coming towards them made all the pirates, and even the Marines on the dock, tremble slightly. Gold is a very sacred light. However, in their eyes at this moment, Bai Yu, who was shrouded in golden light, made their scalp tingle. Zoro, Lord Bai Yu, what's going on? Why does he look stronger? Kalina's expression froze, and she couldn't help but speak. When they first met, Bai Yu gave them the same feeling of being very strong. But compared with the almost suffocating pressure in front of us, it is far from it. Zoro's face turned a little pale. He witnessed the battle between Koshiro and Bai Yu with his own eyes. However, just as Kalina said, Bai Yu is now obviously much stronger. It seems that this little devil still had a trick up his sleeve when he fought with me just now. Koshiro gave a dry laugh. I have been hiding here for these years and have indeed enjoyed a peaceful life, but unfortunately I have also missed the wonderful world outside. Zoro, it's time for you to go out and take a look. The East China Sea is really too small. As for Bai Yu, he has always been very strong, but he is too warlike, so he has been relying on external forces to suppress himself. The previous wrist guard and this training suit probably suppressed his strength by 2/3. He is now a truly liberated beast. Kalina was stunned. No. It should be said that everyone was confused. Because you are too strong, you limit yourself. What kind of logic is this? At least, feeling this terrifying aura, Treasure now wanted to slap himself in the face. Why take off any other clothes? Why let a man take off his clothes? This time, I really fell flat on my face. Okay, let's continue fighting. Bai Yu loosened his shoulder bones and took a step forward. Bang. There was only a heavy footprint left on the ground. When Bai Yu came to his senses, he had already arrived in front of Tredge. Without any frills, the wooden sword in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light. Treasure's face suddenly changed, and he quickly raised his hand to block. Boom. The explosion storm swept across the entire dock. Tredge crashed into the reef dozens of meters away like a cannonball. The huge force was released, directly smashing a large area of reef into pieces. At the same time, Bai Yu followed quickly like a ghost and chopped down again with the wooden sword in his hand. All attacks without any frills. There was only a barrage of bombardment. In just a dozen seconds, Bai Yu slashed out hundreds of times. Every blow was powerful and heavy. The only thing Treasure can do, besides defending, is defending. The chains wrapped around a body indeed give people a feeling of being indestructible. However, this does not mean that the impact of each knife attack can be completely offset. Feeling the blood churning violently in his body, Treasure roared urgently. Naoli, cover me quickly. Bang. The wooden sword chopped down again, and Treasure finally couldn't hold back the surging blood and energy in his body anymore, and he vomited out. Naoli, who had been paying close attention to the battle situation from a distance, had long lost the drunkenness on her face. She quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow at Bai Yu. Whoosh. The sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. 7 arrows in a row. This is Naoli's strongest attack method. The short distance of dozens of meters was just a blink of an eye. Looking at the incoming attack, Bai Yu just raised his head slightly and watched the attack fall. Boom. The explosion echoed throughout the dock. The flames that shot up into the sky completely enveloped Bai Yu. A successful strike. There was no smile on Naoli's face. Staring straight at the figure in the firelight, it gradually became clearer. I was completely moved. The inky black armament domineering covered the entire body. The whole person looks like cast steel. In the attack just now, he was completely unharmed. Full body of armament Hawkeye. You are definitely not a newcomer to the East Sea. Who are you? Tredge was shocked. Even he couldn't perform such a method. He absolutely doesn't want Toy believe that the young man in front of me really came from the weakest sea. It doesn't matter who I am, but you seem to have violated the original intention of fighting. If you do this, you will die. Bai Yu looked slightly disappointed. Sure enough, relying solely on the power of the devil fruit, the opponent is still not up to par. Treasure was confused. As a treasure hunter active in the first half of the Grand Line, he had always been the one toying with others. When has I ever been looked down upon in public like this? Looking at the trace of disappointment that flashed across Bai Yu's bloodthirsty face, this was simply a great humiliation. You little bastard, how dare you look down on me? I am a treasure hunter, Lord Treasure. You will pay the price for your contempt. Chapter 27, Who Says a Toy Knife Can't Kill People? Bang. The earth roared. Soon, a chain hidden underground emerged from under Kalina's feet and instantly wrapped around her body. Zoro's face changed, and the Wado Ikamanji on his waist was instantly unsheathed. Its word style, tiger. Ding. Sparks flew, and the blade was instantly bounced away. Looking at the intact chains, Zoro's face turned pale. As expected, you knife players can't do anything to my chains, not to mention your childish wooden sword, which can never kill me, Treasure said with a hint of ecstasy on his face. This woman will temporarily serve as my hostage. If you don't want her to die, then you should obey my orders. I will return her to you after I leave safely, or I'll strangle her. Before that, you will become an iron dumpling here." The chains hidden in the ground suddenly tightened. Like a poisonous snake, it quickly coiled around Bai Yu. Colonel Doman, who was watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression and shouted hurriedly, "Brother Bai Yu, don't listen to Tredge. If you get trapped, we will all die." As a branch colonel, he was no longer surprised by these lies coming from pirates. What's more, pirates like Tredge, who came from the Grand Line, are not worthy of trust. It's too late that at this distance he can't dodge at all. Tredger's face was filled with ecstasy. The speed of the chain in his hand suddenly increased dramatically. Facing Bai Yu's powerful attack, he knew clearly that he just had to restrain him completely. Victory will be yours. Who said a toy knife can't kill people? Bai Yu suddenly raised his head, and the bloodthirsty smile on his face made Tredger's expression freeze. The moment I saw Bai Yu holding the knife with both hands, an indescribable chill swept through my whole body. At this moment, his intuition told him that he must escape. Buzz. The sound of a knife ringing suddenly rang out on the wooden sword. This strange scene made everyone's expression change. The extreme spiritual pressure radiating from Bai Yu's body suddenly stopped at this moment, and then poured madly into the wooden sword in his hand. In an instant, the wooden sword seemed to lose all its color and became simple and plain. Bai Yu's intention and momentum quickly blended together. Looking at the chains entwined in the sky, with both hands clenched tightly, a knife came towards him. Sword down, cut in two. Boom. A golden light flashed, and 100-meter-long sword energy passed by with a power to tear apart the sky and the earth. The chains that were attacking him were like paper and were cut in half with one blow. It was only a few dozen meters away, but in the blink of an eye it had reached Tredger. Feeling this attack that was like the god of death. It was at this time that Tredger suddenly realized that from the very beginning, the boy in front of him was just teasing him. This is the realm of cutting iron. This is a level that very few people can reach in the Grand Line, or even in the New World. If from the very beginning, the opponent uses all his strength in the state of cutting through iron, Tredger believed that he might not be able to block even a single blow. At this moment, Tredger began to regret that he had come to the East China Sea to make trouble instead of coming somewhere else. "No, don't!" Tredge roared hysterically, with a large number of chains wrapped around his hands, trying to block the fierce blow. Unfortunately, all of this seems pale and powerless in the face of the two-handed sword technique and the realm of cutting iron. The 100-meter-long sword energy flashed and swept past Tredge, swallowing up the pirates hiding behind him, and even Noli. Boom. There was a loud explosion on the sea surface 10,000 meters away. A large amount of seawater was overturned into the sky, covering the entire dock like a rainstorm. Watching Bai Yu cut the dock and the sea into a vacuum zone with one knife. No one cared at all about the huge amount of seawater pouring down. He just swallowed greedily. When the two halves of Tredger's body fell to the ground, the stunned crowd finally reacted with horror on their faces. Successful, he actually really, after only seeing it once, mastered the true meaning of cutting iron. Koshiro's face was filled with shock. Zoro, standing next to him, was no exception. At this moment, looking at Bai Yu's thin back, the ambition in his heart to become the world's #1 swordsman suddenly became so far away. Compete with a monster for first place. I'm afraid it's just a fantasy. Zoro, teacher knows what you are thinking, but if you don't even dare to chase after something, I'm afraid you will be looked down upon. Koshiro let out a deep breath and said, "Go after Bai Yu with confidence and become his final opponent." Zoro was silent. Looking at Bai Yu's bloodthirsty fighting spirit, he secretly clenched his fists. The dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman is becoming distant. However, it is not bad to be the world's #1 swordsman and the opponent in the final battle. Bai Yu let out a deep breath. This battle was far inferior to Koshiro's. If I hadn't used all my strength to chop Koshiro into pieces just now, a guy like Tredge is placed in front of Koshiro. It probably can't block many knives. However, Bai Yu spent so much time and effort with Tredge just to find ways to unlock more character templates of Kenpachi Zaraki faster. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the treasure hunter Tredge. You will be rewarded with 1.5% of the template unlocking progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received an additional reward of 300 system points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a free mall refresh opportunity. The ethereal reminder sounds rang out one after another. Looking at the 1.5% progress of template unlocking, Bai Yu almost wanted to curse. Spent so much time fooling around with Tredge. Is the system playing a joke on him now? How so? He must be a big pirate who came from the Grand Line. Only 1.5 unlocking progress is given. Isn't this life too cheap? However, looking at the remaining 300 mall points, there is still one more chance to refresh them all. The resentment in Bai Yu's heart also dissipated a little. You seem to be Colonel Dammit. Bai Yu exited the system and glanced at Duo Mingdao, who was nervous not far away. I'll leave this mess here to you. As for Tredge's bounty, you can transfer it to this card number. Is there any problem with this? No problem, Master Bai Yu, don't worry. Doman took the card and saluted quickly. This level of tension is simply that Bai Yu is treated as an old superior. Bai Yu rubbed the tip of his nose helplessly, too lazy to correct it. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong will be respected. It also makes it more convenient for Bai Yu to act. Now this mess has been handed over to Doman to solve. Bai Yu also saved a lot of effort by figuring out Nami's affairs first. If I'm not mistaken, this little thief really thought he had no chance of winning and slipped away early. However, this is also a good thing. Let her experience the cruelty of the sea first. Then conquer her well. Bai Yu is indeed not qualified for the job of navigator. Chapter 28. The Tredge you mentioned is dead. Half a day later, a naval warship quickly approached Shimatsuki Island. Standing on the bow deck was Smoker, smoking a cigar, and Garp, who rarely looks serious. Smoker, is your information true? Did my grandson really meet Tredge on Frost Moon Island? Garp looked at the island with black spots, emerging at the end of the sea, and clenched his fists secretly. Vice Admiral Garp, the last location he contacted with Doman was on Shimatsuki Island. Combined with the fact that someone saw your grandson Bai Yu, he was also on Shimatsuki Island. Smoker said, holding a cigar in his mouth, looking at the island which was gradually becoming clearer. Unless he chooses to escape, we will definitely meet. It's just that the treasure hunter Tredge is in the Grand Line, and there's a bounty of 89 million on him. I'm worried that your grandson will be defeated, and that will hinder my pursuit of Tredge. From the moment he took over the East China Sea past Rogue Town, Smoker made it his goal to arrest all pirates entering and leaving the East China Sea. It's a rare opportunity to encounter a pirate of such importance who breaks into the East China Sea, and Smoker is unwilling to let him go. Don't worry, Bai Yu is a very good cloaked brat. Even if he can't win, he can still protect himself. There was a stern look in Garp's eyes. If Bai Yu falls into Tredge's hands, I will be responsible for rescuing him. Lieutenant General Garp, what if Bai Yu is killed by Tredge? Orin hesitated and spoke. Boom. The huge aura exploded inside Garp's body. The airwave formed swept across the entire warship. The naval soldiers on the deck suddenly froze in expression. Even Smoker is no exception. Usually, Garp gives people the impression that he is always careless. But now it is full of murderous intent. This is a real murderous intention. If something really happened to Bai Yu, Smoker believed that Cap would definitely beat Tredge to death. Colonel Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp, we've arrived. There are horrific traces of battle on the shore, and a warship has run aground. On the observation deck, the naval soldier leaned out and shouted urgently, You bastard Tredge! If my grandson gets even a hair damaged, I will make you live a life worse than death. Garp roared, kicked off with both feet, and rushed towards the island like a cannonball, stepping on the moon. Seeing this, Smoker didn't have time to think about it. A large cloud of smoke emerged from his body, and he chased after him. The two of them were one in front and one behind, carrying a heavy load. It only took a dozen seconds to crash into the shore. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and a large amount of sand and dust was blown back, and the ground beneath the feet also collapsed. Tredge, get out here and die. Mr. Cap, leave Tredge to me. Garp roared urgently. Smoker, who followed closely behind, also quickly spoke. After guarding Rogue Town for so long, it is rare to encounter prey from the Grand Line. Smoker didn't want Tredge to be beaten to death by a violent punch from the out-of-control Garp. An urgent thought flashed through his mind, and Smoker hurriedly dispelled the dust around him and looked around. However, the scene he saw made him freeze. Looking around, I saw a group of naval soldiers carrying supplies and repairing warships. Smoker and Garp were confused. This was far from the bloody battle scene they had imagined. The original life and death struggle on the bloody battlefield did not exist at all. Colonel Smoker, you are here at last. Doman walked forward quickly and soon noticed Garp's presence, revealing a hint of ecstasy. So Vice Admiral Garp is here too. Vice Admiral Garp. Is he Lord Bai Yu's grandfather? Lord Bai Yu's attitude just now is exactly what he inherited from Vice Admiral Garp. He has the heroic demeanor. He will definitely become a Navy Admiral in the future and be able to take charge of things on his own. The scene suddenly exploded. Looking at the hundreds of naval soldiers, they suddenly became excited. Smoker and Garp were confused again. Isn't this different from what they imagined? Colonel Doman, what's going on? Didn't you ask for help through Din Din Mushi? Where's Tredge? Smoker felt a little uneasy and asked hurriedly. Garp, who was standing aside, also showed a hint of urgency. Colonel Smoker, Tredge is dead. Doming was stunned for a moment, slapped his head, and spoke hurriedly. I was so busy dealing with the things that Lord Bai Yu arranged that I forgot to inform Colonel Smoker. Originally, we were being chased by the treasure hunter Tredge, and after escaping to Frost Moon Island, we met Lord Bai Yu. You don't know either to T that time. Lord Bai Yu swung his wooden sword and killed one of Tredge's right and left hands instantly. He raised the wooden sword and pressed Treasure to the ground, rubbing him. With the last strike, he cut Treasure, his men, and the pirate ship in half. Look at the traces of the slash over there. They extend to at least 10,000 meters away. A series of words came out like a barrage of cannonballs. The spittle almost covered Smoker's entire face. However, at this moment, he looked in the direction Doman pointed. The first thing that caught my eye was a body cut in half, and a line extending from the pier to the beach, even to the sea. It is 10,000 meters long, and the ferocious slash marks are like a natural moat. The evil spirit that remained here rushed towards him. Looking at this shocking scene, Smoker quickly took out Tredge's bounty order. After comparing it again and again, his heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible hand. This is the strongest hunting target he has found since he took office in Rogue Town. But now Bai Yu, whom he didn't think highly of, has taken the lead. Moreover, according to Doman, the battle situation is still leaning towards Bai Yu. It can be said that this result is definitely not what Smoker wanted. Ha, Smoker, did you see that? I've already said that Bai Yu is not a simple guy, that a mere Tredge is no match for him. Garp patted Smoker on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Not long ago, Zhang Guo was worried that Bai Yu would get hurt when he went out to sea alone. I told him now that Tredge had been killed by Bai Yu. By the way, with this kind of record, I must recommend a good position for Bai Yu. Lieutenant General, candidate for General, also looks good. General candidate? The naval soldiers present gasped. Even Smoker's expression changed drastically. They didn't know how much truth there was in what Garp said. However, once Bai Yu was recommended as a candidate for General, I'm afraid he will be the youngest admiral candidate in the history of the Navy headquarters. For this position, let alone Smoker, it should be placed in the Marine headquarters. Many people are eyeing it eagerly. Chapter 29 Refresh System All. Vice Admiral Garp, your recommendation. Doman couldn't help but speak. However, when he thought about the previous battle in which Bai Yu crushed Tredge, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. That kind of bloodthirsty and crazy fighting posture shrouded in golden light. Doman didn't know what level he could reach in the Grand Line, or even in the New World. But in Doman's eyes, he was already the best one he had ever seen in his experience. You bastard, Tredge, you are so fucking useless. Smoker clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Doman, where is Bai Yu? I want to see him. Smoker has always been regarded as the gate god of the East China Sea, since he was parachuted from the Navy headquarters to Rogue Town in the East China Sea. The appearance of treasure hunter Tredge is undoubtedly the best opportunity to prove his strength. But now it has been taken away by Bai Yu, who suddenly appeared. Smoker couldn't swallow this. Colonel Smoker, after Lord Bai Yu dealt with Tredge, he left Frost Moon Island with his men. He is still with me and took the nearby sea charts. It seems that he is rushing to Kokoja village. Doman explained quickly. Left. Smoker's face suddenly darkened. After taking out the nautical chart and carefully examining it, Garp at the side finally calmed down from laughing. Kokoja village is still 3 days away from here. Ghost Spider seems to have also reached the sea nearby. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. Smoker clenched his fist suddenly and muttered, "It seems that Marshal Zhangguo really values Bai Yu. However, Mr. Garp, I also want to go there. Next, Colonel Doman will take you back to the branch." After saying these words, the white smoke on Smoker's body exploded, turning into a streak of light and quickly leaving the coast. Looking at Smoker, who disappeared in the sea in a blink of an eye, Doman couldn't help but say, "Mr. Cap, are you really not going to stop Colonel Smoker? He seems to be looking for trouble with Lord Bai Yu." "Prevent." Cap laughed. "Colonel Doman, this is how young people communicate. If Smoker can win, it's his luck. If that brat Bai Yu wins, I'll have another good excuse to recommend him. The position of general candidate is not easy to get." Duo Meng was confused. Looking at the smiling face of Garp and the powerful strength displayed by Bai Yu, Doman began to feel a little sorry for Smoker. At this rate, they're treating him like a blood-soaked bun. However, as the branch director of the weakest sea, these matters were obviously not his business, so Doman just thought about it for a moment and put it out of his mind. The thought of Bai Yu becoming the youngest admiral candidate in a Navy headquarters, or even ascending to the position of admiral, is heartbreaking. Then in the future, he can brag that he has fought side by side with the general. 3 days later, a small boat was sailing through the waves of the sea. 2 figures were on the deck, swinging their wooden swords continuously. In addition to Bai Yu, who is busy completing his daily tasks, there is also the green-haired Zoro, who was forced onto the ship by Koshiro. Regarding this arrangement, Zoro would definitely refuse it if he had not seen Bai Yu's strength with his own eyes. But now he accepted it silently. At least, when he saw Bai Yu wearing a 300-kilogram modified training suit, and his wooden sword chopping speed was still twice as fast as his own, Zoro knew himself and had no right to complain. Even the monsters are working hard, so why shouldn't he, a person with poor sense of direction who can't even be considered a genius, work hard too? 9,999.10,000. Bai Yu swung the wooden sword in his hand down again. As the air vibrated, the explosive force was completely restrained. He only had a small broken boat on this vast ocean. Bai Yu doesn't want to get too excited during training. By accident, the ship was blown up. However, this casual scene made Zoro's pupils suddenly shrink. A sentence that Koshiro once said flashed through my mind. In this world, there are swordsmen who can cut anything, and there are also swordsmen who cannot cut anything. To reach this level, one must completely master the state of cutting iron before being able to control it freely. Now, it only took Bai Yu 3 short days to learn how to cut iron, and he had already reached the level where he could control his skills with ease. This is simply too outrageous. Master Bai Yu, at this speed and the direction we are sailing, we should be able to reach Kakoja village in half a day. Should we speed up? What if something happens to Nami? Kalina leaned out from the observation deck, a hint of worry evident between her brows. The thought of learning from Bai Yu about the Kakoja village and everything that Nami had to bear alone made me feel happy. Kalina wished she could catch up with him. Don't worry, Nami was able to deal with the dragon for so long. Her nickname of Little Thief is not false. Bai Yu glanced at the character unlocking progress bar that had reached 12%, then exited the system and took a sip of liquor. Besides, this ship is already overloaded. If it speeds up further, it might fall apart. We should take it easy. If we get back to Kakoja village earlier than Nami, it might disrupt my plans. Well, okay. After hesitating for a moment, Kalina nodded in agreement. In her eyes, even the treasure hunter Tredge, who had a bounty of 89 million, couldn't withstand a single blow. She didn't believe that the evil dragon with a bounty of 20 million would be different from others. The thought of helping Nami soon made me feel relieved. Kalina secretly clenched her fists, with a hint of urgency. Oh, there's still half a day left. I remember when I killed Tredge, in addition to the system points, I also got it a free refresh opportunity for them all. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll see what this big landlord can refresh. Bai Yu sheathed the wooden sword in his hand, took a sip of wine while muttering, sat down on the beach chair, and entered the system space again. Looking at the extremely shabby mall that originally only had 2 items, now there is not a single product left. Bai Yu touched the tip of his nose with a slightly helpless look. Fortunately, the products produced by the system are definitely high quality. Otherwise, with this sales speed, the company would have gone bankrupt soon in the previous life. However, Bai Yu quickly suppressed this complaint and glanced at the refresh count showing 1 on the page. Bai Yu thought about it and gave the order directly. System, refresh them all for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host. The system mall has been refreshed successfully. The current product item is 2. Listening to the ethereal prompt, Bai Yu was too lazy to complain about the shabby system and subconsciously looked at the product item column. Looking at the 2 items above, his expression couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 30, I think the Lieutenant General is worth a kill. The Wild Eagle Blade is worth 200 system points. 7-bladed sharp knife, worth 100 system points. Looking at the 2 product items, Bai Yu's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. As expected, the system was the big landlord and had no intention of allowing a peasant like him to keep some surplus food at home. 1 refresh and you'll definitely get 300 points. It seems that the system is not deceiving me. However, looking at the only 2 remaining system entries, Bai Yu quickly remembered where this difficult-to-pronounce product came from. In a certain fire world, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki once completely defeated the 2 Ashira's 8-sword style. This sword technique made Sasuke question his life. If he hadn't used the Mangekyo Sharingan left to him by Itachi in the end, I'm afraid it will really capsize in the ditch. As for the second item, the 7-bladed sharp knife, it is probably the matching weapon for the Huangzhou fencing knife. Seeing that the system points are priced at 100, it seems that this system mall is not only considerate, but also black-hearted. Forget it. I don't think this thing will be useful. After Bai Yu complained secretly, he was about to log out of the system. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. Bai Yu raised his head and looked towards the observation deck, and soon saw Kalina holding a smoking spear. Hundreds of meters above the Sea Eagle fell rapidly from the sky. It looks like he was killed in one blow. Master Bai Yu, am I disturbing you? Before leaving, Colonel Dumming asked me to bring a gun with me, so I wanted to practice. Kalina noticed Bai Yu's gaze and hurriedly explained. Bai Yu smiled, took a sip of the liquor, and shook his head. No, I'm just a little surprised that a phantom thief who crossed over to become a sniper could do so well. It seems that if I push myself in other ways, I might get some unexpected rewards. An unexpected gain? Bai Yu repeated in a low voice, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. The character template is now unlocked to 12%. Only when it reaches 15% can new subordinate characters and skills be further unlocked. However, this conventional challenge method and daily tasks alone are obviously too slow. It doesn't fit Bai Yu's quick-tempered personality. Looking at the 2 items lying in the system mall, a bold idea flashed through Bai Yu's mind. Lord Bai Yu, there seems to be a warship ahead. Kalina suddenly spoke again. Bai Yu came back to his senses, and while his observation haki quickly rolled back, he also took in the rapidly approaching warship. Looking at the gradually clear figure on the deck, Bai Yu couldn't help but show a trace of sadness on his face. It seems that the saying, give a pillow to someone when you feel sleepy, is true no matter where you put it. Just when I thought of a good idea, someone came to my door. Kalina, drive to this warship at full speed. I want to have a good chat with this Vice Admiral. Lieutenant General? Kalina was stunned for a moment. Zoro, who was still slashing, was also stunned. An absurd thought flashed through the minds of the 2. Could it be that Bai Yu is itching to cut down a navy as well? Far away, a warship several tens of meters long was advancing rapidly through the waves. Standing on the bow deck was Vice Admiral Enigmo, who was wearing a robe of justice, had long black hair, and a gloomy face. 6 days ago, he received an order from Sengoku and rushed to the East China Sea to escort a fledgling kid to the Navy headquarters safely. Originally, it was not the turn of a lieutenant general like Ghost Spider to take action on this kind of escort mission. However, when I think of the owner of the 3 colors of domineering and the young swordsman who can perform the flying slash, Zhang was still strongly requested that Ghost Spider go there in person. For Ghost Spider, who is a hawk, it is inevitable that he feels a little resentful. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, there is a single-masted sailing ship ahead of us, approaching us at full speed. Among the 3 people on the ship, one seems to be our target, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson Bai Yu. A Navy soldier hurried forward. Is it that little devil? Ghost Spider's face darkened. He took the telescope directly and quickly locked onto Bai Yu. After confirming again and again that it was exactly the same as the photo in the intelligence, he said, It's him. I thought it would take a lot of effort to find him, but now it seems he has come to my door. Go at full speed and reunite with him. I want to forcibly bring him back to the Marine headquarters, lest Marshal Sengoku gives me more babysitting duties. I also want to see how powerful this so-called genius is. Ghost Spider sneered. As the 2 ships approached rapidly, the figures of both sides gradually became clear. Facing the so-called Vice Admiral of the Navy, Zoro and Kalina couldn't help but show a trace of nervousness. In the East China Sea, where a colonel can be a branch chief, a vice admiral is undoubtedly a rare commodity. In particular, guessing Bai Yu's thoughts. The two looked at each other and both showed a bitter smile. Are you Bai Yu, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? The ghost spider standing on the warship spoke first in a deep voice. Since you are too weak, Marshal Sengoku is worried that you will be in danger if you go to the Marine headquarters alone, so he asked Vice Admiral Ben to take you back to the headquarters. In this vast ocean, dangers are lurking everywhere. It is a smart move for you to come to me for protection. This mission has already delayed this Lieutenant General for a long time. You should hurry up and get on board and leave with me. After saying this, Ghost Spider turned and left. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he came all the way here to escort a newcomer. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a temper. What's more, Spider Demon is a hawkish figure, just like a Kainu. Being able to meet a super genius respected by Garp and Sengoku. As a Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider still intends to give him a warning. Polish this new guy. The Navy soldiers on the side were surprised by Ghost Spider's actions. However, they all remained silent. Instead, they wanted to see how Bai Yu would react. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. I think you misunderstood. Of course, Bai Yu knew Ghost Spider's little thoughts, so he took a sip of the liquor and said, I have no intention of following Vice Admiral Ghost Spider back to the Marine headquarters. I took the initiative to meet you this time because I heard that your 8-sword style is famous in the Grand Line. I think the Lieutenant General is worth a chop. I want to fight you. The sound was not loud, but at this moment it seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing on the deck for a long time without being able to dissipate. The Navy soldiers present gasped. Ghost Spider's steps suddenly stopped in midair. He turned around to look at Bai Yu and said in a cold voice, Kid, you just said you wanted to know if the Lieutenant General was worth a chop? You mean to challenge me, a Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters, to a head-on fight? Are you sure this isn't a joke? The naval soldiers present stared at Bai Yu, faced with this sudden and crazy invitation to fight. It completely overturned their cognition. Chapter 31. Sorry, I am a Hachido Ryu. The huge deck of the ship fell into dead silence. A bloodthirsty fighting spirit slowly emerged on Bai Yu's face. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, if it's something else, it could be a joke. But I've always been serious about fighting. Crazy. The expressions of the naval soldiers present suddenly changed. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Bai Yu is, he's just a more outstanding newcomer. Challenging a veteran vice admiral like Spider-Man, if that's not asking for trouble, then what is that? What an arrogant brat, you dare to challenge this lieutenant general. The spider ghost didn't get angry, but laughed instead. These days, in this weakest sea, he couldn't even encounter a pirate who could make him take action personally. This boring sea would be great if I could use the little devil in front of me to entertain myself. It's pretty good too. Kid, originally I wouldn't make things difficult for you for Mr. Garp's sake, but since you came to me on your own initiative, I'll use you to kill some time. Ghost Spider suddenly took a deep breath, and a huge and fierce aura spread out like a tide. The waist-length hair on her back seemed to be given life, fluttering and tangling rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 6 pitch-black arms, tightly grasping 6 knives. At the same time, Demon Spider's hand slowly drew out the sword from his waist and directly displayed the 8-sword style that was famous throughout the world. The sea breeze that was originally flowing seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. Even the ripples on the sea surface became quiet. The naval soldiers present all stepped back subconsciously. As the accompanying personal guards, they knew that Ghost Spider, who was a lieutenant general, was determined to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. For a moment, the atmosphere of confrontation was like an invisible hand, gripping everyone's heart. All eyes fell on Bai Yu, eager to know how he would deal with Ghost Spider's 8-sword style. Bai Yushin exhaled a breath, and the bloodthirsty fighting spirit hidden deep in his eyes gradually became more fanatical, regardless of whether this battle can get the result you guessed. However, the bellicosity that runs deep in his bones is not empty talk. System, use the Wild Eagle blade for me. Buzz. His brain shook, and the 8-sword style, which originally belonged exclusively to the 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, was instantly poured into Bai Yu's body. With the help of the system's miraculous effect, Bai Yu instantly integrated the 8 swords flow into the body template. Everything the so-called skills in an instant has a feeling of being engraved into the soul. when the cruel and bloodthirsty smile bloomed to its largest on Bai Yu's face. An extreme spiritual pressure exploded. Bang! The two auras collided with each other in an instant. The huge warship, dozens of meters long, was shaking violently. Ghost Spider's eyes suddenly widened, and his muscles, which had already been tense, burst out with powerful strength. Little boy, I will show you that the eight-sword style, which is unique in this world, is not something that a young boy like you can challenge casually. This lieutenant general is not measured by the eyes of the weakest see. Boom. With one step forward, the Ghost Spider disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The deck under my feet suddenly collapsed. When he appeared again, he had already come in front of Bai Yu. The double swords in his hands, combined with the help of life return, he performed 6 sword strikes. It turned into a sky full of stars and went straight into the white sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with cold light like snow, blocking Bai Yu's retreat route. Interpret the speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness in full. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, the bloodthirsty madness in Bai Yu's blood completely exploded. Bang! He swung the wooden sword in his hand and chopped down at the cold light that was coming from the sky. The ultimate spiritual pressure, the burst of golden light, and the powerful force shattered the overwhelming offensive. At the same time, Bai Yu shook his left hand, and 7 cold lights appeared out of thin air like arrows shot from a bow, chasing the Ghost Spider. The speed is so fast, just like thunder. At such a close distance, it appeared in front of me in an instant. Ghost Spider's face changed slightly, and the 8 swords in his hand shook again after colliding with the powerful sword energy that was chopped down from him. With the help of the 6 arms transformed by the return of life, he instantly formed a defense in an inhuman posture, buying a moment of respite for the double swords in his hands. Ding! 8 swords came out at the same time, forming an impenetrable sword net. The cold light flashed and sparks flew. 7 rays of cold light that were chasing the Ghost Spider were instantly knocked away and finally slanted onto the deck. 7 knives. These are 7 knives? The pupils of the Marines present, including Zoro and others, suddenly contracted. Originally, they thought that Bai Yu would use some hidden weapon to attack them. I never thought that these 7 cold lights actually contained 7 strange blades. Kid, you don't want to tell this lieutenant general that you are a 7 swordsman, do you? Could it be that you can also return your life or grow a few more arms? Ghost Spider paused and sneered. As an old senior, he really wanted to see what this kid, who was regarded as a genius, could do in front of him. I'm sorry for making you misunderstand that I'm from the 8 Swords Ryu. Bai Yu grinned cruelly and took a sip of his drink. The next moment, Bai Yu rushed out for the first time with great force, like a wild beast that had broken free from its reins. There was no trace of frills, just a plain and simple chop under the cover of endless golden light. Ghost Spider's face darkened, and he quickly raised his 8 swords to block. Bang! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. The strong wind that was stirred up quickly rolled back in all directions. Ghost Spider felt a shock in his palm and subconsciously took 2 steps back, with a trace of shock appearing on his face. For Bai Yu's strength, because of the reputation of genius, Ghost Spider has always believed that he has overestimated Bai Yu by accepting the challenge. However, under such a powerful collision, Ghost Spider instantly realized that he had still underestimated Bai Yu's strength. However, before he could react, the wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand had long been replaced by 2 strange sharp knives, which stabbed towards the Ghost Spider with cold light. The close distance made Ghost Spider tense again. The 2 swords in his hands flew and instantly collided with the incoming 2 swords. Ding! Sparks flew, as bright as fireworks. Ghost Spider felt the tremendous force coming from the 2 swords and tried to stand firm. The third hand transformed from the returned life behind him was holding a knife and stabbing towards Bai Yu at a tricky angle. If this attack could hit the target, Ghost Spider believed that he could instantly turn the tables on Bai Yu in the battle rhythm he was restrained by. Chapter 32: The Unstoppable 8th Sword. Buzz. The sharp sound of a knife rang out without any warning. The moment Bai Yu shook his head, a third knife appeared in his mouth. 3-sword style. Just like Sauron's posture. However, every move of Bai Yu was like that of a bloodthirsty beast, madly counterattacking. The third knife in his mouth just collided with the oncoming attack. The 4th knife appeared. In a completely unpredictable posture, with the help of Bai Yu's one-legged stand, He used one foot to gain leverage and chopped towards the ghost spider at an extremely tricky angle. This is the fourth knife held by the right arm bent. No one expected that Bai Yu would wield his sword in this manner. Moreover, whether in terms of speed or strength, the burst was in no way inferior to the swift posture of holding the knife with both hands. Bang! The spider ghost's pupils contracted, and he drove a blade again to fight hard. The collision was no less powerful than the last, and immediately caused a strong wind to blow on the deck, sweeping across the entire place. But all this is just the beginning. After Bai Yu succeeded in his attack, he seemed to have turned into a battle-top, especially when Kenpachi Zaraki's original bloodthirsty and crazy fighting talent deep in his bones and his origami eagle sword that fought with his body were completely combined. After Ghost Spider took the fourth knife, the fifth knife suddenly appeared. The fifth knife, sandwiched between the right shoulder and the neck, with its own gyroscope-like high speed, directly broke through the collision wave and approached again. Feeling the fierce aura coming towards him, Ghost Spider's face turned pale, and the only thing he could do was to raise his hand to block it. Unlike the two-handed sword, Bai Yu used his own inertia to integrate into the attack. The so-called cooldown for attacks does not exist at all. Some of them just use the opponent's force to counterattack. That connection between the attacks is like a raging wave, each wave more turbulent than the last. Bang! Ghost Spider blocked the attack again. However, the cold light flashed before his eyes again, and he was at a disadvantage, and the recoil of the fifth sword he had unleashed had not yet been completely offset. The sixth and seventh knives appeared before my eyes again. With the sixth knife stuck between the abdomen and the right leg, and the seventh knife stuck between the right leg and the calf, he launched an extremely tricky attack. Ghost Spider's pupils had already shrunk to the extreme. Faced with his seventh sword style that completely broke his understanding of Fan Tao, he was shocked and angry, and also hurriedly activated Life Return to collide head-on. Boom! The two swords collided, and the strong wind that erupted swept across like a hurricane. The deck beneath their feet seemed unable to bear the force of the two men's collision and shattered. Some naval soldiers who were a little closer were also blown away by this huge gale. However, Ghost Spider ignored all of this, because he found that the seven swords that disappeared out of thin air and reappeared on Bai Yu had been completely used up. In this powerful collision that lasted just a few tenths of a second, Ghost Spider was extremely suspicious that Bai Yu had made a fatal mistake. As long as he grasps this point, Ghost Spider believes that he can turn the situation around. Kid, didn't you say you were an 8-sword style? You're already on your 7th sword. Unless you lie on the ground, I can't figure out where your 8th sword is. Ghost Spider laughed ferociously, and without any hesitation, he made the last move with an unprecedented fierceness. With his life returned, he stabbed towards Bai Yu. At this moment, the eyes of both Demon Spider and Zoro and others were all fixed on Bai Yu. After all, Bai Yu only threw out 7 knives at the beginning. Now the number of body manipulations has reached 7, which is inhuman. Where exactly was the 8th knife performed? They racked their brains, but just couldn't figure it out. However, the thought had just occurred to them. The cruel and bloodthirsty smile on Bai Yu's face made Ghost Spider feel an endless chill in the soles of his feet. The ink-black armed color domineering quickly spread across the forehead. Bai Yu, fearless and unafraid of death, charged head-on at the 8th attack. The first 8 cuts. Boom. This blow was delivered with tremendous force. It is with the help of the Huangjiu fencing knife that the inertia generated by the collision of each knife is superimposed on the final knife. According to Bai Yu, this was the final, unreserved blow in the fight. Bang! The saber broke with a sound. The first 8 strikes, with tremendous force, struck directly into the body of the Ghost Spider. Feeling the violent impact coming towards him, the remaining 7 swords gave up any thoughts and hurriedly blocked in front. Boom! The deafening sound of metal collision resounded through the sky. The explosion stormed directly through more than a dozen naval soldiers into the sea. The deck at the center of the collision collapsed, and Ghost Spider's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. Finally, it crashed head-on into the heavy steel cabin, leaving a human-shaped dent before it suddenly stopped. Wherever they passed, their legs tore 2 shocking deep grooves on the deck. The hands holding the knife were shaking slightly, and the clothes on his body were shattered into strips by the blast of air. The 6 arms that were originally able to be used with the help of the return of life were now only disheveled. What's worse, it was directly broken in the collision. Except for the 2 swords in his hands, The remaining 6 swords had already broken into several pieces and fell on the deck. Gurgle! The sound of swallowing saliva was heard one after another on the deck. The eyes of those naval soldiers who had regained their balance were almost popping out of their sockets. Looking at the miserable ghost spider who was knocked back more than 20 meters away, his face was full of disbelief. Oh my God, did Vice Admiral Ghost Spider lose? That attack just now not only repelled Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, even the sword in his hand was broken. Lieutenant General Enigmo didn't have time to use his armament Hawkeye in the end, but the result was too horrible. If it gets out, I'm afraid even the people at headquarters won't want to believe it. The scene suddenly exploded. The battle, seemingly complicated, actually only took a dozen seconds. Perhaps many people will say that this battle is not over yet. But this is just a competition, not a real fight. Both the Navy soldiers and the Lieutenant Admiral Ghost Spider knew clearly that the battle had been decided and had a real result. However, looking at the swords in his hands, Ghost Spider still couldn't believe it. It took him decades of immersion to fully master the 8-sword style. In a head-on confrontation, he was defeated by the alternative 8-sword style in the hands of a young boy who was just starting out. If Ghost Spider hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this day would come. Chapter 33. Do I need to learn this? Call. Bai Yu exhaled a deep breath, put the 7 swords back into the system, casually took out a bottle of liquor, took a sip, and threw it to Ghost Spider. As expected of a Vice Admiral, it's really cool to be able to fight without reservation. Let's fight again next time we have a chance. Ghost Spider took the liquor, his expression changed in a complicated manner, and finally he sighed helplessly, took a sip of the wine and said, "Little boy, I will put aside my contempt for you. You have achieved this level at such a young age. You will definitely have a place as a general in the future. However, I would like to know which famous teacher taught you the 8 swordsmanship. If he is in the East China Sea, I would also like to take the liberty of visiting him." Zoro, who was standing by, also came back to his senses from the shock. During the time he was following Bai Yu, he had never thought that Bai Yu had such a skill. Facing Ghost Spider's question, he also showed a hint of urgency. "Are you talking about the 8-sword style just now?" Bai Yu dusted himself off and touched the tip of his nose. "Do I need to learn this? It's just a talent developed through fighting." The not loud sound seemed to be infused with devilish sound at this moment, echoing between heaven and earth and unable to dissipate for a long time. Ghost Spider almost slapped himself in the face. Why ask this kind of question when there are so many other questions to ask? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Most importantly, this peculiar 8-sword style was the first time that Enigmo had seen it. He believed that not many people could come up with this kind of swordsmanship technique. However, if all this was created by you following his body's fighting techniques, the fighting talent of the young man in front of me is too terrifying, isn't it? Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. The progress of unlocking the main body template has reached 14.9%. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 500 system points. An ethereal reminder sounded in Bai Yu's mind. Seeing the sudden increase in template unlocking progress, Bai Yu's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. It is only 15% away, just one step away. Bai Yu really suspected that the system was squeezing him out. However, it is impossible not to cheat. It is impossible not to cheat in this lifetime. Bai Yu endured this small setback. As for the extra 500 mall points, Bai Yu directly exited the consciousness space after taking a glance at the empty mall. It seems that the landlord has not reacted yet. Otherwise, these 500 mall points really cannot be kept overnight. Bai Yu, are you really not going to return to the Navy headquarters with me? The route we are taking can directly cross the Red Earth continent, and it will only take 3 or 4 days. Ghost Spider spoke again. Faced with this unique little ghost, Ghost Spider was expressionless like an eagle, but he also showed a rare hint of expectation. At least, in terms of kendo, his intuition told him that the boy in front of him would be very interesting. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I appreciate your kindness. In the next period of time, I still plan to sail independently. And by the way, I will see this sea and find some like-minded crew members. Bai Yu shook his head and refused with a smile. There are many targets worth targeting within the Navy headquarters. However, once he arrives at the naval headquarters, Bai Yu will also shoulder the naval responsibilities. Then it is very difficult to cut down some people openly. Faced with this rare leisure time, Bai Yu doesn't want to miss it. Well, since you don't want to, I won't force you. As for what happened here, I will report it truthfully. IT should be of great help to your future promotion. Ghost Spider showed a hint of regret, but still made a decision. For many people, losing to a junior is a shame. However, as a hawkish person, Spider-Man is also straightforward. Otherwise, he would not have won the trust of Garp and Sengoku to escort Bai Yu. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, now that you put it like that, I have to thank you for being a stepping stone. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Bai Yu smiled, took a sip of his drink, and jumped directly onto his boat. His challenge to Ghost Spider this time was purely an accident. Now, the situation in Kakoja Village is still unknown, and Bai Yu does not intend to continue wasting time here. What's more, Bai Yu really wanted to know whether the 0.1 difference in unlocking progress could find a breakthrough in the evil dragon. You little brat, you really have no good words to say. You just follow Vice Admiral Garp's temperament. Guizhu glared at Bai Yu unhappily, watched his boat leave, turned around to look at the ruined warship, his face darkened, and he growled with gritted teeth. Little brat, get out of here quickly. You destroyed this ship of mine. Come back and help me repair it. I shouldn't have accepted your challenge. Half a day later, we arrived at Kakoja Village, an inconspicuous pier. A shabby little boat was moored at an inconspicuous shore. Nami jumped onto the shore with her backpack. Nami, you're finally back. I asked what you just said in Din Din Mushy true. Have you really collected 100 million berries to trade with the Arlong pirates? Nojiko, with short blue hair, emerged from the bushes. Looking at the huge building built on the shore not far away, endless hatred flashed across his face. This is Dragon Paradise. It has also been a nightmare that has weighed on the village of Kakoja for the past 10 years. All along, Nokigao and others have been praying for a miracle to happen. Unfortunately, it seems like God is blind and has not given me even a glimmer of hope. It can be said that Nojiko has seen everything Nami has shouldered in the past 10 years. I just have the will, but not the ability. Sister, don't worry. I have already contacted the evil dragon. He said that as long as I give him 100 million Bailey brings it to him, and he will fulfill his promise. Nami said in a soothing voice. Originally, I thought it would take another 2 or 3 years to collect 100 million Baileys, but I didn't expect that this time I went out to sea, I actually got 40 million Baileys. This is God's favor. So you don't need to worry at all, sister. By the way, has the news I asked you to pay attention to appeared? The news about the treasure hunter treasure. 3 days ago, after landing on Shimatsuki Island, Nami quietly took away all the treasures. She, who bears the fate of Kakoja Village, obviously does not dare to gamble with her life like Kalina. But along the way, the bloodthirsty and warmongering thin figure kept appearing in Nami's mind, making her pay attention to the news about Tredge. Nami, I checked the newspapers these days, and there's no news about Tredge. I asked your Bailey related to this person? Nojiko looked slightly worried. She knew exactly what Nami had been doing outside over the years. Sister, don't worry, these treasures were given to me by a friend of mine. If I can see him again, I will definitely repay him well. Nami shook her head and looked at Dragon Paradise again. It's getting late. I should go and make a deal with the dragon. I will soon be able to redeem the Kakoja village and let everyone live in peace. Chapter 34, the slap in the face came too quickly. Well, be careful. After being silent for a while, Nojiko gave another instruction. Don't worry, sister. I'm a little thief that I'll be fine. Nami smiled and patted Nojiko's shoulder, looking towards the Dragon Park in the distance, and a figure flashed through her mind. However, it was quickly dispelled by Nami, who sighed and muttered to herself. Tredge has a bounty of 89 million Baileys on him. Hope nothing will happen to them. However, with that guy's strength, even if he can't win, he can at least protect himself, right? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Nami's mind, but she finally dispelled them and left quickly. When Nami thought about being able to use the 100 million she had saved with great difficulty to redeem the Kakoja village, a trace of unconcealable joy flashed across her beautiful eyes. She had even already thought of a reason to quit the Arlong pirates. Half an hour later, outside the Dragon Park, Nami looked at the closed door in front of her, and her heart beat faster. After taking a deep breath, he reached out and pressed the closed door. After 8 years, this moment has finally arrived. Looking through the doorway and seeing the ugly faces inside, Nami felt a little more urgent. Evil dragon, here I come. Brother Aaron, you just said that Nami really contacted you and said that she had collected 100 million berries and planned to redeem the Kakoja village? A loud laugh mixed with drunkenness suddenly rang out. Looking at Ju, whose cheeks were red and looked like she was drunk, Nami's outstretched hand suddenly froze. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness welled up in my heart. Joe, how could Brother Along lie to us? Kruby, who was wearing a judo uniform, said with a serious look. It's just that the last time we investigated where Nami hid her money, she only had about 50 million Baileys. How did she suddenly get enough again? Is she planning to cheat us? If she really gathers enough, will Brother Along let her go? The East China Sea is the weakest sea, so a bounty of 20 million berries for a dragon like the one above is already a sky-high price. The per capita wealth has always been low. It took Nami 8 years to collect the 50 million. The sudden appearance of 50 million now was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Haha, don't underestimate Nami. She's a navigator I like. With her ability, it's not surprising that she can get 100 million berries. The dragon smiled grimly. As for whether or not to let her go, I will of course fulfill my promise, but the 100 million berries must be delivered to me personally for it to count. The fishmen, including Kruby, were stunned at first, and Joe, who was standing beside them, suddenly came to his senses. Boss Aaron, I just saw you contacting that guy Mouse. Are you going to secretly reveal the location of Nami's treasure? If that's the case, then this matter has nothing to do with us. Nami was just unlucky and got caught by a rat. Yes, she is just too unlucky. If she knew that the treasure she had worked so hard to save for many years was taken away by someone, I don't know if she would burst into tears and want to commit suicide. You guys, you have to keep a close eye on him and comfort him. Otherwise, who will make money for us in the future? The scene suddenly became lively. Nami's hands, which were pressed against the door, were shaking uncontrollably. His eyes had already turned red. Bang! The door was kicked open. The huge courtyard fell into deathly silence, looking at the figure of this uninvited guest. The playful smile on the dragon's face widened. Look, our navigator is finally back. Let's toast to her. Yes, let's toast to Nami. I hope she can really collect 100 million Baileys. We can see how much money 100 million Baileys actually is, thanks to Nami. Yes, so we should thank her. The pirates present burst into laughter. Looking at those ugly faces, Nami clenched the long stick in her hand, bit her red lips, and spoke word by word. Evil dragon, you actually lied to me. I will kill you. Nami rushed towards the evil dragon quickly, and the long stick in her hand flew up and down, smashing towards it. Bang! The evil dragon grabbed the long stick and laughed ferociously. Nami, I just said those words specifically for you to hear. If you had listened to them and left obediently, I wouldn't have taken it to heart. But since you insist on making yourself uncomfortable, I'll have to teach you a lesson like I did before. Having said that, the evil dragon winked at Kruby, picked up the wine glass in his hand, and said with a playful smile, Oh, I forgot to tell you that the person who can kill me has not been born yet in this ocean. Kruby, beat them up first, and then go to Kokoja village and teach those stupid humans what the law of the jungle means. I got it, Brother Aaron. Kruby smiled coldly, stretched his muscles, and walked towards Nami. Nami's face turned pale, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Without time to think, he turned around and ran away. She wanted to make the villagers escape as soon as possible before the evil dragon and others went to Kokoja village. Humph, you are just a lowly human. How dare you run away from the noble fishmen? Don't forget that in front of us fishmen, you humans are like babies. Stay here. Kruby snorted coldly and quickly jumped up to chase after Nami. Nami was instantly blocked against the wall. Looking at the rough big hand, her pupils quickly dilated, and her face instantly turned pale as paper. I can only close my eyes in despair. Boom. A dull thumping sound suddenly rang out. The wall beside Nami was pierced through. Endless golden light burst out crazily, and a wooden sword with a mighty force pierced through the void with a brutal attitude. Kruby's face changed, and he raised his block with both hands. Unfortunately, the so-called defense is like paper. As his arms and chest collapsed, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! A deafening crash sounded. Kruby smashed the thick wall behind him. Both arms and chest were pierced directly, and the whole person was nailed to the wall, with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. After struggling for a while, he died completely. The huge paradise suddenly fell into deathly silence. Looking at Kruby, who was bragging about how powerful the fishman was just a moment ago, he was killed instantly by a flying wooden sword. This slap in the face came too quickly. Nami had already opened her beautiful eyes and was looking at the familiar wooden sword. A vague figure flashed through her mind, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Master Bai Yu, why are you here? Chapter 35. This is the fear of being killed. Ah, it turns out that you, little thief, still remember me. A ghostly figure walked slowly in from outside the gate, glanced at the group of fishmen, raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor, then looked at the evil dragon and said, I'm sorry, didn't you say that the person who can kill you hasn't been born yet? However, I was born in a hurry, so I came to kill you in advance on behalf of this sea. As a loser in the new world, I hope you can give me a satisfying fight. Are they going one by one, or all together? Crazy. Listening to this crazy and nonsensical talk, the fishmen present thought that the young man in front of them was crazy. They are the overlords of this sea area, but now they are being challenged in public by a little kid. If this isn't crazy, then what is? However, the fishmen present did not dare to attack recklessly. Looking at the Arlong pirates, Kruby is at the cadre level. He was killed instantly by the flying wooden sword at the first sight. This completely overturns their understanding of humans. Bang! The evil dragon crushed the wine glass in his hand, looked back at Kruby, who was dead beyond death, and his expression gradually became ferocious. You bastard! No matter who you are, if you dare to act wildly in my territory, I will kill you. Everyone, go and kill him together. Clang! The evil dragon pulled out the sword beside him. The ferocious sword, like a sickle, is more than 2 meters long. The strong wind blew even Bai Yu's clothes, making them rustle. Looking at the huge saw blade coming towards him, the smile on Bai Yu's face became more cruel and bloodthirsty. This time he came not only to save people, but also to break through that 0.1%. If they meet, the dragon will be scared. He really has no idea what to do. Little ghost, you are not scared silly by my big knife, right? My knife can kill every kid with one strike. A hint of joy flashed across the evil dragon's eyes, and the speed of the large saw in his hand suddenly increased. Bang! The dull sound of collision resounded throughout the park. The smiles that had just appeared on the faces of the fishmen froze. Even the dragon is no exception. Looking at the ferocious big knife falling on Bai Yu's neck, that motionless posture completely overturned their cognition. Yes, it is armament hockey. You are not from the East Sea. Chew! Cover me quickly. The evil dragon suddenly woke up. He is indeed the black sheep of the New World. However, his vision is also not low. This is the only move that can remain unscathed from such a heavy blow. Everyone, come together and protect brother along. We are fishmen, and he is alone. The chirping mouth puffed up and water bombs sprayed out like a string of pearls. Bang, 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 bang. 7 or 8 water bombs instantly hit Bai Yu. However, before they could be happy, the water bomb has passed through Bai Yu's body and crashed into the wall. This is an after image. Find him quickly. The evil dragon's face changed, and he roared sharply. No need to look for it. I'm here. How can we fight without a knife? Bai Yu appeared beside Kruby and pulled the wooden sword back. The moment the wooden sword fell into his hand, his cruel smile blossomed to the extreme. Kenpachi Zaraki's character template was completely activated. Bang! Bai Yu took a step forward like a ferocious beast and directly past dozens of fishmen and appeared in front of Gio. The wooden sword in his hand was without any fancy moves, and it struck forward with a powerful blow. Too fast. A look of fear appeared on Gio's face, especially when he saw Bai Yu's smiling face. This completely changed Gio's impression of smiles. There was no time to spit out the water bombs that had accumulated in his mouth, so he could only raise his hands to block them. Bang! The knife fell, releasing tremendous force. Gio, who was much taller than Bai Yu, was cut in half in an instant. Blood spurted out, broken limbs and debris scattered everywhere, leaving the surrounding fishmen stunned. This is the real one knife for one kid. They, the fishmen, have always boasted that they are 10 times stronger than humans. As cadres, Gio and Kruby were no match for a single blow. Not to mention them. Run quickly. This is a murderer. We can easily escape as long as we flee to the sea. A fishman screamed in horror. In an instant, dozens of fishmen fled frantically. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, Bai Yu plunged into the group of fish like a bloodthirsty beast. With a wooden sword in his hand, he raised it and the sword fell. Streams of blood splattered everywhere, and dozens of fishmen had no way to stop Bai Yu for even a moment. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of fishmen were quickly killed. The evil dragon, holding a large saw, was shaking slightly. Looking at this scene, my hands and feet felt like they were out of control. This is someone who is scared to death by being killed. The evil dragon thought he was stronger than the average fishman. However, it is definitely impossible to reach Bai Yu's level. No, I can't die here. I am a dragon, the overlord of the sea. It's all because of you that my empire collapsed in an instant. Nami, I will kill you. The evil dragon clenched the large saw in his hand and turned to rush towards Nami. Originally, I was planning to save you for last, but I didn't expect you to be the most disappointing. Bang. Words of disappointment flowed in my ears. The evil dragon's nerves suddenly tensed up. He turned around hastily and saw a wooden sword and ran straight into it. Boom. The evil dragon felt a huge force being released, as if it was hit head-on by a high-speed warship. The whole person flew backwards and smashed the wall headfirst. He just collapsed to the ground. He looked at the random blow, and half of his chest collapsed. The fierceness and majesty of the dragon's face had long since disappeared, replaced by endless fear. Now it finally understood that Nami had brought in a killing god. Nami, I don't want anything anymore. Please let me go. I'll give you Bailey and 20 villages. The evil dragon pleaded urgently. Nami was confused. Looking at the evil dragon that has tortured the Kakoja village for 8 years and is like a local tyrant in this sea. Now it has come to this. Nami had never expected all this. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded quickly outside. Bai Yu's observation Hawkeye instantly captured dozens of figures, led by a rat colonel with a wretched face. Aaron, I came to share the treasure with you. Colonel Mouse pinched the 2 mustaches on his lips and just turned into the gate. The whole person froze in place. The group of naval soldiers behind him were no exception. Especially when he saw the evil dragon lying on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes almost popped out. Aaron, you know what happened here. Why are all the fishmen dead? 36. Chapter 36, Unlocking the Slave Template in Advance. Colonel Mouse stammered. Looking at Bai Yu, who was standing among the broken limbs and debris like a Shura, he subconsciously took half a step back. Colonel Mouse, help me kill him quickly, and I'll give you 100 million Baileys. The evil dragon roared hastily. This is his only lifeline. He wanted to bet that the young man in front of him would not dare to attack the Navy. 100 million Baileys. The mouse was stunned at first, but soon became ecstatic. During the 8 years of cooperation, the evil dragon had given him many benefits. However, the total amount was only 10 or 20 million Baileys, but now he asked for 100 million. This is a very popular thing. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. At least, Colonel Mouse accepted this deal. Little brat, I'm Colonel Mouse, the chief of the naval branch in this area. I now suspect you are a pirate. Hurry up and surrender and follow us. Colonel Mouse's face was full of greed, and he shouted hastily. No matter how powerful this young man is, he has the support of a giant like the Marine headquarters. He is not like the young man in front of him who dares to attack the Navy. Are you going to let them shoot me if I don't leave? Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and met Colonel Mouse's gaze. This glance immediately made Colonel Mouse's muscles tense, as if he was seen through. Especially when he saw Bai Yu walking out, Colonel Mouse panicked. Shoot quickly, shoot him to death. Dozens of soldiers were stunned at first, but in response to Colonel Mouse's order, they quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained down on Bai Yu. Colonel Mouse and the others almost popped their eyes out, looking at Bai Yu strolling leisurely in a hail of bullets. Colonel Mouse panicked. When Bai Yu took his last step and landed in front of the evil dragon, the fear on the evil dragon's face had already distorted its shape. Looking at this existence that seems like the god of death, the evil dragon hysterically picked up the large saw that had fallen beside him and chopped at Bai Yu frantically. Little devil, I'm going to drag you down with me. Bang. The wooden sword fell into Bai Yu's hand and flashed. The big saw blade and the evil dragon were cut in half. Blood gushed out from the evil dragon's face. Those eyes of disbelief rolled away, and finally all the vitality was gone. A chill ran down from the soles of Captain Mouse's feet to the heads of the other Marines. The evil dragon has a cooperative relationship with them, and Colonel Mouse certainly knows the strength of the evil dragon and its extent. Now, as soon as they met, he was easily killed by the young man in front of him. This undoubtedly overturned their understanding of this ocean. Run! Run quickly! Colonel Mouse roared. It's too late. Bai Yu spoke indifferently, and the wooden sword in his hand flew out into the air again. Crazy. Colonel Mouse looked as if he was frightened out of his wits. Looking at the wooden sword whose pupils were rapidly enlarging, his face was full of disbelief. He has always regarded the Navy headquarters as his greatest backer, and even the evil dragon is wary of him. Now, an unknown person can be killed at will. He had never tried this kind of thing before. Even Nami, who was standing beside her, was stunned. Compared to others, Nami knows Bai Yu's identity as a Navy more clearly. White snake. A streak of white shot out rapidly from the forest behind and instantly collided with the wooden sword. Bang. There was a dull collision sound, and the wooden sword's attack stagnated. Smoker rushed out quickly and kicked the mouse colonel away. The next moment, the wooden sword passed through the place where the mouse was standing. A large tree that was hugging several people from behind was directly broken in half. Colonel Mouse, who was lying on the ground, became wet between his legs as he watched this scene. If Smoker hadn't come to the rescue in time, his little arms and legs are probably long gone. Colonel Smoker, you actually came to the East China Sea. Hurry up and catch this guy. Not only is he colluding with pirates, he's also killing the Navy. This is a serious crime. Colonel Mouse seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and cried for help urgently. Smoker stood firm with a cigar in his mouth. He looked at the blood and the corpses of the Murlocs on the ground. His face turned ashen, and he shouted coldly, "Shut up, you know what you did. This guy is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. You don't want to die? Then stop talking." Vice Admiral Garp, the grandson of a naval hero. No wonder he was able to kill a dragon with one strike. Colonel Mouse was stunned and collapsed to the ground. He was just a colonel in a division. He actually challenged the most powerful third-generation official just now, which made him want to slap himself. Smoker didn't even look at Colonel Mouse. He looked Bai Yu up and down, then spoke in a deep voice, holding a cigar in his mouth. "Bai Yu, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. However, I still want to persuade you that no matter how useless he is still a naval general. You can't kill him. I will make him go back and surrender. Turn yourself in." Bai Yu picked up a wine jug, tilted his head back, and took a sip of the liquor before saying, "I'm sorry, but you can't save the person I want to kill. He must die." Smoker's expression froze. I never expected Bai Yu to be so strong. However, when he thought of the incident in which Tredge was intercepted not long ago, a playful smile appeared on Smoker's face. "Bai Yu, it seems that you are even crazier than the rumors say. However, you want to kill him. Do you think you can get past me? I am the user of the nature fruit ability." Bang. White smoke suddenly gushed out from Smoker's body, forming a large white wave, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Bai Yu raised his head and glanced at Colonel Mouse indifferently. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The progress of unlocking the main body template has reached at 15%. Since the host has exceeded the unlocking progress, the subordinate template will be unlocked in advance. Should it be started immediately?" The system's ethereal reminder sound suddenly rang out. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Bai Yu's eyes. The thing he had been waiting for finally came. It seems that no matter how cowardly the dragon is, it is only worth 0.1%. Of course, if the evil dragon knew that he, the overlord of the East China Sea, lost his life because of the 0 point, he would definitely be so angry that he would die. System, unlock the subordinate template for me immediately. Bai Yu gave the order directly. Ding, host, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully unlocked the subordinate template. The current character is Wu Liuqi, the feared assassin from the Xuanwu Kingdom, who is known as the #1 shadow assassin. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the chi-controlled sword. The system is currently integrating the character. A series of prompt sounds rang out. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and almost crushed the wine jug in his hand. Not only will the subordinate character templates be unlocked earlier, the character unlocked this time is still a king bomb. However, Bai Yu now really wants to know to what extent the power of Kenpachi Zaraki and assassin Wu Liuqi will evolve if the power is combined together. Ding, congratulations to the host. The power of assassin Wu Liuqi has been added to the main body template. Chapter 37, his grandmother's slap on the face hurts so much. The white fog all over the sky gives people a feeling of covering the sky and blocking out the sun. A group of Navy soldiers following Smoker also rushed out from the darkness. The tense atmosphere made everyone nervous. All eyes turned and locked onto the young man in front of them, who was said to be the strongest newcomer in the East China Sea. Bai Yu, let me ask you again, do you really want to kill him? Smoker was surrounded by smoke and spoke in a deep voice with a cigar in his mouth. If you want to kill him, you have to get past me first. I will definitely protect him. Mouse, get out of here. I know that I'll leave immediately. Colonel Mouse stumbled to his feet. The Navy soldiers following him were also completely panicked and hurriedly tried to escape from this hellish place. During this process, everyone couldn't help but subconsciously look back at Bai Yu, who seemed to be standing in a sea of blood. However, as soon as he took a look, the first thing that caught his eye was that bloodthirsty smile. I'm sorry, I told you that you can't save the person you want to kill. Ding, congratulations to the host. The subordinate template of assassin Wu Liuqi has been successfully integrated. The ethereal reminders sound echoed in my mind. A hint of scarlet flashed across the pupils. The murderous intent that was dormant in the body and belonged to the assassin Wu Liuqi suddenly exploded like a volcano. Boom. Endless murderous aura swept across the entire world like a raging tide. At this moment, the sky and the earth seemed to darken. An inexplicably oppressive aura transformed into an invisible hand that gripped people's hearts. The flowing air seemed to have come to a standstill. Everyone in this world, including Smoker, is no exception. It was as if I had fallen into an ice cellar, and my whole body was chilled. Colonel Mouse and others who were fleeing in a hurry suddenly froze in place, their bodies no longer under their control. Such a strong murderous aura. How many people must he have killed to have such a tangible murderous aura? Smoker's face changed drastically, and he quickly bit his tongue, using the pain to break free from the restraints of his body. Looking at Bai Yu, who was still standing there, he quickly tried to dodge and block Colonel Mouse. Unfortunately, this thought just emerged in my mind. Bai Yu raised his right hand in the air, and the mouse handed over the sword at his waist, making a sharp sound. Clang! The sword came out of its sheath out of thin air. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the knife danced in the air and then swept across the throat of Colonel Mouse. Phew! The scarlet blood is as bright as fireworks. The moment when the huge head was thrown into the air, Colonel Mouse's face was filled with disbelief. No. It should be said that the faces of every person present were no exception. None of them had expected that the Mouse Colonel, who was protected by Smoker, would be killed by his own sword. Bang! The body hit the ground heavily. Looking at the head rolling to his feet like a wheel, Smoker's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Bai Yu, you are crazy. You killed a naval commander in private. Don't you know what crime you will be charged with? Charge. Bai Yu glanced at Colonel Mouse's body indifferently. Did you see me kill him with my own hands? He was killed by his own sword. Besides, even if I really killed him, so what? My grandfather is Garp. As for a scum like Colonel Mouse, Bai Yu thought it was better to kill him. I'm too lazy to explain. If there is really any problem, fine Garp. If you really want to be serious, the worst that can happen is that you become a pirate. You. Smoker was suddenly furious, clenched his hands, and said in a cold voice, Okay, very good. Today I will see how strong the strongest newcomer is. White smoke field. Bang. A large amount of white smoke surged out of Smoker's body. It turned into a wave and covered Bai Yu. In an instant, the huge dragon paradise turned into a sea of white fog. Smoker, who was floating in the air with a cigar in his mouth, suddenly looked gloomy and dived straight down through the smoke. White smoke ejector. Bai Yu, I will make you understand that the East China Sea is very small, and there are always people better than you. Bang. The sky was filled with smoke, which quickly boiled over as Smoker entered. The white fog lingered, completely blocking people's vision. The Navy soldiers who followed Smoker instantly showed ecstasy on their faces. Look, this is Colonel Smoker's white fog field. When it was used in Rogue Town, no one could escape and the outcome would be decided very quickly. Those pirates who broke into Rogue Town would kneel down and beg for mercy once they encountered the white smoke area. They couldn't find their way at all. The scene suddenly became lively. Faced with these familiar compliments, Smoker couldn't help but smile as he held the cigar in his mouth. The body was moving quickly in the white mist, getting faster and faster. Finally, he appeared behind Bai Yu and rushed forward suddenly. After a crazy change of direction, Smoker believed that this trick still worked every time. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Smoker clenched his 10 fists. He wanted to make this arrogant man in front of him understand that the East China Sea is very small and that there is always someone better. Ha, Smoker, you are right. The East China Sea is very small, but there are always bigger ones out there. It's just that I am your piece of sky. Come on, let's start fighting. Bai Yu turned around suddenly, with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on his face, which made Smoker's expression freeze. The wooden sword in his right hand chopped down with force without any fancy moves. Been seen. Smoker was confused. His white fog domain was broken for the first time in the East China Sea. Looking at the wooden sword that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, he roared in a hurry without having time to think. Elementalization. Bang. The wooden sword fell down with a loud bang. The dull sound of collision resounded through the sky. The white mist that enveloped the entire dragon paradise was instantly blown away by the huge sword pressure. The naval soldiers who were cheering finally witnessed a scene they would never forget. They saw Smoker using his face to block a wooden sword that was completely black and looked like it was covered with steel. Looking at Smoker's distorted cheeks and the speed at which he was flying backwards like a cannonball, only one thought flashed through everyone's mind. Damn it, this slap in the face hurts so much. Boom. A deafening crash was heard. Smoker plunged headfirst into the forest. The trees along the way were broken in half, and the car finally crashed headfirst into a thick rock, barely stopping itself. However, the huge impact force was released, and the rocks that were more than 10 meters high collapsed, spreading cracks like spider webs. It sank in there abruptly. That tremendous force made many naval soldiers swallow their saliva and touch their cheeks subconsciously. Chapter 38, The Biggest Bounty in the World. Bang. The dull collision sound exploded like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without dissipating. Looking at Smoker, who was embedded in the rock, the naval soldiers present were stunned. This is Smoker, the invincible white hunter in their eyes. But now he was like a dead dog, being chopped away by a knife. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe that all this is true. Bai Yu, you bastard, I was a step slower. How come you even killed Smoker? A low roar came from the distance. Soon, a figure was seen flying quickly across the sea. Finally, it landed in the dragon paradise nearby. Looking at the corpses of murlocs all over the ground, Garp frowned and said, "You little brat, your attack is really heavy. None of the fishmen are intact. However, I didn't expect that the remnants of the Sun Pirates would hide in the East China Sea and cause trouble for so many years. It's really hateful that such a pest appeared in the Navy headquarters. By the way, where is the Colonel Mouse you mentioned?" Before rushing to Kakoja village, Bai Yu had already explained the general situation here. It's easy to do things that can deceive me. However, at least they should be notified so that the previous and subsequent statements can be connected. Over there, but I killed him. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and raised his eyebrows when he noticed the brand new bounty on Cap's pocket. It's better to kill him. If you kill him, how can I explain to Jean Gua? Garp was stunned. He likes to do things spontaneously. However, under the influence of the Warring States period, he really couldn't do anything like killing a Navy officer with his own hands. Grandpa, you have to solve this problem for me. If you can't solve it, I can just become a pirate and compete for the position of Pirate King. Bai Yu didn't care at all. He grabbed the brand new bounty order and pulled it out. You bastard, you have even learned how to threaten me. Garp clenched his fists and shouted. However, he soon noticed the bounty in Bai Yu's hand. Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates offers a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. Grandpa, did Ace eat the flame fruit? Kid, how do you know Ace ate the flame fruit? This is first-hand information from the Navy. Garp's expression froze, and he spoke suddenly. You were the one who told him about the flame fruit, didn't you? Among the four little ghosts, the one that Garp can't understand the most is Bai Yu in front of him. He has said a lot of fantastic things since he was young. If you didn't know Bai Yu, he would have never left Feng Che Town. Cap really doubted whether he was sailing on a fake ocean. A long time ago, I found a treasure map that showed the whereabouts of the flame fruit. Luffy has the rubbergum fruit, so I told Ace. Bai Yu put the reward order away and didn't take it seriously. What? Garp's eyes widened into bull's eyes, and he crushed the wine jug in his hand and said, You little brat, don't you know that the flame fruit is the rarest natural type? Ace is now the #1 pirate in the East China Sea, and his bounty is the highest in the world. Which of the 3 admirals in the Navy right now is not a natural type? If you have it, it will be easy for you to become an admiral. Tell Grandpa honestly, boy, whether you regret it or not. Regret? Bai Yu rolled his eyes. What's there to regret? It's because Ace and Luffy are too weak that they need devil fruits. As for me, as the eldest brother, do I need it? As for the position of general, if I want to take it, it will be easy for me. It's getting late, Grandpa. I'm going to take care of some personal matters first, and then go find Ace on the way. After saying this, Bai Yu took back the wooden sword, waved his hand casually, and turned away. Nami on the side looked back at the Dragon Park and quickly followed. There are indeed a lot of treasures here. However, she definitely didn't have the courage to snatch food from the jaws of a naval hero. You bastard kid, you're always causing trouble for me. By the way, during this period, many branches around us have asked for help. The old man Zhonghua also gave me a task, so I have time to chase Creek. If you encounter him, remember to help me solve it. Cap roared hysterically. It wasn't until Bai Yu disappeared from his sight that Garp came to his senses. Looking at the shivering Navy soldiers around him, he picked his nose and muttered to himself. Didn't I just talk about a big thing? But never mind. With Bai Yu's ability to get into trouble, he will definitely be able to help me share a lot of pressure when he returns to the Navy headquarters. I will have a good life in the future. I'd better call Zhonghua first and report what's going on here. The huge dragon paradise fell into deathly silence. Only after seeing the old man and the young boy, two tough guys, completely disappear, did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was surprising to think that the strongest pirate rookie in the East China Sea and the strongest Navy rookie in the East China Sea were actually a pair of brothers. This is a joke, right? A day later, a sailboat sailed out of the village of Kakoja. However, there is now a huge orange tree on the sailboat. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. 100 meters away in the sky, the seabird that was planning was hit. Bai Yu stopped chopping and raised his eyebrows. As expected, the fact that Kalina was able to work with Nami to form a duo of thieves meant that she was more than just a dancer who could pick locks. It seems that there is still something extraordinary about it. Master Bai Yu, is Kalina interfering with your training? I'll help you teach her a lesson. Nami poked her head out from inside the orange tree and glared at Karina in the observation tower. One day ago, after Bai Yu left Dragon Paradise, Nami still couldn't calm down. It was more than half an hour later that he burst into tears of joy. When this news was told to the village of Kakoja, what followed was a sleepless night of feasting. It was not until the early morning that Nami crouched down and dragged Bai Yu and others away in a sly manner. According to Nami, a peaceful life is too boring for her who longs for money. Finally, he decided to board Bai Yu's warship and become a navigator. For this kind of crew member who comes to the door, there is indeed suspicion that he is trying to steal Luffy's girl. But this navigator is really good. I'm sorry, Lord Bai Yu, but I didn't find any useful firearms or equipment in Kakoja village for me to modify. Kalina poked her head out from the watchtower and said with an apologetic look on her face, Master Bai Yu has taken us in, and I plan to do what I can. Even if I can't go to the front line like Zoro, I want to protect you from behind. Chapter 39. A man should play with guns. Cover me. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and touched the tip of his nose. Bai Yu is very confident in his own strength. However, Kalina was also right. Bai Yu couldn't always be their nanny. As your strength and power increase in the future, you will probably attract a lot of hatred. Kalina and the others can't just stay in the Marine headquarters without showing up. It seems necessary to arm them. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. The current progress of unlocking the main body has reached 17.5%. Unlock value of 2.5. This is a gift from Smoker. The biggest reason why he was able to knock down Smoker with one sword was that he underestimated Bai Yu and completely took his enemy for granted. With the blessing of the two colors of domineering power, Bai Yu felt pain on his face just thinking about that knife. Ding, congratulations to the host. The system mall has been refreshed successfully. The reminder sounded again. Bai Yu seemed a little surprised, looking at the 800 points on the system interface. This unexpected thing soon became a matter of course. As expected, the landlords did not allow any surplus grain. However, you'll get used to this kind of thing. Bai Yu is actually a little bit looking forward to meeting Ace next time. He wonders if his face can be tougher than Smoker's, which will make him want to watch it again. If I could quickly improve my strength before arriving at the Navy headquarters. Bai Yu didn't mind and asked Ace to put in more effort. System, can I share the things in the mall? Bai Yu suddenly thought of the quickest way to arm the crew. His main source of power comes from unlocking the main body template, supplemented by the system all. This means that there will be a lot of surplus goods in the system all, which may not be suitable for Bai Yu. But for others, it is a big deal. Ding, if it is a mall product, the host has the right to share it. However, after the host stops sharing, the system will forcibly take it back or erase it. Forced recovery and erasure? Bai Yu's expression froze. It turned out that the system was the most powerful thing in this world. There is no other. Originally, Bai Yu was also worried that the things he taught within his system would be used against him by someone with ulterior motives. Now it seems that this consideration is as insignificant as a baby in front of the system. By the time you think of it, the system has already come up with a plan. However, it is precisely because of this reason that Bai Yu has no worries at all. System, open the mall for me. Whoosh. The mall page is open directly. The entry column of the mall is still simple. There are only 2 projects. When Bai Yu saw it clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Magic Modified 98K, worth 500 points. Magic Modified 8-fold Mirror, worth 300 points. The 2 added together equaled exactly 800 points. It turns out that the system is the landlord. Once the goods are released, we will return to the situation before liberation. However, looking at these 2 items, Bai Yu had only one thought. This stuff smells so good. System, exchange these 2 items for me immediately. Ding, host, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host. The exchange for the modified 98K is successful, and 500 points will be deducted. Ding, congratulations to the host. The exchange for the magic modified 8-fold mirror was successful, and 300 points were deducted. A series of ethereal prompts sounded, forming a symphony in my mind. Bai Yu looked at the system points that were cleared all of a sudden, and soon saw a black sniper rifle in the system space. This sniper rifle is completely different from the one in Bai Yu's memory. There are many more energy crystal tubes around it. According to the system, this modified sniper rifle does not fire bullets, but instead can use 2 kinds of power alternately. In addition to its own laser beam, there is also domineering reload. Regarding the last line, Bai Yu really wanted to say, how fucking thoughtful. Master Lord Bai Yu, if you think my shooting practice affects your training, I can suspend it. Kalina hesitated and spoke. Don't worry, you're not getting in my way. Bai Yu withdrew from the consciousness space. Don't you like sniping? I happen to have a sniper rifle in my hand, which should be quite suitable for you. Sniper rifle? Zoro, Nami and others were stunned for a moment. Master Bai Yu, you also play with guns. This thing doesn't seem to match your usual feeling, right? Nami couldn't help but speak. Zoro nodded silently. In their eyes, Bai Yu is a man who can swing his sword with great force. Even the demon sword Murasame at his waist was never used once. According to Bai Yu, there is no one in the East China Sea worthy of him taking action. This made Zoro, who usually trained with a real sword, sharpen 3 wooden swords overnight. Ahem, this thing is quite powerful. If used properly, it might even be able to kill the 4 emperors. Bai Yu coughed dryly. When a female friend talked about playing with guns, Bai Yu undoubtedly felt like driving a car. Can you kill the 4 emperors? Zoro rolled his eyes. Bai Yu, do you think we are real natives, or are you a native yourself? You can snipe the 4 emperors with just a gun. This joke is not funny. I'd better go back to training. Zoro walked aside and continued to swing the wooden sword in his hand. The corner of his eye would glance at Bai Yu from time to time. This is undoubtedly a typical case of saying one thing and doing another. However, Bai Yu did not take all this to heart with a thought. He took out the modified 98K out of thin air. The gun is nearly 1 meter long, very heavy and substantial, with military camouflage all over the body. There are 4 energy slots around the barrel. This is the bullet slot of the modified 98K. Once the energy tank is empty, it will enter a buffer cooling period. It seems that even if it is a system product, a sniper rifle cannot be used as a machine gun. However, Bai Yu was still very curious about what was so special about this modified 98K. Bai Yu, sir, your gun is different from any I have ever seen before. Kalina was surprised and couldn't help but reach out to touch Bai Yu's gun. This action made Bai Yu's expression freeze, and he quickly changed the subject. Karina, let me show you the power of this gun first. I haven't used it in a long time. As he spoke, Bai Yu lifted up the modified 98K. According to the gun memory assigned by the system, he skillfully debugged all the gun parts. At the same time, he took out the modified 8-fold mirror and inserted it directly into the card slot. Looking at the top-of-the-line sniper rifle that has been completely completed, Bai Yu was really a little tempted and wanted to know to what extent the word magic change could be achieved in the world of Aquaman. With all preparations ready, Bai Yu held up the modified 98K with his left hand and placed it on his arm with his right hand. He closed his left eye and put his right eye close to the 8-fold scope. For a moment, I felt like I could control the world with a sniper in my hand. As expected, if you are a man, you should use a sniper rifle. Bai Yu muttered something, then regained his composure and looked at the 8-fold mirror. Bai Yu was curious about the power of the modified 98K. However, this modified 8-fold scope is no exception. Just with this one look, Bai Yu's pupils suddenly shrank and a hint of disbelief appeared on his face. This 8-fold scope is fucking abnormal. If Bai Yu had not used it himself, he would never have believed that all this was true. Chapter 40. Is this really a toy gun? This is a wide-angle perspective cheat. Through the magically modified 8-fold mirror, Bai Yu could clearly see what was within 100 meters under the sea. Even the sea kings lurking in it can be seen clearly. Ding, this is a modified 8x mirror. It has a 300-meter perspective function. When the host's observation Hawkeye is called upon, the perspective function can reach 1,000 meters, synchronized with the observation Hawkeye, and finally converted into a picture effect. The system prompt sounded. Bai Yu took a breath. This thing is really weird. The built-in perspective function is indeed only capable of a distance of 300 meters. However, as long as it is used properly, it can definitely be a deadly weapon that catches people off guard. A bold idea flashed through Bai Yu's mind. Subconsciously, he turned the modified 8x mirror towards Nami and Kalina. Unfortunately, the imagined scene did not appear. Bai Yu sighed slightly. Sure enough, the system was too old-fashioned. Master Bai Yu, what's wrong with you? Nami asked suspiciously. Nothing, I just wanted to find a target to test my gun, but it seems a bit difficult in this vast ocean. Bai Yu put away his evil thoughts and looked around again. Lord Bai Yu, there are dozens of pirate ships ahead, heading this way. They seem to be the Creek pirates. Kalina peeked out from the watchtower. Under normal circumstances, Kalina would have already fled from such a massive battle. However, after seeing Bai Yu's strength with her own eyes, Kalina believed it. In the East China Sea, there are probably very few people who can hurt Bai Yu. Haha, you little brat over there. I am the captain of the Creek pirates. If you don't want to die, just stay where you are and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thousands of meters away, on the leading pirate ship, Creek, wearing golden armor, walked slowly to the front of the ship's deck and laughed unscrupulously. Following closely behind were the ghost Ajin and Balu, who was wrapped in shields. Looking at this grand scene, Zoro couldn't help but put down the wooden sword in his hand and said, Bai Yu, it is rumored that the Creek pirates have a total of 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men under their command. If you need me, I can help. During this period of time, since being defeated by Bai Yu, Zoro has not taken any action. No, I just want to test this gun. Bai Yu reached out to stop Zoro. Can it fight 50 pirate ships alone? Zoro couldn't help but be stunned. However, looking at Bai Yu, who had made up his mind, he waved his hand indifferently and stood aside holding the wooden sword. Okay, let me see if this gun is really more powerful than my knife. If they get within 100 meters, I will attack. I haven't practiced for so long that my body is rusty. Kalina and Nami on the side did not say anything, but they also clenched their weapons. Bai Yu's strength is very strong, but after getting on board, they all have their own awareness. It seems that you really underestimate this thing. Little brother, you have to fight for me. Bai Yu smiled and took a sip of the wine. He put his eye close to the modified 8-fold mirror and instantly pointed it at the incoming pirate ship. The distance of several thousand meters was quickly closed with a favorable wind. Looking at the figure in the 8-fold mirror, it is rapidly enlarged. Bai Yu pulled the safety button, and the bullet was loaded with a click. Zoro, Kalina, and Nami standing by were stunned. Master Bai Yu, can a sniper rifle only hit targets a few hundred meters away? Aren't you too far away? Kalina couldn't help but ask. I know, but mine is different. Bai Yu let out a deep breath. The most important thing when playing sniper is to stay calm. With the experience given by the system, Bai Yu immediately integrated into the state, giving people an illusion of being one with it. Hey, you little brat over there, you're not stupid enough to think that a single gun can take on this admiral's fleet of pirates, are you? Creek, standing on the bow deck, laughed unscrupulously through the din-din mushy broadcast. He threw aside his cloak, revealing the exquisite golden armor underneath. Even if I stand here and let you shoot me, your toy gun won't be able to hurt me at all, not to mention that we are thousands of meters away, and the range is even greater than it can reach. You'd better wait for death obediently. Bai Yu didn't say anything, but stared straight into the distance. When Creek appeared clearly in the modified eightfold scope, his finger finally pulled the trigger. Bang! The thunderous sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. A scarlet light instantly dyed the sky, and earth red. Bai Yu felt a huge recoil force hitting his arm, causing his entire body to move back several inches. The scarlet laser had torn through the sea and appeared in front of Creek. Too fast. Creek's pupils contracted, and this was the only thought left in his mind. I only had time to raise my hands to block. Boom. The explosion was like a storm, sweeping across the entire deck. Creek smashed the huge mast in half with one head, and the huge mast fell into the sea, causing huge waves. The pirate ship, which was originally moving forward, became paralyzed instantly after losing the wind. The pirate ship behind was unable to dodge and collided head-on. In an instant, the large fleet of 50 pirate ships fell into chaos. Oh my God, what on earth happened? Just now a red light flashed and Lord Creek was blown away? Do you think the attack just now was fired from the small boat over there? Bullshit. We are thousands of meters away. How could we be attacked? And Lord Creek has a fine golden armor that is impenetrable to swords and guns. Even if he is blown away, there is nothing to be afraid of. The scene suddenly exploded. Comics, the Tianxue flowers fell, and the dust and blast waves they raised gradually dissipated. Lying in the ruins, his face covered in blood, Creek first looked dazed, then roared hysterically. Come here, kill that brat quickly. How you dare to attack this admiral? I'm Admiral Creek Ajin, Belu. What are you still standing there for? I want to make him know that no matter what tricks he plays, he will only end up dead. Master K. Lord Crick, you are wearing a fake armor today. It seems to be cracked. Balu stammered and shouted. Bang. The armor seemed unable to withstand the sound wave, and spider web-like cracks spread out. The next moment, under Creek's shocked gaze, it shattered. With the sound of metal falling, the armor that Hua Creek had carefully crafted fell to the ground. Creek was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. A shot shattered his specially made armor and even injured himself. Is this really a toy gun? If this is a toy gun, then there are probably no real guns in the world, right? Chapter 41, Lord Bai Yu. You are so bad. Is this really a sniper rifle? Zoro, Kalina, and others were confused. Thousands of meters apart, they could all feel the pain on Creek's face. Especially as people from the East China Sea, they certainly knew very well what Creek was best at. A suit of fine armor cannot stop a bullet. If there was no armor, would the East China Sea overlord of the bounty of 17 million Baileys be able to be killed with one shot? The most important thing is that other people's guns are firing bullets. Bai Yu's was shooting laser. This is too crazy. Huh. Bai Yu exhaled a deep breath, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he had to maintain his composure now, and calmly moved closer to the sight again. The last shot was just a warm-up. Now is the beginning. Warm-up? Zoro's expression froze. The precise sniper shot that spanned 1,000 meters just now almost killed the pirate with a bounty of 17 million in an instant. Now Bai Yu told them that this was a warm-up. So, if we really start to exert our strength, how far can we go? Buzz. The domineering aura in Bai Yu's body was quickly devoured by the modified 98K. It lasted for 3 to 5 seconds. The 4 crystals that were originally used as decoration gradually lit up. An indescribable aura illuminated the deck red along with the blood. The next moment, the modified 98K sounded again. Boom. The huge impact force caused Bai Yu to fly back 2 or 3 meters before he stopped. A laser beam with a diameter of about half a meter pierced through the sky and earth and plunged into Creek's main ship. Bang. The blast waves that shot up into the sky were rolling back. Creek was still roaring in anger. However, the moment the aura of death enveloped his whole body, he was completely panicked. It had completely lost the majesty of the former overlord of the East China Sea and turned around and crashed into the sea. The next moment, the huge main ship, which was tens of meters long, was instantly covered by the blast wave. The waves that were raised were like a tsunami, hitting the surrounding pirate ships. Kalina and others were confused. I thought that the attack just now was overestimated by them. Only now do I realize that compared to everything in front of me, it is just a toothpick. There is absolutely no comparison. If this blow lands on them, I'm afraid these little arms and legs are not enough to squander. Looking at the wooden sword in his hand, Zoro suddenly had an ominous feeling. After more than 10 years of hard training, I still can't beat a gun. This gap is a bit too big. Ahem, I haven't practiced for a long time. The recoil when standing is too strong. I'd better lie down from now on. Bai Yu also suppressed the shock in his heart. The power of this modified 98K is probably comparable to the laser attack of the pacifists in the world. As for the final mixed domineering attack, if used properly, it might be comparable to Frankie's ultimate move, the General Impact, in the original work. It can be said that if Kalina gets this modified 98K, her strength will make a qualitative leap, probably from 10 to 1,000 in an instant. However, Bai Yu was very clear that this external force still had great limitations. To truly stand on this ocean, one still needs to have one's own strength. Kalina, this 98K is for you. From now on, you can shoot wherever I point you. The task of sniping and protection is up to you. Bai Yu threw the heavy modified 98K in his hand to Kalina. Looking at the sharp weapon that suddenly appeared in her hand, Kalina was stunned at first, and then said with great joy, "Thank you, Lord Bai Yu, but do you really want to give this to me? It's too expensive." "Well, don't give me polite words. The most expensive thing is useless and can't be used. You better keep an eye on the Creek pirates. Don't let them get away, or else old man won't let me go." Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and waved his hand. Soon he saw Kalina looking at him with a magic modified 8-fold mirror attached to her single eye. Soon her cheeks turned red and she glared at Bai Yu. "Master Bai Yu, you are so evil." 3 days later, a pirate ship with a red heart and overlapping skulls flying on it quickly approached the restaurant at sea. Leading the group was Ace, who was wearing a red cowboy hat. 2 crew members followed closely behind. They are the ship's Dr. Mascudidius, who is wearing a green jacket and a dark blue eye patch. There is also Michael, who has strong arms and carries a sniper rifle. Boss they are. Patty, a tall man with a bald head, looked at Japu, who was sunbathing and reading a newspaper behind him, with a look of surprise. It's the new super pirate from the East China Sea who has become famous recently, the captain of the Spade Pirates, Ace the Fire Fist. Sanji, who had curly eyebrows and was wearing a black suit, lit a cigarette first. This guy has a bounty of 50 million Baileys as soon as he debuted. He's known as the strongest newcomer in the East China Sea. I didn't expect him to appear here. Looks like I have to go prepare some food. Yes. The sound of people sucking in their breath was heard in the venue. Japu's expression changed, and he closed the newspaper in his hand. "Sanji, haven't you been saying you're going to quit? They're good targets." "Shut up, old man. It's none of your business whether I leave or not or where I go." After glaring, Sanji quickly looked at the sea in the distance and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Have you noticed that the sea in the west seems a bit noisy? Quarrel?" Everyone present was stunned. Even Ace was no exception. Looking back at the sea in the distance, his expression changed slightly. Dozens of pirate ships, tens of meters long, were quickly breaking through the waves in the distant sea. The hanging pirate flag gradually became clearer. However, when they looked closely, they saw that many of the ships were covered with scars, and their faces were filled with disbelief. "It's the large fleet of Creek, the overlord of the East China Sea. They seem to be escaping, right? Skya, what happened to make the Creek pirates so embarrassed? Didn't they claim to have 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men under their command? Look, that disheveled man standing on the bow deck, isn't he Creek?" The scene suddenly became lively. This sudden scene was beyond their understanding. "Captain Ace, this matter doesn't seem simple." Michael, who was carrying a sniper rifle, couldn't help but speak first. "Mahale, you don't have to worry too much. Ace is a natural devil fruit user, and in a place like the East China Sea, he is invincible. If Creek really dares to interfere with our meal, Ace could destroy them with just one punch." Deuce patted Ace's shoulder and laughed. Japu laughed dryly. "I'm very grateful for the guest's words. However, I better watch this show first and eat first." Chapter 42. Scarier than the strongest newcomer. On the huge deck, everyone looked at Ace. The reward of 50 million Baileys undoubtedly made him the backbone. Ace raised the brim of his hat and laughed dryly. I'm also curious about what happened to the Creek pirates. Let's just watch the show first. Boss Creek, there's a restaurant on the sea ahead. There should be food there. That guy seems to be gone. Shall we go fill our stomachs first? Balu spoke hastily. During these 3 days, they were so exhausted from running away that they couldn't even eat normally. Now we are finally free from that lunatic. Everyone's stomach was growling. Go quickly and grab all the food. If they dare to refuse, let them see the horror of the Creek pirates. Creek held onto the guardrail and roared hysterically. He now has to suppress the fear in his heart, and there is only one way. Crazy killing. Only in this way can one dispel the terrifying figure that haunts one's mind, like the god of death demanding one's life. When Creek thought about what had happened in the past 3 days, his legs couldn't help but tremble. However, now all of this was obviously diluted by the hunger in my stomach. Whether it's Creek or other pirates, the only thought was to fill my stomach as quickly as possible, kill as many people as I could, and then escape from this damn place. Dozens of pirate ships rushed towards the sea restaurant as soon as the order was given. As the most sophisticated pirate ship in the East China Sea, it only took more than 10 minutes to approach the dozens of nautical miles. Looking at this huge fleet, every ship is indeed covered with scars. However, many people in the field still became impatient, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. Captain Ace, it looks like I'll need your help next so I can have a peaceful meal. Zeph smiled and spoke. If you don't mind, you can also take away my rebellious employees. Old man, shut up and stop sending me out all the time. Sanji glared at him and said he was not going to fight him, but he also stood beside Zeph and was on guard. The dozen or so large ships in front of us looked in a state of disarray. But whether it was Creek's vicious reputation or the thousands of red-eyed crew members, it was a huge pressure. Don't worry, Ace has been famous in the East China Sea recently. If we spread the word about the title with a 50 million bounty, they will definitely give us some face and retreat on their own initiative. Ace laughed loudly and was the first to walk out. Crick, do you see the pirate ship over there? We are the Spade Pirates that have dominated the East China Sea recently. This is our captain, Ace the Fire Fist, who has a bounty of 50 million berries. Today, we just want to have a good meal and then head to the Grand Line. We don't want any unnecessary trouble, so we hope you can give us some face and leave in a peaceful manner. Everyone looked at Creek. They also wanted to know whether the title of the strongest newcomer in the East China Sea could intimidate the overlord of the East China Sea. Shut up, Fire Fist Ace. I don't care about you at all. Hurry up and bring all the food up. Otherwise, I won't mind killing you all. Creek roared angrily. Forget it, guys. Go grab it. Kill. Thousands of pirates who were watching the situation with eager eyes suddenly let out deafening shouts of killing. He quickly raised the weapon in his hand and prepared to rush to the sea restaurant. This scene left everyone stunned. Ace's cheeks were still burning, and his muscles couldn't help but twitch. He was bragging just a moment ago, but now he is being ignored in public. This slap in the face came too quickly. I'm sorry, my crew made a fool of themselves in front of everyone. Now I, as the captain, will have to clean up the mess. Ace gave an awkward, dry laugh, raised the brim of his hat with his index finger, and a flame suddenly burned on his finger. If he had not obtained the flame fruit, he might not have been able to cope with these situations. But now he has been completely transformed. With the ability of the nature-type fruit and his explosive strength, Ace really wants to tell someone. However, we should solve this mess first. Captain Ace, look, there seems to be someone walking on the sea over there. Michael, who had been silent and on guard with his sniper rifle raised, suddenly shouted urgently. What? Ace and the others froze in their tracks. The pirates who were originally rushing forward shouting and killing, including Creek, whose faces were full of ferocity, bloodthirstiness, and madness, became stiff. The next moment, amidst screams of terror, they turned around and rushed back to the boat. Here he comes. The devil is backed. He just won't leave us alone. Why can't he just let us go? Escape quickly, otherwise you will be buried in the sea like those dozens of pirate ships. Oh my God, who did our Creek pirates offend that God sent a death god to hunt us down? Lord Creek, what should we do now? Hysterical roars, mixed with endless fear. Looking at the thousands of pirates who were originally planning to plunder and kill crazily, he was frightened in an instant. This huge gap made everyone unable to react. Could it be that the person who was chasing him was more frightening than the 50 million bounty on the strongest newcomer in the East China Sea? No, I'm afraid we can't escape this time. I have to duel with him. He has been chasing us for 3 days. And no matter how powerful he is, he will definitely get tired. Creek roared wildly. Holding the broken war gun, he rushed to the stern like a madman, wanting to have a final confrontation with the god of death coming from the sea. Buzz. A golden sword aura of more than 10 meters long shot out from a distance. The sea along the way was torn apart in an instant, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Not far from the creek, a pirate ship was cut in two in an instant. Along with the sound of the explosion, the huge ship was directly swallowed by the sea. Bang! Creek, holding a big gun, fell to his knees with a thud. The madness that was originally in my head was cleared away in an instant. Facing the knife just now, not to mention his own arms and legs, even the big gun in his hand might not be able to block it. You see, Creek is frightened to the point of peeing. Someone exclaimed. Everyone soon saw that a large amount of yellow liquid was gushing out from the deck where Creek was kneeling. It's strange to see that the mighty overlord of the East China Sea has fallen to this point. Everyone was stunned. Captain Ace, who was that guy? That attack just now was too crazy. He cut the dozens of meters-long pirate ship into two pieces with one sword. Michael couldn't hold back his temper and couldn't help but say, "Do we need to retreat temporarily?" "Retreat." Ace glared and said, "Michael, your joke is not funny. We, the Spade Pirates, have made a name for ourselves and even got rid of that troublesome navy. It's impossible for us to escape now. What's more, Ace is the user of the nature-type flame fruit. This alone makes him invincible in the East China Sea." Chapter 43. I want to know if you're worth cutting. The sea suddenly fell into dead silence, looking at the thin figure walking slowly towards the sea. Everyone's nerves were gradually stretched to the extreme, and their eyes widened subconsciously, eager to find out the identity of the person in front of them. Thousands of pirates were already trembling with fear. The people in the sea restaurant didn't even dare to breathe. "Boss Chapu, that guy is too young. He's holding a wooden sword," Patty exclaimed with a look of shock on his face. A series of gasps of shock were immediately heard in the field. The dozens-meter-long pirate ship was cut in half. Such a fierce attack actually came from a wooden sword. Who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? This person is unfamiliar. I've never heard of him in the East China Sea. Could he be coming from the Grand Line? Sanji raised his brow. Chapu, cigarette in hand, fell into silence. Ace, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "He's from the East China Sea, a rising star in the Navy. Even I feel he's a difficult presence. I didn't expect to run into him in a place like this. A Navy supernova?" The expressions of the people present could not help but froze. Michael hurriedly asked, "Captain Ace, you said he was a superstar in the Navy. Then who is he? Could it be that even you are no match for him? If that's the case, we'd better run away quickly. If we fall into his hands, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to reach the Grand Line." "Michael, shut up." Ace slapped Michael directly on the back of the head and glared at him. "You don't speak, and I don't think you are dumb. I haven't seen this guy since Ace and I met. If he was stronger than Ace, it was before he got the flame fruit. Now it's another matter. As Ace's first crew member, Deuce knew very well where Ace got his devil fruit. How strong is Ace after he possesses the power of the flame fruit? He knew it clearly as well. Don't worry, I was just looking for him to get back some ground. This time, I am 100% sure that I can defeat him." Ace raised the brim of his hat, and a smile appeared on his pockmarked face. Just now he was thinking about when he could use the flame fruit to get back at his former self. "I never expected that as soon as I mentioned Chow Chow, he would appear." "Michael, did you hear that? This is our captain, the strongest new pirate in the 4 seas, Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates." Deuce laughed. Chapu and others also looked like they were watching a show. They also wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created between the strongest new pirate and the strongest new Navy member. The distance of thousands of meters seemed to shrink into an inch under Bai Yu's feet. With every step he took, the whole person appeared dozens of meters away. This is the product of the combination of Shunpa and Shave. Bai Yu calls it instant shave. This is the result of Bai Yu's research and development during this period when he was bored. In terms of speed, it will be stronger and faster than ordinary shaving. Looking at the special pirate ship anchored in the restaurant on the sea, but you couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile. It seems that the next character template has been found. I hope Ace is now qualified to watch it again. 2 or 3 minutes later, Bai Yu's figure became clearly visible under the watchful eyes of everyone. Creek, who was kneeling on the ground, rushed to the place closest to Bai Yu first, cowed out and shouted, "Mr. Navy, please stop chasing me. There is a new pirate here who claims to have a bounty of 50 million berries. If you want to play with him. If you still want to hunt me down, then go and die." Bang. Creek leaped out and chopped down at Bai Yu with a big gun in his hand. Looking at the close distance, Creek believed that as long as the hit occurred, the damage would be caused. Then next, you can also look for an opportunity to escape. However, this thought just popped into his mind. Bai Yu casually grabbed with his left hand and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers. Bang. The golden battle spear shattered into pieces like paper. Bai Yu flipped the wooden sword in his hand and hit Creek's chest directly. Bang. Creek's entire chest collapsed instantly, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In full view of everyone, it flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the deck of a ship dozens of meters away. The huge impact force caused the thick deck to crack and shatter. Creek, who was several points taller than an ordinary person, was embedded headfirst into the deck. There was dead silence in the field. Many people watched with their eyes wide open. With a bounty of 17 million, Creek, who was known as the overlord of the East China Sea, was defeated in just 2 moves. At this moment, they finally understood why Creek, who had 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men, was being hunted all over the sea. If we encounter such a strong man, even if we double our numbers, it probably won't be of much use. However, what they care about most now is the clash between the 2 newcomers. Bai Yu, I didn't expect you to be here. Ace was the first to show a fighting spirit. You know what? After I got the flame fruit, I thought about you every day, that I thought I would have to reach the Grand Line to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. Kid, Ace is the captain of our spade pirates. The flame fruit is the rarest natural devil fruit. The power it possesses is beyond your imagination. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, once a fight starts, you won't even have a chance to escape. Deuce hurriedly applied eye drops to everyone. Ace smiled and patted Deuce's shoulder. Flames suddenly appeared on his body, and he transformed into a ball of fire with the help of elemental transformation and landed on a pirate ship. Originally, the pirates who were still here, seeing this scene, they dispersed in an instant. If it happened under normal circumstances, this blatant act of using their pirate ship as a battlefield would definitely lead to them attacking in unison. But now my life is in danger. But they dare not act rashly. Is this your crew? They look pretty good, Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. But I really want to know if you are worth a beheading now. Bai Yu, you are still the same as always. You should have seen it just now, right? Ace raised the brim of his hat and said with a playful smile. That's an elemental method that only a natural devil fruit can possess. So what? Bai Yu held the wooden sword and smiled even more. Ace's expression froze. The competitive spirit deep in his eyes was ignited in an instant, and flames quickly burned on his body. The whole person exploded like a cannonball. Nothing. What I mean is that you don't even have the qualifications to attack me now. Chapter 44. Even the sun was split. Fire fist. Bang. The blazing flames suddenly swelled up, and the hot wind blew back in an instant. Ace punched through the air with his right fist. Boom. The fist made of blazing flames instantly pierced through the void and struck Bai Yu directly. Wherever they passed, not only the pirate ships, but even the sea was torn apart by the flames. The distance of dozens of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Feeling the scorching wind and waves coming towards him, the wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand burst out with dazzling golden light. He struck out with great force. Boom. The fire fist was split apart. The sword energy, which was more than 10 meters long, rushed towards Ace with unparalleled sharpness. Ace showed no fear at all and collided head-on with the slash. Bang. The boat beneath his feet snapped in 2. As flames rolled back across the sky, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Soon, countless flames were seen rolling rapidly in the void, and half of Ace's figure condensed out of thin air. Musketeer. Bang, 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 bang. Ace shot out with both hands continuously, and dense flaming bullets covered Bai Yu like a rainstorm. Bai Yu looked at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, and the smile on his face became more bloodthirsty and warlike. The wooden sword in his hand burst out with golden light again and chopped down in front of him. Boom. It's still a simple and unpretentious flat attack. The golden sword energy that burst out was more than 10 meters long. The muskets that were attacking from all directions were instantly shattered by this blow. The sword's remaining force slashed towards Ace in the air. Bang! The flames exploded again, and the sword energy swept past. The flames in the sky once again formed the figure of Ace. Endless flames gathered in Ace's right hand and turned into a circle of fire, which was suddenly thrown towards Bai Yu. This blow grew against the wind, and eventually turned into a whirlwind dozens of meters long, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. However, in the face of all this, Bai Yu continued to attack. As he raised his hand, golden light surged, and he slashed again. Bang! A flash of golden sword energy. However, this time the strike was several times stronger than before, reaching a distance of 50 or 60 meters. Looking at this slash that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, everyone's faces changed drastically. The nerves were stretched to the limit. Facing the two of them, he raised his hands and feet and launched an attack that could destroy the world. This is a fight between gods. If this blow lands on them, I'm afraid these little arms and legs really can't withstand a single blow. Bang! The blast wave rolled back along with the flames. The sword energy of dozens of meters directly tore apart the clouds accumulated in the sky. When the flames in the sky gathered together again, seeing Ace, who was unharmed, a hint of ecstasy appeared on Deus's face. You see, I've already told you that Captain Ace is invincible. A natural devil fruit user cannot be defeated just by defeating him. This is his innate advantage. And no matter how strong this newcomer in the Navy is, if he can't touch Ace, he will only lose. Deus laughed hastily. Jappu, who was standing by, shook his beard and said, "It's just as I heard in the grand line that I end the first half. The natural devil fruit user is the uncrowned king, unless. However, this is the East China Sea. I'm afraid no one has that ability." Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. They may not take Zeus's comment seriously. The chefs present knew clearly that Zeph had been in the Grand Line. Although he only stayed there for a short year, he slipped back. However, his knowledge is totally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Bai Yu, you've had enough fun. I just wanted you to get used to fighting a natural devil fruit user. I'm going to get serious next time. Flames burst out of Ace's body the moment he raised his right hand. Endless flames, as if they were free, poured in and gathered madly. A huge fireball expanded and rose rapidly. The scorching heat made the surrounding sea surface seem to be boiling. Jappu and the others, who were a little further away, suddenly changed their expressions. Quickly move the boat away. This attack is definitely not simple. Jappu roared urgently. The boat sailed away quickly. However, before they could escape far, the fireball that had accumulated in Ace's hand, which was more than 100 meters long, finally took shape. This is Ace's most powerful killer move at this stage. From a distance, it feels like the sun is rising over the sea. Everyone in this sea area immediately felt extremely insignificant. Bai Yu, this is my strongest attack. I hope you can accept it. Endless fighting spirit surged on Ace's face. Looking at Bai Yu, who had not moved a single step since the beginning of the fight, a hint of competitiveness flashed in his eyes. I don't believe that you can remain motionless under this blow. Great flame ring, flame emperor. Boom. The 100-meter-tall sun, under Ace's control, fell towards Bai Yu with great force. The huge impact even forced the surrounding sea to sink dozens of centimeters. The pirate ship that Bai Yu was stepping on seemed unable to withstand the huge pressure and heat, and made a squeaking sound as if it could not bear the heavy weight. All the people who were fleeing frantically lost their patience after seeing this scene, and all their eyes were fixed on Bai Yu. They were eager to know how Bai Yu would be able to respond to the attack from the strongest pirate rookie, Ace of Fire Fist. As expected, only this way is exciting. Bai Yu suddenly burst into laughter and grabbed the wooden sword with both hands. Seeing this ordinary action, Ace's heart skipped a beat. From the first time I saw Bai Yu draw his sword to now, when we meet again. Ace clearly remembered that Bai Yu always held the knife with one hand. Now, suddenly the habit has changed. This undoubtedly gave him a not good. Bang! The golden beam of light exploded inside Bai Yu's body. Under the release of extreme spiritual pressure, the sun that was falling from the sky first stopped for a moment. Endless murderous aura, coming from Wu Liuqi's power, gathered in that instant. Everyone in this sea area seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. This is different from the hot feeling brought by flames. It was a chill from the soul, and even Ace's expression suddenly changed. Unfortunately, before they could react, the wooden sword held in Bai Yu's hands had already chopped forward with force. sword down, cut in two. Boom. One knife out. The whole world seemed to be illuminated by golden light. The 100-meter-long sword energy, with the posture of opening the sky, collided head-on with the sun. There was a flash of golden light, and the sun was cut in two. The next moment, the remaining power continued and struck Ace. At the same time, the endless flames that had been accumulating madly exploded like a volcano after losing their restraints. Bang! The thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. Endless flames spread out in all directions like a tsunami. Those pirate ships that were unable to escape were submerged. The sea restaurant and Deuce and others who were hiding in the distance were instantly swept away by the oncoming tsunami. Chapter 45. This knife overturned the worldview. The rolling blast waves were simply endless. The vast sea seemed to be entering the end of the world. Facing the huge waves, Deus and others managed to keep their balance. He quickly looked in the direction of Ace. In the flames, a figure was reunited, and looking at the familiar face, Deuce said with ecstasy on his face, "Look, I've said it before, Ace, who possesses the power of the nature devil fruit, is invincible in this sea. No matter how powerful this marine is, as long as they can't cause actual damage to Ace, everything is bullshit." In the flames, Ace also showed a smile. At that moment just now, the momentum that Bai Yu burst out was really too terrifying. Even his limbs showed a hint of stagnation. If it weren't for the elemental transformation, he would be invincible. I'm afraid he will have to take the heavy blow from that shocking blow just now. At that time, Ace had no idea whether he was alive or dead. However, these messy thoughts just flashed through their minds. A ghostly figure appeared behind Ace without any warning. Behind the captain, Deuce's pupils suddenly contracted and he roared sharply. Ace couldn't help but be stunned. He had never expected that Bai Yu's first move would be an active attack. "Bai Yu, you are really fast, but don't forget, I have the elemental power of the nature devil fruit." Bang! The black wooden sword, with great force, chopped down on Ace's face. The moment the elemental flame just dissipated, Ace's figure seemed to be pulled out forcibly. The next moment, it rushed towards the sea restaurant like a cannonball. A deafening roar sounded at a distance of several hundred meters. With everyone looking confused, they responded by smashing the deck. Finally, it plunged into the sea. Crazy. Ace is going crazy. No. It should be said that all those who were praising the natural science department just now are going crazy. Seeing the invincible elemental transformation, it was unexpectedly chopped away by a single sword. This blow completely overturned their worldview. This is the new Bailey pirate who is said to be the strongest in the 4 seas and has a bounty of 50 million. Michael, was it really Ace who was struck flying just now? Deuce spoke with a look of disbelief on his face. Michael suddenly woke up and shouted urgently, "Deuce, do whatever you can to stop the Marines. Devil fruit users are all landlubbers. I want to save Ace." Michael said this and dived into the water. Deus was also suddenly awakened. Looking at Bai Yu stepping towards him in the sky, he did not have time to think and quickly drew the sword from his waist. "Navy, don't come over here, or don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome," Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. "What's wrong? I'll give you a chance to leave them behind and run away. Maybe you can still survive." "You're letting me escape?" Deuce was stunned, faced with such an unstoppable opponent. This kind of opportunity to survive would definitely not be refused by pirates like Creek. A trace of struggle flashed across Zeus's face, and the next moment he clenched the sword in his hand and rushed out with a roar. "I'm sorry. Even if I die, I will never abandon my companions." Ryu waved. With one strike of the sword, Deus' attack was also remarkable, and his sword moves were as continuous as the waves of the sea. When facing ordinary pirates, it is definitely a killing move. However, in Bai Yu's eyes, it was still far from enough. 3-sword style, rhinoceros strike. A figure rushed out from the sea. Zoro, who was soaking wet, took the first step. The 3 swords crossed and hit Zeus with a brutal attitude like a rhino charging. Bang! Deus flew backwards instantly and crashed directly into the cabin at the rear. Only then did he manage to stop his body. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, his face turned pale, and he showed an expression of disbelief. "Pirate Hunter, Roroa Zoro? I didn't expect that someone would know my name." Zoro bit the Wado Ikamanji. However, if we have to fight, I cannot let you pick our king right away. This would be a shame for our crew. If you want to fight, let me do it. Ever since boarding Bai Yu's ship, Zoro has never had a chance to take action. He has waited for so long before finally finding an opponent. Zoro was clearly losing his temper. Japu, who was standing aside, looked at this scene, and his expression became hesitant. I just wanted to watch a good show where both teams were evenly matched. I never expected that the strongest newcomer in the pirates would wilted as soon as they met. Let the story continue like this. I'm afraid that the strongest newcomer in the Four Seas, the captain of the Spade Pirates, will never be able to leave the East China Sea. However, it was precisely for this reason that Zeph was even more curious about the origins of this little-known rookie king of the Navy. Don't come over here, or don't blame me for lighting the bomb. Deuce endured the pain in his back and tore open his clothes, revealing the bomb that had been prepared long ago, with a hint of determination. Looking at this scene, Bai Yu reached out and stopped Zoro. Ace, it seems you met a good crew this time, but is it really okay for you to keep hiding like this? Bang. Inside the broken deck, Ace climbed up with the help of Michael. His wet posture and the red marks of the slash across his face made him look extremely embarrassed. The originally extremely tense atmosphere changed significantly under Bai Yu's different tone. Hey, Ace, what's going on? Isn't this Navy here to arrest you? Deuce lost his temper. After taking a deep breath, Ace struggled to get up and rubbed his stinging face. Bastard Bai Yu, you are still as merciless as before. You hit me in the face when there are so many places to hit me. If I can't get married in the future, I will blame you. Don't you like to carry alcohol with you? Give me a sip to relieve the pain. Ace, it seems that you have really become stronger, and even your skin has become thicker. Bai Yu laughed dryly and threw the wine jug away. Roll. Ace took the wine jug, glared at it, and started drinking. This scene made everyone present stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. How did the Navy and pirates become in love and hate with each other? Ace, tell me quickly, what is going on? Is he Marine? Deuce was going crazy and grabbed the bomb on his body. I almost risked my life for you. If you don't tell me, I will drag you to death. Looking at Deuce, who was working so hard, Ace rubbed his nose helplessly. Why, didn't I tell you? Bai Yu is indeed a Marine, but he is also my sworn brother. I thought I could get back at him since I have a natural devil fruit, but I didn't expect to embarrass myself in public again. Chapter 46, I'm on this boat. What? Everyone was stunned. After fighting for so long, the strongest rookie in the pirates and the strongest rookie in the Navy turned out to be sworn brothers? Isn't this too intriguing? If you don't hear it with your own ears, who would believe that all this is true? Okay, the fight is over, and I'm hungry, so let's go have a meal first. Bai Yu patted Ace's shoulder and walked straight into the sea restaurant. Seeing this scene, the remaining pirates of the Creek Pirates fled frantically. Creek also crawled out of a shabby pirate ship and planned to leave secretly with the help of the ghost Ajin. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, Bai Yu stopped and looked back. Bai Yu, let me take you to clean up the mess. Ace returned the wine jug to Bai Yu now. There are still 600 or 700 pirates here. With my fruit ability, we can quickly suppress them. You? Bai Yu rolled his eyes. You are so proud of yourself after getting the flame fruit. You are still too young, little brother. We need to capture these people alive. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain to the old man. Let me do it. Bai Yu turned around and looked at the pirate ships scattered around. His figure flashed and appeared on one of the ships. Creek's face changed drastically, and he roared urgently. If we don't run now, what are we waiting for? Run quickly. He wants to capture us alive. Only one person can't stop hundreds of us. In Creek's eyes, he was already seriously injured, and only by letting others create opportunities for him could he have a glimmer of hope. The 600 or 700 pirates were startled at first. Then they looked at each other and fled for their lives. Sorry, no one can escape. Bai Yu was standing on the mast of a pirate ship. The moment he took a sip of wine, his eyes suddenly widened. The domineering aura lurking in his body suddenly exploded like a violent tidal wave. Bang! An unparalleled domineering aura swept across the entire sea like a tide. The pirates who were originally fleeing frantically, including Creek and the demon Ajin, first froze, then fell to the ground with wide eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. At this moment, everyone in the distant restaurant on the sea also felt an invisible, oppressive force rushing into their heads. There was a roar in the brain. The only thing to be thankful for is that this domineering look came and went away quickly. Under Bai Yu's deliberate control, it also deviated from the location of the sea restaurant. Otherwise, someone with slightly weaker strength would have probably fallen to the ground and fainted. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of hundreds of heavy objects falling to the ground merged into one. By the time everyone reacted, all members of the Creek Pirates were wiped out. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath. Ace's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he said, Bai Yu, you didn't hide it from me and secretly took a stronger devil fruit, did you? Also, how were you able to attack me, who was in elemental form just now? The defeat just now was an unforgettable nightmare for Ace, who was determined to get back at his old self. In particular, his old face was still stinging, making it difficult for him to calm down. Kid, that's not a devil fruit ability. Jipu shook his beard, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, this young Navy man just displayed the three-color domineering aura that is rare only in the New World and in the Grand Line. Among them, the one that can attack the elemental nature should be Armament Haki, and the one that can sense the surrounding aura and predict and dodge in advance is Observation Haki. In the end, being able to shock the enemy with just momentum, or even knock them unconscious, is the status of a king that only 1 in a million people possesses. IT has said that only the few strongest people in the sea have such means. It seems that your future achievements are limitless, Navy boy. 3 colors of domineering. The expressions of Deus and others changed drastically. They had never expected that after a battle, the amount of information would be so huge. Even Ace's expression looked a little unnatural. He never thought that after just 1 month of separation from Bai Yu, his strength would increase to such an extent. Especially the posture of a king who is 1 in a million. This further overturned his cognition. Okay, don't just stand there. I just came into contact with it a little earlier than you. If you hadn't run out to sea and followed the old man, you would know what domineering is now. Bai Yu patted Ace's shoulder and said, Don't forget who you are. Maybe you don't lack Conqueror Haki, but you just lack the opportunity. I came to you this time to let you know that you shouldn't be too proud after getting the flame fruit. There are still many strong people in this world. If you fall into the hands of the Navy, I don't want to bother to get you out, and I'm afraid the old man won't allow it. I'm hungry too. Let's eat first. After hearing this, Ace looked at Bai Yu's figure, exhaled deeply, and the dark look on his face disappeared, and then a trace of embarrassment emerged. Bai Yu, did you bring Bailey? We have been hungry for 3 days. Gurgle. Deus and Michael's stomachs also made the same rumbling sounds as Ace's. Bai Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. It turned out that all the people who came out under Garp were talented. With such a large appetite, no matter how many Baileys there are, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist eating to their heart's content. Navy brother, let us treat you for the rest of the meal. Zeph suddenly spoke up. Patty and the others were shocked. Sanji couldn't hold back anymore. Old man, this guy can't be your illegitimate child, right? You're usually so stingy. How can you be so generous one day? Shut up. I'm doing this because I want to find a good family to get you out of here. Jipu glared and shouted. You bastard old man, you always put me wazo. Didn't you intend for me to see you off to the end? How can I leave? Give me your sister. I can still live longer than you. Bai Yu felt helpless when he saw the old man and the young boy starting fighting right away. It's really difficult to have a meal. As for Sanji, he is indeed a good candidate. However, Bai Yu still prefers to let things take their course. Master Bai Yu, you and Zoro are running so fast. Aren't you really worried about what might happen to us? The sailboat was moored next to the sea restaurant, and Nami glared and complained. Karina, who was standing on the observation deck, jumped down with a modified 98K wrapped in black cloth on her back and patted Nami's shoulder with a smile. Master Bai Yu, don't worry. Nami will be fine as long as I'm here. During these 3 days, Kalina has initially adapted to the modified 98K in her hands. If they really fought in the dark, she believed that there would not be many people in the East China Sea who could block a shot. No, it's better to let gentlemen do this kind of work of protecting ladies. I'm determined to board this boat. Chapter 47 Candidates for General. I'm determined to board this boat. The shadow flashed past quickly and instantly appeared in front of Kalina and Nami and performed a gentleman's salute. However, before Sanji could introduce himself, Zeph's wooden leg had already kicked over. Looking at the 2 people fighting again, Bai Yu walked towards the sea restaurant helplessly. At the same time, in the meeting hall of the Navy headquarters, there was a stack of documents scattered on the desk, and on top of it, besides the treasure hunter treasure, There is also a brand new bounty warrant. Marshal Zhonghua, you've been holding meetings too frequently recently. You have to make a trip every few days. Luckily, I'm fast. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Kizaru twisted his mouth and said obscenely. The other naval generals did not speak, but were also very curious about Zhonghua's intentions. After all, the frequency of meetings has indeed increased a bit over the past month, which is a far cry from the usual once every few months. Okay, Kizaru, shut up. That if there's nothing serious, I wouldn't have asked you to come here. If even you can't catch up, who can be faster than you? Zhonghua shouted in a deep voice. This time, I asked you to come here mainly for two things. During this period, a new pirate has emerged in the East China Sea. This is the bounty application submitted by the 186th branch. You can take a look first. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. When they saw the reward amount, many people couldn't help but freeze in surprise. A bounty of 50 million Baileys. Captain of the Spade Pirates? Akainu cupped his hands, frowned, and said in a deep voice. Marshal Zhonghua, looking at this photo, this kid is only about 17 or 18 years old. The first bounty has reached the limit of 50 million Baileys. This is a bit of an exaggeration. If this matter gets out and other people know about it, they will think that our Navy headquarters is really afraid of a new kid. I agree with Sasaki too. Kizaru didn't mind the big deal and raised his hand to second the motion. The other naval commanders did not speak, but also nodded silently. Zhonghua had anticipated this and scanned the field. I knew you would have this reaction. If you were just a newcomer, you wouldn't be worth the price. However, if I tell you that this newcomer has the ability of a natural flame fruit, do you think the price is worth it? Flame fruit. The faces of the naval generals suddenly changed. Many people subconsciously looked at the three generals. No one knows the power of natural devil fruits better than the people in the Marine headquarters. This year's admirals can be called the strongest lineup, entirely because three of them possess the ability to destroy the world. Now a new pirate suddenly possesses a natural type devil fruit. How can they remain calm? So he's a natural devil fruit user. Then no wonder he's offered a bounty of 50 million berries. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air. Marshal Sengoku, you urgently summoned us here. Are you planning to hunt down this Fire Fist Ace and strangle him in the cradle? Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Natural-type devil fruit users are all disastrous opponents. Even an ordinary vice admiral may not be able to win.to kill this new pirate. It may require the intervention of the three admirals. No, I've already asked Garp to take care of this matter. If he really can't do it, we'll catch him once Fire Fist Ace reaches the Grand Line, the Sabaody Archipelago. Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Recently, the Beast's pirates have been restless, and Red Hair has just become the emperor. The two have fought many battles for territory. Kizaru, you need to keep an eye on them, and don't let them make a big move. As for Akiji, you should pay attention to the last candidate for the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 5 Elders are always putting pressure on us, and the matter of the 7 Warlords of the Sea has been delayed for too long. Although they did give a candidate, but I think it's blind to let that guy be one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Akainu, you should also pay attention. Recently, the Celestial Dragons have been leaving the Holy Land of Marahoa from time to time. You all know their character. Don't let anything happen at this critical moment. A series of questions came out like a string of cannonballs, leaving the naval generals present looking at each other in bewilderment. However, they can only listen. These tasks are too heavy, and except for the generals, they are indeed not qualified to do them. Marshal Zhonghua, you really arranged our tasks very well. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle everything in the future. If there is nothing else, you should hold fewer meetings like this, right? Kizaru dusted himself off and stood up with a crooked mouth. Marshal Zhonghua, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Stop. Zhonghua shouted in a deep voice. What I just said was just a preface. What follows is the real important matter of this meeting. You just said that the New World has been in turmoil recently. It's a bit difficult for the 3 generals to suppress the situation alone. So, the purpose of this meeting is mainly to add another candidate for general. General candidate? There was a sound of people sucking in their breath. The candidate for general is the strongest combat force between lieutenant general and general, second only to the general. Looking across the Navy headquarters, there are only 2. Moreover, each of them shoulders the important responsibility of monitoring the 4 emperors. Now that Zhonghua had spoken, he was planning to break the combat power system that had remained unchanged for all these years, which was undoubtedly beyond their understanding. Marshal Zhonghua, you suddenly brought this up that I'm afraid you already have a candidate in mind. Akainu spoke in a deep voice. It's the mountain on fire, Doberman. Is it a ghost spider? The nerves of the naval generals present were all tense. Huashishin laughed dryly and said, General Sasaki, you are praising me too much. I think the biggest possibility is Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. He has completed a lot of tasks during this period. Compared with Ghost Spider, who is a hawk, Huashishin is obviously a conservative. Therefore, his military achievements and reputation are undoubtedly much less than that of Ghost Spider. Haha, I also agree with the theory of burning the mountain. Doberman shook his scarred face and agreed. The Admiral candidate is the one with the highest combat power closest to the Navy Admiral. Many people want this honor. However, it would be a bit inappropriate to say it in public. I'm sorry, the candidates recommended this time are not those present here. Zhonghua said in a deep voice. He casually took out a stack of documents and placed them on the desk. The candidate recommended for general candidate this time is Bai Yu. Chapter 48, A Big Bet. What? The expressions of the naval commanders present changed drastically. The humble smiles on the faces of Lieutenant General Doberman and others suddenly froze. Many of them have served as Lieutenant General for more than 10 years. If you want to move up a level, the only option is to be a candidate for general. If a colleague who is also a Lieutenant General is recommended, many people will definitely not feel dissatisfied. Now, this honor second only to that of a general has fallen on a little kid of unknown fame. They couldn't bear this. I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku. Are you kidding me? If you give the position of candidate for general to Mr. Garp, or just let him be the general, we have no objection, Doberman said in a deep voice. However, if you give the position of admiral candidate to a newcomer who is not even officially reported to the Navy, I'm afraid many people will not accept it. Doberman is right, and I agree. Kazuru also echoed. Many naval generals present also nodded in response. Zhonghua had already expected things to develop to this point, and he took out 2 bounty orders. I know you are dissatisfied, but this time the recommendation was indeed made by Garp himself. 5 days ago, Bai Yu killed the treasure hunter Treege who had a bounty of 89 million on Frost Moon Island. 3 days ago, he killed the remnants of the Sun Pirates and offered a bounty of 20 million berries to the Fishman Dragon. Most importantly, according to Ghost Spider's report, he has already met Bai Yu and even fought him once. But in the end, Ghost Spider was defeated. What? The pupils of naval generals such as Doberman suddenly contracted. If it were the previous results, it would be a big surprise for them. However, it is obviously impossible to convince them completely. However, now Zhonghua suddenly told them that even the hawkish Vice Admiral Enigmo was defeated by Bai Yu. This is way too much information. Marshal Sengoku, are you kidding me? Ghost Spider is a very experienced lieutenant general, and his strength is also one of the best. The 8-sword style he uses is also extraordinary. It is hard to believe that he would lose to a little devil. Akainu said in a deep voice. As a fellow hawk, Akainu will of course pay more attention to Spider Demon, who has always been with him through thick and thin. Faced with this questioning, everyone looked at Zhonghua, eager to know whether the recommendation just now is true. I know you don't believe it, so I've contacted Ghost Spider. Go and verify it yourself. Sengoku threw out a din-din mushi casually, and soon a calling sound was heard. Mashimoshi, I'm Ghost Spider. May I ask if there's anything urgent that I can contact you about, Marshal Zhonghua? The deep voice of Demon Spider came from the other side of din-din mushi. Ghost Spider, I'm Sasaki. Akainu spoke first. Marshal Zhonghua just said that you lost to a newcomer. Do you think this joke is funny? After these words were spoken, the huge conference hall fell into dead silence, and a hint of urgency flashed in the eyes of many people. They were eager to know whether Zhonghua was fooling them. General Sasaki, this is not a joke. I fought against Mr. Garp's grandson Bai Yu in the East China Sea, and was indeed defeated by him. Moreover, he defeated me using the same 8-sword style. If it's about recommending candidates for general, it's actually the result of a discussion between me and Mr. Garp. Ghost Spider said in a deep voice. Yes. The sound of people sucking in their breath echoed in the meeting hall. Many people's pupils suddenly contracted. Ghost Spider's strength is among the best among the lieutenant generals. His life return combined with the 8-sword style has earned him a place in the Navy headquarters and even on the ocean. Now I have lost, and I have lost to a newcomer. This has undoubtedly overturned their cognition. General Sasaki, I know you find it hard to believe, but Bai Yu's potential is far beyond our imagination. He possesses 3 colors of domineering aura and is proficient in advanced swordsmanship. I believe that his talent in swordsmanship is comparable to that of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Moreover, the most concerning thing is that he has a very high combat instinct. If we have to evaluate him, it seems like he was born for combat. Ghost Spider spoke one after another. Every time something happens, the atmosphere in the field changes. Comparable to the world's best swordsman, he was born for battle. They would never hum a word about this kind of title and halo, coming from a big shot who has been famous for a long time. This is undoubtedly difficult to accept when used to describe someone who has just set foot on the sea. All right, Ghost Spider, come back and tell me what you have to say. Remember, don't let Garp run around. Zhangwu gave some instructions and hung up the din mushi. If this recommendation was made, it was a unilateral action by Garp. Zhangwu would never agree to it easily. However, this time, even the usually arrogant Ghost Spider got involved. The Warring States period also had to take it seriously. For a moment, the huge meeting hall fell into silence. All the naval generals were unable to answer for a moment. Humph, Marshal Zhangwu, I still can't believe this kind of thing. Akainu spoke again in a deep voice. Everyone present here has reached this position through seniority and military exploits. If I were to allow a newcomer to be parachuted in as a candidate for the rank of admiral, unless he could demonstrate convincing combat records and strength, I would definitely not agree to this recommendation. I also think Akainu is right. Kizaru also raised his hand to express his opinion. Looking at the 3 generals, 2 of them took the vote, and all the generals secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhangwu glanced at Akiji without saying a word, as if he was out of the matter, and said, I already know how you will react, but I called you here to give you some information first. As for the candidate for general, we will decide after Bai Yu arrives. However, I remind you that gold will always shine. Otherwise, Ghost Spider, the old stubborn man, would not have personally recommended you. I hope you don't make the relationship too awkward. If there is nothing else, then this meeting ends here. We will continue this topic after Bai Yu arrives at the Navy headquarters. Since Marshal Sengoku has already made the decision, I also want to know what kind of waves that little brat can make. Akainu snorted coldly and turned away first. Kizaru also showed an amused look on his face, turned into a spot of light and disappeared on the spot. The remaining naval generals looked at each other and turned away. Zhangwu looked at the meeting hall that suddenly became empty, sighed and muttered to himself. Garp, this time for your precious grandson, I made a big gamble. If you dare to fool me, not only will you not be able to enter the main gate of the Navy headquarters, I will chase him all over the sea. But why do I feel a little uneasy recently? Am I thinking too much, or is something big going to happen? Chapter 49, Smoker's Distress. 3 days later, inside the naval branch in Rog Town, a girl with orange hair, wearing a Navy justice robe, sunglasses on her bangs, a band-aid on her face, walked in quickly, carrying a samurai sword. Lieutenant Iska, you are finally here. Orlon walked out quickly. Colonel Smoker, are you still in a coma? Why are you in such a hurry for me to come here? I'm chasing after the Fire Fist Ace of the Spade Pirates. A hint of anxiety flashed across Iska's face as he looked into the room. Iska, you are finally here. Smoker's voice echoed in the room, and the tightly closed door was quickly opened. Looking at Smoker, who still had a red slash mark on his face, Iska's expression froze. She and Smoker are both rookies in the Navy class. However, because Smoker possessed the ability of a natural devil fruit, he was quickly promoted to Navy captain. Tina, who was in the same period, also reached the rank of lieutenant colonel thanks to a parahuman devil fruit. Only she relied on her swordsmanship to be promoted step by step, and now she is only a second lieutenant. Iska, are you surprised that I, a natural devil fruit user, would suffer this kind of trauma? Smoker said with a grim face, holding a cigar in his mouth. This is the trauma I suffered when I met a new Navy recruit named Bai Yu in Kakoja village in the East China Sea. He defeated me with just one strike of the sword, one knife. Iska's expression changed involuntarily, and he said, could it be that he has a sea stone weapon? As a new recruit who graduated from a professional training center in the Marine headquarters, Iska is clearly no pretty face and knows a thing or two about the weaknesses of devil fruit users. No, it's armament hockey. Smoker clenched his fists. I overlooked that he possesses armament hockey, which can restrain my elementalization. At the same time, I suspect he also possesses observation hockey. What? Iska's expression suddenly changed. You said he possesses dual-color haki, so how old is he, in his 20s or 30s? Haki is not a rare thing in the Navy headquarters. However, in Isuka's eyes, to master domineering power, one needs at least a lot of combat experience to achieve it. No, he's about your age, only about 17 or 18. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and took a deep breath. And there are rumors that not long ago, Bai Yu hunted down the Creek pirates who had been entrenched in the East China Sea for a long time. After arriving at the restaurant on the sea, he met with Fire Fist Ace and defeated him with a single sword. Impossible. Isuka's expression changed, and he shouted urgently. Smoker raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised at the excessive nervousness of his old friend. Isuka also noticed his own gaffe and spoke hurriedly. I'm sorry, Colonel Smoker, and I encountered Ace the Fire Fist in the Seacoast Sea a month ago, and have been hunting him ever since. I was the one who submitted the reward of 50 million berries he offered. I know very well how powerful Fire Fist Ace is. If you said that Fire Fist Ace was defeated, I want to know, has Fire Fist Ace fallen into the hands of our Navy now? After these words were spoken, a hint of urgency flashed in Isuka's eyes. Smoker hesitated for a moment, holding the cigar in his mouth, then shook his head. I haven't received this news yet, but I still want to remind you not to underestimate that guy. However, if we meet next time, I will definitely not let him take advantage of me, and will defeat him head-on. Isuka secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If we say that Garp's pursuit of Roger was a fight between two people, then Isuka chased Ace to prove his own strength. Anyone would be unhappy if the rare prey was snatched away by someone else. Isuka, why do you seem so worried? Smoker glanced at his old classmate. Isuka quickly came to his senses and shook his head. No, I'm just curious about who this Bai Yu is. There are rumors that he can defeat Fire Fist Ace. If possible, I really want to see what he is capable of. You should have a chance to meet him soon. Smoker sneered, holding a cigar in his mouth. Next time, you'll hear about me beating him. By the way, let's get back to business. I asked you to come here because today is the anniversary of the death of Pirate King Roger. Many pirates will be waiting for an opportunity to land on the island, so I hope you can help me patrol a bit. I've been a little bit upset during this time, worried that something might go wrong. You want me to support you? Isuka raised his eyebrows in surprise, then said with a smile, This is really unexpected, but since you asked, I won't refuse. I heard there are a lot of weapon shops in Rogue Town, so I'll go check it out and see what I can find. After saying this, Isuka turned and left. For many people, devil fruits are secret treasures of the sea. However, for a swordsman, a famous sword that suits his hand is the most precious thing. Seeing Isuka disappear in the corridor in an instant, Smoker came back to his senses, picked up the photo on the table, and frowned. In this photo, there is a huge black spot in the sky. However, Smoker couldn't tell what this thing was for a moment. At the same time, dozens of miles away from the town of Roge, a ship carrying orange trees was sailing rapidly through the waves. Roar! Huge waves overturned the water, and huge sea monsters tens of meters long broke out of the water dozens of meters away. The moment the pair of scarlet eyes saw the ship, the bloody mouth suddenly opened and rushed towards us with a fishy wind. Zoro, Nami, and others standing on the deck had the same expression. Only Sanji took a deep puff of his cigarette. Looks closed, the Sea Kings are within easy reach. Bang! A scarlet stream of light sounded on the observation deck and instantly collided with the huge Sea King. Boom! The Sea King that was dozens of meters long paused in its attack. The next moment, the huge head exploded. Amid splattering blood and flesh, a body of more than 10 meters in length crashed into the sea. Amid the splash of sea water, Kalina, who was hiding in the observation deck, raised a modified 98K in her hand and couldn't help but wave it. Master Bai Yu, was this shot brilliant? Of course, it's exciting that it seems that you, Kalina, had gotten used to the recoil of this gun. Bai Yu smiled and took a sip of his drink. Since leaving the restaurant at sea, Bai Yu's body template unlocking progress has reached 19.8%. After playing Ace for the second time, I got 2% unlocking progress. Looks a little less than expected. However, when refreshing them all, Bai Yu got an unexpected surprise. Chapter 50, not even qualified to be a flower protector. Roar, roar, roar. Waves of roars came from the sea. The Sea King just now was shot in the head, and the splashing blood obviously attracted all the Sea Kings in the sea. The moment 7 or 8 Sea Kings broke out of the water, they created a dark mass. Sanji couldn't help but tighten the cigarette in his hand, This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Unfortunately, before he could react, the hot bubbles and cold bubbles had already gathered into thick leaden clouds above the heads of the Sea Kings. The weather forecast now says it's going to be a thunderstorm. Buzz. The electric bubbles plunged into the black cloud. Boom. A huge bolt of lightning exploded in the accumulated clouds. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, which instantly submerged the Sea Kings that emerged from the sea. It took more than half a minute before the sea surface finally calmed down. But compared with the fierce attack just now, the sea was clearly littered with the corpses of Sea Kings. Looking at this scene, the cigarette in Sanji's hand burned his fingers directly, and he woke up with a scream. When boarding the ship, Sanji was shouting that he would protect women according to the spirit of chivalry. Now it seems that the only person who really needs to be protected on the ship is probably myself. Why does everyone seem to be cheating? Master Bai Yu, did you see that? I succeeded. I won't be the last one in the future. Nami hugged Bai Yu tightly, and that weapon gave people a full sense of happiness. She believed that with her current state, she could definitely kill the dragon instantly without warning. Bai Yu coughed dryly and broke free from Nami's hands. Well, success is good enough. Now that you are on my ship, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. I hope everyone can be independent. Did you hear that, you pervert? If you get on the boat, you will hold us back. Zoro held a wooden sword with a provocative look on his face. What did you say, green algae head? I'm going to kick you to death. Sanji exploded. I originally boarded the ship intending to be a flower protector. I never thought that I would fail in the role of flower protector. And it became the tail end. You're not even qualified to be a flower protector. Sanji, don't lose heart. When Nami and I boarded the ship, we were both powerless. If it weren't for Lord Bai Yu giving us these weapons, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even hurt the Sea Kings, let alone kill them. Karina smiled and consoled him while carrying the modified 98K on her back. Nami beside her also nodded in agreement. 3 days ago, looking at the weather stick that Bai Yu gave her, and after listening to the explanation, Nami couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary stick would give her the power to kill the dragon. Later, after repeated attempts, I finally understood what it meant that the captain was honest and never lied to me. Sanji was silent, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath before speaking. Master Bai Yu, can I make myself stronger? I'm good at leg techniques. Of course. Bai Yu took a sip of wine and threw the 2 wristbands out. This is what Bai Yu exchanged during this period of time. After the system products are refreshed and exchanged, the exchange authority is still retained, so Bai Yu spent 150 points and exchanged another pair. Looking at the small handguard that hit the entire floor with a loud bang, Sanji was stunned for a moment. He began to regret why he made such a request. Sexy Kappa, there is no regret medicine for this boat. These 2 wristbands weigh 100 kilograms in total, but it can increase or decrease the weight at will, which is very beneficial for training strength and explosive power, Zoro said with a playful smile. Of course, if you want to get off the boat now, I don't mind. You stupid green algae head. Who wants to get off the boat? It's just 100 kilograms. I can easily adapt to it. Sanji suddenly became anxious. But after weighing the 2 wristbands and trying to adjust the weight, the shock on his face became more and more intense. He finally understood why Zeph, the old fox, had originally suggested that he board the pirate ship of Fire Fist Ace. He changed his mind and let him board the naval ship. It turns out that old Ginger is still spicy, and the vision is still as clear as old eyes. Just relying on the weapons that Bai Yu has taken out now, there is also the magical auxiliary training equipment. This is enough to show that Bai Yu is definitely not as simple as he seems. The future achievements of everyone on this ship will definitely be extraordinary. Sanji, you could try to use high-speed rotation for your kicking skills. Rapid friction can generate high temperatures and increase explosive power. If you can reach this level, your strength will definitely double. If you meet hundreds of millions of pirates, you will definitely be able to easily defeat them. Bai Yu took a sip of wine and told about Sanji's devil wind legs in the original work. At present, the system mall has not produced anything special that can greatly increase Sanji's strength. Therefore, Bai Yu could only use the dumbest method and draw on the original work. Master Bai Yu, your idea is the same as my guess. Will it really work? Sanji was confused. He has always been thinking about how to make himself stronger. However, without anyone to lead the way, it is obviously a bit difficult to rely on one's own exploration. Now Bai Yu's comments made Sanji feel like he had a soulmate. Don't worry, as long as you get used to the weighted wrist guard, it won't be difficult to complete this move. As for the other training, we will make plans after you have completed the weight bearing. Bai Yu took another sip of the wine and said, Robe Town is ahead. Let's rest here for now. We will enter the Grand Line next, and I'm afraid we won't be able to resupply for a long time. I agree. I agree, too. I'll go get some food, too. Sanji quickly agreed. Only in the food can he find some of the sense of presence. I'll stay on the boat and keep watch. I'll get some exercise at the same time. Zoro replied and continued fighting with his wooden sword. Every time when he saw Bai Yu easily completing 10,000 slashes, the feeling of powerlessness and the gap in his heart were suddenly magnified infinitely. This made Zoro wish he could use the time for eating and sleeping as well. Bai Yu didn't take Zoro's choice to heart. There are indeed 2 famous swords in Ippamatsu's shop. Bai Yu cannot be used, but if he can be obtained, it can be regarded as a benefit to win people's hearts. While thinking, Bai Yu jumped onto the shore after the ship docked. However, just after taking a few steps, he saw a reckless figure bumping into him. The softness and the female body fragrance that came to his face made Bai Yu raise his eyebrows. Especially looking at the head full of orange hair, Bai Yu seemed a little surprised. No, I'm sorry. I was in such a hurry that I bumped into you by accident. If you're okay, I've got a fancy to a knife and I'm going to leave first. Chapter 51, aren't you an apprentice swordsman? Knife? Bai Yu seemed a little surprised and glanced at the girl in front of him, who was wearing a navy uniform and a samurai sword on her waist. Sure enough, the current Ashiki has not yet come to Robe Town to serve. If Bai Yu remembered correctly, the girl in front of him should be Iska, who was chasing Ace and running all over the sea. Are you a swordsman too? Iska glanced at Bai Yu with a little surprise, but soon his expression froze. Are you an apprentice? Why are you wearing a wooden sword, and the other sword wrapped in a cloth strip is? This is just an ordinary samurai sword. However, you said just now that you wanted to buy a sword. Can you take me to broaden my horizons? Bai Yu did not take out the demon's sword Murasame. During this period, he has been fighting with a wooden sword. There is no one in the East China Sea who is worthy of him using a real sword. The demon sword Murasame is only one step away from being a black sword. It exudes an evil aura at all times. If one's mind is a little fragile, he can be easily bewitched. In order to avoid further trouble, Bai Yu temporarily sealed up the demon sword Murasame. Buy a knife. Oh, by the way, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. If I had been a step slower, I'm afraid someone would have snatched it away. If you want to see it, you can come with me. Iska rushed out in a hurry. Looking at this anxious girl, Bai Yu smiled, took a sip of wine, and quickly followed. Along the way, Bai Yu saw many Navy officers chasing pirates, and there were also many sounds of fighting coming from all around. However, every time the white fog rose into the sky, the battle would end quickly. It seems that Smoker was able to develop Long Out Yin's invincible mentality, largely because of Rogue Town. It's here. Iska pushed open the tightly closed shop door. Yabinsong, who was wiping the knife and looked a little wretched, put on a flattering face and was about to sell something. However, after seeing Iska, he quickly waved his hand and said, It's you again, you stinky Navy man. I told you I would never sell this knife. Why did you come here again? Not selling. Iska's expression froze, and he quickly took out a backpack and handed it over. Here are 3 million Baileys, so you can sell me the knife. I searched for this famous sword in the East China Sea for a long time before I found it. For a swordsman, every famous sword is an honor. Not to mention Iska, who just set foot on the sea. Being able to get a famous sword of your own is the best reflection of your strength. What's more, the toughness and sharpness of the famous sword are very important for those who don't have the domineering power. This is undoubtedly a powerful tool to enhance your strength. This is a black lacquered sword, a sharp sword called Suizu with a small T-shaped blade. Bai Yu looked at the Suizu placed on the counter. I encountered this quite a few times in the original book. This is my first time seeing it up close. Kid, I didn't expect that you also know famous swords. Ippamatsu took a surprised glance and quickly waved his hand. But if I say I won't sell this knife, then I won't sell it. There are knives over there. You can pick your own. After saying this, Yabinsong continued to walk away, wiping the snow from his hands, and simply ignored everyone. Iska was deflated like a balloon. It was a rare opportunity to come across a famous sword, and even if he spent all his fortune, he couldn't buy it. This kind of staring and coveting made her a little crazy. However, as a navy, they could not take any tough measures and could only reluctantly put the idea aside. It seems that I can't afford that famous sword, so I'll just consider it as an eye-opener. Next, I'm going to enter the Grand Line and look at a few good swords. If you don't mind, I can't help you choose. I also have a lot of research on swords, Iska said as he walked towards the corner of the store. When he saw her reaching out to grab the handle of a slightly old knife, Bai Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh. Iska suddenly screamed and sat down on the ground. The Sandai Kurogiri that had just been pulled out of the sword barrel was suddenly thrown into the air. The flying blade, with a bright cold light, stabbed towards Iska diagonally under the shocked gazes of Iska and Ippomatsu. The demon sword? This demon sword is really cursed. Navy girl, get out of the way. Ippomatsu cried out anxiously. Iska suddenly woke up from his trance. Just now, at the moment when the Sandai Katetsu was drawn out, a blood red will rushed straight into her mind. His hands and feet became uncontrollable, and he fell to the ground. He never expected that the Sandai Katetsu would fly into the air and fall towards him. Looking at the blade that almost occupied his entire pupil, Iska wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out without any warning. The Sandai Katetsu, which was about to pierce his eyes, suddenly stopped in midair. The next moment, as if pulled by an invisible force, it fell into Bai Yu's hands under the shocked gazes of Ippomatsu and Iska. At the same time, the demon sword Murasame on Bai Yu's waist seemed to be provoked, and a huge, evil aura exploded like a raging wave. Even the cloth strips wrapped around the demon sword Murasame shattered into pieces. The huge weapon store seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar in an instant. The biting cold rushed from the soles of my feet straight to my forehead. Looking at the demon sword Murasame that was plundering his domineering aura on its own and starting to work, Bai Yu frowned and pulled his domineering aura back. The suffocating energy dissipated in an instant. Without this fascinating aura, Yabansong fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath as if drowning. Looking at the sword on Bai Yu's waist, his expression changed drastically. This is correct. This is the 21-level demon sword Murasame, with a great nihilistic T-shaped sword, a demon-worshipping handguard, and a bloody blade. Ippomatsu cried out in surprise. Hasn't this demon sword been lost for more than 300 years? It is said that it can only one step away from reaching the level of a black knife. You little brat actually managed to control it and suppress it directly just now. So you are a swordsman, or a great swordsman? The series of questions came like a barrage of cannonballs, and even Iska was confused. Looking at the blood-red sword on Bai Yu's waist, which could make people feel chilled at a glance, he couldn't help but stammer and ask, Aren't you an apprentice swordsman? How come you have the legendary demon sword? What was that just now? Marine girl, I never said that I was an apprentice swordsman. Bai Yu picked up the scabbard and put the Sandai Katetsu back into the sheath. This is one of the best 50 swords, the Sandai Katetsu. It's also a demon sword. If you like it, I can give it to you. Another demon sword. Iska's face changed slightly. Thinking back to what had just happened and the rumors he had heard about the demon sword, he hesitated for a moment. No, I won't sell either this demon sword or Suizu. Ippomatsu suddenly spoke. Iska, who was still hesitating, suddenly became anxious. Being able to come across two famous swords in one day is not as good as Bai Yu's demon sword Murasame, but at least it is also a good and fast sword. If he hesitated for a moment, he would miss it again, which Iska could not accept. However, before she could open her mouth to bargain, Ippomatsu's voice sounded again. Brother, I'll give you these 2 knives. Chapter 52, Are you Bai Yu? Give him these 2 knives. Iska was confused. She had just spent all her family's savings, but the other party was still unwilling to sell. Now that he had come to his senses, he packed up his 2 swords. Is this a joke? Old man, I never thought that a stingy guy like you could be so generous. A stout woman walked out from the back hall, also with a look of surprise on her face. Shut up, this is a deal between men. Ippomatsu folded his hands and spoke seriously for once. This is the friendship between men, and it is also the dream of a swordsman. Although I am not a swordsman, I also have the spirit of a swordsman. Little boy, I know you are not as simple as you appear. In 10 or 20 years, you will surely become famous all over the world. IT would not be a waste if I handed these 2 swords to you. I hope you can accept them. As he spoke, Ippomatsu solemnly pushed the 2 swords to Bai Yu. Iska on the side was immediately envious. Looking at the millions of Baileys he had worked so hard to save, and the barely sufficient sword at his waist. As expected, comparing people is incomparable, and comparing goods will lead to throwing them away. Looking at Ip and Matsu, who had an eager face, Bai Yu touched his nose helplessly and took the two swords. The gains this time were beyond Bai Yu's expectations, but it finally ended perfectly. However, when Bai Yu took the double swords, his brows couldn't help but raise. Lieutenant Iska, something terrible has happened. A lot of monsters have appeared outside. A Navy soldier broke in from outside. Soon, a sharp sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, through the door behind the naval soldiers, a huge mantis could be seen flying towards the naval soldiers quickly. The double swords in his hands emitted a chilling light that was captivating. Careful! Iska's face changed, and he quickly drew his sword and rushed out. Itoria Yokozuna. Bang! The saber in Iska's hand collided with the mantis in an instant. The huge amount of power released made her face suddenly change, and she flew backwards. At the same time, the 3 to 5 meter tall mantis, with the second scimitar in its hand, was slashing towards him with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Looking at the attack that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Iska's face turned pale, and the pain from the base of his right hand holding the knife made it impossible for him to free his hand in time to defend himself. Two swords Gangluo Tiger. Buzz. Two sharp knife sounds echoed instantly. Zoro took the lead and appeared in front of Mantis. The next moment, the two swords burst out with endless power and instantly collided with the Mantis. Bang! The Mantis flew backwards in response. One of them smashed heavily on the wall more than 10 meters away. The huge force even caused the thick walls to crack. At the same time, a figure flew down, quickly spun his right foot, and stepped on the mantis's head with the same sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The mantis's huge head instantly hit the street floor below. The huge body of 3 or 4 meters in height also fell heavily to the ground. After struggling for a while, it finally stopped moving. What powerful swordsmanship and kicking skills! They killed this monster in one encounter. Who are they? Iska was confused. The brief fight just now made her clearly realize how strong and powerful this mantis monster that suddenly appeared was. Under normal circumstances, even if it wasn't an emergency situation that required her to be fully prepared, Iska would still be confident that she could kill the mantis. There was no way she could do it that easily. Be careful, there's a huge gorilla coming over there. Roar! Someone exclaimed. Soon, a giant gorilla with a burly figure, about 4 or 5 meters tall, holding a huge wolf-tooth club, rushed towards Zoro and Sanji. Following closely behind were 7 or 8 animals of different kinds. But compared with ordinary animals, the strength and size of these monsters are completely beyond the normal range. Looking at this scene, Iska clenched the sword in his hand and prepared to attack again. Bang! The thunderous sound of gunfire came without any warning. A streak of red light instantly pierced through the gorilla that was leading the charge. Immediately, the light fell heavily on the ground behind. Boom! The rolling blast waves rolled back like a tidal wave. The monster that followed closely behind was also blown away. However, before these monsters could regroup, dark clouds had already covered the sky above them. Next up, the weather forecast. It's going to be a thunderstorm. Boom! Bolts of lightning as thick as water snakes fell from the sky. In an instant, 7 or 8 monsters were submerged in it. Seeing the whole group being wiped out in one encounter, Iska was a little overwhelmed. The Navy soldier who came to report was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Lieutenant Iska, are they the support you brought back?" "Aye." Iska was stunned for a moment and was about to shake his head to explain. "I've already seen Zoro and the others walking out quickly. Master Bai Yu, it seems we have arrived in time." Zoro sheathed his 2 swords and said, "However, those monsters just now, I don't know where they came from. They look a bit strange. Just now I seem to see that guy Smoker rushing towards the dock. The situation over there is probably even more serious. If this situation continues, I'm afraid our ship will be destroyed." Originally, Zoro was planning to stay on the ship to guard it. However, the number of ferocious beasts invading the island is increasing. Zoro couldn't help but take action. At the same time, Sanji and others also rushed here. "Master Bai Yu, that shot I just made was pretty good, wasn't it?" "Master Bai Yu, don't listen to Kalina. My thunderstorm weather is the best." Carrying the 98K on her back, Kalina and Nami walked out in the dark. Looking at the four people who appeared in the scenes just now, the combination in front of us can definitely be called a divine lineup, right? The most important thing is that they all address the young man in front of them as adult. Does that mean that these people are his crew members? Moreover, the young man in front of him was Bai Yu, who was mentioned by Smoker not long ago and who had knocked Ace down with one knife. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and Iska grabbed Bai Yu's arm and asked urgently, You are the Bai Yu who chopped off Ace with his fire fist? Chapter 53, The Legendary Pirate. The naval soldiers who arrived were also confused. Looking at Bai Yu's all-too-familiar face, they exploded instantly. It was Bai Yu, the Navy's superstar who chopped down Colonel Smoker with one strike. I heard that Colonel Smoker was going to show his face to receive the knife, right? He was careless for a moment and was taking advantage of Bai Yu, right? Did you see the strength of Bai Yu's crew members just now? It seems that every one of them is no worse than Colonel Smoker. The scene suddenly exploded. Even Iska was confused. She never thought that the person she had been looking for so long would be with her. However, when I think of Bai Yu's performance in the weapons store just now, the fighting spirit that had been accumulating in Iska's heart was actually a little weak. Look everyone, a huge island appeared in the sky. Someone exclaimed, and everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. The moment they looked in the direction his gaze went, their pupils suddenly contracted and their faces turned pale. The huge island gives people a feeling of blocking out the sky and the sun. A figure floating in the air attracted countless people's attention. Golden hair, an extremely arrogant face, the rudder of a ship staring above his head, and famous swords on his legs. The identity of the visitor is immediately apparent. This is the legendary overlord, the admiral of the flying pirates, the great pirate Golden Lion. Iska's face turned pale, his body trembled slightly, and he screamed in shock. Didn't he die decades ago? Why is he here? This is an existence that stands at the pinnacle of an era. For Iska, this kind of monster was no match for her, a lieutenant. "Ha, Roger, today is your death anniversary. I didn't expect that. I had planned to come and visit you, but I worked hard on Sasaki for decades and finished it ahead of schedule. Since this is your death anniversary, I will use the people of Rogue Town to offer sacrifices to you, so that the world can see my masterpiece." The Golden Lion Shiki, who was suspended in the air, laughed wildly, and his golden hair flew quickly in the wind. His eyes suddenly turned downwards, and his brows quickly raised. The next moment, a figure shrouded in white mist was seen rushing towards them as fast as a cannonball. "Golden Lion, you dare to invade Rogue Town. Don't you really worry that our Navy will send you to the impelled-down prison again? Now you just surrender." Smoker shouted coldly. With the help of the white smoke ejector, he appeared behind the Golden Lion in the blink of an eye. The 10 weapons in his hands, without any fancy moves, stabbed straight into its back. It turns out to be a little brat with a nature-type devil fruit. It seems that after not coming out for a while, this admiral has been looked down upon by some boring guys. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. The moment he turned around suddenly, his legs made a loud sound of breaking through the air. Chopping. Buzz. The slash of dozens of meters cut through the void in an instant and hit Smoker. The attack was so close that Smoker's face changed drastically in an instant, as his pupils dilated rapidly. In this blow, he felt the taste of death that he had just felt from Bai Yu not long ago. This means that the attack in front of him is definitely not something that can be avoided by elementalization. A mess of thoughts flashed through Smoker's mind. Without time to think, he quickly raised his 10 hands to block. Boom. The huge impact force was released like a tidal wave. Smoker turned into a cannonball and smashed headfirst onto the execution square in Rogue Town. Under the residual force, even the thick floor beneath them could not bear it. It was shattered and collapsed. Colonel Smoker. Iska's face changed, and he rushed out in a hurry. Smoker barely held up his body in the ruins, and at the moment a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, he could not care about anything else and roared urgently. "Iska, quickly retreat with the Navy and residents. You can't stop this kind of enemy. Contact the Navy headquarters as soon as possible and tell them that the Golden Lion is not dead." Originally, Smoker was still unhappy about his defeat at the hands of Bai Yu. As the strongest man in the East China Sea Navy, he was known as the White Hunter, a title that had already made him feel proud. If Smoker loses to Bai Yu, he will realize his own shortcomings. Now we are facing the legendary existence of the Golden Lion. Only then did Smoker truly understand that the so-called White Hunter was complete bullshit. He now finally understood why Bai Yu longed for the New World so much. The strongest person in the East China Sea is just a local emperor. When facing a truly strong person, the so-called honor is nothing but bullshit. Kid, didn't you hear what I said just now? I said that if we were to use this island to commemorate Roger, no one here would be able to escape. The Golden Lion laughed unscrupulously. Since you guys are struggling, I'll play with you using my cute pets. Buzz. The air flowing between heaven and earth seemed to come to a standstill in an instant. The next moment, before everyone could react, hundreds of monsters, empowered by the power of the floating fruit, quickly fell from the sky. Roar. Deafening roars resounded through the sky. The dark mass of ferocious beasts made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. Not to mention the indigenous residents, even all the Navy officers turned pale. In their eyes, even Smoker, who possessed the power of a natural devil fruit, could not withstand a single move from the legendary pirate. So no matter how much they get together, they probably can't escape the status of cannon fodder, right? Just tremble in despair as much as you want and kill everyone on the entire island. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. Roar. A gigantic bird let out a strange wild animal roar and flapped its wings as it rushed toward Smoker. The speed is so fast that it will be approaching in the blink of an eye. Iska's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but roar hysterically. Lord Bai Yu, save Smoker, save everyone. Boom. The domineering aura that was brought to its extreme level exploded without any reservation at this moment. It turned into a scarlet storm and rushed straight into the sky. The ferocious beasts swooping down from the sky were stunned at first by this huge impact. The next moment, the bloodthirsty madness in their pupils was instantly dispelled. His eyes rolled down, and he swooped down like a rainstorm, foaming at the mouth, and fell heavily to the ground. Even the strange bird that was originally rushing towards Smoker was no exception. Everyone present was stunned. Even the Golden Lion in the sky is no exception. In his eyes, this should have been a surefire massacre. I never expected that a domineering guy would suddenly appear. Most importantly, the Golden Lion could clearly feel a murderous chill that penetrated deep into his bones amidst the enormous aura and pressure just now. Looking at the boy who suddenly exploded, Golden Lion found it hard to believe what a boy in his early 17 or 18 years old had experienced to cultivate his domineering and murderous aura to such a level. It's the Navy supernova Bai Yu, Iska. How do you know him? Chapter 54, The Most Worthy Target in the East China Sea. It's the Navy supernova Bai Yu, Iska. How do you know him? Smoker woke up with a start. Looking at Bai Yu, who suddenly attacked and easily swept the entire field, Smoker's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. Originally, he was planning to make Bai Yu pay a sufficient price the next time they met. However, before Bai Yu could pay the price, he was struck down in public again. This made Smoker completely embarrassed, and he couldn't control his expression. Smoker, let's talk about these things later. Iska's face turned pale, and he quickly signaled to the two Navy soldiers to help Smoker up. He turned around and glanced at Bai Yu and said, "But you're right, he's really strong. I'm afraid he could really defeat Ace the Fire Fist." Ace? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and took a sip of the wine. As expected, there is no wall that is impenetrable, but it seems that the battle between him and Ace has been leaked. However, Bai Yu did not take this trivial matter to heart. He glanced at Smoker and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to interfere in your Rogue Town's affairs, but someone just said that no one should be allowed to leave Rogue Town. This proposal really puts me in a difficult position. But the legendary pirate is definitely worth a kill." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bai Yu's face, and the fighting spirit deep in his bones overflowed from his pupils. Now the character unlocking progress is almost reaching 20%. Bai Yu believes that the current Golden Lion is definitely a good opponent. What a good brat. You actually said in front of this admiral that I am worth a beating. Just your courage alone makes this admiral look at you in a new light. Kid, what's wrong? Are you interested in becoming a pirate? The strongest newcomer in the Navy is useless. As long as you join this admiral's command, after a period of time, when I die, you can inherit the strongest flying pirates and become the strongest in this sea. The rolling voices, like thunder, echoed between heaven and earth without dissipating. Faced with this sudden offer, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Flying Pirates are a long-established Overlord-level group. In the previous era, the Golden Lion was still chasing the Pirate King Roger and forcing him into a desperate situation. It can be said that his condition is enough to make many people excited. Faced with the olive branch of the Golden Lion, Even Smoker couldn't help but look at Bai Yu. Golden Lion, this is indeed a good suggestion, and I promise you. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and walked out of the crowd. Everyone's face changed drastically at once, and Smoker became even more impatient and was about to open his mouth to scold, but the words were quickly blocked. But the premise is that you can defeat me. Beat you? The Golden Lion's expression froze for a moment. Then he laughed unscrupulously. You are indeed an interesting brat, daring enough to challenge this admiral. Since you want to know what the power of the old times is, I will satisfy your curiosity and let you find a place to fight freely. The rolling words echoed between heaven and earth. Everyone was on edge. They knew very well that Bai Yu was the key to turning the situation around. However, they were also worried about facing the legendary pirate. Can Bai Yu really get away with it? Go fight on your own turf. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and looked up at the floating island in the sky. At present, Bai Yu's identity is indeed not that of an official Navy officer. However, once you fight against a legendary pirate like Golden Lion, Bai Yu knew clearly that he might be able to escape unscathed, but Rogue Town would definitely be reduced to ruins. In order to avoid being caught after arriving at the Navy headquarters, Bai Yu still hoped to have less trouble. Haha, kid, you are really courageous, worthy of being the owner of Conqueror's Hockey. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. You ant-like fellows should be thankful that you escaped a disaster today. However, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time. After saying this, the Golden Lion turned and left. The ground beneath Bai Yu's feet also made a roar and was quickly torn apart and lifted into the air. Master Bai Yu, let's go together. Kalina and others became anxious. Bai Yu took a sip of the drink and said with a smile, No need, if you guys go up, I will have to distract myself to take care of you. This is the most worthy guy I have encountered in the East China Sea. I want to fight him with all my strength. If I don't come back after 3 days, you will go to the Navy headquarters with my grandfather and wait for me there. The words were blown away by the wind. Bai Yu stood on a rock and was quickly sent into the floating island by the Golden Lion. The next moment, before they could react, the floating island suspended in the sky was soaring into the sky with a sharp sound breaking through the air. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Gone, the Golden Lion is gone. The legendary pirate has finally left. It was Bai Yu who sacrificed himself. Iska sat down on the ground as if he was deflated. However, Kalina quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Don't worry, Master Bai Yu never does anything he is not sure of. If he says he is sure to come back, then he is sure of it. Now let's quickly contact Mr. Garp and the Navy headquarters. Watching Kalina take out the phone book left by Bai Yu, Iska also fell into silence. Despite Kalina's comfort, Iska felt uneasy and instead felt more guilty. Facing the legendary pirate, she really didn't know whether Bai Yu could escape unscathed. But if I hadn't asked for help in such a desperate situation just now, I'm afraid Bai Yu would not fall into this kind of situation. It's a dead end. Smoker on the side also fell silent, his face already filled with lividity, and he secretly clenched his fist. At this moment, he finally understood why he was called the strongest in the East China Sea. This is totally useless. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters pier, a dog-headed warship is approaching rapidly. Garp stood on the bow deck, eating the senbei in his hand, and couldn't help laughing from time to time. Haha, Bogart, if Zifa saw my grandson, who has such a great appearance, what expression do you think he would have? Will he ask me to let him guide my grandson? This kind of thing makes people feel happy just thinking about it. A string of saliva spurted out of Garp's mouth. Bogart, who was standing nearby, had a hint of helplessness on his cold face as he looked at the warship that had already docked. Mr. Garp, you asked the same question hundreds of times on the way back. Chief Instructor Zifa and Marshal Sengoku are here too. Go and see for yourself what their expressions are. Ha, Bogart, you are right. I will know if I go and see for myself. Cap laughed and jumped onto the dock first. He strode towards Sengoku and Zifa. Chapter 55, Stirring Up the Biggest Hornet's Nest. On the dock, Zifa, the chief instructor in the Marine recruit camp, rarely appeared in the headquarters. Looking at Garp, who was walking towards him with big strides, Zephyr couldn't help but frown, folded his arms, and spoke in a deep voice. Zhonghua, you really didn't lie to me. Garp's grandson possesses 3 colors of hockey and is a swordsman who can perform a flying slash. Would such a person really appear in the East China Sea? The East China Sea has always been the weakest of the 4 seas. As a former high-ranking official in the Navy, Zifa knows some unspeakable secrets, which led to the East China Sea being so weak. A boy like Bai Yu, who is only 17 or 18 years old, can awaken the three colors of domineering. There is probably only a 1% chance of someone who also has an extremely high talent for swordsmanship appearing. Just to take a look at this awesome young genius. Only then would Zifa bring his two most favored students to learn more about it. Teacher Zifa, it seems that Bai Yu did not come back with Mr. Garp. Ein, who had dark blue hair and was standing behind Zifa, spoke first. Well, it seems the rumors are true. The brat plans to sail alone and reach the Navy headquarters. Zephyr responded with a sullen face. It seems that the people who are mentored by Garp are indeed similar to him in personality. They are all difficult and problematic people. Zafar, do you think so too? Zhanghua shook his head helplessly. I have been feeling a little upset during this period. You think something will happen? This brat may be troublesome, but he possesses three colors of hockey and is an indispensable opportunity for the Marine headquarters. If something unexpected happens, not only will Garp go berserk, it will also be a huge loss for the Navy headquarters. Two-color domineering and swordsmanship, any of them, are common things in the headquarters of the Navy. However, if it is coupled with Conqueror's hockey, the meaning will be completely different. Looking across this vast ocean, everyone who can become a hero has the domineering aura of a king. In the Marine headquarters, only the Marshal Sengoku and the veteran Garp have such qualities. The remaining Ding Tian also controlled the two-color domineering, but was still far from enough to become the one carrying the banner of justice for the Navy headquarters. The joining of Bai Yu will completely reverse this situation. I didn't expect you, Zhanghua, would think so deeply. If Sasaki hears it, I'm afraid he will definitely scold you. Zifa laughed and patted Zhanghua on the shoulder. Don't worry, those tough guys are all in the New World. The weakest ones are also in the Grand Line. As long as that brat doesn't act recklessly, there won't be any big problems. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua's frown relaxed. Looking at Garp walking quickly in the distance, Sengoku's face darkened and he shouted angrily. Garp, every time you run back to the East China Sea, can you give me a heads up? I have to search all over the sea for you before I can recover. Don't you really take me, the Marshal, seriously? Sengoku, you are still the same. Garp laughed. Don't you see how much effort I have put in over the years to cultivate a good seedling like Bai Yu for you? Now you're looking for trouble with me. This makes me feel cold. I'm giving you a chance to make it up to me now. Give me your treasured senbei. You. Zhanghua was suddenly furious. Seeing the dignified naval hero and the naval marshal bickering with each other on a daily basis, even Ein and Binz were a little shocked. Moshi, this is Kalina, Mr. Garp. Please answer the phone immediately. The urgent call of Din Din Mushi suddenly rang out. The expressions of the people present froze, and they all looked over there. This is for my grandson's crew to open. Perhaps they have already arrived. Garp frowned and took out the Din Din Mushi. As soon as the call was connected, hurried voices were heard. Mr. Garp, something bad has happened. The legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, has descended upon Rogue Town. Lord Bai Yu followed the Golden Lion and left to save the people of Rogue Town. Hurry up and find a way to save Lord Bai Yu. The hurried words echoed on the dock, and the smile on Garp's face suddenly froze. The expressions of Zhanghua and others also became unnatural. Just now they were talking about how Bai Yu could walk around the East China Sea without getting into any big trouble. I never expected that this slap in the face would come so quickly. It directly stirred up the biggest hornet's nest. Garp grabbed the Din Din Mushi tightly and asked urgently, Kalina, is what you said true? Where is Golden Lion now? Lord Bai Yu said that the Golden Lion was worth chopping, and then he disappeared along with the Golden Lion's floating island. Kalina explained hurriedly. Worth a chop? Garp and others were confused. Facing the legendary old rival like the Golden Lion, even they dare not say such words. Now Bai Yu not only said what they dared not say, but also left with a Golden Lion's floating island. Isn't this like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Marshal Sengoku, something terrible has happened. Smoker, who is stationed in Rogue Town, has submitted an emergency request for support. The legendary admiral of the flying pirates, Golden Lion, has launched an air raid on Rogue Town. A rear admiral came hurriedly, delivering the message. The faces of Zhanghua and others suddenly darkened. Now even Smoker gave such a reply. This means that what Kalina said was not false. Bai Yu really followed the Golden Lion and left. You bastard Golden Lion, you dare to attack my grandson. If anything happens to my grandson, I will turn the East China Sea upside down and kill you. Garp suddenly clenched the Din Din Mushi in his hand and roared hysterically. Zhonghua, don't bother me. I will return to the East China Sea immediately. You tell Khazur to go there. If he dares to refuse, don't blame me for turning my back on him. The rolling words echoed on the dock. Faced with a completely out-of-control Garp, everyone's expression changed slightly, and they instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Vice Admiral Garp, you are still the same. The yellow light filled the sky and gathered on the dock, eventually revealing the figure of Kizaru with his hands in his trouser pockets. He twisted his mouth and spoke in an obscene tone. However, your grandson is very powerful and will definitely be able to survive the Golden Lion's hands. You can rest assured. Kizaru, are you making fun of me? Garp turned around suddenly and stared at Kizaru. A volcanic aura that could explode at any time was emanating from his body. Kizaru's expression also changed slightly. He said it lightly, but the moment Garp's aura locked onto him, he still felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He knew clearly that the old Garp in front of him was definitely not comparable to the retired Zephyr. Chapter 56, Games of the Old Times. For a moment, the huge dock seemed to be shrouded in invisible energy. The hearts of all the naval soldiers and even the generals seemed to be tightened by invisible hands. That's enough. Now is not the time for internal strife. Zhonghua's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. Garp, put away your murderous intent and head to the East China Sea immediately. Kizaru, you are the fastest. Stop kidding here. Bai Yu has indeed not joined our marine headquarters yet, but his presence cannot be lost. Go and support him immediately. Golden Lion has been lurking for so many years, and suddenly he pops up again. He must have some plan. We must find out as soon as possible what this madman is thinking. Hurry up and go. A series of commands came out of Zhonghua's mouth. The tense atmosphere in the field was broken in an instant. Kizaru twisted his mouth and said with an obscene smile, Marshal Zhonghua, rest assured, I will definitely complete this mission. I will set off first. Boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's body once again turned into a golden light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Without even looking back, Garp quickly boarded the ship and left. Looking at Garp, who was in a hurry and seemed to be out of control. It has been a long time since I last saw the Warring States period. It has probably been 15 or 16 years since the last time. Garp's out-of-control behavior at that time caused the Marine headquarters to pay a heavy price. However, when Zhonghua thought about the conflict between Bai Yu and Golden Lion, he felt a dull pain in his head. Especially when thinking about Bai Yu disappearing on the floating island. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhonghua, calm down. That kid dared to leave alone with a Golden Lion. I'm sure he has a lot of confidence. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get away safely. Zifa patted Zhonghua on the shoulder and comforted him. Zhonghua exhaled deeply and rubbed his swollen temples. Let's hope so. Otherwise, if something happens to this good seedling, it will be a huge loss for our Navy headquarters. I hope that kid is really sure. Zhonghua felt uncertain about what he was saying as he spoke these self-consoling words. Even Zifa next to him was no exception. That was a monster that dominated an era, and even they would find it a headache to face it. In their eyes, Bai Yu is just a young kid who has just started out, and no matter how powerful he is, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed if he encounters the Golden Lion Shiki, right? In the East China Sea, in the unknown sky, a huge floating island passed by quickly with a sharp sound breaking through the air. In the huge castle laboratory at the center of the island, an old man who looked like a clown came to the monitoring room with a puffing sound. Looking at the Golden Lion, who had been here for a long time and watching the island surveillance, Indigo was the first to speak with a strange smile. Boss Shichi, are you bringing someone back for experiments again? Let me think. This kid looks like the new Navy recruit who's been making a lot of noise in the East China Sea recently. Boss Shiki, you're not planning to let that guy test the power of our great creation, IQ, are you? 18 years ago, after escaping from the underwater prison, the Golden Lion Shiki accidentally discovered a plant factor called IQ on the island of Vermiu, which could make edible animals violent. This discovery made the Golden Lion, whose strength was greatly weakened, come up with a plan to destroy the world with the help of ferocious animals. They plan to release animals that have been taking IQ factors for a long time into the East China Sea and destroy all the islands. Let the world government and even the entire ocean show his powerful power of revenge. Zenono, I originally just wanted to try out the power of the IQ beast on Roger's death anniversary to let Roger know clearly that my ambition is still alive. I never expected to run into this interesting kid. If he dares to challenge this admiral, I will give him the opportunity to challenge, provided he can survive in front of my baby. The Golden Lion said with a big laugh. Since this kid is a supernova of the Navy and the grandson of Garp, he should be a good test subject. If everyone in this scene knew that even the super genius secretly cultivated by the Navy was torn to pieces by my pet, this would be a good opening ceremony. Indigo, you must remember to record the entire process. My head is starting to hurt again. Go take a rest first. In an hour, if this kid is still alive, I will let him experience the legendary power. After he finished speaking, the Golden Lion turned around and left. After experiencing the Battle of Et Wool and having his head accidentally pierced by the ship's rudder during a rainstorm, the Golden Lion's strength was undoubtedly weakened, and he also suffered from sequelae. Otherwise, when the Navy headquarters Marineford was attacked later due to Roger's death, he will not be sent to the underwater prison by Garp and Sengoku. Kacha, don't worry, boss Shichi. Saikyu is my life's work. It's easy for me to tear a little devil into pieces. Indigo smiled strangely and pressed the control button directly. All the ferocious beasts that were originally kept in captivity on various islands were released in an instant. Even the pirates who were enjoying their retirement in the castle were startled by the ensuing show. In this secluded life, they have long been accustomed to such things. The outside world, on the floating island. Bai Yu landed on the island, and his observation Hawkeye was instantly detonated, allowing him to take in everything around him. As a reincarnated person, Bai Yu knew very well where this place was. Shiki, the Golden Lion, who possesses the ability of the float fruit and can suspend dozens of islands 10,000 meters in the sky, can indeed be called the ceiling of the Sea King. However, in the world of One Piece, there are very few people who can remain strong and healthy as Garp and Sengoku. Even the Whitebeard of this era is covered in injuries and relies on treatment to survive with life. For a disabled person like the Golden Lion, whose legs have turned into swords, a ship rudder is stuck on his head, and he is physically disabled but mentally strong, the strength has already been greatly reduced. As the admiral of the flying pirates, Golden Lion is indeed an overlord of an era. However, that was the overlord of the old times. Now it is just the remnants of an era, and Bai Yu is not sure how much strength is left. However, this is indeed an opponent worth fighting. Is this a game from the old days? It seems I'm still underestimated. But this is a good place where I can fight to my heart's content. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily, and the template of Kenpachi Zaraki was completely integrated into his body. The originally outwardly released observation Hawkeye, under the blessing of the extreme spiritual pressure, instantly expanded to the extreme, taking in the entire floating island and all the breath of life. This guy looks a little too green. He might not even know what game this is. Last time, Boss Shiki caught a rookie from Sea High and he died in an hour. How long do you think he can last this time? This kid looks about 17 or 18 years old. If he's not a devil fruit user, I'll let him watch for 10 minutes. Now don't forget that this is the mantis's territory. That's right, that mantis is incredibly fast. Chapter 57. An existence more ferocious than a ferocious beast. A series of teasing words were heard by Bai Yu through his observation Hawkeye, which had reached the level of mind network. Bai Yu's eyes turned and he instantly looked towards the hillside not far away. A falcon responsible for surveillance first came into view. The pirates, who were dozens of miles away, smiling and waiting to watch the show, were stunned in an instant. At this moment, I actually felt like I was being seen through. A bunch of guys from the old times. Let's fight to our heart's content. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile. Boom. The extreme spiritual pressure dormant in Bai Yu's body exploded without reservation. His muscles suddenly tensed up, and he looked like a ferocious beast that had awakened. The forests all around, the hidden little animals, and the wild beasts. I was instantly startled by this huge and terrifying aura. They fled in all directions. The East China Sea is known as the weakest sea, and nothing has ever been able to pose any danger to Bai Yu. There is nothing worth Bai Yu fighting with all his might. Bai Yu had to suppress the desire to fight in his body. It is rare to land on an island with absolutely no restrictions. The extreme desire to fight hidden in Bai Yu's body was completely released. At this moment, Bai Yu felt as if the constraints within his soul were also released. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resounded through the sky. A light green afterimage appeared in front of Bai Yu in the blink of an eye at a speed as fast as a hurricane. Two blades, each about a meter long and shining with cold light, slashed towards Bai Yu's waist with great swiftness. The pirate, who was originally frightened by Bai Yu's bloodthirsty eyes, was instantly filled with ecstasy when he saw this scene. They have absolute confidence in the sharpness of the weapon in the mantis's hand. However, as soon as this thought appeared in their minds, their pupils suddenly contracted the next moment. Bang! The green blade instantly chopped on Bai Yu's shoulder. The dull sound of collision resounded through the sky like thunder. The originally fierce and powerful blow suddenly stopped on Bai Yu's shoulder. A layer of inky black-armed color domineering aura spreads across the shoulders, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. The mantis, which had been hiding its figure with the help of high speed, now revealed its huge body. A pair of scarlet eyes showed a hint of disbelief. Nice slash, but it's a pity that it's a product of the old era and doesn't understand what the new era is. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the wooden sword in his hand burst out with a powerful sword pressure, chopping towards the mantis. Boom. As the sword fell, the huge sword pressure came down like a mountain. The mantis, under the pressure of the sword, showed fear for the first time. Its wings behind it flapped wildly, but was unable to withdraw. Its limbs were the first to break under this huge impact. At this moment, let alone escape. The only thing he could do was to watch as the wooden sword quickly grew larger in his scarlet eyes. Boom. Blood splattered, and the mantis's huge body was shattered. The golden sword energy, with a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, spread rapidly into the distance. Wherever it passed, whether it was rocks or ferocious beasts, they were torn into pieces like paper. A shocking slash mark spread out for hundreds of meters. This scene stunned the pirates who were waiting to see the joke from dozens of miles away. This kid is unscientific. It was different from what they imagined. He could chop a ferocious mantis into pieces with one strike, and even perform a flying slash with ease. This kind of strength is enough to show that he is not simple. Most importantly, the words just spoken across the screen were probably really directed at them, right? The little devil in front of him wouldn't really be planning to fight with those of the old times, right? Bang! Bai Yu's eyes turned and instantly locked onto the direction of the castle. He took big steps and turned into a stream of light and rushed out. No matter how thin a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. Before fighting with the Golden Lion, Bai Yu planned to increase the character template progress to 20%. The old times were indeed filled with the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, but Bai Yu still didn't want to fight a battle he was not sure of winning. Oh my god, this little navy kid is really running towards us. He won't really discover us, right? Let's set Q-Beast hunt him down quickly. The monitoring room suddenly exploded. The pirates present hurriedly pressed the control buttons one by one. As subordinates of the Golden Lion, they're also responsible for raising these ferocious beasts. Perhaps it is impossible to master it as thoroughly as Indigo. However, the number of ferocious beasts that they can release together is also not a small number. Roar. Deafening roars rang out from every corner of the floating island. Faced with this sudden intruder, all the ferocious beasts instantly turned red-eyed and rushed straight towards Bai Yu. A giant wolf, about 6 or 7 meters tall, came to Bai Yu first. The huge claw, which was as cold as a millstone, slapped down directly. Bang! The ground collapsed and sand and gravel flew everywhere. Only a residual shadow remained at the spot. Bai Yu had disappeared long ago. When he appeared again, he was already behind the giant wolf. The wooden sword in his hand, still stained with blood, dripped directly onto the ground. Bang! The giant wolf, which was frozen in place, with a body of 7 or 8 meters, was instantly cut in half. As blood gushed out, it fell heavily to the ground. Ding! The main body template is unlocked 0.1%. The ethereal reminder sounded at the right time. When facing such a ferocious beast, even a mosquito's legs are just meat. It's just as I thought. That let's fight to our heart's content. Bai Yu laughed bloodthirstily. The blood in his body began to boil, and his muscles tensed up, and he pounced out again like a tiger or leopard. Bang! As soon as the giant rhino rushed out of the forest, Bai Yu's wooden sword had already chopped it down in the face, and the seemingly indestructible armor exploded like paper. The blood and broken limbs were flying everywhere, making the surveillance footage it became shocking. Even though they were dozens of miles apart and facing the huge screen, a fierce and brutal smell could still be felt. With every time Bai Yu dodged and advanced, a ferocious beast would cut him in half with every rise and fall. In just a few tens of seconds, dozens of Q beasts, which were originally regarded as trump cards by the pirates, were directly chopped to pieces. The splattered scarlet blood and flesh dyed the road along the way red. In an instant, the pirate sitting in the monitoring room had an inexplicable illusion. Who is the real ferocious beast on the screen in front of me? No, we can't stop him with just these beasts. We can only try another method to snipe him. We absolutely cannot let him get any further. A golden hook pirate was the first to lose his temper and roar. His heart had been silent for nearly 20 years, and at this moment he felt a trembling fear. Chapter 58, Unlocking the Thousand Blades. Roar. The deafening roar of the ferocious beast resounded throughout the entire floating island. Hundreds and thousands of CQ beasts were released without regard for the consequences. For a moment, the entire floating island became completely restless. With Bai Yu as the center, a black torrent formed in all directions and rushed over rapidly. The sound was so loud that the entire floating island shook violently, like an earthquake. The pirate who was hiding in the monitoring room and witnessed all this showed ecstasy on his face. This is the real purpose of the Golden Lion's revenge plan, releasing all the most powerful SIQ beasts that have been cultivated so far. It can be said that this kind of lineup, placed in any place, is enough to flatten any island. Now, they just wanted to see if this young man who was like a ferocious beast was afraid. However, the first scene that caught their eyes still made their pupils shrink. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily as he looked at the ferocious beasts that were rushing towards him like a torrent. The blood in my body was undoubtedly boiling to the extreme. The moment he clenched the wooden sword in his hand, he rushed forward without any fancy moves. Boom. The ultimate spiritual pressure rises into the sky. Bai Yu was like a golden meteor, diving into the group of ferocious beasts. The giant bear, which was more than 10 meters tall, was chopped into pieces by a single blow. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and broken limbs and debris were scattered everywhere. This caused the ferocious beast around to pause for a moment. The next moment, the wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand burst out with dazzling golden light and chopped down again. Bang, 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 bang. The knife flashed, and wherever it passed, it instantly tore a huge hole in the black torrent. No matter whether it is a huge, ferocious beast or an extremely agile and violent insect, there is absolutely no enemy that can match him. At this moment, Bai Yu gave people the feeling of an unstoppable prehistoric beast. The pirates who were several miles away had already turned pale as they stared at the screen where blood and flesh were flying everywhere. It can't be stopped, it's simply a monster. Hurry up and inform Boss Shiki to suppress it. A pirate with a broken arm was the first to lose his patience. Bullshit. Boss Shiki is resting now. If he knew that we couldn't even deal with a little Navy kid, I'm afraid we would die too. The one-eyed pirate growled angrily. Wait another 30 seconds, and all the ferocious beasts will gather together. By then, no matter how powerful that little ghost is, he will be overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts. Don't forget, we are the overlords of the last era, the flying pirates. Roar. The ferocious beast on the floating island seemed to echo these cruel words and let out an earth-shaking roar. The strong smell of blood filled the land, giving people a feeling that it was completely indivisible. It also completely ignited the ferocity of CQ's beast. Hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts finally came together from all directions like a torrent. Bai Yu was instantly submerged. Ding, congratulations to the host. The progress of unlocking the main body template has reached 20%. Unlocking the assassin Wu Liuqi's exclusive weapon, the magic knife Thousand Blades. Ding, the power of the demon sword Thousand Blades has been synchronized with the demon sword Murasame. 2 ethereal reminder sounds rang out in succession. The wooden sword in Bai Yu's hand flew out in an instant, directly smashing the dozen ferocious beasts that were attacking him. At the same time, all the information about the demonic blade Thousand Blades emerged in Bai Yu's mind. If it succeeds, the little ghost will definitely not be able to escape and will be exhausted to death by the ferocious beast. That little brat has even abandoned his weapon. Is he planning to give up resistance? No, look quickly. There seems to be a knife on his waist. It seems to be the legendary demon sword Murasame. An exclamation suddenly sounded, breaking the atmosphere that had just eased. There are many swordsmen in the field. However, when their eyes fell on Bai Yu again, their pupils suddenly contracted. His knife broke. Buzz. A blood-red light shot up into the sky. The sound of the sword instantly shook the sky. The moment the demon sword Murasame was unsheathed, it shattered into pieces. Bai Yu swung the demon sword Murasame in his hand violently, and thousands of fragments shot out like bullets. Bang, 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 bang. Blood splattered all over the sky as thousands of ferocious beasts were pierced through the bodies in an instant under Bai Yu's precise lock. Wherever they passed, they were harvested like leeks. The pirates who were under surveillance only felt that the picture seemed to be stagnant for a moment, as if it was frozen. The next moment, when they came to their senses, the ferocious beasts that gathered like a flood fell to the ground one after another. Exploded. The pirate in the monitoring room felt his scalp tingling and all the pores on his body exploded. The human wave tactics that had been placed with high hopes could not even sustain a breath. This completely overturned their cognition. However, they didn't have time to think about all this. The shattered demon's sword Murasame in Bai Yu's hand was restored to its original state like a magnet. The three colors of domineering aura in the body were being devoured madly by the demon's sword Murasame. The sound of the sword rang through the sky again. When Bai Yu's gaze once again crossed several miles and looked at the pirates through the surveillance camera, the demon's sword Murasame in Bai Yu's hand chopped down with force without any fancy moves. Sword down, cut in two. Boom. 100-meter-long sword energy slashed out, and the earth was torn apart in an instant. Everything along the way collapsed like paper. A distance of several thousand meters was reached in just the blink of an eye. Wait until the pirates in the monitoring room react. The fierce and powerful slash had already hit the castle first. Bang! The huge castle was cut in two. Amid the flying rubble, blood-stained corpses were thrown out one after another. They are indeed the strong ones of the times. However, it's the previous era. After 20 years of recuperation on the floating island, both his combat skills and physical fitness had already declined significantly. Many of them were injured in the Battle of Water. Even the Golden Lion Shiki could not escape the ravages of time, let alone them. It can be said that their current strength is probably less than 30% to 40% of what it was at its peak. Of course, in this large-scale raid, there were also many pirates with outstanding strength who escaped the disaster and saved their lives. Unfortunately, when they rushed out of the ruins and just stood firm, they felt a dangerous energy surging from their spines. When they looked up in a hurry, the first thing that caught their eyes was thousands of blood-red fragments floating in the sky. No. Bang, 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 bang. Thousands of fragments fell like heavy rain. The remaining pirates were instantly reduced to leeks and were completely harvested. For a moment, the huge floating island fell into deathly silence, directly wiped out with blood. Chapter 59, Fierce Battle in the Old Times. Hey, Indigo, what's going on? Even if you're making a fuss, just be quiet. In the high tower behind the castle, the Golden Lion was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. However, the earthquake-like sound coming from the outside world undoubtedly made the Golden Lion impatient. He opened his eyes slightly and looked into the main monitoring room. When he saw Indigo's face full of fear, the Golden Lion was startled at first, then suddenly realized that something was wrong. Indigo, what happened? Tell me quickly. This floating island hides the power of the Golden Lion to seek revenge and dominate the world. No matter whether it is his former pirate subordinates or the SIQ beasts, they're all his trump cards and confidence for revenge. This cannot be allowed to go wrong. Dead, all dead. Indigo's expression was stiff, and there was no more strange laughter. All that was left was shock and horror on his face. He has lived for so many years and has followed the Golden Lion for decades. Even the naval battle of Water with Roger could not wipe them out. However, now it only takes a dozen minutes. They were all wiped out by a little devil. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe that all this was true. What, you said that brat wiped out my SIQ beast and my men? The Golden Lion's face darkened, and he roared angrily. No way. This is the power of this admiral to destroy the world. There is no way that little brat can reach this level. Buzz. The observation Hawkeye was madly pushed to the extreme by the Golden Lion at this moment. The entire familiar floating island was completely covered. However, wherever he passed, he could smell the aura of all the ferocious beasts and his men, completely annihilated by the detection of observation Hawkeye. The huge floating island had already become empty by now. Looking at the surveillance screen, where Bai Yu was standing quietly on a ruin stained with blood, the Golden Lion's expression gradually distorted. You little bastard, how dare you destroy everything I have? I want to kill you. Boom. The huge castle collapsed under the crazy unleashing of the Golden Lion's float fruits ability. The huge tower was directly pulled up, and all the ruins of the buildings around it were suspended in the sky, creating a feeling of covering the sky and blocking the sun. The golden lion floated in the air against the strong wind. With her golden hair flying, her eyes suddenly turned and locked onto Bai Yu. "Little brat, I didn't expect you to do this. You dare to completely destroy everything this admiral has. However, I will give you a choice now. Submit to me, and I will lead you to rebuild a more powerful flying pirates at that time. You will be the only successor of this admiral." The rolling words were mixed with endless domineering aura. The CQ beasts and the pirates under his command were indeed slaughtered by Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu, who was able to destroy all his revenge forces by himself, undoubtedly made the Golden Lion more interested. "If I could get an heir who is worth the entire flying pirates, why not?" Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. "I promise you, but only if you can beat me. Come on, strong men from the old times, let's continue the fight." Bang! Bai Yu took a big step forward and disappeared into thin air like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had crossed 100 meters of void and appeared in front of the Golden Lion. The demon sword Murasame in his right hand made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, without any fancy moves, and struck towards him with a blow. "Jin Yin, yeah, you are indeed an arrogant fellow, daring to challenge this admiral all day long. In this case, I want to see where your confidence comes from, young man." Shiki the Golden Lion laughed loudly, and kicked out suddenly with a dead wood and Ingju on his feet. Boom! The three swords crossed, sparks flew, and a strong wind like a violent storm swept back. What a powerful force! The Golden Lion's body shook, and it took half a step back. Looking at Bai Yu, who was coming towards him with a knife, a hint of shock flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, this cannot be blamed on him. The current Golden Lion is no longer the supreme swordsman who wields the sword with both hands. Being able to hold a knife with just his legs is quite remarkable. Not to mention a head-on collision with Bai Yu, who has reached the pinnacle of energy and spirit. The times abandon a person without ever saying goodbye. Boom! The extreme spiritual pressure exploded in Bai Yu's body, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with unparalleled sharp aura and chopped down with force again. The Golden Lion's face darkened, and the Sakura tin under his feet also pushed his strength to the extreme and kicked out suddenly. Bang! The thunder-like explosion resounded through the sky, and the storm caused by the collision instantly tore everything around it into pieces. The huge impact force caused the two of them to fly backwards instantly. However, facing this evenly matched battle, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bai Yu's face became even stronger. As soon as he stood firm, he pounced towards the Golden Lion again like a cannonball. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of strikes in a row. Each strike was without any fancy moves. All there was a powerful and devastating blow. From a distance, it seemed as if there were dozens of blood-red sword auras, completely connected into one. It is bound to submerge the Golden Lion. Bang! The blood-colored sword energy and the purple sword energy collided with each other with a loud bang. The huge impact force made the Golden Lion groan, and the whole person flew backwards. Looking at this scene, Bai Yu flashed and approached again. However, as soon as Bai Yu moved, a proud smile appeared on the Golden Lion's face. "Kid, you are really strong, but don't forget, I am a demon. Lions might empty scroll." Bang! The construction waste floating in the sky was caught by the Golden Lion from a distance. It transformed into a huge lion 100 meters long and rushed towards Bai Yu with its mouth wide open. The distance is so close that there is no way to hide. However, feeling the blood boiling to the extreme in his body, Bai Yu did not think of hiding. The moment he grasped the demon sword Murasame with both hands, without any fancy moves, he struck towards him. Sword down, cut in two. Boom! The golden and red mixed sword energy seemed to pierce through the sky and earth. The lion's head that was attacking him was cut in half in an instant. It turned into rubble and dust all over the sky, rolling back in all directions. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded through the sky. In the endless sand and dust, a golden lion with wild golden hair took the lead and appeared in front of Bai Yu. Sakuraji's right foot made a sharp sound of sword chimes and chopped down towards Bai Yu's left shoulder. The distance was so close that it made one's skin hurt. Faced with his series of explosive moves, Golden Lion's only thought was to scare the bloodthirsty boy in front of him who looked like a war ghost. At the very least, we have to force him out of this crazy state. However, this thought just emerged in my mind. The next moment, the scene that came into view made the Golden Lion Shiki's pupils suddenly shrink. 60. Chapter 60. I, Golden Lion, would like to call you the strongest newcomer of our time. Boom. The Golden Lion slash came down towards Bai Yu with great force. An attack so close that there is no way to dodge. No. It should be said that at this moment, Bai Yu had no intention of dodging at all. The ink-black, armed color domineering spread out from the shoulders at that moment. The demon sword Murasame in his hand had already burst out with the strongest light and also chopped down at the Golden Lion. Fight for your life. This is a madman's way of fighting. As the strongest man in the old era, the Golden Lion's pupils suddenly shrank. Without time to think, he also pushed the armament domineering to the extreme. Boom. Two sword energies slashed at each other. The huge impact force caused the two of them to fly backwards instantly. They crashed into each other and smashed a huge rock mountain before they suddenly stopped. A trace of blood seeped out of Bai Yu's shoulder, and a corner of the modified training suit on his body was also broken. The Golden Lion in the distance was equally miserable, with its big golden wavy hair spread out like a hedgehog. A bloody cut also seeped through the clothes. Armament hockey can indeed enhance a person's defense. However, when the power of the attack exceeds the power of the defense, it will also cause damage. In the original work, Sanji and Virgo collided, and the kick almost broke his bone. This was the reason. Kid, you are worthy of being Garp's grandson. No, I should say that you are even crazier than Garp when you fight. I, Golden Lion, am willing to crown you as the strongest newcomer of the contemporary era. The Golden Lion glanced at the wound on his shoulder and laughed wildly. But kid, if your strength only reaches this level, then you are destined to lose today. I'm the Admiral of the Flying Pirates and the user of the float fruit. The rumbling sound resounded through the sky like thunder. The violent power of the fruit instantly enveloped the world. Even the flowing air seemed to come to a standstill at this moment. Bai Yu let out a deep breath, casually pulled out a bottle of liquor, and drank it all in one gulp. With a sudden force of 5 fingers, the wine bottle shattered. The modified training suit on his body was taken off with a backhand. Bang! The clothes fell to the ground, and the weight of 600 kilograms broke the ground. As the sand and dust rolled back, the spiritual pressure that was being devoured all the time suddenly flowed back to Bai Yu. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The character unlocking progress has reached 25%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the spiritual pressure and materialized it. An ethereal reminder sounded, and the spiritual pressure in Bai Yu's body instantly climbed to the extreme under the double-barreled impact, facing the legendary sealing powerhouse like the Golden Lion. This kind of battle, which was so intense that even the blood seemed to be burning, undoubtedly brought out the best of Kenpachi Zaraki. Boom. The golden spiritual pressure pierced through the sky and earth. The clouds piled up above the sky were torn apart. The ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand this tremendous force and was torn apart like a spider web. The world that was originally affected by the power of the float fruit was instantly stirred up. Is that a weighted coat? Such a strong conqueror's hockey that can actually cause actual damage. In this era, I'm afraid only the red-haired kid can do it. I didn't expect the Navy to have a kid with the appearance of a king. Those guys from the Warring States period will not intend to train him to be a king. The Golden Lion's expression froze, revealing a hint of shock. However, this slight shock only lasted for a moment, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Little devil, it seems that this admiral has indeed underestimated you. However, I am the overlord of the old times, and I am not comparable to a little devil like you. Chikiriani the lion. Boom. 100-meter-long sword force suddenly slashed out. The moment the air was torn apart, it pierced through the air towards Bai Yu. Feeling this fierce aura, Bai Yu's face was filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. If I had to find an adjective to describe this moment, he is no longer a human being now, but a living war ghost. Bang! A golden light flashed, and 100-meter-long sword energy slashed out from Bai Yu's hand. The two strikes were equally powerful and collided with each other with a loud bang. Boom. The storm of explosion was like a Category 12 hurricane. Everything around collapsed. The Golden Lion suspended in the void suddenly grabbed with its big hand, and the rock ruins floating in the sky were directly stirred up. Lion's might empty scroll. Roar. 100-meter-long lion formed in an instant, opened its mouth and let out a roar, then pounced towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu took a big step forward and swung his knife with his backhand. Boom. The 100-meter-long lion exploded into pieces. The arrogant face of the golden lion appeared in sight again. However, this time, the golden lion obviously did not intend to give Bai Yu a chance to breathe. The Ingshur and Kumu on his legs burst out with a series of sword energy. At the same time, the rocks flowing in the sky seemed to come alive in an instant. Lion power, empty scroll, dance of lions. Roar. Hundreds of lion heads roared like a tidal wave. Accompanied by the sword energy in the sky, he rushed towards Bai Yu. In an instant, it felt like the sky was collapsing and crushing down on us. Boom. The slashing blows from the sky and the lion head collided with each other with a loud bang. Looking at Bai Yu, who was trapped in an instant, a hint of joy appeared on the arrogant face of the golden lion. The next moment, a ray of golden light burst out from the ruins. Before the golden lion could react, thousands of bloodlights exploded like fireworks. A figure shrouded in a golden skull suddenly broke out. Before the golden lion could react, he had already taken the lead and arrived in front of him. The blood-colored fragments flying all over the sky gathered together again in Bai Yu's hands to form the demon sword Murasame. There is no trace of fancy, chopped forward again. Devil fruit ability? The golden lion's expression froze, and he kicked out suddenly against Ingju and Kumu under his feet. Unfortunately, at the moment the two swords collided, the demon sword Murasame, which possessed the attributes of 1,000 blades, shattered. After passing the collision, they reunited again and slashed down towards the golden lion with great force. Boom. The golden light radiated, the ultimate spiritual pressure. When materialized, both its speed and power increased several times. If measured by the standards of this world, this is like the Grim Reaper version of armament hockey. The armed hockey that the golden lion had hastily deployed was torn apart. With a huge impact and blood splattering, the whole person fell headfirst onto the floating island below. Bang! The earth shook violently, and the thick rock floor collapsed. With the golden lion as the center, a deep pit was smashed out. As the dust and sand rolled back all over the sky, Bai Yu used his observation hockey to lock onto the golden lion again. A loud and arrogant laugh resounded among the ruins. Hey, it's really powerful. Haven't tasted this kind of death for a long time since the fatal battle with Roger. Little boy, you are indeed different. It seems that my vision is still good. Chapter 61. This admiral is a golden lion. The wild laughter rolled out across the sky and earth. A hideous bloody wound appeared on the golden lion's shoulder and spread directly to the abdomen. In the previous slash, Golden Lion covered his body with armament hockey in time. However, facing this sudden and fierce attack, it was obviously too difficult to completely block the attack. Kid, your methods are indeed far beyond the Admiral's expectations. If that lunatic Rox knew that there are people like you in this world, he would definitely be very happy. The Golden Lion completely ignored the injuries on his body and still had that arrogant smile on his face. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind, adding a touch of arrogance and domineering. Bang! Bai Yu fell from the sky, shrouded in materialized spiritual pressure. He was like a meteorite from outer space, smashing the earth to pieces. The dust in the sky dispersed with the wind. Bai Yu's figure gradually became clear, and the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on his face reached its peak. As expected of the remnants of the old times. It's a pity that you value your life too much. You hid away for 20 years to study the so-called IQ factor. When a person relies on external forces, it proves that he is getting weaker, and there is no hope at all. So, Golden Lion, you didn't lose to the times, but to your own desire to fight. If I had a choice, I would like to fight you in your prime. It's a pity that the times have abandoned you. This battle should also come to an end. The times have abandoned me? The Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter wildly. Ah, you little brat, you really like to say such weird things. However, it is not the times that have abandoned this admiral. It is this admiral who has abandoned the times. Without Rox, without Roger's sea, there is only a lingering Whitebeard left. This era is too boring. It's so boring that even this admiral's ambitions are dimmed. I thought that this kind of era would require this admiral to personally break it, but I didn't expect that in this new era, a decent little devil would finally appear. You said that the ship of the new era can't carry me from the old era, but you forgot that I am the Golden Lion. I am the admiral of the Sky Pirates, Golden Lion. Kid, this is my last blow. If you can take away my honor, then go ahead. Boom. The violent domineering aura of the king exploded like a volcano, and the huge energy directly disrupted the entire world. With its golden hair fluttering, the Golden Lion once again slowly rose into the air. However, this time the golden lion grabbed the rudder above his head with his right hand. It's been 25 years, a full 25 years. I've been wondering, even in my dreams, when I can get rid of this shame. Now the final moment has finally arrived. I am the golden lion, the king of the old times. Today I will show you what is the strongest in the era. Bang! The rudder inserted above his head was instantly shattered by the golden lion. An even more powerful domineering aura burst out like a dam breaking. Roar! Invisible air waves rolled wildly behind the golden lion. An imaginary giant lion is roaring towards the sky. As the rolling waves of air tumbled through the heavens, the air flowing throughout the heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. At the same time, the floating island under Bai Yu's feet made a deafening roar. Under the powerful power of the golden lion's float fruit was crushed. Lion's might endless earth scroll. Roar. The huge island is like a lion turning over, and the 10,000-meter-long lion head is compressed madly in an instant. With its bloody mouth opened, the golden lion landed directly on top of his head. The armament Hawkeye dormant in the body, at this moment, was poured into it madly as if his life was in danger. In just a few breaths, the 10,000-meter-long lion head instantly turned as black as ink, as if it were cast in metal. The scarlet eyes suddenly opened and locked onto Bai Yu. The air flowing between heaven and earth suddenly moved again. Little devil, let's have the final showdown. Roar. The 10,000-meter-tall lion let out a deafening roar. The huge body suddenly turned in the air and rushed towards Bai Yu with a powerful force. From a distance, it felt like a meteorite fell from the sky, bound to crush Bai Yu to pieces. Before the attack came, Bai Yu felt a huge wave of wind and waves, as if it was going to crush him. However, facing this unparalleled and doomsday-like offensive, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bai Yu's face reached its peak. As the cruel smile tore across his face, the demon's sword Murasame in Bai Yu's hand exploded. Thousands of fragments were flying rapidly in the sky. Each piece is 1 meter apart, and Bai Yu is madly pushing the 3 colors of domineering power to the extreme. The inky black-armed color domineering swept past directly. When I came to my senses, a 1,000-meter-long black blade appeared in an instant. Looking at the attack in front of him that was coming down like a meteorite, Bai Yu took a deep breath. All the spiritual pressure, murderous aura, and other things that could be used in the body were mobilized. Boom. In an instant, a 1,000-meter-long black knife burst out and condensed. At the same time, dark and domineering lightning flashed. Looking at the 10,000-meter-tall giant lion coming towards him, he chopped down at it without any fancy moves. Bang! With one strike of the sword, the entire world seemed to be torn apart and stirred, with thunder rumbling in the sky. It crashed into the 10,000-meter high lion's head. Boom! The storm of explosions spread out like a Category 18 hurricane. In the instant when the sky and earth were dimmed, the explosion sounded like thunder. Everything in the sky, as far as the eye could see, collapsed into thin air. It feels like the end of the world has come. It was as if the whole world exploded at this moment. I don't know how long it took, but the endless wind and waves gradually dissipated. The domineering aura that swept across the sky had already, but it no longer exists. In the sky, 2 figures were suspended facing each other. The 1,000-meter-long black knife had long disappeared. The 10,000-meter-long lion's head made a crisp, shattering sound. A shocking crack spread out from it. The golden lion standing on the lion's head, with its arrogant and domineering face at this moment, quickly shrank like a deflated balloon. Phew! The golden lion opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the arrogance on his face burst out again. Ha! I never thought that I, the golden lion, would go this far. Kid, you are really different. If Rox and Roger were to be reborn, they would never miss the chance to fight you. This admiral is the golden lion. Consider me as a stepping stone to the end of the world and to fame. The man who can bring down the golden lion is only the true world overlord. I will give you these 2 famous swords to help you become famous. Chapter 62, you can't afford to provoke this guy. Bang. The 2 famous swords were broken off from the golden lion's legs and thrown away. After doing all this, the golden lion, whose energy and spirit had been squandered, became as emaciated as a skeleton. The last glimmer of life in its pupils was extinguished in its life. The former overlord of the era fell from the sky. Looking at the golden lion flying quickly across the sky, Bai Yu silently put away his 2 swords. Ding, congratulations to the host. You defeated the Golden Lion Shiki and obtained 5% character progress unlock. Ding, the current character unlocking progress is 30%. Unlocking the subordinate character template Yamisuk Dai. The ethereal reminder sounds of the system rang in my mind one after another. The moment Bai Yu's pupils shrank slightly, the floating island that had remained in the sky made a roar and shattered directly. Bai Yu lost his carrier, and his whole body fell rapidly. Fuck, Golden Lion, you bastard, you can't even die peacefully. This is 10,000 meters in the sky. How can you survive if you fall like this? 1,000 horses were galloping through Bai Yu's heart. Feeling the speed of falling getting faster and faster, Bai Yu believed that he would not be able to find a way out. I'm afraid it will be a reincarnation who was thrown to death alive. However, just as these thoughts flashed through Bai Yu's mind, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. The energy in the body swept out like a hurricane, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the Golden Lion's double swords. Ingju and Kumu burst out from the air with a sharp sound of swords. After circling in the sky, it landed under Bai Yu's feet. The rapid fall was suddenly stopped by the double swords. If Golden Lion knew that Bai Yu was using the two swords that represented his old spiritual power as stepping stones, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would even flip over the coffin. Looking at the endless sky, Bai Yu gave up looking for the direction. He used chi to control the swords and the two swords to descend quickly. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. When Bai Yu landed at an altitude of 2,000 or 3,000 meters, a deafening crash suddenly sounded. Bang! The huge airwaves rushed in all directions and even raised a vast white sea. Bai Yu was confused. Bai Yu had calculated it when he was taken to the sky by the Golden Lion. The battlefield is 10,000 meters in the sky. It had only fallen rapidly from a height of 1,000 or 2,000 meters when it crashed. Then there is probably only one destination next. Sky Island. Messy thoughts flashed through Bai Yu's mind when he saw it clearly again. A vast ocean of white clouds first comes into view. The floating island belonging to the Golden Lion was now breaking into pieces and smashing onto the sea of clouds. Bai Yu landed on one of the small islands, looked around, and then used his observation hockey to quickly spread out in all directions. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the scope expanded, the aura around him was quickly taken into his mind. There are quite a few sky islands in the Grand Line. If this is the White Sea in the original work, then there should be a guy worth killing on this empty island. Someone is coming here. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and looked to the left instantly. 3 or 4 dark figures glided quickly across the sea. The speed is so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes cannot catch it. The distance of just a few hundred meters was closed in just a few breaths. Following closely behind them was a dilapidated pirate ship, also approaching rapidly. When they looked at the huge rocky islands scattered around, which were several kilometers long, everyone's face was filled with excitement. It's an island Weepa. This is a gift from the god of war. The sudden appearance of an island from the sky is a blessing for our Shandia clan. The old chief standing on the bow deck exclaimed excitedly and worshipped. The villagers around followed suit. For 400 years, the Shandia people have been fighting to retake Gaia Island. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they fought, it was all in vain, especially after a monster appeared on the island of God 8 years ago. They don't even have the qualifications to set foot on the land and fight to retake it. Not to mention defeating God Anil and taking back Gaia Island. It can be said that the island that fell from the sky this time allowed them to release the resentment that had been pent up in their hearts for 400 years for the first time. Wei Pa, there are people on the island, and they seem to be from Qinghai. I wonder if he is planning to seize the island. While gliding quickly, a man wearing a red feather suit and pink glasses spoke first. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and their eyes were fixed on Bai Yu. Wei Pa, who was leading the way and carrying a burning cannon, frowned slightly and spoke in a cold voice. Defeat him and expel him directly. Take over this island as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Enel finds out, he will never give up. The priests will also come to get in the way. Before that, we have to establish a base. If they dare to come, we will fight them to the death at all costs. When that time comes, I will have no choice but to use my strongest trump card. The strongest trump card. The faces of the people present couldn't help but change. Soon he showed a look of ecstasy. It was obvious that Weepa had guessed the cards in his hand. Since Weepa has succeeded, there is no need for us to think too much. Let's get started now. The tall Bram was the first to agree. After looking at each other, The jet skates on their feet suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Bai Yu. Is this going to be a fight? Bai Yu casually took out a bottle of liquor and drank it down. I have to say, after just having a battle with a golden lion, a lot of strength was indeed consumed. However, Kenpachi Zaraki's bloodthirsty fighting spirit obviously kept Bai Yu's spirit and energy at its peak. That's the benefit of being a natural-born warrior. The Shandia people, there are indeed not many things worth cutting. However, for the sake of his still growling belly, Bai Yu decided to use his fist first, and then act like a gentleman. The short distance of a few hundred meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Looking at Bai Yu, who was still standing quietly there, Wei Pa and others' expressions paused slightly. They looked at each other subconsciously. Get started! Wei Pa roared, stomped his feet hard, and quickly flew into the air, rushing towards Bai Yu. Mantis and others who followed closely behind also quickly caught up. The weapon in his hand was ready in an instant. Wei Pa, stop it now, you can't afford to mess with this guy. An old figure, riding an ugly Pegasus with a very unique personality, came rushing towards them from a distance. Looking at this uninvited guest, Wei Pa's expression darkened. It's this old god again. Is he planning to prevent us from accepting the gift from the god of war? He's just a Qinghai man. I've already defeated many of them. Since he won't leave, let him experience the power of our Shandia warriors. Chapter 63 God, I'm waiting for you to send rice whoosh. Weepa's speed suddenly increased, and he instantly went around Bai Yu's left side. He suddenly pulled the trigger of the incendiary cannon on his shoulder. Combustion. Boom. The blazing flames instantly engulfed Bai Yu like a raging tide. At the same time, Mantis and others also rushed over quickly, and the weapons in their hands burst out with various powers and fell on Bai Yu. For a moment, the attack was as dense as a rainstorm, and even the Shandians on the pirate ship looked horrified. Gonfer, who was galloping from a distance, suddenly changed his expression and tried to rush over to save people. Unfortunately, the various attacks that enveloped Bai Yu were torn apart like a tide. A figure with metallic color all over his body walked out slowly. Is this the strength of the Shandia warriors? Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily and took a sip of his drink. However, this level of strength is really disappointing. There isn't even one person worth killing. The sound was not loud, but at this moment it seemed like a devilish sound, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without being able to dissipate. Everyone present was stunned. The ones attacking before him were all the strongest warriors among the Shandians. Among them, Wei Pa is even known as the War Ghost, and is said to be the reincarnation of the contemporary great warrior Kalgora. In the eyes of the Shandian people, they are the strongest golden lineup in modern times. However, now they attack together but were unable to hurt the opponent at all. Isn't this too horrible? Wei Pa, this guy is weird. Let us cover you. You use that trick? The Mantis roared, holding a burning gun, and quickly appeared in front of Bai Yu again. The moment he clenched the spear with both hands, a dazzling flame burst out and stabbed towards Bai Yu's chest. At the same time, Wei Pa made a detour and appeared behind Bai Yu. The shell wrapped around his right hand was the strongest trump card, the attack shell. Facing this mysterious man from Qinghai, Wei Pa obviously did not dare to hold back at all. Attack. Bang. The huge impact, like an air cannon, directly bombarded Bai Yu's back. The huge impact force caused Mantis and Wei Pa to fly backwards. It hit the ground dozens of meters away before it stopped. However, at this moment, they no longer cared about the side effects brought by the repelling shell, and their eyes were all fixed on where Bai Yu was standing. The blast lasted for 7 or 8 seconds, and the dust in the sky dispersed with the sea breeze. However, the scene that came into view again made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly, and their faces were full of disbelief. Bai Yu's armed color was still domineering, and the bottle of wine in his hand was still not broken. After taking a sip of the wine, a bloodthirsty fighting spirit spread across his face. Little devils, you haven't even started fighting. This is what real fighting is like. Boom. The extreme spiritual pressure mixed with endless murderous aura spread out like an overwhelming force. The Shandia people, and even Gonfer, who were in this world, instantly felt as if an invisible mountain was crushing down from the sky. A chill penetrated deep into the soul and rushed straight from the soles of the feet to the forehead. In an instant, everyone felt a chill down their spine, and their faces were filled with fear. No one dared to move a finger. At this moment, their life and death intuition told them that even if they just blinked their eyes, death would be waiting for them. What kind of monster is this? His murderous aura alone has made us unable to move. How many people has he killed? The mantis's face suddenly turned pale, and he began to stammer in fear. At this moment, not only him, but everyone present was regretting not listening to Ganfer's words. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to face the god of death now. I'll cover you. You guys run away quickly. This is a monster. Weeper roared and stabbed the dagger into his thigh with his backhand. With the help of the stinging pain, the influence of the murderous aura was instantly broken. At the same time, the figure flashed and pounced towards Bai Yu again. He clenched the repelling shell in his hand again and pressed it down suddenly. Attack. Boom. The huge impact wave rushed towards them again. Looking at this life-threatening attack, Bai Yu did not dodge with his left hand all, but pressed directly onto the repelling shell. Bang. The huge impact was instantly blocked by Bai Yu. The demon sword Murasame held in his right hand, along with its scabbard, chopped down with force. Weepa was stunned. He never thought that his trump card could be broken so easily. Looking at the scabbard coming down in front of him, he didn't have time to think and simply raised the incendiary cannon on his back to block it. Boom. One knife fell. The burning cannon in Weepa's hand was broken in half. The scabbard in Bai Yu's hand slashed at Wei Pa's body with all its power. Bang. Weepa flew backwards like a cannonball. It was moving at such a fast speed that it smashed a huge rock hundreds of meters away into pieces. The moment a mouthful of blood spurted out. The Shandia people who were planning to retreat at an opportunity were stunned. Is this still the strongest warrior of the Shandian people? The strongest warrior is no match for one strike. This is too shocking. Weipa. Mantis screamed. As Shandia's strongest warrior, Weipa, together with Pai Jibe, is their greatest hope. Being chopped away by a sword now means that all their dreams will be destroyed. Stop shouting. He's not going to die yet. Bai Yu replied calmly, and when he looked up at the sky, a blue lightning flashed rapidly towards him in the distance. Be careful, little brother. This is Enel's divine punishment. Ganfer shouted hurriedly. A proud voice was also heard. Xing Hai Bug, you have trespassed into the realm of God without permission. Accept God's punishment. Boom. Blew the pillar of lightning, with a tremendous force, pierced down from the sky. It was so fast that it reached above Bai Yu's head in the blink of an eye. Feeling this violent power like the vast ocean, Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with a sharp sound and chopped out with force. Boom. A blood-red blade flashed by. The divine punishment that fell from the sky split in half with a sound, and the sword energy that was more than 10 meters long, with its remaining power, tore apart the leaden clouds that had accumulated in the sky. Boom. The rolling airwaves were rolling back like a bolt from the blue. Looking at the disintegrating thundercloud, Ganfer, who had given the warning, and everyone else present almost popped their eyes out. Oh my God. Someone split the sky together with thunder and lightning. If you didn't see the scene with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be willing to believe it. Watching the lightning in the sky dissipate, Bai Yu sheathed the demon sword Murasame, took a sip of the liquor, and said, God, I'm waiting for you to give me rice. You are the only guy on Sky Island worth killing. Crazy. This young man in front of me is crazy. No. It should be said that they felt like they were going crazy. This man from Qinghai, whose origins were unknown, wanted to kill the gods as soon as he opened his mouth. If this isn't a blatant provocation, then what is it? How will God and Neil react to Bai Yu's provocation? Chapter 64. One person raised the barrier for new marines. Gaia Island, inside the Palace of God. For priests approached quickly, and the one leading them was Nirvana, who had spider hair and wore a purple coat. God, I received news from the guards that a huge island suddenly dropped from the Bye-Bye Sea. The Shandia people have rushed over and found a Qinghai person on the island. God, do you need us to go over and solve it? As the four great priests under Enil, in addition to using shells to enhance their own combat power, they also possess the ability of Mind Network. In Sky Island, he is considered a lucky person who has developed his domineering power. It is precisely for this reason that their strength is among the best in Sky Island. Enil crossed his legs, took a bite of the apple in his hand with a slightly gloomy expression. No need for that. The group of people from Shandia were dealt with by the people from Qinghai in one go. What? The expressions of Nirvana and the other four priests changed drastically at once. Over the years, after they occupied Gaia Island, they treated the people of Shandia as toys. They are very clear about their strength. Even for them to solve it, it takes a lot of effort to do it. But now he was defeated by a man from Qinghai. Does this mean that the people of Qinghai are more powerful than their 4 great priests? Everyone, there's no need to be so shocked. No matter how powerful the Qinghai people are, they are nothing but ants in front of God. The fat priest suddenly realized it and said with a strange laugh, "As long as Lord Enelu is willing, as usual, with just a thought, he can be killed instantly by using God's judgment." I think he didn't know how he died until he was about to die. As he spoke, Daigo smiled flatteringly and looked at Enelu. However, he soon met those cold eyes and couldn't help but shudder. Without time to think, he immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. "Lord Enelu, did I say something wrong? No matter how powerful the Qinghai man is, he can be dealt with without using God's punishment." As priests, they knew very well how terrifying this moody guy in front of them was. This is the person who can directly destroy his hometown. "Don't be nervous. That Qinghai guy split my divine punishment. It seems that the Qinghai people are not all useless." Enel smiled playfully. "It's been a long time since I came across such fun toys. It seems like I can still have some fun with them before leaving this crappy place. Let them understand what a despairing God is. Go get the Ark of Proverbs ready, and let's have some fun with that Qinghai guy. Let him understand that in front of God, ants can only despair." The sinister words echoed in the palace. The 4 great priests turned pale. This time he managed to save his life and was not killed by Enel. However, when I think of Enel's almost perverted attack methods and his invincible immortal body, they began to feel a little sympathy for the man from Qinghai. At the same time, the vast sea of clouds fell into deathly silence. Looking at the sky that had not responded for a long time, everyone was still shocked. Over the years, God's sanction has been the nightmare of the people of Sky Island. Anyone who even slightly badly mentions Enel will be struck by lightning from the sky. Once hit, the outcome is either death or serious injury. There is a world of difference between this and Bai Yu's backhand chopping posture. However, facing this unfathomable monster, everyone present didn't even dare to breathe. I was afraid that if I moved my eyelids, I would be hit by a knife. Sure enough, this place is too trashy. Even the so-called warriors are not worth a fight. Bai Yu sheathed the demon's sword Murasame with boredom. Wei Pa, lying in the ruins, froze in his tracks and roared while struggling. "Qinghai people, don't underestimate the Shandia warriors. Look down on me." Bai Yu took out the wine bottle, took a sip, and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "You so-called warriors, let alone in my eyes, are just third-rate existences in Qinghai. If this place wasn't a little special and the routes to other Sky Islands weren't cut off, you country bumpkins would have been robbed long ago without even the clothes left. People like you are just cannon fodder in Qinghai. You're looking for death." Weepa roared angrily. As the #1 Shandia warrior, he is known as a war ghost. He has always been respected, never been looked down upon like this. "Weepa, shut up." Gonfer hurriedly stopped him and quickly let Peak land on the floating island. "Sir, don't bother with these country bumpkins. I am the god of this Sky Island. I know a little about Qinghai's affairs, but I would like to ask, are you a pirate or a navy?" As a previous god, he was the only one who had met, drank with, and boasted with the pirate King Roger 20 years ago. "I have some knowledge about the distribution of the 2 major types of forces in Qinghai. Don't worry, old man, I'm in the navy. Even though I'm just a trainee, I won't kill innocent people." Bai Yu patted Gonfuer on the shoulder. "Your Sky Island is indeed not under the jurisdiction of our navy, but it is a rare opportunity to land on the island, so it can be considered a fate. He is also the only guy worth killing. I just had a fight and I'm hungry. Make me a meal and I'll help you chop down the god." New to the navy? Gonfer was confused. The other Shandians didn't know what the navy really represented. However, the word newcomer alone was enough to shock them for a while. Even if all the mighty Shandia warriors came together, they could not withstand the sword of the newcomer. What is the Navy organization? How strong? How many newcomers with this level of ability exist? Are there more powerful people above the newcomers? It can be said that in their minds, Bai Yu has now single-handedly raised the threshold for new naval recruits. If Bai Yu knew about this, he would probably feel a little sorry for the Navy Chief Instructor Zifa. However, these thoughts quickly passed, and more people's attention was still focused on Bai Yu's last sentence. Even God was chopped off for one meal. Hasn't this God's status been lowered too much? Sir, can you really help us deal with Enelu? Gonfuel's expression froze, and he was the first to lose his temper. Over the years, he has disguised himself as the Sky Knight and has seen too much of Enel's brutal side. The reason he was still alive was because Enel wanted to torture him and amuse himself by watching him struggle helplessly in front of God. Now, even the Shandia war ghost, whom he always thought was difficult, could not withstand Bai Yu's casual sword. This undoubtedly gave Gonfer a little more hope. Chapter 65, Enelu, you are really a country bumpkin. Humph, Gonfer, don't hold your hopes too high. Don't forget that Enel is immortal. An outsider has no idea how terrifying that monster who calls himself a god is. Weepa struggled to stand up and said, We Shandia people have fought Enel so many times. I, Weepa, swear on my life's honor that when you see Enel, you will definitely feel despair. But I will never let go of defeating Enel. The stubborn words echoed in the floating island. Bai Yu said with a playful smile. Really, it seems that the Shandian people's honor is really cheap. Don't cry later. The world outside is big. You can go to Qinghai if you have a chance. Did I ask there any need to fight for such a broken island? I don't want it even if it's given for free. And you still say it's a gift from God. Hey you, hurry up and prepare some food for me, or don't blame me for slashing your war ghosts a few more times. As he spoke, Bai Yu sat down on the ground. Wei Pa, who was not far away, was so angry that he almost spit out blood. Why should eating have anything to do with me? If you're not satisfied, just cut it. Are they treating the once mighty Shandia warriors as pigs to be slaughtered? However, feeling the pain drilling through his bones, Weepa still didn't dare to move. The only hope now is that Bai Yu can meet Enelu and make a fool of himself as soon as possible. At Gamfer's command, the Shandia people also hurriedly prepared food. The food is not much different from that in Qinghai, but the grilled fish in Sky Island has a distinct and unique flavor. Watching Bai Yu devour dozens of dishes like a wolf, everyone looked at each other. Big brother, is there really a lot of land in Qinghai that you mentioned? A little girl approached timidly. Everyone's nerves were suddenly stretched to the limit, fearing that Bai Yu would kill them with a knife. With a little girl in front of me, her small arms and legs probably can't even withstand half a blow from the knife. Your name is Aisha, right? Bai Yu frowned slightly and quickly thought of this little girl who was born with the awakening of observation hockey. He reached out and rubbed her head and said, There are too many broken islands like this in the East China Sea. Some are even bigger than the sea in front of us. The heart nets you mentioned are everywhere in Qinghai. Remember, vision determines everything. When you are confined to this small place, what you say is nothing but country bumpkins. Okay, it's almost time. Everyone please move away. After dinner, it's time to do some post-meal exercise. Many people present were stunned by what they heard. By the time they reacted, Bai Yu had already stood up. Aisha thought about it for a moment, not quite understanding, and suddenly said in horror, Here it comes. Something strange is coming in the eastern sky. Is there something strange? Lucky picked up Aisha. They might have some doubts about what Bai Yu said. However, Aisha was born with the power of the mind network, and these words of warning and reminder have helped them turn danger into safety many times. As all eyes follow the direction, a ship called Ark Maxim, built of gold, first came into view. Looking at this ark made of pure gold, it looks like a nouveau riche. Bai Yu really suspected that Enelu was more miserly than Nami when it came to money. However, looking at Enelu and a group of priests standing at the front deck of the ark, Bai Yu knew very well that this was not the time to joke. Faced with an object worth chopping off, he didn't want to give up. Qinghai people, I thought you would run away. Enelu stood at the front of the deck and smiled playfully. Over the years, many people who have challenged God have ended up begging for mercy and despair. You did not run away after learning about my power. You are indeed very courageous. For this reason, I can forgive your disrespect to God just now. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can make you the high priest, which is second only to one man and above 10,000 people. Yes. The sound of people sucking in their breath echoed in the venue, and the faces of the four great priests suddenly changed. It was the first time they saw Enel take the initiative to recruit subordinates. Faced with this condition of being second to none in the eyes of many people, this is a very popular commodity. I'm sorry, if you asked me to be a god, I would have to consider it, let alone the high priest, Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. As a local tyrant in a rural area like this, I feel like a meal is more delicious than a meal from God. Crazy. After hearing this reply, not only the four great priests, but even the people of Shandia felt that Bai Yu was crazy. Everyone subconsciously looked at Inoue, eager to know how he would react. Ah, you are indeed an ant that this god has taken a fancy to. Inoue laughed wildly and said, Shing, hi people, it seems that you still don't know how powerful this god is. In this case, I will stand here and allow you to attack me for 1 minute. If you still do not agree to my request after 1 minute, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Inoue landed from the Ark of Proverbs, stood on the floating island, took out an apple playfully, and put it into his mouth. The look he gave Bai Yu was full of amusement, as if declaring that the outcome had been decided. This kind of confident and crazy behavior touched everyone's nerves. For these natives, this is God's game. Many people who have challenged Inoue will encounter this game. In their eyes, only by experiencing it personally can one understand how hopeless this game is. Wappa, don't be unhappy. If he can defeat Inoue, it will be a good thing for us Shandia people. Lucky couldn't help but comfort him. Defeat Inoue? Wappa said with a cold glance. Sorry, I'm just worried right now that he can't even make it through the God's game. If he can, I think I can do it in my dreams. Lucky and others were speechless. When he looked at Bai Yu, he had already stepped out of the crowd and said with a playful smile, Inoue, you really are a country bumpkin. Then I'll chop it first as a sign of respect. Bang. Bai Yu moved. It is clear that there is only one way to wake up an arrogant person like Inoue. The distance of dozens of meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The demon sword Murasame in Bai Yu's hand emitted a sharp sound. Without any fancy moves, he struck directly at the face. Bang. As the knife came out, golden light burst out like a tide. Inoue was under attack and picked up the apple with a playful smile. He was planning to play this divine game as usual. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, a long-lost feeling of death rushed into my heart. Looking at the attack rapidly expanding in his pupils. At this moment, he had no time to think and subconsciously turned into lightning and retreated violently. Chapter 66, God's Game was broken. Boom. The knife fell and golden light splashed. Inoue, who had just turned into lightning and was about to escape, flew backwards like a cannonball. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it crashed head-on into a huge rock hundreds of meters away. The huge impact force shattered the rock mountain that was more than 10 meters high, spreading spider web-like cracks. The god, who was usually high and mighty, was now embedded in the rock. A shocking bloody wound spread from the shoulder to the abdomen. The scarlet blood splashed, staining his clothes red. Crazy. Be it the 4 great priests, the Shandians, or even Gonfur, they all felt like they were going crazy. Especially Wappa. Just a moment ago, he kept saying that Bai Yu would be desperate. Now the god's game that has made them despair for a long time has been shattered. Looking at the blood oozing from Inoue's chest, they understood at this moment. It turns out that god also bleeds, and the color is red. I'm afraid it's clear at a glance who is truly desperate. No way, this is impossible that I am a god. How can you attack me? Inoue looked down at his chest in disbelief. The piercing pain made him roar like crazy. Nothing is impossible. It's just that you country bumpkins haven't encountered it before. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and took a sip of his drink. But you just said that you would stand there and let me chop you for a minute. You won't regret it now, will you? Bang. Bai Yu's figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he had already come to Anil's front. So fast. Everyone's pupils contracted slightly. However, they are now eager to know whether Inoue, whose defense has been broken, will continue to play the game. If the game of God really continues to be played, then even God will be killed, right? Looking at the figure in his pupils that was rapidly enlarging, Inoue was completely panicked. What the hell is this game of God? Nothing matters now. He pressed his right hand into the air and roared angrily. God's judgment. Boom. High-voltage lightning struck Bai Yu without reservation. At the same time, lightning flashed on Inoue's body, and he instantly took the help of elementalization and appeared behind Bai Yu 1 step ahead. He just reached out and grabbed it. At this moment, facing this ant that could endanger his life, Inoue no longer wanted to use it for his own benefit. The only thought was to kill the person in front of him as quickly as possible. Use the power of thunder and lightning that you are best at. Sorry, it seems you don't even know how to fight. Besides, I'll chop you for a minute. It's not your turn to decide now. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily, not caring about the oncoming lightning at all. The moment he turned around suddenly, The extreme spiritual pressure dormant in his body exploded. Boom. The huge airflow rolled back like a hurricane. The extreme spiritual pressure was instantly transformed into a materialized golden skull. The huge spiritual pressure brought about the high temperature and heat. Not to mention the incoming lightning. Even Enel's movements froze. He never expected that someone would simply ignore his attack. Looking at the blood-red blade that was chopping towards him again, Enel retreated with a roar of fear. It's too late. As Bai Yu's bloodthirsty smile appeared, the Murasame in his hand had already fallen with a bang. Bang. Enel once again flew backwards like a cannonball. The blood splatter from the chest was as bright as fireworks blooming in the void. Looking at Enelu, who was hit by the sword again and fell heavily on the rock. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. The first blow might have been caused by God's carelessness. But with the second blow, the god was still chopped away in public. There was a bloody wound with an X on the chest. Is this still carelessness? This is fucking chopping at the ground according to God. No, it's impossible. I am Enel, the god. I am undefeated. Bang. Enelu was surrounded by lightning and rushed directly on the rock. The wound on his chest made him roar with a distorted expression. The look in Bai Yu's eyes was completely filled with madness. You bastard Qinghai man, I'm going to get serious and make you understand what the power of God is. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Boom. Thunder exploded, and huge lightning rushed out of Enel's body, turning into a huge Thunderbird over 10 meters long. It instantly cut through the void and rushed towards Bai Yu. The speed was so fast that a distance of 100 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the rapidly approaching attack, Bai Yu swung the magic sword in his hand again. Bang. A sword aura of more than 10 meters flashed by. The moment the Thunderbird exploded, it rushed towards Enelu with its remaining power. This nonchalant action made Enelu stunned. 30 million volts is definitely not his trump card. However, it is definitely several times stronger than God's sanction. But now it was treated lightly and cut in half with one stroke. How strong is this Qinghai man in front of me? By the way, I have a powerful mind network that can easily read the opponent's actions. With this method, I can also be invincible. Enel's expression tensed, and he quickly used elementalization to avoid the slash. At the same time, the observation Hawkeye was driven to the extreme and instantly locked onto Bai Yu. He's going to move to the left. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Enel's eyes, and soon he saw Bai Yu turn to the left. This was clearly the same movement as that read by his mind network. Seeing this scene, Enelu didn't have time to think about it. With lightning flowing on his body, he appeared on Bai Yu's right side at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, as soon as he appeared, Enelu saw the bloodthirsty smile on Bai Yu's face, with a hint of amusement. The demon sword Murasame in his hand once again chopped down with tremendous force. Phew. Enelu was confused. Blood at the moment of flying, the left arm flipped out directly. Look at the accessories worn on it. Enelu knew it clearly. This was his most intimate time in the middle of the night when their feelings were the deepest. I have had a super friendly relationship with left-hand brother for more than 20 years. Now he was taken away in one encounter. Is the HeartNet or something like that a virtual thing? Why was this man from Qinghai able to break through his methods time and time again? The piercing pain rushed straight into Enel's mind. Watch the broken arm fall to the ground. Enelu roared hysterically like a madman. You damn Qinghai people, I'm going to kill you. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Boom. Endless lightning exploded inside Enel's body. At this moment, the already berserk Enelu completely lost all reservations and pushed the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the whole person swelled up quickly like a balloon. In an instant, lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and the leaden clouds accumulated in the air were also stirred. At the same time, countless lightning snakes were moving around madly. Enelu transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant of lightning. He grabbed the huge golden pillar prepared on the Ark of Proverbs with his right hand, and the scorching heat flowed, melting the golden pillar into a huge trident. In his eyes, the previous defeat was only due to the lack of weapons. Now he has the golden trident in his hand like a nouveau riche. Enelu believes that the world still belongs to me. Chapter 67, I am the forbidden zone of God. Boom. Endless lightning gathered madly between heaven and earth. The huge figure gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Everyone present was stunned. Originally, the short Enelu had been their lifelong nightmare. Now he is transformed into a giant thunder god that is tens of meters tall. Can this kind of existence really be defeated? Facing the crazy Enelu, everyone's nerves were suddenly stretched to the limit. As they retreated frantically, their eyes all fell on Bai Yu. They wanted to see whether this man from Qinghai would get stage fright. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily, looking at the huge body in the sky. A series of system prompts sounded in my mind. The power of the new subordinate template that had just fallen from the sky and forgotten to merge was quickly infused into the body. A black magical power rolled in Bai Yu's hands. It exudes an unusually deep scent. Is this the dark magic of the leader of the Black Bulls, Yamisuk? I don't know, compared to the dark fruit. What's the difference? After Bai Yu felt the power of dark magic for a while, the abilities that Yami Jetta possessed at this stage emerged in his mind. Sure enough, the strength of this subordinate template is still 50%. This is enough for the country bumpkin Enelu. He's laughing. Facing Lord Enel with a thunder god-like posture, he was actually smiling. The four great priests were confused. The one-sided situation just now had already frightened them out of their wits. I thought that Enel's display of the thunder god's demeanor could help turn the situation around a little, but I saw a hint of fear on Bai Yu's face. They never thought about it, they were just overthinking. That expression looks like he's a little distracted, right? Damn Qinghai people, you dare to ignore God. I will kill you today. Enelu roared like a madman. Encircled by lightning, the severed left hand had already been replaced by thunder. The next moment, the flying golden trident, with tremendous force, stabbed towards Bai Yu. Sure enough, the country bumpkins only act like real people when they fight to the death. You are not worthy of being chopped off at all right now. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily and withdrew from the consciousness space. The demon sword Murasame in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light and chopped forward. Bang! The dull collision echoed between heaven and earth. When the hurricane rolled back, Enel's huge body was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. With such a huge difference in size between the two sides, the god actually lost in the contest of strength. It's impossible. I am God, the master of this world. Enel stood firm on his feet and roared madly. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Bang! The Thunderbird, which was dozens of meters long, flapped its wings and flew away in an instant. It was so fast that it crashed into Bai Yu. Boom! The violent impact spread in all directions. The rolling thunder tore the earth apart. Seeing that the attack was successful, the golden trident in Enel's hand burst out with dazzling lightning again and pierced towards the center of the dust. The rolling dust was torn apart in an instant. With a force as heavy as 1,000 pounds, it smashed down on Bai Yu. Bang! Deafening explosions echoed one after another. The huge floating island was the first to be unable to withstand the impact and collapsed. Watching this doomsday-like fight, everyone had already fled thousands of meters away. Staring eagerly at the center of the battle, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. The golden trident surrounded by lightning did hit Bai Yu. Unfortunately, this kind of hit makes people feel like they are going crazy. The materialized golden skull enveloped Bai Yu's body, and the inky black armament aura covered his entire body. The seemingly unstoppable golden trident was caught by Bai Yu's left hand. Bang! The indestructible gold was broken in an instant. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit on Bai Yu's face reached its peak, and he strode out again. Bang! With the sound of an air explosion, Bai Yu disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Seeing Bai Yu, whose speed was no less than his own, Enelu suddenly woke up. The advanced observation Hawkeye is stimulated to the extreme under the influence of electric current. Later, Enelu suddenly turned around, and with lightning wrapped around his hand, he swung out directly. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. 100-meter-long thunder dragon pounced towards Bai Yu. Faced with this unexpected Qinghai man, Enelu was eager to use this attack to gain a chance to catch his breath and regain his momentum. However, this thought just flashed through his mind. Bai Yu, with his materialized spiritual pressure, charged head-on at the thunder dragon. Bang! Lightning exploded, and the 100-meter-long thunder dragon was smashed head-on. The brutal and violent posture made everyone's pupils shrink. This man from Qinghai looks more like a god than God. Enel's expression changed drastically, and he was about to withdraw. Bai Yu had already taken the lead and appeared in front. Enel didn't have time to think. He quickly clenched the golden trident in his hand, broke off a corner, and stabbed it straight at Bai Yu. Ant, go to hell. Ants. Have you ever tried being chopped by an ant? Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and charged forward without any defensive gesture. Bang. The golden trident hit Bai Yu's shoulder. The huge impact force not only did not make Bai Yu retreat even a single step. The demon sword Murasame in his hand had already burst out with a dark light and slashed towards Enel. Enelu is crazy. Looking at the invulnerable monster in front of him as a god, he felt a tremor in his heart for the first time, and hurriedly raised his left hand, which was reorganized by lightning to block. This arm has been broken once, no matter how injured. Enelu also believes that he can regroup. Bang! The huge arm flew out. As the lightning dissipated, Enelu hurriedly withdrew, but found that the broken arm was covered with a layer of black light. No matter how he drives the power of the fruit, all the power of thunder and lightning is like a stone sinking into the sea. Enelu was confused. Elementalization is the basis of his arrogance. Element reorganization is his trump card to fight against Bai Yu. Unfortunately, what was once considered a trick of God has now become empty talk. Sure enough, there is a difference between dark magic and the dark fruit, but the devouring attack and powerful suction are enough to be called abnormal. A hint of excitement appeared on Bai Yu's bloodthirsty face. Facing an elemental devil fruit user, this kind of close combat would undoubtedly be a bit restrictive. However, when Bai Yu combined dark magic and armament domineering together, the fighting still has the same flavor as before. Thanks for helping me test my moves, country bumpkin, but now it's time for you to finish. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and looked at Enelu, who had a look of disbelief on his face. There are countless people like you in Qinghai. If you are also considered a god, then I am the forbidden zone of gods. Chapter 68, Killing God. God's Forbidden Zone. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Faced with such crazy words, they had always lived under the fierce power of Enel. I never thought that one day the person who would say such words to God would be a person from Qinghai. No way, I am the god Enelu, and you are just a Qinghai monkey. I will never die. I'm going to kill you. Enel roared hysterically. The devil fruit ability in the body is pushed to the extreme. For a moment, heaven and earth were filled with thunder and lightning, as he vented his power without caring about his life. In the sky, a thunderball with a diameter of 1 kilometer quickly condensed. Under the huge pressure, the lead clouds accumulated around were torn apart. Feeling this devastating power, the madness on Enel's face reached its peak. Without any fancy moves, he pressed down with his backhand. Qinghai monkey, I want to see how you can take my strongest attack. Boom. A 1,000-meter-long thunderball roared and fell with a mighty force. The enormous pressure overwhelmed the floating island and caused it to crack inch by inch. The Bye-Bye Sea was even more turbulent with huge waves, which rolled back in all directions. Looking at this almost doomsday-like scene, everyone's scalp was tingling. If they hadn't seen Bai Yu standing there with a bloodthirsty look on his face, they would have probably fled long ago. Gurgle. Bai Yu raised his head and took a sip of the wine. His bloodthirsty fighting spirit reached its peak along with his smile. He clenched the demon's sword Murasame in both hands. Bang! Thousands of fragments broke apart again, and with the help of the armed color domineering, they were quickly reorganized into a 100-meter sharp blade. The next moment, under the mad infusion of dark attribute magic power, a dazzling dark red light burst out. Looking at the thunderball that is rapidly enlarging in the pupil, Bai Yu's rising momentum finally reached its peak. Dark entanglement, dimensional slash, buzz. As the knife came out, the sky and the earth darkened. Regardless of time or space, at this moment, it was as if it was cut in two. By the time everyone reacted, the black sword energy had already swept across the 1,000-meter-wide thunderball. Chase after Enelu. Impossible. A trace of fear appeared on Enel's face, and he hurriedly raised the golden trident in his hand. Unfortunately, all of this seems pale and powerless. Bang. The thunderball broke apart. No. It should be said that whether it is the thunderball, the trident in Enel's hand, the huge thunder god, or even the thunderclouds accumulated in the sky, It was also cut in half at this moment. Phew. A stream of blood spurted out from between Enel's eyebrows, feeling the vitality in his body quickly fading away. He didn't even have time to say anything else. Boom. The violent lightning exploded, spreading across the sky and earth. The shock wave instantly engulfed Enel. The Shandia people who were hiding in the distance were blown away by this huge air wave. That feeling was like the end of the world caused by a nuclear explosion. Bai Yu, who was in the middle of it, changed his expression slightly and immediately pushed his armament Hawkeye and materialized spiritual pressure to the extreme. Just now, I was so absorbed in the fighting that I completely ignored the White Sea, but in the sky, under the impact of this strong explosion, I'm afraid it will be exposed. It was unknown how long it had been before the blast gradually subsided, and the Shandia people in Gonfer, who had survived, hurried back to the battlefield in their memories. However, there is no trace of the floating island anymore, nor are there any gods or people from Qinghai anymore. Everything seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. But they knew clearly that this man from Qinghai killed a god. 5 days later, at the Marine headquarters, Marineford, a dog-headed warship was slowly approaching the shore. Garp stood at the front of the deck, his face extremely gloomy. At this moment, everyone knew clearly that the former naval hero Garp wanted to kill people. The huge aura it exudes is like an invisible hand, tightly grasping people's hearts. Mr. Garp, the ship is about to dock. Marshal Sengoku and the others are already waiting there. Perhaps Admiral Kizaru will find news about Bai Yu, Bogart said with the same sullen expression. He and Bai Yu did not spend much time together. However, as a naval instructor, he was impressed by Bai Yu's almost monstrous talent. But he was convinced. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Golden Lion, Bogart was no less angry than Cap. However, unlike Garp's impulsive personality, he is a calm type who puts the overall situation first. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned as Garp's right-hand man. Humph, damn Golden Lion, if anything happens to my grandson, I will chase him all over the sea. Garp roared angrily. However, the ruthless look on his face soon lost its vitality. The floating fruit is too difficult to deal with. The island floated easily above 10,000 meters, and Garp had no place to chase. Otherwise, he would not have returned to the Navy headquarters today. Don't worry, Mr. Cap, we believe the captain is not an ordinary person. He will definitely come back safely. Karina consoled him while carrying a modified sniper rifle. Following Bai Yu's instructions, after waiting in Road Town for 3 days and still receiving no news, they followed Garp's warship and returned to the Navy headquarters. Facing the vast ocean, Kalina believed that the Navy would be able to find someone faster than them. Kalina is right. Lord Bai Yu is the #1 supernova in the Navy. With his strength, the Golden Lion will have to break a lot of teeth if it wants to swallow Lord Bai Yu. Nami and the others also echoed. Standing in the corner, Smoker and Iska, who were returning with the ship, couldn't help but nod in agreement. I believe him, too. Garp took a deep breath, and the gloom on his face dissipated a little. It seems that the brat has found a good crew and friends. Don't worry, I will let Sengoku mobilize all the forces of the Navy headquarters. Go find Bai Yu. I absolutely do not believe that my precious grandson will die. After saying this, Garp was the first to jump onto the dock. Sengoku and he, who'd been waiting here for a long time, also hurried forward. As old friends, they knew clearly how powerful Garp was, and they were really worried that Garp would lose control and go berserk. Wow, Vice Admiral Garp, you're back so soon that I thought you'd have to look for another month and a half before you're willing to come back. Countless spots of light appeared on the dock and instantly gathered into the shape of Kizaru. Garp's expression froze for a moment. Then he roared angrily. Kizaru, why did you come back? Didn't you promise me that you would give me a few more days to find a place? Zhanghua, and he also showed a hint of surprise. They still remember Cap's application clearly. Kizaru, I was the one who asked him to come back. A deep voice came from the crowd. The Navy gathered here quickly split into 2 rows to make way for a Kainu with a cold face. To have an admiral personally go out to look for a new Navy recruit is already a laughingstock on the sea. 3 days is already the limit. If he has already died at the hands of the Golden Lion, it will be useless even if we find more time. Chapter 69. Relics for Footrest. Crazy. Zhanghua and his expressions changed drastically. They knew clearly that Garp was now a powder keg that would explode anyone who touched him. Akainu always brings up the issue. That would undoubtedly be seeking death. Akainu, you're looking for death. Boom. Garp roared, and the anger that had been accumulating for many days exploded like a tidal wave. The naval soldiers stationed here turned pale all of a sudden. Even Akainu and Kizaru's expressions flashed a trace of solemnity. As generals, they are regarded as the strongest fighting force. However, facing Garp, the legendary naval hero, the oppressive force was even more terrifying than challenging Sengoku. If you are not careful, you might even lose your life. Garp, please stop it. This is the Navy headquarters. Don't go crazy. Sengoku hurriedly stood in front of Garp and tried to persuade him. Crane on the side also tensed up, ready to take action at any time to subdue Garp. Don't worry, Zhangguo, I know my limits. Garp looked at Akainu coldly. I have great confidence in my grandson. He not only has the potential to be a great admiral, but is also the future Navy King. This is not something that can be understood by superficial people. Navy King. A trace of disdain appeared on Akainu's face, and he snorted coldly with a gloomy face. I also want to see what the future Navy King will be like. However, the longer you are missing, the lower your chance of survival will be. 0.5 days have passed now. I advise Vice Admiral Garp to be mentally prepared in advance. Akainu, shut up. Sengoku roared. If you have nothing to do, then get back to work and say less that no one will call you dumb. Faced with Akainu's flattering words, if he hadn't taken his status into consideration, Zhangguo would have almost been unable to hold back and slapped him twice. He knew clearly that this was a deliberate show of force from Akainu. Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku, I came here to see what the Navy King you promoted is like. Now that he can't even come back, there's not much use for me to stay here. Akainu left these words and turned away. Kizaru, who was standing by, also gave a lewd smile and followed. I'm sorry, General Sasaki. If you're just trying to show off your power, then I, Bai Yu, am here to mess things up. A small sound suddenly rang out. The familiar tone of voice startled Kalina and the others at first, but soon they showed expressions of ecstasy. Even Garp is no exception. Little ghost, where are you? Come out quickly and let Grandpa see you. Cap looked around hurriedly. However, after looking around, Bai Yu was still nowhere to be found. Look, it seems like something is falling from the sky. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and they looked quickly towards the sky. Boom. The rumbling sound of sonic booms was simply endless. The first thing that caught my eye was a figure shrouded in a golden skull. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he fell down rapidly like a meteorite with a weight as heavy as his own. Get out of the way quickly. Zhangguo suddenly woke up and roared urgently. Bang. The square collapsed, and spider-web-like cracks spread out in an instant. The violent gust of air swept across the entire venue. Those naval soldiers who were unable to dodge were directly blown away by the air wave. Faced with the sudden air raid, even Akainu, Kizaru, and others couldn't help but use elementalization to evade it. However, at this moment, the eyes of everyone present were inadvertently fixed on the center of the ruins. They were eager to find out whether the person who fell from the sky was Bai Yu or Kaido, the king of beasts. This almost suicidal way of appearing on stage was too shocking. The dust in the sky dissipated with the sea breeze. Bai Yu walked out of the ruins carrying a wine jug. His unharmed appearance made many people gasp. It's Bai Yu, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. He actually came back alive. Is this a monster? It smashed down from the sky, creating such a huge impact force. But it was completely unharmed. This method is a bit like Kaido, the king of beasts. I heard that the last time Kaido came to the headquarters to commit suicide, it was a similar situation. The scene suddenly exploded. The sudden scene before them completely overturned their cognition. Especially thinking of the mocking words just now spoken by Akainu and Kizaru, many people subconsciously looked at the two admirals. I wonder what their expressions are now. Zhangguo also took a peek, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly walked up and said, Kid, it's good to be back. Garp almost overturned the Marine headquarters because of you. Now that you have come to the headquarters, it's time to put on the agenda the matter of Ghost Spider and Garp recommending you as a candidate for Admiral. As long as 70% of the people in the headquarters agree, you will be recommended and become the youngest Admiral candidate in the history of the Navy. If you work hard for a few years, you may even get a seat at the Admiral position. Being from the same old era, Zhangguo knew very well how powerful the Golden Lion was, coupled with the difficulty of the float fruit. Bai Yu was able to escape from him. This is enough to show his uniqueness. Humph, being a general is not easy, but being able to survive under the command of the Golden Lion is indeed worth celebrating. Akainu spoke indifferently. However, as soon as these words fell, a figure hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and rushed directly to Bai Yu's side. He lowered his head to look at the two old swords on the ground that Bai Yu was stepping on, and quickly flipped through the illustrated book in his hand. Iska, what happened? This occasion is not suitable for you. Smoker turned into smoke and appeared next to Iska. Everyone knows that this is a secret competition among the top combat forces of this headquarters. They handed Anan, the second lieutenant, are basically cannon fodder. In the face of Smoker's persuasion, Iska ignored it completely. He looked at the illustration in his hand, compared it again, and screamed in horror. By Bai Yu, the two famous swords under your feet are the famous swords of the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Sakuraju, and Kuki. The Golden Lion's sword. Everyone present was stunned, especially veterans like Sengoku and Garp. Their nerves were stretched to the extreme, and they quickly looked in the direction of the sound. The first scene they saw made their pupils shrink, and their eyes almost popped out. Looking at the two swords that Bai Yu used as a footstool, Zhangguo asked in a lost voice. Yes, it's really Ingshi and Kumu from Golden Lion. How did they end up in your hands? What happened to Golden Lion? These two knives. Bai Yu took a sip of wine and said helplessly, These two knives are the relics he left for me. Chapter 70. Is this a hobbit? A relic used as a footstool? Zhangguo stood there in a daze. No. It should be said that everyone present was stunned. Faced with these understated remarks, everyone's attention was focused on the word relics. Does this mean that the legendary great pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, has been killed? Bai Yu, I'm now asking you a question seriously. Is the Golden Lion Shiki dead? Zhangguo took a deep breath and spoke very seriously. Everyone's nerves were aroused, and there was a hint of urgency on their faces. Even Akainu and Kizara did not choose to leave for a while. In the end, he even pulled out the rudder on his head, I think. Bai Yu took a sip of the liquor nonchalantly. However, he is indeed the most worthy opponent in the East China Sea. It's a pity that he is not in his peak condition. It's a bit of a waste. The soft voice at this moment seemed to be filled with magic sound, echoing on the dock and unable to dissipate for a long time. Seeing Bai Yu's face full of regret, everyone present was stunned. What's worse, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. According to Bai Yu, not only killed the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, now the Golden Lion Shiki is still disliked. I dislike it a bit weak. Is this crazy? No. It should be said that they are crazy. Did you hear that? Not only did my grandson escape from the Golden Lion, he also killed him. Cap laughed. Even the Golden Lion is no match for him. I think he has secured the position of candidate general. Zhangguo, you should consider letting Bai Yu be a general or something. I think he should have enough strength now. An 18-year-old admiral, the youngest in the history of this headquarters. This series of words shook everyone's heart. Zhangguo's expression also changed suddenly. Garp's proposal seemed crazy. However, Bai Yu's strength, as he was able to kill the Golden Lion Shiki alone, was indeed irrefutable. 25 years ago, he and Garp teamed up to send a Golden Lion Shiki to the impelled down prison. No matter how weak the Golden Lion Shiki's strength is after 25 years, Zhangguo knew very well that that battle was definitely not easy. Bai Yu was able to achieve this level by himself. That says it all. Vice Admiral Garp, you were planning to make this kid an admiral of the Navy based on one-sided words and two sabers. This is a bit too much. Akainu spoke coldly. If this kind of thing gets out, and it turns out to be just a lie, and Shiki the Golden Lion is still alive and well, where will the reputation of our Navy headquarters be? Besides, don't forget this brat. Today is only his first day at the Marine headquarters. It's unclear what his background is or whether he has justice in his heart. As a pro-war faction, Akainu has always been eyeing the position of marshal. He even regarded himself as the leader of the three generals. Originally, Akainu was already dissatisfied with the fact that an outsider was parachuted in to become a candidate for the rank of Admiral of the Navy. Now he has directly risen to the position of Admiral, becoming the youngest Admiral in the history of the Navy headquarters. Wouldn't this kind of thing put him directly behind? How can I compete for the position of Admiral of the Navy in the future? Akainu, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for my grandson? Garp roared angrily. You should know clearly what a famous sword means to a swordsman. This Ingju and Kumu are the lifeblood of the Golden Lion. Now they are in the hands of this old man's grandson. This is enough to explain his fate. What's more, Golden Lion is a real madman. If he doesn't die, can Bai Yu come back alive? The famous sword was stolen, but he's still alive. They've already attacked him. Also, you just said that the grandson I personally train has a problem with his foundation. What do you mean by that, Akainu? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will never let you leave. Boom. The huge momentum, like a hurricane, was detonated once again. The faces of the naval generals and soldiers present turned pale. On weekdays, Cap gives people the impression of being a smiling and forgetful person. Today, in just over 10 minutes, he exploded in anger twice. This is enough to show that Admiral Akainu has repeatedly touched his bottom line. Akainu's face suddenly darkened. He is an admiral after all. Now, not only is the admiral's halo threatened by Bai Yu, but the admiral's power is also directly challenged by Garp. This situation made him feel a little embarrassed. That's enough. Are you two planning to become the joke of this department? Sengoku roared angrily. I'll get someone to investigate the death of Golden Lion. However, Ingshur and Kumu, both knives fell into Bai Yu's hands. Based on my understanding of Golden Lion's character, he should be in great danger. As for where Bai Yu will sit next, this matter is up to him to decide, and then it will be handed over to us for deliberation. IT can only be done when the votes from our headquarters reach 70%. It's not like you can make a decision with just one word. Everyone present was suddenly silent. If the three giants get angry, they may end up getting burned if they are not careful. Many people also took 2 or 3 steps back and tried their best to distance themselves from the matter. However, faced with this current dilemma, many people still subconsciously looked at Bai Yu. I really want to know what this man with a somewhat vicious background thinks. Seeing the depressing atmosphere in the field dissipate a little, Zhangguo restrained his anger, sighed softly, and said, Bai Yu, don't take what happened just now to heart. The Navy headquarters is a huge organization, and disagreements will happen from time to time. But I think you know what you think. Not long ago, after receiving a report from Garp on Den Den Mushi, Sengoku never imagined that one day Bai Yu would be recommended as a candidate for the position of Admiral of the Navy. Now, no one expected that the Golden Lion would fall into Bai Yu's hands, and he was even qualified to compete for the position of General. This leap in strength completely exceeded his expectations. It is for this reason that the Warring States period took the idea of a newcomer so seriously. What position? Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and said, Marshal Zhangguo, I want to know which position has the most freedom and power, the least workload, and is the easiest. If there is such a position, I think it should be the most suitable for me. Bastard, are you here to be a jerk? Many people subconsciously looked at Garp. Sure enough, like grandfather, like grandson. Looking at the Marine headquarters, the biggest scumbag is probably Garp, who has the title of Marine Hero, but is messing around in the position of Vice Admiral. Chapter 71A, Real Man Solves Problems with His Fists. Ahem, Bai Yu, you are still young. When Grandpa retires, I will give this position to you. Garp felt a little embarrassed and coughed quickly. However, apart from this old man's position, the people with the least time should be Sengoku and the Admiral of the Navy. Don't be fooled by Kizaru's frivolous appearance. He's always slacking off. Akiji is riding a bicycle now, and I don't know where he's going. As for the position of Admiral candidate, it's a bit hard. You have to monitor the 4 emperors all the time and run around the sea. You have to think carefully before choosing a position. Once you choose it, you cannot resign. Kizaru's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch. After all, his immediate superior, Sengoku, was present, so he was also an admiral in the Navy. Others all see through it but don't say anything, and only that old bastard Garp dares to cause trouble in public. Kid, you're not planning on being a slacker in the position of admiral, are you? Akainu said with a cold face. Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. General Sasaki, you are indeed the worm in my stomach. I was thinking the same thing. If I can choose, why can't I choose the most comfortable seat? Boom. A blazing heat erupted from Akainu's body. A murderous aura instantly locked onto Bai Yu. The floor beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand Akainu's rage and gradually melted into magma. The naval soldiers who were a little closer were forced back by this gust of air. Garp is a naval hero and possesses mysterious strength, so Akainu is somewhat afraid of him. Now, a little kid who was suppressed by him was challenging his authority again and again in public. Akainu couldn't swallow this anger. Akainu, you dare to kill my grandson. You are seeking death. Garp's face darkened and he was about to attack, but Bai Yu stopped him. Seeing the figure walking out, Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. They were eager to know how this up-and-coming star would deal with a murderous intent from the Admiral. "Grandpa, this is my business. Let me handle it." Bai Yu patted Garp's shoulder, tilted his head back to take a sip of wine, and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "The Admiral of the Navy has the intention to kill me. How happy I am. This is an opponent worth fighting. At least, I can fight him without any worries." Boom. The extreme spiritual pressure, mixed with the domineering aura, exploded like a wild tide. The huge waves that were stirred up rushed straight into the sky. The leaden clouds that had accumulated all over the sky were forcibly pierced through, as if they were being stirred by a pair of invisible hands. With Bai Yu as the center, the floor around him collapsed and spider web-like cracks spread out. The huge dock, all the naval generals and soldiers, at this moment, seemed to be suppressed by an invisible mountain. Some naval soldiers with less strength and experience have become like leaks. He fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Reached thousands of people in the blink of an eye. This is Conqueror's hockey, and it has even reached the level of substantial damage. In a new world, the only person who is so domineering is probably the red-haired guy. Zhangguo's expression suddenly changed. But that guy has decades of experience spanning the old and new eras to reach this point. This kid is not even 20 years old, but his Conqueror hockey has reached this level. His future achievements will definitely be great. The sound of muttering to oneself was not very loud. However, in this situation, it seems extremely harsh. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, this evaluation is absolutely true. Zhangguo, now is not the time to be shocked. Hurry up and stop these two guys. There is also a flash of shock in his eyes, and he shouted urgently, "Everyone listen up, immediately treat the unconscious person, and notify those who came to watch the excitement to retreat. Do not step within the 10,000-meter range. Otherwise, you will be knocked unconscious by the aura." Until now, domineering aura has rarely appeared on the sea. In the Marine headquarters, there aren't even 3 admirals. Only Garp and Sengoku have it. Now Bai Yu can rarely display his domineering color, which is comparable to red hair Shanks. He plans to take this opportunity to let other naval soldiers take an experience class. "Bai Yu, please take back your domineering attitude as soon as possible. If you have something to say, please tell me slowly," Zhangguo said in a deep voice. "Akaina, you too." Originally, when Bai Yu was recommended as a candidate for general, Zhangguo had already thought that things would not be simple. "I never thought that it would take just 1 month." Bai Yu's battle record is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins and cannot be stopped at all. He's aiming directly at the position of Navy Admiral. The most laughable thing is that Bai Yu wants to be a Navy Admiral, which is completely the nature of targeting a scoundrel. "Marshal Zhangguo, your suggestion is very good. However, it is better to open it up than to block it. Since General Sasaki is so angry, why don't you let us fight? A real man solves problems with his fist. I think General Sasaki has the same idea." Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily. The flames of war have already been ignited. He had taken off half of his pants before telling my relatives to come. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable to Kenpachi Zaraki, who had a murderous aspiration. "Kid, what you said is the most pleasant thing I have ever said since we met," Akainu said with a cold face. "Marshal Sengoku, if this guy can hold out under my command for 5 minutes, I will admit that he is qualified to be a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy. If he can hold on for 10 minutes, I have no objection to your nominating him as general, provided he is still alive." This. Zhangguo was suddenly speechless. Garp and Crane, who were standing by, looked at each other and said, "Zhangguo, this is a good idea. Instead of being at odds, why not have a good fight and decide it with your fists?" "I agree with what Garp said." Zhangguo was silent. After 7 or 8 seconds, he sighed helplessly. "Well, since you all have no problem with this, let's decide the outcome by fighting. But this is a battle that will stop at a certain point." "Good." Bai Yu laughed bloodthirstily. After saying so much, he could finally start fighting with a clear conscience. Looking at Akainu, who was more than 10 meters away, he raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor. Bang! The wine jug shattered, and the domineering aura that emanated from Bai Yu's body exploded once again. However, compared with the previous times, this time, there was also endless murderous aura mixed in with the assassin Wu Liuqi. All the people in the square felt as if they were trapped in an ice cellar in an instant, with chill running straight from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. A thought flashed through my mind almost at the same time. How many people did the young man in front of me kill to have such a murderous aura? Bang. Bai Yu took a big step, and his speed increased to the extreme. With the help of instant step, he crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of Akainu one step ahead. Akainu was still in murderous shock. By the time he could react, the demon sword Murasame, which was shining with golden light, had already chopped down at him. Chapter 72. A true general, he kills people fiercely. The unparalleled aura is like a rainbow. The sword energy that burst out reached more than 10 meters. No one present had expected Bai Yu to be so ruthless in his first attack. Akainu's face changed drastically. His pupils contracted, and he suddenly reacted. The hot magma in his right hand flowed wildly, and a punch came towards him. Hell dog. Boom. The sword energy of more than 10 meters collided with the molten lava in an instant. The blast instantly spread to an area of 100 meters in radius. Zhanghua and others' faces changed drastically, and they shouted urgently. Quickly leave the dock in the square. All spectators must pay attention to their own safety. This is probably a battle at the general level. The naval generals and soldiers present looked at each other in bewilderment. They never imagined that things would turn out to this point. However, it was great to witness two general-level fighters facing off head-on. Definitely the best open class. For a moment, tens of thousands of eyes were instantly fixed on the battlefield. They were eager to know how the battle would develop after the first collision. Bang! Endless magma splashed, and the sword energy chopped the Hades dog into pieces. The remaining power continued to strike towards Akainu. Akainu's face darkened. He is one of the strongest fighters in the Navy headquarters and possesses natural magma fruit that has already been developed to the extreme. He is not afraid of facing the four emperors. It would be a shame if we were to lose even a little bit in momentum because of a young rookie. Therefore, facing Bai Yu's attack, Akainu had no intention of dodging at all. The only thing he had to do was to suppress him head-on and then defeat him forcefully. Big dark dog. Akainu snorted coldly again, and the magma that had already accumulated to the extreme in his right hand rushed out again. Boom. The giant molten dog, which was tens of meters long, bit the sword to pieces. The next moment, it rushed towards Bai Yu with blazing wind and waves. Bang! The magma splashed everywhere and instantly swallowed Bai Yu. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Akainu's eyes, and he was about to attack again. Boom! The dazzling golden light instantly overturned the hot magma. A figure shrouded in a golden skeleton formed by extreme spiritual pressure had already directly smashed the dozens-meter-long Hades dog into pieces. He took the lead and appeared in front of Akainu. There was no frills at all. He just raised his knife and slashed it down. You. Akainu's pupils suddenly contracted. I never expected that Bai Yu's fighting style would be as close as a madman. Seeing the attack rapidly expanding in his pupils, he quickly raised his hands to stir up a large piece of molten lava to block it. Bang! The blast wave rolled back in all directions like a tide, stirring up molten lava that splashed in all directions. Akainu's entire body flew backwards and hit the embankment in the distance. The huge impact force caused the thick dam to collapse. Akainu, dressed in red, was embedded in it. Everyone was stunned. With one encounter, he knocked the general flying. Akainu indeed underestimated his enemy. However, this record is enough to illustrate their strong strength. Damn it, little brat, I'm going to kill you. Akainu roared angrily. The dam behind him was instantly turned into molten lava. He is a Navy admiral. He has always been creating an image of being cold and invincible. I never expected that this reputation was built up after decades of hard work. At this moment, Lungmian Wudi's defense was broken by a single sword attack. Akainu could not accept this kind of humiliation. That's right, fighting requires this kind of emotion. If you don't even have the anger and the desire to kill, how can this battle be interesting? Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile, and the blood in his body burned rapidly as his fighting spirit grew. Looking at the furious Akainu, his figure shook again, and he approached quickly. There is no such thing as tricks or fancy moves in Kenpachi Zaraki's dictionary. There is only intense close combat. Little devil, you are looking for death? Canine-tooth red lotus. Akainu roared continuously, and the magma that had already accumulated to the extreme in his right hand turned into an even bigger magma dog, biting towards Bai Yu. In Akainu's eyes, as long as Bai Yu was as crazy as before and took his attack head-on. Then the huge dog head formed by the magma could easily bite and seal him, completely reverse the situation. However, this thought just flashed through Akainu's mind. An even more terrifying scene came into view. Bai Yu, who was surrounded by a golden skeleton, was quickly covered with a layer of inky black-armed aura. With a bloodthirsty smile, he accelerated and charged head-on towards Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Boom! The scorching molten lava was exploded by the impact. As the giant dog that was tens of meters long tore through the air, a mad figure appeared in front of Akainu again. The demon's sword Murasame in his hand burst out with blood-red golden light and chopped down with force. Big Spitfire! Akainu roared, pushing the power of his fruit to its maximum. Endless magma, like a volcanic eruption, directly bombarded Bai Yu. At this close distance, Akainu believed that with a huge molten heat wave just now, he would be able to easily force the opponent back. However, just as this thought came to mind, dozens of sword auras rushed out from the molten lava. Tear the big fire into pieces in an instant. Bai Yu broke out like a bloodthirsty war ghost. The golden skull formed by the ultimate spiritual pressure was indeed mostly broken into pieces. His entire body was covered with armed color domineering, and many parts of his body were also covered by magma. However, Bai Yu didn't take all this to heart. In the process of fighting, injuries are just a tool to cheer people up and encourage them. Facing Akainu who was so close, the demon's sword Murasame in his hand once again burst out with golden light and chopped down with force. Bang! The huge dam of dozens of meters was directly shattered by the sword force. Endless under the rolling sand and dust waves, Akainu's figure was directly rushed out 100 meters away. Only then did it recover quickly in the molten state. The clothes he usually wore were torn into several pieces. If he hadn't used elementalization in advance, he would have had to passively take the blow. However, when he thought of his original intention, he didn't want to move a step and suppressed Bai Yu. This arrogant idea was completely destroyed. All the naval generals and soldiers who were watching the battle from afar had their pupils contracted and looked at each other in bewilderment. Some people couldn't help but say something that was a soul-searching question. The general will be suppressed head-on? Faced with this question, not to mention the high-ranking naval officials such as Crane and Sengoku, even Garp had a look of shock and a black question mark on his face. Subconsciously, I couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. Damn it, my grandson is a real general, and he's so fierce when he kills people. Everyone nodded in agreement with this comment. Even Kizaru, who likes to slack off, feels the same way. Chapter 73, Meteor Volcano. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of sword auras bloomed like fireworks, colliding with the molten lava with unparalleled sharpness. The splashing lava all over the sky gave people a feeling of heavy rain. With every collision, the entire square shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everything around, including the square, collapsed inch by inch. Everyone watching the battle from a distance was simply stunned. They had never imagined that an 18-year-old boy could fight to this extent with the three strongest fighters in the Navy. Bang! A dull explosion echoed between heaven and earth, and two figures flew backwards to the left and right in an instant. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, looking at Bai Yu, who was dozens of meters away and had a bloodthirsty and fighting spirit on his face. He suddenly clenched his fists. Little ghost, I just don't believe that you are really not afraid of anything. Meteor Volcano. Bang, 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 bang. Streams of blazing magma shot up into the sky from Akainu's body. The lead clouds that had been piling up in the sky suddenly caught fire, directly fell into a state of fire clouds. The rapidly rising temperatures all around made everyone feel as if they were in an oven, and even their skin felt a tingling sensation. Zhangguo's face suddenly changed, and he roared urgently. Akainu, are you crazy? You're planning to destroy the entire Marine headquarters. Stop it now. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku knew clearly how many tricks Akainu had. The meteor volcano in front of him is Akainu's strongest and most commonly used group move. Once used, it can easily destroy an island. It can be said that this is the biggest advantage of the natural devil fruit, which far exceeds other types. Marshal Zhangguo, this move can no longer be stopped. If he can take this move, I don't care whether he becomes a general or not. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, his pair of fiery eyes locked on Bai Yu. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly and roared angrily. Little devil, let's see how you can continue to act so arrogantly. Boom. The moment the observation Haki locked onto Bai Yu, the streams of molten lava that had been accumulating in the sky instantly pierced through the leaden clouds and crushed down. There were hundreds or thousands of them, densely packed together, which turned into molten fists and poured down on Bai Yu. For a moment, the entire sky and earth were illuminated red by the molten lava, and everyone looked at this doomsday scene with disbelief on their faces. Is this a real fire? Come on, this is the real taste of fighting. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily. He threw away the weight-bearing training clothes on his body with his backhand. Bang! The huge impact force caused everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Looking at the dam that was instantly broken and shattered into spider-web-like cracks, his face was filled with disbelief. In the battle just now, Bai Yu and Akainu fought back and forth. Originally, they thought that this was Bai Yu's limit and never imagined that Bai Yu would have such a burden on him. This subverted their cognition. Looking at the molten flames rolling down from the sky, the extreme spiritual pressure suppressed in Bai Yu's body suddenly exploded to the extreme. Boom. The golden spiritual pressure swept across the entire place, and the molten lava falling from the sky paused for a moment. Bai Yu did not retreat but advanced, like a bloodthirsty beast, and rushed towards Akainu to kill him. He didn't take the molten lava falling from the sky seriously at all. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. This is simply like a madman. It was only a few dozen meters, and it was reached in the blink of an eye. Akainu's face changed drastically. Never expected Bai Yu to be so crazy. He raised his head and glanced at the meteor volcano swooping down from the sky. He clenched his right hand suddenly and punched out again. Big spitfire. Boom. The hot magma gushed out like flames. It instantly poured down on Bai Yu. At this moment, Akainu didn't care about the gambling-like words just now. He knew clearly that as long as he could delay for a moment longer, the situation would be completely under his control. Bang! The rolling airwaves rolled back and molten lava splashed all over the sky. The magma spurted out from Akainu's hand like crazy, gushing out like it was free of charge. Bai Yu, who was originally rushing towards him, was moving at high speed, but suddenly stopped for a moment. Akainu's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. The sky was filled with meteors and volcanoes, and under the guidance of the observation Haki, they hit Bai Yu like a rainstorm. The rolling sound of explosions was simply endless. Every time a meteor volcano fell, the entire square and even the dock of Marineford were torn to pieces. The heavy floor was the first to be unable to bear the weight and was pierced through. Everything within a radius of thousands of meters. It was directly swallowed up by the molten lava. In an instant, the entire Justice Square and even the dock were submerged in molten lava. This guy is cheating. He just said that it would only take one move to decide the outcome, but he even used a hidden move at the critical moment. Nami's face turned pale, and she shouted unwillingly, "If anything happens to Lord Bai Yu, I will never let you go. Girl, don't be too impulsive. My grandson won't be defeated so easily." Garp's face was equally ashen, and his mouth was indeed full of indifference. However, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Akainu targeted Bai Yu time and time again, and Garp saw it all. He would not fight, but if his grandson was harmed because of these little tricks, Garp would definitely not let Akainu off easily. Garp, don't expect too much. That brat didn't dodge at all and took on my meteor volcano. Even his observation Haki couldn't sense it. I think he's either dead or injured now. I advise you to organize a rescue as soon as possible. Akainu stared at the rolling hot magma in the square, using his observation Haki, but he did not relax at all. The next moment, his eye sockets suddenly widened to the extreme, and his pupils contracted. In the sea of magma that was just around the corner, a figure covered in magma suddenly jumped out. The bloodthirsty smile remained unchanged, and his eyes were completely filled with a crazy fighting spirit. The moment molten lava fell from his body, a lot of burned skin was exposed. As the black light flowed, a lot of magma was swallowed up by the black light. The shocking wound made everyone stunned. The demon sword Murasame in Bai Yu's hand had already burst out with dazzling black light and slashed towards Akainu. Crazy. Looking at this scene, everyone instantly understood what it meant to fight for their lives. Bai Yu, who looked like a war ghost in front of him, perfectly interpreted all of this. Akainu's face changed drastically as he looked at the figure in his pupils that was rapidly enlarging. He had no time to think anymore, and he blasted out another canine-toothed red lotus with his backhand, intending to force back the murderous little devil in front of him. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 74, Qualified to be a General. Fight for your life. Without any hesitation. Looking at the canine-toothed red lotus coming towards him, Bai Yu charged forward with all his might on his left shoulder. Bang! With magma splashing everywhere, the giant dog that was dozens of meters long was smashed into pieces by Bai Yu. The next moment, the demon sword Murasame in Bai Yu's hand burst out with a thick black light and chopped down towards him. Dark entanglement, dimensional slash. Boom. As the knife came out, the sky and the earth darkened. The defense that Akainu had hastily set up was torn to pieces like paper at this moment. The moment the bloody wound on the shoulder was pulled towards the abdomen. Scarlet blood spurted out. Under the huge impact force, not to mention the defense of armed color domineering was broken. Even Akainu was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. This time, the dam was no longer able to block the attack. Akainu plunged headfirst into the sea below. In a hurry, Akainu endured the piercing pain and was about to use elemental transformation to escape. Unfortunately, the power of the devil fruit in his body was like a rock, unable to move for a moment. Not to mention elementalization at this critical juncture. For a moment, Akainu was unable to react at all, and the only thing he could do was to plunge into the sea. Boom. The surrounding sea water splashed away in an instant. The seawater, which was originally extremely cold, gradually began to boil at this moment. However, this boiling lasted only a few seconds and soon died out. The Navy, watching in a huge square, suddenly woke up. Someone stop standing there and go save Akainu. He's a landlubber. Zhonghua roared in disbelief. This battle must be fought, and the winner must be decided. However, if due to this reason the Navy headquarters loses a general-level combat force, the Warring States period would never allow such a thing to happen. All the people who were still in shock jumped into the sea as fast as they could to rescue him. Seeing this scene, Garp did not hesitate and quickly rushed towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu, are you okay? You were really fooling around just now. You even dared to catch the meteor volcano. What if you can't catch it? As the ceiling of the old era, Garp is very clear about the power of natural devil fruits. Faced with hundreds or thousands of meteor volcanoes, even he didn't dare to take them head-on. Bai Yu's crazy behavior really upset everyone's nerves. Don't worry, old man, it's just a little burn. Bai Yu glanced at the burned arm. In the final collision, he even used dark magic. Otherwise, it can only be materialized with intermediate armament domineering and extreme spiritual pressure. I'm afraid Bai Yu really can't defeat Akainu's meteor volcano. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Bai Yu unexpectedly and severely slashed Akainu. This feeling is really great. Unfortunately, there is no way to force Akaski to use all his strength and awaken his fruit ability. Otherwise, that would be a real fight. Bai Yu took out a bottle of liquor and took a gulp. These words made Zhonghua and others who had rushed over lose control of their expressions all of a sudden, and their cheek muscles began to twitch. In the battle just now, even the square of the Navy headquarters was directly destroyed. Bai Yu is still not satisfied with this large-scale fight at all costs. Does he really intend to destroy the entire naval headquarters before he is satisfied? However, facing Bai Yu, who was the last one standing on the battlefield, not to mention Zhonghua, even other naval generals felt a chill in their spines when they saw Bai Yu's crazy fighting style. This guy is simply playing with his life. Fighting with this kind of person would turn into a nightmare unless you have enough strength to crush him. Bai Yu, I'm going to kill you. Bang. Two figures rushed out from the sea. In addition to the mountain being on fire, Akainu was clearly being helped out of the water. However, compared to ordinary landlubbers, people like Akainu are close to the ceiling. The brief soak in sea water obviously did not immediately silence his temper, feeling the molten lava rolling up on his body again. Zhonghua quickly rushed out and stood between Bai Yu and Akainu. Alright, have you guys had enough of the trouble? If you wanted to fight, you can go to the New World and find someone to vent your anger on. Don't act so willfully in this headquarters. Look at what the square has become after the battle just now. The cost of repairing it will be deducted from your salary in the future. Also, everyone has heard the bet just now. If you make a move again, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Yu, you better restrain yourself. The awe-inspiring roar spread out like thunder. Garp also patted Bai Yu's shoulder tactfully. Okay, let's stop here today. There will be many opportunities to fight strong men in the future. If you're not satisfied, Grandpa can accompany you. Old man, are you? A bloodthirsty fighting spirit flashed across Bai Yu's face. Garp was obviously tempted by the proposal. Zhangguo's cheek muscles couldn't help but twitch again, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. This guy didn't even let my grandfather go. As a naval marshal. Could he also be on the killing list? Fire the mountain, let me go. Akainu's face was as gloomy as water. He knew very well that once today was over, this battle will definitely be publicized. However, Akainu never thought that his underestimation of the enemy turned his initial display of power into a stepping stone for others. Admiral Sasaki, your wound. Hiwashishin loosened his hand, but looking at the shocking bloody wound on Akainu's chest, he still couldn't help but feel impatient. It's just a minor wound, it won't kill anyone. Akainu took a deep breath and tried to suppress the pain from the wound. Ever since he possessed the molten fruit and became an admiral of the Navy, he couldn't remember clearly. When have you ever suffered such an injury? Looking at the little devil in front of him, Akainu said with a cold face, "Little brat, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply that it turns out that you also have the ability of a natural devil fruit. If I'm not mistaken, the sword you just used was probably infused with the power of the dark fruit." Dark fruit? The faces of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Even Garp and Sengoku are no exception. The perversion of the dark fruit is also recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In the original work, Blackbeard set his eyes on this fruit, which was also learned from the illustrated guide. Now Akainu blames his defeat on the dark fruit. It was obvious that everyone was shocked. Bai Yu, are you really a fruit ability user? Do I have the natural dark fruit? Zhangguo asked urgently. If we say that Bai Yu just displayed the powerful three-color domineering aura and the methods of a great swordsman, it would have shocked everyone. Then Bai Yu really possesses the dark fruit, this perverted ability, enough to be qualified to be a general. Chapter 75, the biggest Versailles scene. Marshal Zhangguo, are you talking about this power? Bai Yu opened his right hand, and a black vortex quickly formed in the palm of his hand. The next moment, a huge attractive pulling force suddenly surged out. All the people standing around were directly pulled by this unexpected force and could not stand steadily. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that this power was restrained as soon as Bai Yu released it. However, after experiencing that moment firsthand, everyone's eyes towards Bai Yu changed completely. The owner of 3 colors of domineering power, the strength of a great swordsman. There's also the dark fruit, a natural type devil fruit ability that defies nature. If you really count on your fingers, it seemed that they are stronger than the current 3 generals, right? The 3 generals are indeed proficient in hockey. However, they are only good at 2-color hockey, and they focus more on the development of devil fruit abilities. Bai Yu is proficient in everything once he explodes. Does it mean that you can stand out among the ranks of generals? At this moment, they finally understood why Garp always mentioned the Navy King. This kind of strength is indeed impeccable. Kid, you really have a hidden trick. Zhangguo's expression froze, and he said hurriedly, "Why didn't you use your fruit ability to fight just now? Did you just obtain the dark fruit and haven't developed it yet? I remember that the world government has records of the previous devil fruit users' development of their fruit abilities. If you want, I can help you apply for one." At the beginning, Zhangguo was still struggling with how to report the promotion of the general to the 5 elders. Everything that Bai Yu has shown now is undoubtedly a perfect answer. No reason is needed at all. No, I don't need any records. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine. I don't bother using the power of the fruit to cheat, that it will ruin the fight. I still prefer close combat. Marshal Zhangguo, I appreciate your kindness. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go back and have some rest. After leaving Sky Island, Bai Yu used his chi to control the sword and traveled for 5 consecutive days before arriving at the Navy headquarters. Including the battle just now, Bai Yu had to fight 3 monsters in a short period of time, and even Bai Yu could hardly bear this frequency. What's more, with the system, Bai Yu will be able to easily obtain Yi Jinjia's combat skills sooner or later. There is no need to worry about these. If you really want to worry about something, you should worry about where to find the next opponent to fight. Disdain to use devil fruit. The eyelids of the people present were twitching. Is this the largest Versailles scene? Or is it that the opponent is too weak and not even qualified to use the devil fruit? Faced with these words, Even Akainu almost couldn't hold back and was about to go berserk. Zhangguo opened his mouth, a little speechless, but looking at the mess on the field, he still waved his hand. Well, since you have your own plans, I won't interfere. Garp, take Bai Yu downstairs to rest first. By the way, the cost of repairing this square will be charged to you and Akainu. Don't turn your back on me, and come fight me when the time comes. Zhangguo, don't worry. If my grandson wants to chop you down, I'll be the first to come and watch the show. It's not bad to see you make a fool of yourself. Garp laughed loudly and quickly led Bai Yu away. Now he was so happy that he planned to talk to Bai Yu about it. As for Nami and the others, they looked at each other and quickly followed. All the naval generals and soldiers were left in shock. A day later, a piece of news from the Navy headquarters detonated the entire new world. After seeing clearly what was published in the newspaper, everyone felt that something was about to change in this sea. In the new world, on a huge whale-like ship, a huge figure with intravenous drips all over his body was pouring alcohol into his mouth. He squinted his eyes from time to time and looked at the newspaper in his hand. Dad, something terrible has happened. Terrifying person has appeared in the Navy headquarters. The sound of hurried words suddenly rang out. Soon, Diamond Jaws, wearing black armor, was seen walking towards them quickly with a brand new newspaper in his hand. Jaws, what's the big deal? Dad just took a nap. Marco raised his eyebrows and gave him a blaming look. Xiao Zi's face changed, and he quickly shut his mouth. As the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco is very clear about Whitebeard's physical condition. If it weren't for the infusion and the abnormal ability of his phoenix fruit, I'm afraid Whitebeard's physical fitness will decline significantly. After all, not everyone is a literal monster like Garp. Marco, Dad is not an old man yet. I'm afraid I'll be alarmed if something happens. Whitebeard opened his eyes, laughed, and took a sip of wine. Could it be that the Navy found the body of the supernova killed by Golden Lion and Sengoku and Garp went crazy? The same goes for the Golden Lion. We haven't seen it for more than 20 years, and when it appeared, it actually targeted the last Navy rookie. This is simply disrupting the unspoken rules of the sea. In the sea, no matter if it is a pirate or a navy, as long as the newcomer is not too excessive. The four emperors and the Navy's top combat forces would not bother to attack newcomers. Otherwise, monsters like Garp would be squatting at the door every day. Among the four emperors' pirate groups, there would be monsters like Whitebeard. I'm afraid others won't even have the chance to go out. Now Golden Lion has taken the initiative to attack Bai Yu, and it is because of his relationship as Garp's grandson. It is indeed a bit hard to understand. Dad, can you please not drink so much? It's not good for your health. Marco advised helplessly and took the newspaper from Jaw's hand. I subconsciously glanced at the newspaper. The moment he saw the paper cover, his expression suddenly froze. What happened to Marco? Is there any special news in the newspaper? Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, a little curious. Marco is his most beloved son after Odin. It was rare for him to show such a shocked expression. Dad, the Navy headquarters has announced that the super rookie Bai Yu, who disappeared 5 days ago, appeared in Marineford yesterday. Not only did he have the Golden Lion Shiki's relics, Sakura-ten and Kuki, but he also defeated Admiral Akainu by half a move in front of the entire Navy. He was recommended as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, breaking the unchanging pattern of the 3 admirals. Marco hurriedly handed over the newspaper in his hand. 5 days ago, they were still laughing at Bai Yu for overestimating his own abilities and following the Golden Lion away. They thought the outcome would be disastrous, but it turned out to be something they never expected. In just one day, there were so many explosive news. The 4th Admiral of the Navy killed Shiki, the legendary Golden Lion from the old times, defeated Admiral Akainu by just half a move. This series of achievements completely shocked the world. Chapter 76, Blackbeard's Plot. The 4th Admiral, Captain Marco, are you telling the truth? Tiki, who was standing behind the crowd and eating cherry pie, said with a nonchalant smile. Being able to defeat Admiral Akainu, wouldn't that be a deliberate act staged by the Marine headquarters? How strong can a kid who is only 18 years old be? As the biggest actor in the Whitebeard pirates, in Blackbeard's eyes, the outside world is in turmoil. As long as he wouldn't get hurt, it would be enough for him to just slack off in the Whitebeard pirates and look for the dark fruit. Teach is right that he's just an 18-year-old kid. What can he be capable of? This kind of thing could really be staged by the Navy headquarters to suppress us pirates. I say, this kind of trick, unless that brat has been hiding in the Marine headquarters, Otherwise, once he goes out to sea and encounters a truly powerful person, the so-called Fourth Admiral, he will definitely be exposed and bring shame to the Marine headquarters. Who knows what expressions those guys will have at that time. The scene suddenly became lively. Every member who has been able to set foot on the Whitebeard pirates' flagship, the Moby Dick, has been on this ocean for a long time. It can be said that no one present, not even Marco, the younger generation most valued by Whitebeard, was sure that he could defeat the 3 admirals of the Navy. It's already very good to be able to stop the 3 generals in a head-on attack. Now, a boy of only 18 years old suddenly jumped out from the Marine headquarters and claimed that he defeated the long-famous Admiral Akainu with just half a move. Not many people are willing to believe this kind of thing. No, the newspaper said that this newcomer in the Navy is not only a great swordsman, but also possesses 3 colors of hockey and the ability of a suspected natural devil fruit. Marco said with a serious expression. If what the newspapers say is true, even if he didn't defeat Admiral Akainu, he probably has considerable strength. Natural devil fruit. Everyone present gasped. The reason why the 3 admirals can be called the strongest in history is that most of them have natural-type devil fruits. If he really possesses a natural devil fruit, then his position as admiral is probably halfway secured. Captain Marco, I heard that the kid came from the East China Sea. I'm really curious about what kind of natural devil fruit can be produced in such a barren place. Teach picked up the cherry pie and put it into his mouth. It seems to be the nature-type dark fruit, Marco said with a heavy face. Phew. The cherry pie in Teach's mouth spurted out. After snatching the newspaper, he read the report and his pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, Blackbeard felt like the sky was falling. He had been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so long because Whitebeard was the leader of the 4 emperors and had a greater chance of obtaining the dark fruit. Now the 4th Admiral of the Navy is suspected to have obtained the nature-type dark fruit. That Blackbeard has been lurking for so many years. Isn't it loneliness lurking there? Teach, what's wrong with you? Marco frowned. He still cared a lot about this old man of the same generation. No, nothing, I just want to know if the 4th Admiral of the Navy is really strong. Teach forced a stiff smile. The cherry pie in his hand was crushed to pieces. Faced with the loss of the dark fruit, he now has only one solution left in his mind. However, it is obviously difficult to achieve this. However, just as these thoughts emerged in his mind, an absurd idea flashed through Tiki's mind, and he hurriedly spoke. Dad, a young man named Ace the Fire Fist has recently appeared in the Grand Line. I heard that he is also a natural devil fruit user, the flame fruit, from the gossip a few days ago. I learned that the bounty on that guy will soon exceed 100 million. Now the Navy headquarters is threatening to make an 18-year-old kid the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Why don't we recruit this pirate supernova into the Whitebeard pirates and take this opportunity to suppress the prestige of the Navy? If it is really feasible, a natural devil fruit user would be enough to give Dad even more power. A series of words, like a barrage of cannonballs, echoed on the deck. Marco and the others also froze in their expressions. There was an obvious sense of surprise at the solution that Teach suddenly proposed. Fire Fist Ace? Whitebeard frowned. Teach, who was standing by, had already quickly taken out the newspapers he had collected earlier and handed them over. Teach was very concerned about the appearance of the natural devil fruit user and directly collected Ace's newspaper. The only purpose of his giving this suggestion now is to support a pirate supernova. Originally, the Navy and pirates were enemies. Once a pirate appears who can compete with the Navy's supernova. For the sake of honor, a war is absolutely inevitable. Once this time comes, Teach will have the opportunity to pick up the corpse. Of course, if he knew the relationship between Bai Yu and Ace, I will definitely slap myself in the face. Looking at the familiar face in the newspaper, Whitebeard hesitated for a moment and said, This kid was able to raise the bounty to 100 million Baileys in just 1 month. He seems to be quite capable. The natural flame fruit. It's really interesting. It's also recorded in the newspaper that his greatest wish is to challenge me. It seems this is fate. However, whether he can join the Whitebeard pirates or not, we have to put him through some tests. Marco, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, Dad, I will take care of this matter. Marco showed a hint of surprise on his face, but he still agreed without hesitation. The Whitebeard pirates haven't recruited core crew members for a long time. The position of captain of the 2nd squad has also been vacant. This time, Ace's appearance undoubtedly made Marco smell a hint of feasibility. Of course, the prerequisite is that this Fire Fist ace can demonstrate persuasiveness comparable to that of Kazuki Oden. Otherwise, it's all bullshit. Looking at a series of orders coming down, a cruel smile appeared on Teach's face. If you can't get it, destroy it. As long as Bai Yu, who possesses the dark fruit, dies, the secret treasure of the sea will reappear in any corner of the sea. This method, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack, is much better than letting the dark fruit fall into the hands of others. Of course, if Bai Yu knew that the solution that Tiki had painstakingly come up with was to use his little brother to deal with him. I will definitely reply. Idiot. Chapter 77, The Fourth General, is famous. At the same time, when the Whitebeard pirates were shocked, the other 4 emperors also received this news. In Wano country, Onigashima, in the castle built inside a giant skull, a huge figure was gulping down wine. Listening to the report from the pirate next to him, a ferocious look flashed across his face, and he laughed unscrupulously. Haha, Jean, did you hear that? The 4th Admiral officially announced by the Navy is actually a brat. Do you think there is no one left in the Navy headquarters? Do you need me to lend him some money? Brother Kaido, you are right. I can break such small arms and legs with one hand. Jack agreed expressionlessly. Quinn, who was standing aside, also showed a disdainful and playful smile. In their eyes, anyone who can climb to the top of the sea to become a top-notch fighter can only do so after years of accumulation like them. Only King, the brain trust of the Beast's pirates, spoke after a brief silence. Lord Kaido, I heard that this brat killed the Golden Lion and got his famous sword. He must be quite capable to be able to become a general. Now that the Navy headquarters has suddenly appointed a new admiral, this means that in addition to the forces headed by the 3 admirals, the Navy headquarters will have another arm freed up to deal with the changes in the sea. Then I'm afraid we have to be more cautious in our dealings with the Joker. Clown? Kaido's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he crushed the bottle of wine in his hand and said in a cold voice, Humph, he's just a newly promoted brat. He doesn't even have the body of the Golden Lion. Whether he's dead or not is up to them. What's more, Shurji has already degenerated to the point of Alzheimer's disease. His strength is almost gone. I can kill him easily. If the Navy headquarters really intends to interfere with my deal with the Joker, then don't blame me for being rude and flying to the Navy headquarters to kill him personally. I want to see if the 4th Admiral of the Navy will show a desperate expression when facing me. Boss Kaido, you are right. At this moment, I just want to sing a song. Quinn laughed and quickly got into the state. Jack, who was standing next to him, had red eyes, like a wild dog that could attack at any time, which gave Jin a headache instantly. Kaido is very strong, and he doesn't know whether the Marine headquarters has the ability to keep him. However, when I think of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, he would commit suicide from time to time. This Versailles-like move is undoubtedly helpless. At the same time, on an island in the New World, red-haired Shanks was also looking at the newspaper in his hand with a look of shock. Captain Red Hair, isn't this the kid who claimed to be Luffy's big brother that we met in Windmill Town? I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while, he actually became a member of the Navy, and in a short period of time, he was parachuted into the position of the 4th Admiral, completely breaking the iron rule of the 3 admirals. It seems that we really missed the point, Captain Red Hair. Did we bet on the wrong horse in the new era? The buzz of discussion made red-haired Shanks frown. In Windmill Town, he searched for candidates for a long time and inquired for a long time before choosing Luffy as the key person to break the pattern of the old era. It's not that Bai Yu and Ace from the same period were not outstanding. However, their backgrounds are very different from Luffy's. The grandfather of the naval hero Garp and a revolutionary father. This kind of relationship occupies the largest background of black and white forces. This is enough to show that Luffy is very powerful and deeply involved. It was for this reason that Red Hair bet the rubber fruit that he had snatched from CP9 with great difficulty on Luffy. However, Bai Yu's rapid changes now made him a little confused. Inside Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling couldn't help laughing as she looked at the newspaper in her hand. This smile, when seen by others, made them shudder. As Charlotte Lingling's children, they knew very well what their mother's smile meant. I didn't expect that the Navy headquarters would break the rule of the 3 admirals and have a 4th young admiral who has such powerful strength at the age of 18. His physical fitness must be very good. Paris Sparrow, find a chance to help me catch him back. I want to have a baby with him. The rolling sound of words echoed in the castle. If Bai Yu knew that he was being targeted by the ant, he would definitely regret being so ostentatious and becoming a Navy admiral just to get by. Along with the news, it spread like thunder. No matter whether it was the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, or even on the sea, as long as news was circulating, they were all alarmed by the appearance of the 4th admiral. For a time, the report about the 4th general's fame was reported by the big newsmorgans in a loop for 3 days. No one felt disgusted by this front page. Instead, they studied it with a bit of curiosity. The early morning sunlight, like broken gold, spread across the naval headquarters square. A figure with bare upper body, revealing muscular body, kept waving a wooden sword in his hand. Every time it falls, a strong wind will be blown up over the square. The naval soldiers passing by were all looking at him sideways. They were no strangers to this influential figure in front of them. He is hailed as the 4th general to arrive in this department. This represents the existence of the sealing combat power of the Navy headquarters. 3 days ago, the battle that seemed to destroy the world shook everyone's nerves and conquered the hearts of countless soldiers. In their eyes, they thought that a naval admiral like Bai Yu should be like the other 3 admirals, elusive and elusive. I never thought that the basic morning exercise of chopping and slashing would be so friendly and continuous in the square. This kind of hard work, this gesture undoubtedly moved all the naval soldiers. Even the generals are working hard. How can these low-level soldiers have the nerve to be lazy? For a while, any Navy soldier who passed by and had no mission on hand also joined in the chopping training. As time went on, the huge square was occupied by thousands of naval soldiers. This large-scale training method made even the naval generals who were standing on high levels and peeking at it, and even the warring states, feel a little excited. They no longer knew when the admirals of the Navy headquarters had conducted training exercises. Looking at the 3 generals, one is a lazy guy, one is a slacker, and one is a black-faced god. Only Bai Yu looks normal, with a sunny and positive look. Looking at the neat and uniform movements and the powerful phalanx of soldiers, a hint of satisfaction gradually emerged on Zhangguo's face. Sure enough, this time, despite the pressure from the 5 elders, the decision to strongly recommend Bai Yu to become the 4th admiral of the Navy was a correct one. However, when he thought of the difficult questions posed by the 5 elder stars, Zhangguo still had a headache. Chapter 78, Unparalleled Product Refresh. 99.99. 10,000. Buzz. Bai Yu used the wooden sword in his hand to deliver the final blow. The white airwaves gathered at the tip of the knife and instantly turned into a streak of light, easily splitting the rock more than 10 meters away into 2 halves. The Navy officers present were all shocked when they saw this scene. As expected of General Bai Yu, I only completed 1,000 strikes, but he completed 10,000 strikes. TSK, I only chopped 700 times. I only have 500. Look at that green algae-headed guy next to General Bai Yu. He seems very powerful. He actually chopped 5,000 times. The scene suddenly became lively. Originally, they, like Zoro, thought that Bai Yu's slashing training was the simplest thing. However, as time went on, they realized what was too naive. When they finished 1 chop, Bai Yu had already completed 5 chop. When they finished 2 chops, Bai Yu had already finished 15 chops. To them, that speed seemed endless. There is even a kind of despair that cannot be caught up. Only Zoro was chasing madly with all his strength. However, in this desperate pursuit, Zoro was only halfway there. Of course, Zoro was well aware that this seemed like an honorable achievement. That was achieved when Bai Yu slowly let the water go. If Bai Yu really got serious, Zoro believed that his self-esteem would be shattered. It was just over a month since I followed Bai Yu to sea. From the beginning, he wanted to become stronger and defeat Bai Yu, and now he is training madly to shorten the gap between them. Zoro felt a sense of despair. The only thing that makes people feel fortunate is that with the help of the weighted wristband, Zoro feels that his own strength has indeed greatly improved. It's a pity that he only has a rough grasp of the domineering aura and is still unable to display it. This kind of achievement was praised by Bogart, who was praised as a hard-working genius. Unfortunately, when compared with Bai Yu, Zoro became discouraged. Ding, congratulations to the host. The daily chopping mission is completed, and the reward is 0.1% unlocking value. The current unlocking progress has reached 34.5%. The system's ethereal reminder sounded. Bai Yu sighed helplessly. When Bai Yu killed Anil on Sky Island, he only got 1.5 unlocking points 3 days ago. he fought with a Kainu which ended in nothing, and he got 2.8 unlocking points. After 2 days of training, it finally improved to 34.5. Only 0.5% is left to unlock the next step. However, as the unlocking progressed, Bai Yu gradually discovered that the system had become cunning, and that a large amount of unlocking value could not be obtained simply by defeating the opponent. A country bumpkin like Inalu, who has mastered the natural thunder fruit but doesn't even know what Hawkeye is. Bai Yu killed him, but only got 1.5 unlocking points. This is undoubtedly a bit disappointing. It seems that choosing the opponent worth attacking next will require more thought. However, what surprised Bai Yu was that this time the system rewarded him with a lot of maul points. Hosts, Bai Yu Strength 2000. Speed 2100. Physical Strength 2250. Dao Force Value 3500. Main Body Template Kenpachi Zaraki 34.5%. Subordinate Template Shadow Assassin Wu Liuqi 100%. Yami Jedi 50%. Skills Flash Step, Ultimate Spiritual Pressure, Sword Dao 2 Cuts, Iron Cutting Realm, 3 Colors of Happiness Dark Magic. Sword Demon Sword Murasame, Demon Sword Thousand Blades version. Sakura 10, Deadwood Maul Points, 2800. Looking at the originally simple panel, it suddenly became fuller. Bai Yu still felt deeply touched by the system's abnormality. When will an ordinary person be able to transform from a blank sheet of paper into a big dye vat in an instant? I'm afraid it will take at least 3 to 5 years, or even several decades. If it were to be spread that Bai Yu was able to complete such a long distance in just over a month. I'm afraid the 5 elders attacked him first, especially the Dao power value, which suddenly soared from more than 500 to 3,000. This may seem like a small amount, but with the combined power of various templates, the power that is unleashed has already surpassed that of Wu Liuqi in the original work, who possesses a force value of 4,000 and can exert the ability of an animal-type devil fruit. Just think about the ultimate spiritual pressure, the ultimate murderous aura, and the blessing of dark magic, which one is not a powerful means from other dimensional worlds. When all this was fully focused on Bai Yu, the Dao power that erupted exceeded 10,000. This is also the reason why Bai Yu is so confident in fighting frantically in close combat. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the system maul has been refreshed successfully. The ethereal reminder sounded at the right time. Bai Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This system might really be a timely relief. However, when I think about the landlord attribute of the system, the 2,800 system points that I just got and haven't even warmed up yet will probably be squeezed out soon. However, if he could swallow 2,800 points in one go, Bai Yu also wanted to see what the maul could produce this time. System, open the maul interface for me. Ding, host, please wait a moment. Ding, the maul page has been refreshed. After 2 prompt sounds, Bai Yu felt a flash before his eyes, and the maul page opened directly. When you quickly browse to the latest 2 product item columns, Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly scanned the products. Senzu beans from a certain pearl world. 1 senzu bean can bring a person back to life from a near-death situation, worth 300 points. Magic gravity training room from a certain pearl world. It can adjust gravity at will for high-pressure training. There is a 50% chance that it can increase the effect of awakening domineering power, and it is worth 2,500 points. Fuck. Bai Yu couldn't hold it in any longer. Especially when I saw the second product, the magic gravity training room. It is very good to increase gravity and enhance physical fitness training. However, what shocked Bai Yu the most was that the modified gravity training room actually increased the chance of domineering awakening by 50%. If the system didn't play a joke on itself, then the magically modified gravity training room is too outrageous. In the world of Aquaman, awakening domineering aura requires a lot of time and effort even with special training. At the same time, one must have great opportunities in battle training to have a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening. In the original work, Kobe risked his life to stop a Kainu, and only in the excitement of escaping death did he awaken his observation Hawkeye. Like the early CP9, they don't even have the dual-color domineering power. It's not that they don't want to have it, it's just that the opportunity is not there. Now, any item that is refreshed in the system at any time can increase the chance of awakening domineering by 50%. If other people knew about this, they would definitely rush to the modified gravity training room. However, The requirements for using such a heaven-defying product should be quite high, right? As soon as this idea came to mind, Bai Yu rejected it directly. For such a perverted product, a small flaw doesn't matter. It's on the plate. System, help me redeem all the goods immediately. Chapter 79 Methods to Improve Domineering Awakening. Ding, congratulations to the host. A total of 2,800 system points. The redemption of goods is successful. The goods have been transported into the system space. The ethereal reminder sounded again. Looking at the points being cleared again in the system interface, but you did not feel exploited by the system for the first time. A training house that can increase the rate of domineering awakening by more than 50%. If people outside knew about this, it would probably cause another stir in the sea. Domineering is indeed prevalent in the New World. However, it does not mean that everyone will be able to learn it. If 1 out of 100 people can learn it, it is already very good. Of course, there are some special places in the New World. For example, on Nine Snake Island, due to the problem of domineering aura being prevalent, the number of people with dual-color domineering aura has undoubtedly increased. However, with the help of the experience of predecessors, it is only easier to feel the domineering aura. There are even fewer that can increase the chance of awakening. Now, a modified gravity training room can increase the chance of awakening by 50%. This is almost beyond belief. Bai Yu exhaled a deep breath, quickly exited the system, glanced at Zoro beside him, and said, "Zoro, do you want to awaken Hawkeye?" Awakening Hawkeye? Zoro's expression froze, and he subconsciously clenched the sword in his hand and spoke hurriedly. "Captain, of course I want to awaken my Hawkeye. Don't worry, I have already sensed the chi. According to my deduction, I will be able to awaken within 2 months. No, within 1.5 months. I know that Captain will face stronger monsters in the New World next. I will never let you down." He uttered a series of words, each with a hint of unwillingness. At this moment, Zoro realized how foolish it was to stay in the East China Sea all these years. In particular, after witnessing Bai Yu's powerful strength with his own eyes, he now wishes he could spend 24 hours a day on training. "Captain, we will definitely master Hawkeye as soon as possible, and will never embarrass you. I am a gentleman. If I want to protect the ladies, I will do my best." "Captain, you said that this 98K has requirements for Hawkeye. I've also been working hard to explore the sense of Hawkeye recently." Nami and others also happen to arrive. They focus on different combat techniques, and only Zoro follows Bai Yu in slashing training. However, since the incident with the Golden Lion, not to mention Zoro, even Nami has intensified her training. Even Bai Yu was surprised. General Bai Yu, if possible, could you teach me how to practice Hawkeye?" Iska squeezed out of the crowd. It was her first time to follow Bai Yu for morning exercises. It was for this reason that she was once again impressed by Bai Yu. When Bai Yu had chopped 10,000 times, she had only reached 1,700. The huge gap made her realize how big the gap was between her and Bai Yu. "You are not my direct subordinate, but you are destined to be with me. I am planning to test a method to increase the chance of awakening domineering. If you want to try, you can join us." Bai Yu glanced at Iska and said, "Have you felt the chi? Methods to improve the awakening of domineering?" Iska was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. "I have initially felt the chi, but I have not been able to awaken it. General Bai Yu, do you really have a way to increase the chances of awakening domineering power?" The urgent questioning suddenly alarmed everyone in the square. Even Smoker, who was smoking a cigar not far away, was no exception. Anyone who is in the Marine headquarters knows the purpose of Hawkeye. During this period, even Smoker was groping in secret. Now that Bai Yu suddenly mentioned this, Smoker couldn't help but feel a little competitive. "Iska, General Bai Yu is a 3-color domineering awakener, and he may have some experience in awakening, but don't hold too high hope," Smoker said in a deep voice. Genius cannot be replicated in bulk. Iska came back to his senses, noticed his own gaffe, and spoke quickly. "General Bai Yu, I'm sorry. If it's inconvenient, I can explore on my own. Bai Yu also said just now that this training is only for direct affiliated troops. If you force it too much, something might go wrong." "Okay, as I said just now, this is just a test. Of course, if you're interested in joining me after the test, it won't be surprising." Bai Yu took a sip of the liquor with his backhand. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked straight to the empty area of the square. The next moment, as soon as the thought came to his mind, the modified gravity training room, hidden in the system space, fell to the ground with a bang. A large cloud of dust was stirred up, causing everyone's expressions to freeze. This method of creating a bungalow of about 100 square meters out of thin air is obviously a bit shocking. General Bai Yu, are you planning to let us go inside and then explain a trick to awakening the domineering aura? Iska couldn't help but say. If it's too important to be passed on to others, Iska doesn't have to learn it. Shut up, Zoro takes the lead, and all of you go in. This is a special training room that can increase the chance of awakening domineering power through external forces. Bai Yu pushed open the door of the modified gravity training room. The design inside is exactly the same as the gravity training room in a certain beat in Bai Yu's memory. It's just that after being enhanced by the system, it has an additional abnormal function. However, if Bai Yu remembered correctly, in a certain beat, whether it was Kakarot or Vegeta, when they awakened as Super Saiyans, the gravity training room also played a big role. I'm afraid this is also one of the reasons for the system's magical changes. General Bai Yu, do you think this room can increase the chances of awakening domineering power? Smoker held a cigar in his mouth and frowned. Are you sure this is Sentigo cook a little? Zoro and the others were also silent. After all, this sounds too far-fetched. It's not something you can say. Go in first. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and took a sip of the wine with his backhand. He was too lazy to explain about the system's products. If it weren't for the fact that they were both Navy soldiers, Bai Yu would not have bothered to take out the modified training room. Facing Bai Yu, who had made up his mind, Sauron was silent for a moment and then was the first to walk in. As a crew member, the first rule is to always trust the captain. After someone started talking, Sanji also lit a cigarette and quickly followed. He is a rival of Zoro. The opportunity that Bai Yu mentioned, regardless of whether it is true or not. If Zoro dares to do it, Sanji will never give up easily. Kalina and Nami, who were standing by, looked at each other and followed suit. The remaining Iska originally planned to go back on his word, but when he met Bai Yu's slightly playful gaze, he gritted his teeth and followed. She didn't know where Bai Yu got the confidence to say this. Iska's intuition told him to take a gamble. Chapter 80 Awakening Domineering is smooth as silk. As all the figures disappear behind a door, Bai Yu closed the door directly. This scene left everyone stunned. Isn't this just cooking for yourself with the door closed? Bai Yu is still outside, so how can the people inside increase the chances of awakening their domineering power? Smoker, who was smoking a cigar nearby, also looked puzzled. Bai Yu didn't take it to heart, he just thought about it and directly read through the instructions of the modified training room. Sure enough, each use of this modified training room requires 24 system points per day. 1 point per hour. Since today is the first time I use it, the first day is free. As for the method of use, it is also very simple. As gravity increases, it not only affects the body, but also the spiritual level. Use the fear and suppression of the past to stimulate your potential. General Bai Yu, why didn't you come in? Is it because of me? Iska looked at the closed door and lost his temper. Iska, shut up. Bai Yu replied calmly. Every move you make now is under my surveillance. Next, I will activate this training room. IT will continuously increase gravity and put pressure on your body and mind. I hope you can successfully awaken your Hawkeye. Increase gravity? Zoro and others were stunned for a moment. This was the first time they had heard of such a magical thing. However, before they could react, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. The number 1 jumped directly onto the scarlet meter. Before Zoro and the others could react, they suddenly felt the air pressure from all directions on their bodies. My whole body seemed to become heavy. However, this is just the beginning. The scarlet number jumped directly from 1 to 2, and the gravity that was originally exerting pressure on the body increased again. At this moment, everyone felt as if their bodies were filled with lead. For Zoro, who often does weight training, this sudden change in gravity can still be temporarily adapted to. But for Nami and Kalina, their entire bodies were unable to support themselves, and they fell against the wall. What shocked Zoro and the others the most was that at this moment, Nami and Kalina had their eyes closed, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying, and their faces were full of struggle. Bai Yu, who was observing all this with the help of the system, raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. I thought that it would take some time to use the magic modified training room before it could produce any effect. I didn't expect Kalina and Nami to get into the mood so quickly. According to the system's description, A person must enter a state to trigger the effect of the magic-modified training room. If you don't enter the state, even if the gravity is increased to 100 times, the domineering spirit still cannot be awakened. Bai Yu was also worried whether Kalina and Nami's small arms and legs could hold up under the gravity. I never expected that it would be twice as effective. Looking at the two people with struggling faces and sweat all over their bodies, Bai Yu decided to make more efforts. 3 times. Buzz. Inside the modified training room, the space suddenly shook. Iska and the others felt the weight on their bodies increasing. The fear and struggle on Nami and Kalina's faces had clearly reached their peak. The next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, and a strange breath exploded in their bodies. The inky black armament domineering quickly covered the fists of the two men. Although this layer of domineering luster is very shallow, giving people a feeling that it will break at any time. However, after just 1 or 2 minutes in the magic-modified training room, the two of them miraculously awakened their domineering aura. Zoro and others were confused. Is this still the result of them spending so much time capturing and honing their aura, seeking awakened domineering power? Why does it seem so trifling in Bai Yu's hands? Just 1 room was enough to wake them up easily. However, it is precisely because of this reason. The hearts of Zoro and others suddenly became restless. Even Kalina and Nami, the 2 most beautiful girls on the ship, can easily awaken their domineering aura. They don't believe that they can't do it. Nami, Kalina, you 2 come out first. Bai Yu is also shocked. The magic-modified training room looks like it has no awakening symbol, so amazing. But the magnitude of its effect was also beyond his expectations. However, triple gravity is already the limit for Nami and Kalina. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll be crushed by the gravity inside. When Bai Yu thought of this, the door of the modified training room opened directly. Nami and Kalina, almost exhausted, were supported and walked out. They sat down on the chairs beside them and began to breathe heavily. The strange scene made everyone stunned. In their eyes, Kalina and Nami only entered the room for a minute or 2, let out a loud scream, and then ran out again. This kind of thing is obviously confusing. Bai Yu was too lazy to explain and simply ignored everything. The door of the modified training room was closed again. The gravity value, which had originally remained at 3, rose rapidly again. 4, 5, 6. Accompanied by Iska's screams. This was already 5 minutes later. When she staggered out of the magic-modified training room, an unconcealable joy appeared on her tired face. This scene left everyone stunned. Is this an addiction to abuse? What exactly is inside? Even Smoker couldn't help it and quickly stepped forward. Iska, what on earth happened to you in there? Why do all of you look so satisfied? Aren't you learning how to improve your Haki awakening? A series of questions came out. In any other situation, Smoker would not have lost his composure like this. It's just getting weirder. This made Smoker completely lose his patience. Smoker, you will regret not following in. You will soon know what happened in there. Iskander took a deep breath and said excitedly, I never thought awakening Haki would be so smooth, right? Bai Yu agreed with the adjective Iska. At least, looking at Kalina and the other 2 girls who went in, the process of awakening their domineering power seemed to be a natural process. This means not only that they are talented and lucky, but also that Bai Yu has a unique vision. However, even though Bai Yu was thinking this, the movements of his hands were still clear and precise. At the same time, the gravity in the modified training room increased rapidly. A minute later, Sanji yelled. 2 minutes later, Zoro also shouted. Looking at 2 exhausted figures crawling out, a wet. If you don't know the ins and outs, they really suspected that these 2 grown men had done something in there. Chapter 81, Fighting for a Spot. A few minutes later, Bai Yu took several sips of liquor. Smoker on the side couldn't hold back anymore. General Bai Yu, didn't you say that you would guide them to awaken their domineering aura? Aren't you going to start now? Everyone wants to learn from the experience. Originally, Smoker was a little reserved at first. However, as time went on, the situation became more and more bizarre, which undoubtedly made Smoker feel uneasy. The soldiers gathered around also hurried over, looking anxious. After all, there are only 3 ways to get ahead in the Navy headquarters. First, obtain the power of the Devil Fruit. Second, master the 6 styles of the Navy. And third, awaken domineering. It's a pity that it's easy to count each one, but actually putting them into practice is harder than climbing a mountain. Even the simplest act of eating a devil fruit requires at least opportunity. It's rare to have a great general giving a lecture nowadays, especially the youngest and most talented general in history. How can anyone remain calm? What starts? Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and took a sip of the wine. The training is over. They have all awakened their Hawkeye. What? Smoker was stunned. Kalina and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. With a playful smile, he displayed his domineering aura. The newly awakened domineering power is very shallow. Smoker's eyes almost popped out and his pupils contracted to the extreme. During this period of time, he stayed with Zoro and others, but they are very clear about the fact that they don't understand how to be domineering. To say the least, they could be teaming up to deceive themselves. However, Smoker knows Iska, who is of the same generation as him, inside out. All along, he has been using the power of the natural devil fruit to suppress Iska. Now Iska suddenly awakened his domineering power. This is a real way to overtake others. At this moment, Smoker finally understood what Iska had just said. Faced with the crazy phenomenon of collective awakening of domineering power, Smoker felt jealous. General Bai Yu, can you help me awaken my domineering aura? Smoker spoke hastily. Many naval generals standing behind him also became anxious. Seeing the situation suddenly becoming turbulent, Bai Yu took a sip of wine and looked at the modified training room. This stuff smells really good. At the same time, in the marshal's office, 7 or 8 figures gathered here. In addition to the first-ranked Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp, the 3 admirals also gathered here. His eyes occasionally swept over the documents from the world government on the table. I think you can guess why I called you here this time. Zhanghua spoke first. The 5 elders agreed to promote Bai Yu to the 4th general, but the prerequisite is that he needs to accumulate a certain amount of military merits before he can be justified and shut everyone up. And this document also contains the detailed tasks that Bai Yu is about to perform. I called you all together this time just to see if you have any opinions. If you don't have any, I'll make the arrangements. I have no objection. Garp stuffed a senbei into his mouth and took the lead in expressing his opinion. The crane beside him also nodded silently. Akiji and Kizaru were clearly in a lazy mood and simply remained silent. Only Akainu had a gloomy face and snorted coldly. Marshal Zhanghua, the mission is secondary, but forming a direct unit is also important. That brat just became the 4th general. IT will obviously take some time for him to get along with his subordinates. Rather than letting him go out on a mission right away, it would be better to let him stay in the headquarters for a while to calm down. Otherwise, he would leave the headquarters and sail outside, which would give people the impression that he is a mess and has no discipline. Zhanghua was silent for a moment. This time, Bai Yu became the 4th admiral, and Akainu was just a stepping stone. It would be a bit unreasonable for Zhanghua to ignore his suggestion. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. Akainu's pent-up anger instantly turned into endless pressure, directed at the Navy soldiers who rushed in recklessly. The enormous pressure made the naval soldier fall to his knees with a thud. You bastard, who allowed you to be so rude and barge into the marshal's office? Tell me who you are directly under. I will hold your superior accountable. Akainu shouted angrily. The Navy soldier's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Akainu, he is my messenger. I just asked him to notify Bai Yu to come over. However, this is the first time such an inappropriate thing has happened. Zhanghua said in a deep voice. Alan, what happened to make you lose your composure like this? Marshal Zhanghua Guan, I don't want to do it either. It's just that a fight broke out outside. They fought for General Bai Yu's quota to help awaken his domineering power. The Navy soldier blurted out all the dirty words that were in his heart. What? Zhanghua's expression froze, and he shouted hurriedly. Explain the situation to me clearly. What does the domineering awakening quota have to do with Bai Yu? Even if he really is explaining the method of awakening Hawkeye, does the Navy have no discipline at all? They actually fought. Zhanghua is still having a headache facing this problematic newcomer who smashed the headquarters' largest justice square into pieces 3 days ago. Now the soldiers from our headquarters are fighting again. Could it be that, as Akainu said, he really needs to stay in the headquarters and calm down? Marshal Zhanghua, I've said it before, that kid is indeed very strong, but he hasn't come out of a training camp, so I'm afraid he's really lacking in discipline. Akainu sneered and spoke. After all, he was taught by Vice Admiral Garp. Akainu, you bastard. Garp crushed the senbei in his hand. However, before he could react, the trembling the soldier, hesitated and spoke again. No, it wasn't General Bai Yu who caused the unrest. It's mainly General Bai Yu who has a way to increase the chances of awakening domineering aura for those who sense it. Just now I heard that among the 100 brothers who were originally stuck in the chi sense, about 50 of them have awakened their haki. It is precisely because of this reason that everyone wants to know as soon as possible whether they can awaken their domineering aura, so they fight for a spot. I heard from General Bai Yu that there are not many places left for this kind of awakening. The people in the headquarters are still on vacation or training. Even a brothers stationed there can't wait and rush to the small square. There are now 30,000 soldiers gathered there, filling up the small square. Marshal Jean Gua, I doubt I just reserved a spot. Can I try it first? After saying this, Alan turned and ran away. Faced with the so-called rules, under the temptation of the fatal awakening of domineering power, everything obviously becomes a cloud. Only the people in the office were left, looking disheveled in the wind. In just half an hour, no one paid attention to the new fourth general. How come he turned around and made trouble again? Besides, this stabbing seems to be quite serious, right? Chapter 82, The whole Navy wants to kill Akainu. The office fell into dead silence, looking at Alan, who had completely disappeared. Zhanghua and others felt as if they couldn't recover. They have all practiced hockey, and Zephyr, as a former admiral of the Navy, has even incorporated his experience into the curriculum of the Navy headquarters recruit training camp. However, in all these years, it has never caused such a commotion. 30,000 naval soldiers gathered in the small square. In the original work, the Battle of Marineford was fought to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. In the various branches of the New World, a large-scale conscription of soldiers was carried out, but only 100,000 soldiers were gathered. The number of naval soldiers stationed at the headquarters is conservatively estimated to be around 40,000. Now 30,000 people have been gathered at once. Isn't this almost draining out all the people in our headquarters? For a moment, the atmosphere became a little tense. Zhanghua glanced out the window, and the surging crowd was so terrifying that it made his scalp tingle. Sengoku, if you want to go and see, just go ahead. Garp stuffed a piece of senbei into his mouth and said with a laugh. Zhanghua glared at him and shouted angrily, I don't believe you are not curious. Of course I'm curious, he's my grandson. Cap laughed loudly and rushed out. Zhanghua almost bit his teeth off, but facing the issue of collective awakening of domineering power, he was still very concerned and hurriedly followed out. I'll go take a look too. You want to come with me? He took a look and left. Akiji and Kizaru, the two lazy characters, were obviously curious about what was going on and followed silently. Only Akainu's face turned pale. After struggling for more than half a minute, he followed out with a gloomy face and gritted teeth. Along the way, 30,000 naval soldiers were crowded in the small square, and it was already blocked. Faced with the opportunity to awaken their domineering power, everyone sharpened their heads and squeezed madly into the crowd. In the eyes of most naval soldiers, this is not only an opportunity to try, but also a key turning point in life. Just think about it, if you accidentally awaken your domineering power, it may not be very conspicuous in the New World. But in the Four Seas, and even in the first half of the Grand Line, it can stand on its own. You will also have an extra ability to protect yourself in the dangerous sea. Please get out of the way, and I've been stuck in a stage of polishing my chi for 2 years. I will definitely succeed. There are people here who say they were trapped in the chi for 10 years. You should just stand aside for the next 2 years. Tisk, I've been here for 15 years. Even if the marshal came today, I wouldn't show him mercy. The scene suddenly became lively. Looking at those figures who were madly pushing towards the center, Zhanggua's face suddenly turned dark. Why won't Marshal Zhanghua allow it? Garp laughed loudly, and the Marines who were cursing suddenly became quiet. They said this, but their bodies remained obedient, and they subconsciously stepped aside. Garp was also not vague, and took Sengoku through the crowd quickly. However, as they moved deeper into the crowd, they became more shocked. In just a few minutes, they had seen many low-ranking generals and even some outstanding non-commissioned officers awaken their domineering aura. When they arrived at the house in the center, he, who was standing beside them, spoke with a serious expression. Zhanghua, I just made a rough estimate and found that about 92 people have awakened their haki. If we count carefully, I'm afraid the number will go up even more. Turn up? Zhanggua's face changed slightly, and his facial expression was a little out of control at this answer. I remember that last year, the Navy headquarters counted the number of people who had newly acquired Hawkeye. It was only about 180. Tell me now, that little brat Bai Yu, in just half an hour, has achieved what our Navy has cultivated for a year. This is not a joke, is it? Sengoku couldn't help but look at Crane. Crane shook his head, then quickly nodded. As for all this, Zhangguo didn't know what it meant. However, looking at the small house that appeared in the square at some point in time, the hundreds of people standing nearby all displayed their weak armament Hawkeye in unison. This picture is gorgeous and also very shocking, because on the registration list, these are all unfamiliar faces. In addition to some newly promoted non-commissioned officers, there are also some high-quality recruits. Now they are all displaying their domineering aura, which is enough to explain why 30,000 people can gather here. Increasing the probability of domineering awakening is probably not a joke. You bastards, who asked you to gather here? This is the Navy headquarters, but you still have any rules? Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. Just a moment ago in the office, he was still doubting Bai Yu's ability to cohere people. However, as he went deeper into the small square, he saw that many of his subordinates were also gathered here waiting for the awakening of domineering power. Or he has awakened his domineering aura. This undoubtedly made Akainu feel a little embarrassed. He knew clearly that if things were allowed to continue, Bai Yu will become a stumbling block for him to become the naval marshal. It's General Sokka's key. It looks like your injury has almost healed. Let's have another fight if we have a chance. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine, gave a bloodthirsty smile, and put away the modified training house. This scene immediately stunned the Navy on the scene. Soon the scene exploded. General Bai Yu, why did you put away the training house? We also want to give it a try. General Bai Yu, we have been waiting in line for a long time. General Bai Yu, no matter what happens, we support you. The noise of people talking at once made the small square of the crowd became excited. If we say that the people who gathered here at the beginning were just gossiping. However, after witnessing the miracle with my own eyes, they gathered here, waiting for hope, especially seeing so many people become successful one by one, telling the mystery and magic of the training room. In just a few minutes, he awakened the domineering aura that he had been pondering for years but still could not figure out. At this moment, everyone's heart was burning with pain, and even their blood was boiling. Others can do it, and no one is willing to believe that they can't. At least, no one will give up this opportunity easily before trying. Akainu's shout interrupted their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This scene immediately attracted murderous looks from all the naval soldiers. At this moment, Zhanghua also dared to play the insurance policy. The entire Navy wants to kill Akainu. Chapter 83, The First Mission. The atmosphere in a huge square suddenly became depressing. Akainu's expression was extremely ugly. He is a Navy admiral and has never been treated like this before. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Akainu would never have believed that one day he would end up like this because of Shabby House, directly labeled as an enemy. However, now Akainu dares not speak out. Faced with Bai Yu, who had put away the modified training room, he did not dare to further provoke these naval soldiers. If this causes a huge uproar among the crowd, would he, the general who was in a wrong, really be able to turn a meteor or a volcano into a fireball with one punch? If he did this, he would probably completely lose the support of the people in the Navy headquarters. What a frigging admiral of the Navy! Zhanggua's expression also changed. They didn't expect that Bai Yu would receive such huge support in just half an hour. However, as a wise general, he was very clear about one thing. No one will offend someone who creates opportunities for himself, unless you plan to be a salted fish for the rest of your life. Otherwise, for someone like Bai Yu, who can increase the chance of awakening domineering, this needs to be worshipped. However, feeling the atmosphere around him becoming increasingly solemn and depressing, Akainu's face turned ashen and a little distorted. Zhanghua was also unambiguous inside. Bai Yu, Sasaki didn't mean it just now. The commotion caused by the Navy headquarters this time was indeed a bit big, so don't mind it. I'm also curious, how do you increase everyone's chances of awakening their domineering power? Even Zephyr can't do this. At the beginning, I really had the urge to let you sit in Zephy's seat. In the recruit camp, the 6 naval styles are the most basic courses taught. The main thing is that it is much easier to learn than domineering. However, now Bai Yu seems to be mass-producing, awakening a large number of people to their domineering power. If this can be applied in the recruit camp, it will be useful over time. The number of people with Hawkeye within the Navy headquarters will definitely increase dramatically. Just imagine that if you encounter pirates on the sea in the future, you can just pull out a ship of domineering owners. Does this feel good? Of course it was awesome. Marshal Sengoku, I certainly don't blame General Sasaki. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and took a sip of the wine. Increasing the chance of awakening Hawkeye is actually a technique of guiding potential that I accidentally acquired when developing my fruit ability. The house is just a combination of my fusion fruit ability, which makes it easier for me to control it. However, the potential stimulation just now has consumed a lot of my strength. I probably won't be able to continue in the short term. Everyone, if you want to awaken your Hawkeye, I'll let you know next time. Bai Yu had thought of this reason from the beginning. Blame it all on the mysterious dark fruit. Obviously, the Warring States period, there is nothing to fault with it. It's almost my turn. Why don't you let me try to awaken? If I can awaken my Hawkeye, I will definitely be able to pass the next non-commissioned officer assessment. If possible, I would be willing to exchange 10 years of my youth for a chance to awaken. In the square, there were sudden cries of wolves and howls of ghosts. However, facing Bai Yu's decision, they dared not act rashly. Although they don't say it, many people still blame Akainu for everything in their hearts. Feeling the change in atmosphere, Zhangguo sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Okay, everyone dispersed. I know you are all upset, but General Bai Yu's fruit ability has been overdrawn, and he has a mission next, so you should let him relax for a while. Don't forget, he is the 4th Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The chance to awaken Hawkeye will eventually come to you. Next, I will organize special people to register you and awaken you in order. As long as you can feel the chi, you will have a chance. However, I remind you that if you continue to stay here and delay your respective tasks, you will be deprived of the opportunity to awaken. The rolling sound of words was mixed with an unquestionable flavor. The 30,000 naval soldiers who had gathered in the square were stunned for a moment and then quickly dispersed. Those who successfully awakened their domineering aura gave Bai Yu a look of gratitude and left one after another. For a moment, Bai Yu and his group were the only ones left in the square. Looking at Zhangguo, who cleared the scene in an instant, Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. The title of Wise General of the Warring States period was indeed not simple. He resolved the public relations crisis with just a few words. Bai Yu, you don't mind if I help you make the decision, right? Zhangguo gave a dry laugh. After going through so many things, especially after seeing Bai Yu's methods to increase the chance of awakening his domineering aura. But he didn't dare to look down on the young man in front of him. Marshal Zhangguo, if you really feel sorry, I would rather you fight with me. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and smiled bloodthirstily. Zhangguo's face froze. Is this something even the marshal wants to chop off? This is too horrible. Ahem, kid, let's talk about the fighting later. Zhangguo coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. This time, I came to you mainly to tell you that the 5 elders have agreed to your submission to become the 4th general. However, they require you to have sufficient military merits to secure this position. This is your mission this time. Zhangguo handed over the task document that had been prepared long ago. Bai Yu had already expected that the position of the 4th general would not be easy to take. Looking at the tasks on the document, he couldn't help but raise his brows. Heading to Alabasta, collecting the heavenly gold? Tianshangin is a member state of the world and pays protection fees to the world government every year according to regulations. Alabasta was once a superpower that was one of the 21 world nobles. Originally, he also has the qualifications to become a celestial dragon. Unfortunately, the first king suddenly gave up. Now the 5 elders suddenly asked him to go to Alabasta to collect protection fees. This task is not as easy as imagined. Marshal Zhangguo, let's not talk about these empty words. This mission should not be as simple as it seems, right? Bai Yu said with a playful smile. I knew long ago that you are no simple kid. You noticed the key so quickly. Zhangguo smiled with relief. Finally, I met a general who was a little more normal. No, it should be said that besides liking to fight and kill people, the mind is quite flexible. Alabasta is considered a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, and the delivery of Sky Gold has been quite normal so far. Sengoku spoke again. It's just that in the past 5 or 6 years, Alabasta has been in constant chaos due to a severe drought, and the heavenly gold is not only difficult to collect. Besides, every time we gather the gold together, it will be robbed halfway, So this time I plan to let you go in person and bring back the gold from heaven. Chapter 84, more useful than how to cultivate domineering aura. Bring back the gold from heaven? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Marshal Zhonghua, this task list says that no matter what problems we encounter, we must ensure the safety of the Tianshang gold. If the Tianshang gold is lost or does not meet the amount, is it my fault? Bai Yu did not look closely at the rules and regulations of the task. He now had only one idea. Isn't Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in Alabasta? If given the chance, Bai Yu would not let the prey slip away from his mouth. In theory, yes, Zhonghua said after a moment of silence. But don't worry, Alabasta is a superpower. We should be able to collect enough sky gold this time. If there's any problem, I can help you out. Just now, Zhonghua personally spoke up to help Bai Yu deal with the matter of awakening his domineering power. He didn't want to disappoint Bai Yu because of a task. Don't worry, Marshal Zhonghua, I just want to confirm the conditions for completing the task, Bai Yu said with a playful smile. If there are no other questions, I will go and prepare first. Go ahead. Zhonghua waved his hand. However, when he saw Bai Yu turning and leaving, Zhonghua couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This matter seemed to be going too smoothly. Zhonghua, why aren't you leaving yet? He stopped beside Zhonghua and said after hesitating for a moment. Just now, I have asked someone to confirm again and again that Bai Yu does have the means to increase the chance of awakening his domineering aura. I plan to have someone notify Zifa and ask him to prepare the list in advance. During this period, many good talents have emerged from the new recruit camp. Just now, I seem to have seen a new recruit from the new recruit camp awaken his domineering aura. Even the new recruit succeeded? Zhonghua's expression froze. Thinking back to the time when resources were scarce, they had spent a lot of time honing their aura before awakening their domineering power. If I hadn't confirmed it with my own eyes, I would have really suspected that this was a joke. However, it was precisely because of this reason that Zhonghua found that he was increasingly unable to see through Bai Yu. He was not even 20 years old yet, and he was able to reach this level. This kid is really scary. He arranged it according to your idea. Otherwise, if this matter gets to Zifa's ears, I'm afraid that in the end, he will mobilize a large army to come to your house to accuse you. Got it. I'll arrange it now. As orders were issued one after another, Bai Yu's reputation became famous again. The Navy headquarters recruit barracks is located on the red soil continent adjacent to Marineford. In the huge square, the new recruits gathered in neat rows. Olin, arrive. Sir, arrive. Ein, arrive. A series of roll calls echoed in the square. Zifa, with a purple crew cut, looked at the list in his hand, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the scene. Tashiji, the name that came out of his mouth echoed between heaven and earth. However, as time went on, there was still no response. Zifa's face couldn't help but darken. As the chief instructor, he has always been meticulous. He is even more strict when dealing with students. No subject or training should be missed. For Zifa, this is about adjusting your mindset. Now, Tashiji doesn't even care about the most basic discipline. Zifa's face was undoubtedly extremely gloomy. Arrive. Tashiji was running towards us hurriedly from a distance, holding her sword. Soon they arrived in front of the square formation. Faced with Zifa's gloomy face, he was obviously at a loss. Tashiji, hurry up and apologize to Teacher Zephyr. Not long ago, Colonel Smoker of Road Town applied for the position of adjutant of new recruits. The teacher is planning to recommend you to take the position and skip the graduation exam directly. Ian reminded hurriedly. As long as you tell me the reason for being late, Mr. Zifa will definitely forgive you. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Tashiji. Zifa is no exception. Every student who can stand here is the result of his hard work. A newcomer like Tashiji, who is a pure swordsman, is even more valued by Zifa. Otherwise, she would not have been recommended to Smoker and skipped the new recruit assessment. It is for this reason that Zifa is eager to know why Tashiji, who has always abided by the rules, suddenly broke the rules. Zifa-sensei, note I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Tashiji spoke hurriedly. I just awakened my haki, so I accidentally wasted time. Awakened domineering. Everyone present was stunned. Zifa was no exception, but he quickly came to his senses and said excitedly, Tashiji, you just said that you have awakened your Hawkeye, and I asked that true. Did you get some inspiration from the book I customized a few days ago on how to cultivate haki? Over the years, Zifa has been committed to the training of new recruits. The perfection of the 6 Navy styles allows Zephyr to focus more on domineering explanations and teachings. The main reason why he did this was to tell the 3 generals that they were leading the group astray. Let the new recruits know that they can become stronger even without relying on devil fruits. Now Tashigi can awaken her domineering aura in the recruit camp. This is infinite encouragement to Zifa. Once this matter gets out, it will definitely become something for Zifa to brag about in the future. No, it's not, Tashigi explained hesitantly. The book written by the teacher on how to cultivate Haki was really a great inspiration to me, and I was able to find the sense of chi smoothly. However, what really made me awaken Haki was that I just helped my teacher deliver documents to the Navy headquarters. I met Admiral Bai Yu, who was helping everyone awaken Haki, so I wanted to participate. Then I awakened my armament Haki. As she spoke, Tashigi displayed her weak armament Haki. The process was infinitely simplified, leaving everyone confused. According to their understanding, Tashigi happened to meet General Bai Yu, then participated in the awakening of domineering, and then awakened. This is easy to say, and the process looks easy too. The most important result is very impactful. A series adds up. Does this mean that it is more useful than how to cultivate domineering power? Tashigi, you said it was that kid Bai Yu who helped you awaken your domineering aura? Zifa's face darkened and he shouted anxiously. This is simply wishful thinking. I have spent countless efforts in teaching domineering aura and tried many methods before I wrote a book of experience on how to practice domineering aura. Now you say that he helped you awaken your Haki, but is it just a coincidence that you awakened it? He has no idea how difficult it is to train someone to awaken Haki. Faced with a newcomer, he was directly airdropped into the Navy headquarters without passing the boot camp training and became the 4th Admiral. Zifa was already slightly dissatisfied. Now the fruits of success are also being stolen. He absolutely could not accept such a thing. No, Mr. Zifa, if this was just a coincidence, there wouldn't be more than 100 people who have awakened their Haki. Chapter 85, The 4th General, The Battle Ghost Bai Yu. The training square suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Tashigi. Zifa couldn't hold back any longer and asked anxiously, Tashigi, what did you just say? You said that guy made more than 100 people awaken their domineering aura. Your joke is not funny. Having been the chief instructor for new recruits for decades, Zifa has already accumulated countless experiences. The difficulty of awakening domineering power is very clear. All along with his full efforts in research, it has been a great achievement for the Navy headquarters to awaken 100 or 200 domineering owners within a year. As soon as Tashigi opened his mouth, he recruited more than 100 people, which was equivalent to his entire year's performance. Mr. Zifa, I'm really not kidding. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the headquarters. Tashigi explained stutteringly. I heard that Marshal Zhanghua has ordered that in order to avoid internal conflicts in the Navy, Vice Admiral, he has been arranged to count the people who are currently polishing their aura and wait for Admiral Bai Yu to assist in awakening their domineering aura. I also heard that General Bai Yu can increase the success rate of awakening domineering power by 50%. 50%? There was a sound of people gasping for air in the field. Not to mention Ein and Binz, the 2 talented disciples that Zifa values the most. Even Zifa was a little confused. He spent most of his life to create the book How to Cultivate Domineering Power. It just increases the success rate of domineering awakening by 5 to 10%. Suddenly a little kid pops out with the ability to increase the chance of awakening domineering power by 50%. This means that as long as the person who awakens is not too unlucky, he or she can basically awaken successfully. Zifa took a deep breath and quickly took out his din mushi, intending to call Sengoku. He no longer cared about the new recruit assessment. He just wanted to confirm whether this matter was true as soon as possible. Zifa, don't ask Zhanghua. I came here this time just to ask you to compile a list of new recruits and send it to Bai Yu. The crane suddenly walked out from a distance. This is indeed unbelievable, but Sengoku said that this is a rare opportunity to improve the overall strength of the Navy headquarters. If we allow these new recruits to awaken their domineering aura as soon as possible and set their sights on the sea, they will win at the starting line. I have just done a thorough count. There are a total of 203 people who have successfully awakened their domineering aura. Among them, all of Bai Yu's direct subordinates have awakened dual-color domineering aura. As the chief instructor of the Navy, you should know exactly what this means, right? Zifa's face turned pale. He clenched his fists secretly and walked quickly out of the training camp. He was eager to know how the Greenhorn had managed to snatch away from him the honor of being the chief instructor of new recruits in an instant. No need to go. The kid has already gone out to sea to carry out the mission entrusted by the 5 elders. I'm afraid it will take 10 or 8 days. He shook his head to stop Zifa and handed over the documents in his hand. You should count the number of people first. I'll notify you when he comes back. Zifa, we are not young anymore. Sometimes we cannot admit that we are old. Even the arrogant guy Golden Lion has been abandoned by the times. We should also learn to accept new things. Zifa was silent for a moment. Looking at he turning and leaving, I was unable to refute for a moment. He never thought that an airborne admiral would threaten even his position as chief instructor. Could it be that I am really old? 3 days later, the first half of the Grand Line. In the waters of Alabasta, a warship is breaking through the waves. In addition to the flag representing naval justice, there is also a blood-red flag on the ship. There is also an abstract ghost face on it. Fighting Ghost Bai Yu. This is the reputation of the 4th general that has spread across the sea. In order to distinguish the identity of the general, a special flag was hung on the ship. General Bai Yu, I have seen the branch of our headquarters built on the rainy land, but it looks a bit shabby. Kalina looked out from the watchtower, but she still held the modified 98K in her hand. Ever since she awakened the dual-color domineering in the magic training room, Kalina has never let go of the sniper rifle. According to her, to be an excellent sniper, the gun is still there, but the person is still there. Is it shabby? Bai Yu muttered to himself. He was now thinking about how he could fight Crocodile, who was hiding in the Alabasta Kingdom, openly. Let his body template completely break through to 35%. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion was heard on the shore. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows, and his observation hockey swept out like a tide. I didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance so soon. I'll go over and take a look first. You guys park the boat. With a flash of his body, Bai Yu rushed out quickly. On the shore, 1 kilometer away from the gate of Navy Branch 135, 2 figures stumbled and fled quickly. Behind him were 2 figures, a man and a woman, with playful smiles on their faces. Looking at the figure running away again in front, the wretched man in brown clothes, and with a big afro, simply picked his nostrils and jumped out casually. Princess Weiwei, be careful. The burly man running in front directly knocked the girl with long light blue hair to the ground. 2 black boogers fell on the sand and exploded instantly. Boom. 2 figures were directly thrown out. The huge impact also brought up billowing sand and dust. However, 2 embarrassed figures quickly rushed out from the dust. He had just taken a few steps when he fell to the ground again. Princess Weiwei, you'd better give up on me and run away quickly. The Navy branch is ahead. As long as we get there, you will have hope of survival. They are all fruit ability users. Ordinary people will not be their opponents at all. The man with light yellow curly hair that looked like a trumpet hurriedly persuaded. You must remember, if they hijack Tenjin again this time, we in Alabasta will no longer be protected by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Your Highness, you are the only hope of our kingdom now. Nothing can go wrong. Half a year ago, in order to find out the root cause of the crisis in the kingdom of Alabasta, Ikalep agreed to Vivi's willful request and infiltrated Baroque Works. We were just about to get inside and find out who was behind it. But he found out that Baroque Works was planning to take Tian Shangjin. This immediately made Weiwei lose her patience. No, Ikalep, I won't give up on you. If I wasn't so anxious, I wouldn't have revealed the flaw. Let's go together. Weiwei's face turned pale all of a sudden. She glanced at the dilapidated branch not far away and clenched her teeth. However, this one glance made her freeze in place. Chapter 86, Who Provoked the Wrong Person. Miss Spy, where are you planning to go? The woman in the light yellow miniskirt standing next to the booger man opened the umbrella in her hand. The body rose directly into the sky like a weightless dandelion. Looking at the 2 people below, he showed a playful smile. I forgot to tell you 2 traitors that this branch has already been destroyed by our Baroque Works. No matter what happens, no one will come out from inside, so you better go to hell. Miss Valentine, it's almost time to go grab the heavenly gold, so let's get rid of them quickly. Mr. Five walked over slowly with his hands in his trouser pockets. However, when he saw the scene after the dust, his expression froze. Navy, a Marine. Unanimous exclamations of surprise rang out in the audience. Looking at Bai Yu, who appeared on the sand without any warning, he obviously felt caught off guard. After all, I just missed Valentine's Day and boasted about it. Now the Navy has shown up. Isn't this a slap in the face? I thought I was invisible and no one noticed me. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "Originally, I can do whatever I want about this kind of thing, but you just said that our Navy is frightened by bastards like you. This forced me to take action to protect the face of the Navy. Unfortunately, you are not even qualified to be chopped by me now. Will you surrender and be sent to a big prison?" Surrender? Miss Valentine and Mr. Five were stunned. Even Weiwei and Ikalapu are no exception. Faced with a request put forward by Bai Yu, isn't this too much of a joke? Miss Valentine, it seems that we, the top assassins of Baroque works, are underestimated by others. Mr. Five said with a playful and obscene smile. Now that we have been caught by him and have seen his true face and things we shouldn't have seen, let him die completely. New. Miss Valentine's Day turned the flower umbrella in her hand, smiled playfully, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. Little brat, if you want to be good, then be good. You have no eyes, and you can't even tell who you should mess with and who you shouldn't mess with. Now die under the heavy pressure. I am a user of the superhuman weight fruit, which allows me to increase my weight at will. Bang. The weight of Miss Valentine's Day suddenly increased. The moment she floated above Bai Yu's head, the sudden increase in gravity caused a rapid acceleration, making her as fast as a meteorite falling from the sky. Weiwei's face turned pale, and she reminded him hurriedly. Run away quickly. Escape? Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile, his left hand still holding the wine, while his right hand clenched the demon sword Murasame, which burst into scarlet blood and slashed with the back of the sword. Boom. The dull sound of collision echoed on the sand. The figure that was said to be weighing 10,000 pounds was knocked away in an instant. The huge impact force caused Miss Valentine to crash headfirst into a rock 500 or 600 meters away before she stopped. The enormous force still managed to shatter rocks that were more than 10 meters high. Miss Valentine, who was once so arrogant, now had her delicate figure embedded in the rock. The shoulder bones and chest had already collapsed. That seemingly ordinary knife just now. Not only did her fruit ability break her defense, but even her vitality was cut off. Looking at the inconspicuous young Navy man in front of her, she finally understood who had provoked the wrong person. However, before she could figure it out, her life force was quickly gone. No, there's no way. If you dare to kill Miss Valentine, I will kill you. Mr. Five roared with an ugly expression. Since joining Baroque Works, Miss Valentine has been his perfect partner. In a cannibalistic organization like the Baroque Workshop, once a cooperative partner is lost, one's own position will be threatened. This situation will eventually affect his interests. I'm going to kill you. Mr. Five roared. Put your backhand on your nostrils and dig it out again. A piece of booger, several times larger than the previous one, was picked out. The next moment, it bounced directly towards Bai Yu. Funny fighting style. Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch his cheek muscles, and suddenly he felt that the wine in his hand seemed a little tasteless. If he had known earlier that he would use such a disgusting method of attack, he would have been the first person he killed. Little Be careful, he is the user of the explosion fruit. This booger is a bomb. Vivi reminded urgently. I see. This kind of disgusting attack is really not worth a fight. But to avoid these disgusting things, you'd better die. A trace of disgust flashed across Bai Yu's face, and the demon sword Murasame in his hand was unsheathed once again. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. With a flash of blood, a sword force of more than 10 meters long instantly broke through the air. The specially made big booger was torn into pieces head-on. Facing the pupil, it quickly enlarged and slashed out with flying strikes. Mr. Five finally understood what Miss Valentine's Day's last thoughts were when she died. Bang! The yellow sand rolled back, and the sword energy flashed, tearing a trace of the slash on the ground 100 meters away. The body that was split into two halves was blown away by the strong wind. The bloody scene made Weiwei and Ikelim stunned for a moment, and then they started vomiting violently. They have seen many murders. However, this was obviously the first time I had seen someone like Bai Yu killing people without any sense of guilt. What is this? What person? After retching for 2 or 3 minutes, Weiwei and Ikelim finally recovered. Before she could react, a dark shadow swooped down from the sky. Princess, we are here to rescue you. The huge falcon swooped down towards Bai Yu. Standing on his back, Gaka, who had transformed into a jackal, drew his sword in an instant and slashed towards Bai Yu. Looking at the two belated rescue figures, Weiwei and Ikelim's faces changed drastically, and they roared anxiously. Gaka Bell, run away. Escape? Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. You'll pay a price if you draw your sword in front of me. Bang. The demon's sword Mirasame is unsheathed again. As the red light flashed, the swords in Baal and Gaka's hands seemed to have been hit head-on by blood-red lightning and broken to pieces. The huge impact, mixed with pain, knocked them flying at the first sight. It tore two dents in the sand before stopping 100 meters away. The eagle and jackal forms that had originally been transformed were directly chopped back to their original forms by a single blow of a sword. Chapter 87, Giving Tenjin to the Seven Warlords. The sand suddenly fell into dead silence. Weiwei and Ikelim didn't dare to make a sound. 4 swords and 4 fruit ability users. Among them, 2 came to the rescue and were the guardian gods of Alabasta passed down from generation to generation. In their eyes, haven't the postures of eagles and jackals always been majestic? Lying on the ground like a dead dog undoubtedly overturned their cognition. Now Weiwei and Ikelim didn't even dare to move, for they were completely worried that Bai Yu would suddenly attack them twice. This is not something their little arms and legs can resist. However, it was precisely for this reason that they were more eager to know who this extremely vicious man was. General Bai Yu, it seems that we are useless again. You have taken all the credit for saving the damsel in distress. Kalina came over with a sniper rifle on her back, took a look, and said teasingly, She's still a beautiful girl. My little beauty, will you marry our general? He is very gentle. Marry him? Weiwei was confused for a moment. Was this the rhythm of pirates plundering the lady of the captain's wife? It seems that the Navy is more powerful than the pirates. No. What was that person's name just now? General. Weiwei stared at Bai Yu blankly and couldn't help but say, You are the Admiral of the Navy? Why have I never seen you before? Alabasta is indeed a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. However, due to civil unrest and drought, even news and intelligence became blocked. It is obviously impossible to obtain first-hand information on the ocean in just 5 or 6 days. Haha, little girl, have you never seen such a young general? My master is a handsome man. Although he kills people without blinking an eye, he is usually very gentle. Kalina hurriedly came over. Nami on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes. Kalina, you've repeatedly said that the captain is gentle. How do you know? Of course I know. When you kicked off the quilt in the middle of the night, it was Master Bai Yu who covered you. What, Kalina, you betrayed me. The scene suddenly exploded. Bai Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly, took a sip of liquor, and sat down on the rock next to him. Princess Weiwei, I am Bai Yu, the 4th general sent by our headquarters to escort Tian Shangjin. You may not have heard of it, but that doesn't mean we can't hand it over. This is our Navy's identification document, and it can't be forged. Bai Yu casually threw the cumbersome documents to Ikelim. As the chief guard of Alabasta, his knowledge is far beyond Vivi's. It is indeed a naval document. He is the 4th admiral. Ikelim was shocked after checking it. It was the first time he discovered that the Navy would actually send its highest force to escort Tian Shangjin. Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? A waste of effort? I know what you're thinking. This is my new mission. Bai Yu didn't care and replied calmly. He was willing to accept this task because he was thinking about how to defeat Crocodile. He is now a naval admiral and has to consider the impact. In the past, he would have picked up a knife and ran over to chop. Mission? Weiwei looked anxious and said hurriedly, Since you know our identities, you didn't have to be so violent just now. Treat Belle and Uncle Gaka well. Also, we discovered a huge secret. The person hiding behind Baroque Works might be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. He's a pirate. Go catch him. This time, she escaped from Baroque Works and came here to seek help from the Navy. After witnessing the power of Baroque Works and Crocodile's strength with his own eyes, Vivi knew clearly that the Alabasta Kingdom alone was no match. Admiral Bai Yu, according to the regulations of the Navy Manual, we cannot take action against the 7 warlords of the sea without absolute evidence. Kalina reminded as she flipped through the thick book in her hand. They had already guessed the thoughts of their bloodthirsty and warlike captain. This won't work, and that won't work either. I should have known not to be a general. It's so difficult to fight. Bai Yu took a sip of wine, helplessly, and frowned. I was thinking whether I should really go for the fight regardless of the consequences. Gurgle, gurgle, Captain Ikarim, please answer the phone quickly. The Tenshijin that His Majesty Cobra is personally escorting is under enemy attack. The rapid call of Din Din Mushi was heard. Weiwei and Ikalim's expressions changed drastically. Bell and Gaga, who were knocked away, struggled to stand up with the powerful recovery ability of the animal-type devil fruit. Bai Yu, you are the general. These celestial golds were collected with great effort by us in Alabasta and handed over to the world government. I hope you can go and support my father immediately. Vivi suddenly became anxious. This time she did not hesitate to reveal her identity and escape from the Baroque workshop. This was also done to prevent Tian Shangjin from being taken away by Baroque works. Years of drought and civil unrest have plunged Alabasta into chaos, and the treasury has long been emptied. If Alabasta cannot even pay the heavenly gold this time, it will be attacked from both sides. Save Cobra. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily and dusted himself off. I've got a good idea. Give the heavenly gold to Sand Crocodile as a gift. I just wanted to visit him. Give it to someone. Weiwei was confused. She worked hard all the way just to prevent the gold from falling into Crocodile's hands. Now, not only did Bai Yu not go to rescue people, he also asked them to give away the gold in the sky. Is this a joke? Ha, Princess Weiwei, you can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. Kalina smiled and patted Weiwei's shoulder. Our captain did this just to find a legitimate reason to kill someone. Just imagine if Tenjijin fell into the hands of Shichibukai Crocodile and was caught by us directly. Then he will be powerless to refute it. Maybe he can even eradicate the cancer that is poisoning your kingdom of Alabasta. Vivi stood there in a daze. She had never expected that a great admiral would go to so much trouble and come up with such a method in order to kill the 7 warlords of the sea. However, facing Kalina's explanation, Vivi was obviously moved. As Karina said, they had no evidence to prove that Crocodile was related to the Baroque works. In order to give the Navy a legitimate opportunity to attack, Tien Shangjin is obviously the biggest bait. Princess Vivi, this is probably a good opportunity. After all, the Admiral of the Navy represents the highest combat power. With his help, perhaps the crisis of the kingdom can really be resolved. Ikalim couldn't help but speak. Looking at the Din Din Mushi that was handed over to her, Weiwei clenched her teeth and clenched the Din Din Mushi in her hand. Okay, I'll take a gamble. Father, just give up resistance and give them the heavenly gold. Chapter 88, are we on a pirate ship? Weiwei, you want me to hand over the Tinshan gold? Are you sure you're not kidding? Cobra's expression was stiff, and he couldn't help but clench the Din Din Mushi in his hand. Alabasta's internal and external troubles have already emptied the treasury. This time, I managed to collect enough gold from heaven. If it was given to the 7 warlords for nothing. If word of this gets to the world government, the kingdom of Alabasta might lose even its last chance of protection. Father, I am not joking. Please believe me for once. I will explain it to you. Weiwei explained hurriedly. Cobra was silent, watching the large group desperately escorting Tian Shangjin to the dock, and the several figures following closely behind, and finally a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone, give up the heavenly gold and retreat immediately. Give up. The escorting guards' faces suddenly changed. However, seeing Cobra turning away with a determined look on his face, they gritted their teeth, gave up dozens of boxes of jewelry, and quickly followed him. A few minutes later, a gloomy figure arrived here with dozens of members of the Baroque Work Society. Looking at the discarded jewels all over the floor, I couldn't help but be stunned. Master, what's going on? They were fighting hard just now, but now they are throwing all these treasures here. I'm afraid they must have been scared by you, Master. Yes, Mr. One, you are a user of the superhuman fruit ability. You are the strongest person in Baroque Works. With Mr. One's help, this kind of mission is a piece of cake. Flattering words came one after another. Dasbani did not say anything. He just stood there with a sullen face, staring at the abandoned heavenly gold for a while, then turned and left. Take all these things back to the rainy land. Don't stay here for the time being. This strange scene made Dasbani feel a little confused. The treasure that we tried so hard to protect was abandoned halfway. This made Dasbani feel like he had fallen into a trap. However, after thinking it over again and again, Dasbani couldn't think of anyone in Alabasta who could threaten Baroque Works. Even Alabasta, which had a permanent army of 600,000, was destroyed by them, not to mention the small shrimps in the first half of the Grand Line. However, thinking is one thing and doing is another. Faced with Cobra's sudden change of mind, Dasboni decided to report the matter. At the same time, outside the Navy branch, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly opened. He smiled bloodthirstily. Found it, 30 miles to the east. It looks like the Baroque works has taken over Tianshangjian. I really hope that the final contact person is Crocodile. In the first half of the Grand Line, he was a good target worth killing. After several days, Bai Yu still practiced chopping and slashing every day. However, the main body template is still 0.1% away from 35%. This snail-like improvement made Bai Yu feel helpless. Sure enough, if happiness is built on the suffering of others, you will also be happy. 30 miles east. You can find it like this. Wei Wei's expression froze involuntarily, and she looked towards the east. No matter how carefully she looked, it was just a vast expanse of yellow sand, and she couldn't see Cobra and the others at all. If you can't even do this, you won't place your final bet on our captain. Don't forget that my captain is the new 4th Admiral of the Navy. Nami smiled proudly. Her beautiful eyes had long been replaced by Bailey, and she rubbed her hands anxiously. Captain, tell me, when we go after Tianshangjian, will there be any accidents or losses? Loss? Bai Yu took a sip of his drink and said, if a fight breaks out and there are any losses, just put the blame on the Shichibukai. Hard to say about things like missions. It's getting late now, we should set off. If we lose the gold in the sky, it will be difficult to beat Crocodile openly. Captain, how about getting rid of 10 or 20 million Baileys? Nami, how come you have become so short-sighted? The 7 warlords of the sea are worth at least 100 million or 200 million. Looking at Bai Yu, Wu Liuqi, and others who were leading their troops away, they felt as if they were being blown away by the wind. One who was looking for an excuse to kill the 7 warlords of the sea. One of them wanted to get some money and took it from the 7 warlords of the sea. Is it true that the Marine headquarters is allied with the Shichibukai? How come the situation has changed with this 4th general? Princess Wei Wei, are we on a pirate ship? Jaka couldn't help but ask. Wei Wei shook her head bitterly. I don't know either, however, our identities have been exposed and the kingdom is torn apart. If we don't trust him, who else can we trust? Ikelim and Gaka fell silent for a moment. In this ocean, the Navy, the world government, and the pirates have the final say. They, Alabasta, are indeed a superpower. Unfortunately, a weak country has no diplomacy. If facing ordinary pirates, he might be able to protect himself. Like the 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile, who possesses the ability of a natural devil fruit. The army is cannon fodder at best. This is probably the tragedy of a weak country. Unless their Alabasta soldiers can be as powerful as the Navy. Otherwise, it's all bullshit. After most of the day, it rained. This is the most prosperous town in Alabasta, besides the capital. Under the management of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, this place has long become the largest den of money spending. Among the endless stream of people, the figures of Bai Yu and others were revealed. Looking at the magnificent buildings, there is a sharp contrast with the dilapidated buildings along the way. Captain Bai Yu, it seems this crocodile is much more evil than the dragon, Karina said with a frown, carrying a sniper rifle on her back. However, there are so many people here, it may be difficult for us to find Crocodile in Tianshangjian, right? To be used as a lair by the 7 warlords of the sea. In the eyes of Kalina and others, that hiding place must be something extraordinary. However, this is obviously not a problem for Bai Yu, a reincarnated person. Now Bai Yu is only concerned about whether he has enough evidence to beat Crocodile. Don't worry, I found it. I'll leave first and leave the rest of the mess to you. Bai Yu left these words and disappeared on the spot. By the time everyone reacted, they could only vaguely capture the direction in which Bai Yu left through their observation hockey. Zoro secretly clenched the sword in his hand. Sure enough, even though they both awakened their domineering aura, there was still a huge gap between them. Chapter 89, The 9th Person Who Should Not Exist. In Yin Casino, in a remote secret room, 6 figures gathered around the long table. These are the top killers of Baroque works and their trump cards. Such gatherings are rare under normal circumstances. MR1 is back. It looks like we have successfully captured Tianshangjian. Mr. 3, with a candle lit on his head, looked up at the person who came in, then drank the coffee in his hand proudly and said, "But it seems you took some time this time." "Really?" Dasboni glanced at him coldly. "Are you targeting my location? I don't mind killing you." The Baroque workshop is indeed an organization. However, privately, they communicate with each other using nicknames. At the same time, there is only one rule for promotion. Unless the person in front dies, the person behind will never be promoted. And the way to die is also by your own hands. Okay, now is not the time to argue. Sitting upright in a chair next to the first seat, Nico Robin raised the brim of her hat and said, "It's enough that the mission is completed. I gathered you together this time to introduce you to the person behind the Baroque works." Buzz. Inside the secret room, Sandstorm suddenly blew up. Soon, a figure with a slicked back hair, wearing pure gold earrings, smoking a cigar, and a golden hook in his left hand appeared on the first seat. Shichibukai Crocodile. The teacup in Mr. Three's hand shook for a moment, but soon returned to calm. In fact, their secret base has always been located in this rain banquet, and they have already guessed the identity of the boss behind the scenes. Looking at this figure, which was consistent with their guess, they were actually a little delighted. "Well, it seems I don't need to introduce myself," Crocodile said, holding a cigar in his mouth. "Mr. One, you've worked hard, but you look like you have something to say." Desbani walked straight to his own seat and sat down, folding his arms across his chest. "Just now, when they were robbing the heavenly gold, the king's army took the initiative to abandon them. I'm worried that there's a trick." Along the way, Desbani had a feeling as if he was being watched. It was as if there were a pair of eyes in the dark, staring at me. However, no matter how he tried to counter-detect, he could still use other spies to monitor whether there was a tail. Unfortunately, no clues were found yet. "Are you worried about being followed?" Crocodile sneered. "Don't worry, but I've asked Mr. Five and Valentine to deal with anyone who dares to play these little tricks in this kingdom. This time, I asked you to gather together because someone has infiltrated the Baroque workshop. Now that the sky gold is in our hands, we should speed up our plans to destroy Alabasta." The rolling words echoed in the secret room. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile chose to lurk in the first half of the Grand Line, entirely for everything about Pluto in the main text of history. Only by getting this thing can Crocodile regain his strength and seek revenge on Whitebeard. However, when his eyes fell on the 9th chair, his pupils suddenly contracted. In this photo, with his back to his chair, it seems as if a 9th person has appeared who shouldn't exist. The change in Crocodile's expression clearly made everyone nervous. When they saw the situation clearly, their faces changed. Mr. Five and Valentine were sent to hunt down the traitors. These 2 positions should be left vacant. Now, suddenly a figure appeared that shouldn't exist. It will inevitably subvert their cognition. Most importantly, even Crocodile had no idea how this stranger got in. Faced with this uninvited guest, as well as the conversation about the plan just now, Crocodile's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Who is it?" Boom. The wild sand filled the air, and Crocodile burst out with a terrifying aura, instantly locking onto the 9th person. Deep in his eyes, murderous intent was revealed. The conversation just now involved his years of hard work and preparation while lurking in Alabasta. Now everything is being eavesdropped on by this 9th person who shouldn't exist. Then the person in front of me must die. Buzz. Yellow sand instantly swept across the entire secret room. The next moment, behind the chair with his back to the 9th person, the figure of Crocodile quickly condensed. Desert sword. The yellow sand gathered into a huge sword and chopped towards the 9th person. Seeing this scene, MR3 and other cadres burst into laughter. The attack of the 7 warlords of the sea was indeed massive. Bang! The sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. The precious sword, which was made of yellow sand, instantly chopped down the 9th person. The chair snapped in 2. Unfortunately, the moment the fierce blow landed on the 9th person, it was like chopping on steel and stopped abruptly. The strange scene caused the pupils of everyone present to shrink suddenly. Even Crocodile was no exception. You robbed the gold in the sky, plotted to seize the kingdom, and attempted to kill the admiral of the Navy headquarters. You are guilty of so many crimes, I can kill you. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile and put away the video recorder in his hand. Looking at Crocodile behind him, the demon's sword Murasame at his waist was instantly unsheathed. Boom. With a strike of the sword, golden light flashed as it chopped towards Crocodile head-on. The sword energy of more than 10 meters in length instantly filled the entire secret room. Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and he swung the golden hook in his hand out again. Desert knife. Boom. The blast, mixed with yellow sand, swept through the entire secret room. Nico, Robin, and the others who were in the middle of it all felt as if they were suffocating. They all withdrew violently. However, his eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and he did not dare to relax at all. Facing a person who can sit still and remain unscathed, and easily take the angry killing moves of the 7 warlords of the sea. They believed that this person was definitely not a simple person. However, before they could react, Bai Yu, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, instantly broke through the yellow sand in the wind and sand. He got ahead of others and appeared in front of Crocodile. The demon sword Murasame in his hand chopped down with tremendous force. Crocodile's expression suddenly changed drastically. Without too much time to think, he immediately transformed the element and raised it to the extreme. The methods possessed by the little kid in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Phew! There was a flash of blood, and Crocodile was stunned. A piercing, stinging feeling spread throughout my body. A hideous bloody wound quickly spread from the shoulder to the abdomen. Boom! The huge impact force directly threw him out. He smashed the wall behind him with one head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The character template unlocking progress has reached 35%. Chapter 90, The Forbidden Zone of Devil Fruit Powers. Boom! A huge impact force was released, and the wall was shattered. The scarlet blood dissipated between heaven and earth like fireworks. Looking at Crocodile, who was embedded in the wall, the shocking wound spread across his chest. Nico, Robin, and the others looked frozen. Is this still the Shichibukai they know? It was almost cut in half by a knife. If I had reacted a beat slower, I would have probably died long ago. However, what they could not believe the most was that Crocodile had clearly used the natural devil fruit's magical skill, elementalization. Why was he severely injured? Asshole, it's impossible. Who the hell are you, little brat? Crocodile rushed out of the ruins directly, no longer as calm as before. Looking at the shocking wound on his chest, he really didn't know when he had encountered such a situation before. Isn't the crime I just explained to you very clear? Bai Yu took a sip of wine and said with a bloodthirsty smile, It seems that the times have really abandoned you. Staying in a place like this, without any life and death battles, has made your body dull. I thought you were worth a chop and a good fight, but now it seems that I overestimated you. As a reincarnated person, Bai Yu already knew that Crocodile had been hiding in the first half of the Grand Line ever since he was defeated by Whitebeard. He developed the devil fruit ability to near perfection. Unfortunately, Crocodile's desire to escape prevented him from even awakening his dual-color domineering. This undoubtedly became the failure of his life. Crazy. Everyone present felt like they were going crazy when they saw Bai Yu making these comments. A mere teenager of 17 or 18 years old was able to break the defense of the mighty 7 warlords of the sea in just one encounter. Now he is still criticizing Crocodile. Is this blatant contempt? However, compared to the shock of others, Nico Robin's face gradually turned pale, her body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help muttering. Are you Bai Yu, the 4th Admiral of the Navy, who was rumored to be on the sea not long ago? The 4th Admiral of the Navy? The sound of people sucking in their breath echoed in the venue. Even the teacup that MR3 had been holding tightly in his hand suddenly lost its grip and fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Even if you haven't seen a pig, at least you have eaten pork, right? The admirals of the Navy are known as the most powerful beings. The 3 admirals' notoriety was known throughout the entire sea. Now, suddenly a 4th general appears and stands in front of them. Would this not move them? The 4th highest admiral of the Navy? Crocodile's expression became extremely gloomy, gradually twisted, and he roared angrily. What a brat! He can actually become the 4th admiral of the Navy. It seems that your Navy headquarters is really empty-handed. However, today, since you know my secret, don't even think about walking out of this alive. Little boy, let me show you how terrifying a natural devil fruit user is. Shalom. The sand vortex in Crocodile's left hand quickly rolled back, forming a small sandstorm vortex. The next moment, it was thrown towards Bai Yu. Facing this strange kid who is known as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, Crocodile knows clearly that the only way to win is to reverse the situation. Boom. The sandstorm vortex suddenly expanded to more than 10 meters in size, and even the roof of the secret room was overturned. For a moment, huge winds and waves filled the entire space, tearing everything in its path to pieces. As expected of a natural science department, this is a good opportunity for me to practice. Bai Yu gave a bloodthirsty smile, but a prompting voice in his mind finally stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host. The subordinate template Yamagita has been unlocked 100%. The power of the subordinate template is currently being injected into the main template. A huge amount of power poured into Bai Yu's body like a tide, and the remaining half of the power that originally belonged to Yi Jinjie was quickly replenished. All the tricks he possessed were also quickly imprinted in Bai Yu's mind. Boom. The huge sandstorm finally hit Bai Yu. Seeing that the attack was successful, Crocodile turned into yellow sand and appeared in the sandstorm first. The golden hook in his right hand, with the wind and sand blown back, chopped towards Bai Yu again. The Great Desert Sword, a huge yellow sand sword of 7 or 8 meters in length condensed in an instant, carrying with it a fierce gust of wind, tearing through the sand and mist, and slashing towards the figure in the center. Crocodile had no reservations in this attack and attacked in complete anger. He wanted to use this move to avenge the previous blow. Dark Moon. Buzz. A black full moon rose behind Bai Yu. The invisible domain instantly enveloped an area of more than 10 meters in radius. This is one of the ultimate dark magics obtained by unlocking the remaining 50% of Yami Keidai. Use dark magic, the ability to devour everything and exert absolute domain, able to eliminate all negative states within a specific range. Once you step into this range, the power of the devil fruit will be completely ineffective. Of course, this move also has a disadvantage. The elimination effect is limited to a small range. Once the attack exceeds a large range, the degree of weakening will also be reduced. However, for Bai Yu, it was enough. When fighting with Akainu that day, Bai Yu imitated this method and covered his whole body with dark magic to weaken the damage of the devil fruit ability. The appearance of Dark Moon further expanded Bai Yu's ideas. Become a restricted area for devil fruit abilities. It also becomes one of Bai Yu's trump cards for close combat in the future. Buzz. The yellow sand in the sky, under the cover of the Dark Moon, first stagnated and then collapsed. The huge desert sword that was coming towards him also quickly melted and dissipated. When it came in front of Bai Yu, all that was left was a shining golden hook. The strange scene made Crocodile stunned. There was only one thought left in my mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The moment before, the natural devil fruit ability that he relied on and regarded as his trump card was directly invalidated. For a moment, Crocodile really couldn't react. Buzz. The demon's sword Murasame flew out again. The sound of the knife echoed throughout the secret room. Once again, in full view of everyone, he chopped Crocodile in the chest. Bang! Blood splattered, and the shocking wound formed an X on Crocodile's chest. With the release of huge power, this time, Crocodile smashed the wall into pieces. He rushed directly into the luxurious gambling hall outside and smashed many gambling tables outside. The guests who were originally gambling and enjoying themselves crazily were suddenly confused. Looking at the man with slicked back hair in front of him, his face was full of disbelief. The rain banquet was opened in the name of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile has always played the role of an invincible hero in Alabasta, but now he was knocked out like a dead dog. This gap is a bit too big. Chapter 91. I am so weak that I am about to fall asleep. Boom. The dull sound of impact echoed in the hall like thunder. Everything along the way was shattered. All the gamblers were shocked by this scene. Looking at the usually high and mighty Shichibukai, now they are like dead dogs, smashed heavily into ruins. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe that all this is true. No way, how could my fruit ability fail? Crocodile roared and rushed out from the ruins. The X-shaped wound on his body was truly shocking, with blood splattering everywhere. It made everyone nervous. I know what your black moon is, that it's the nature-type dark fruit. I've seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, and it says that it has the effect of nullifying the power of the fruit. However, every fruit has its weakness, and I will definitely find it out. Find it out? Bai Yu walked out slowly with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The demon's sword Murasame in his hand was flashing with an extremely strange bloodlight. There was some blood of Crocodile on it, which was quickly devoured. It gives people the feeling that it is just like an evil ghost coming to take their lives. Of course, this move has a weakness. As long as the power of your attack can exceed the speed of offset, you can hurt me, Bai Yu said with a bloodthirsty smile. As for why I should tell you this, that's because you were so weak that I almost dozed off. Crazy. In the secret room, Nico, Robin, and the others, who had not yet reacted to their shock, suddenly turned pale. For them, the title of Shichibukai has always been a symbol of unattainable strength. Who would have thought that the dignified Shichibukai will be looked down upon in public? So weak that I am about to fall asleep. This is even more insulting than killing the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile's expression was distorted to the extreme, and his burly body began to tremble with anger, and then he began to roar hysterically. Little devil, I'm going to kill you. Erosion reincarnation. Boom. Crocodile slammed the ground with his left hand. The devil fruit ability was activated frantically. With Crocodile as the center, the ground beneath his feet and everything around him were quickly turned into yellow sand. The speed of spread was so fast that the entire Yuyan casino was instantly assimilated into yellow sand. Those pirates who were unable to escape and gambled here let out a scream and were drained dry into mummies, buried in the yellow sand. With a loud roar, the magnificent Rain Banquet Casino, which was built by Crocodile with many years of effort, turned into yellow sand and collapsed. Bai Yu smiled bloodthirstily and asked, absorbing moisture? Unfortunately, this alone seems not enough. This is a special application of the shasha fruit, developed from the drying properties of sand. This move alone has allowed Crocodile's fruit ability to develop and is infinitely close to awakening the fruit ability. However, there is still a big difference in whether the fruit is truly awakened. Nico, Robin, and others looked at this scene and had no time to think about it, so they quickly withdrew. At the same time, the yellow sand from all directions, under Crocodile's control, rolled towards Bai Yu like waves. Boom. The yellow sand all over the sky hit Bai Yu. Faced with the elimination characteristics of Dark Moon, Crocodile instantly thought of a way to deal with it. Since the yellow sand that is enhanced by the fruit's ability cannot cause any harm. Then, with the help of assimilation, the real yellow sand in nature was used to submerge Bai Yu. Looking at the endless yellow sand, waves of it rolled over Bai Yu. The ecstasy on Crocodile's face reached its peak. He stretched out his left hand into the air again and clenched his 5 fingers suddenly. Little devil, you'll be crushed by the sand. Bang. A ray of purple light shot out from the madly crushing yellow sand, instantly penetrating the rapidly pressurized yellow sand. The next moment, extreme spiritual pressure rose up through heaven and earth, directly breaking through the endless suppression of yellow sand. Dust rolled back all over the sky, and thousands of purple light fragments flew around. Crocodile's pupils suddenly contracted, and without time to think, the yellow sand in his right hand rolled back again and chopped forward with force. Desert Diamond Knife. 100-meter-long yellow sand giant knife instantly tore out from the earth. Unfortunately, as soon as it touched the yellow sand, a figure with endless golden light and murderous aura rushed out violently from the yellow sand and collided head-on with the Desert Diamond Blade. This suicidal act shook everyone's nerves. Even Crocodile is no exception. Boom. The Desert Diamond Blade shattered with a sound, and the huge explosion wave rolled back. Bai Yu's face was filled with bloodthirsty fighting spirit, which quickly magnified in Crocodile's pupils. At the same time, the thousands of fragments flying in the sky quickly gathered in Bai Yu's hands. Purple murderous aura lingered on the blade. Eventually, it turned into a hungry sword that was dozens of meters long. With an unparalleled fierceness, he slashed towards Crocodile head-on. No! Crocodile roared hysterically and quickly raised the golden hook in his right hand, rolling up a large amount of yellow sand to block. Boom! A purple light flashed by. The violent impact instantly tore apart everything thousands of meters behind Crocodile. The blast caused a huge wave of wind and waves that swept over an area of tens of thousands of meters. The rolling sand and dust rising into the sky gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. Nico, Robin, and others who were hiding in the distance suddenly turned pale, looking at the shocking slash mark that spread out for thousands of meters. It's so chilling that it sends chills down one's spine, with disbelief written all over one's face. However, at this moment, they were eager to see clearly what was happening to Crocodile at the center of the explosion. Phew! A stream of scarlet blood, and Crocodile it gushed out from Air's right shoulder. Jingo's right hand completely disappeared. All that remained was a shocking, neat cut wound. Crocodile's usually very arrogant pale old face had now been replaced by confusion and fear. After taking a look at Bai Yu, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he fell directly to the ground. Bang. The dust was swirling, and the blood dyed the earth red. The successive heavy blows and physical and mental trauma undoubtedly pushed Crocodile's body to its limit. Crocodile was now unable to muster the strength to attack again. It could only watch the figure more than 10 meters away, with an expression of disbelief. He thought he was capable of fighting against the 3 generals. Now, facing the 4th Admiral of the Navy, a young boy who was still wet behind the ears, he was defeated in just a few minutes. Could it be that the times have really abandoned me? So weak that the other person is about to fall asleep. Chapter 92, he returns with the 7 warlords. Crocodile, you are still too weak. Even if I tell you my weaknesses, you still can't let me feel the joy of fighting. Bai Yu took back the demon's sword Mirasame in boredom. As a user of a nature-type devil fruit, Crocodile is still far behind the 3 admirals. At least, the 3 admirals have the armed color domineering, which can escalate the battle into an unbridled and crazy fight. People like Crocodile and Enel, who only know how to develop the abilities of devil fruits and completely ignore the practice of armament hockey, have obvious shortcomings. What's more, if we really were to compete in the development of natural fruit abilities, perhaps Crocodile would really not be able to beat Enel. Therefore, this battle seems to be tasteless and a pity to abandon. You bastard brat, you said I was weak? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government. If you dare to attack me, I will see how you will explain yourself. Crocodile struggled and roared. The only thing he wanted to do now was to find a way to escape. Lord Crocodile, I'm here to support you. Dust-slashing speed force. Dasbani suddenly appeared behind Bai Yu. The 10 fingers in his hands had already transformed into sharp blades with the help of the Zhanzhan fruit. This is his most powerful killer move. It's also a one-hit kill move. Looking at the figures so close, Dasbani also wanted to know what a huge gap there is between him and the 4th Admiral of the Navy. I'm sorry, but our king is not someone that a small shrimp can challenge casually. Itoryu Death Lion's song. Bang. Zoro's figure flashed by. The attacking Dasbani paused for a moment in the air. The next moment, a shocking bloody wound appeared on the chest. Bang. Blood spurted out like fireworks as Zoro fell to the ground. Dasbani also froze in place, staring at Zoro in disbelief. He is a parahuman and has the ability of the Zhanzhan fruit. With the help of the power of the fruit, the whole body can be transformed into a steel-like tough defense. I thought I could hold out for 1 or 2 rounds against the 4th general. I never expected that even the opponent's men could be broken through in one move. You are Roroa Zoro? Dasbani saw the green algae-headed man's appearance clearly, with disbelief written all over his face. They are both the world's #1 bounty hunters. Originally, Dasbani, who possessed the power of a superhuman devil fruit, was the most powerful of all. But now this result made him see a huge gap. Could it be that, as that little devil said, the times have abandoned them? Unfortunately, before Zoro could answer, Dasbani fell to the ground. Well, it's getting late, Crocodile. How I report back to the headquarters is my business. You should get some sleep first. Bai Yu took a sip of the wine with his backhand, and with the help of Chi, he controlled the sword. The scabbard on his waist flew out instantly and hit him hard on the head. No. Crocodile suddenly woke up. I thought that Dasboni, whom I value the most, could buy me a chance to catch my breath. Now it seems that everything has become in vain. Not only was he killed instantly by the opponent's sword, but even the top ace among his men was no exception. Unfortunately, no matter how frantically Crocodile struggled, it was all in vain under the scabbard. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. However, looking at Crocodile's huge body, Bai Yu felt a little regretful. I had no choice but to pick him up with one hand and leave. As for the others, Bai Yu was too lazy to do anything. This time, he went to Alabasta just to find an opponent with whom he could fight. It's a pity to see Crocodile being carried like a dead dog. This trip was in vain. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Crocodile. Crocodile, you will be rewarded with 2% unlock value. The current unlock value is 37%. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1,000 system points. 1,000 system points? Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Crocodile was wrong. After being defeated by Whitebeard, he chose to seek revenge on Pluto instead of continuing to improve himself. If he possessed dual-color domineering power, this battle would probably be completely different. 1,000 system points. It seems that Crocodile is still highly regarded by the system. King Cobra, have you really reached a deal with Bai Yu? Outside the Rainy Land, Cobra had already reunited with Vivi. After hearing Bai Yu's crazy battle plan, he immediately contacted the Navy headquarters. As one of the founding fathers of the former world government, Cobra still has this qualification. Marshal Zhonghua, I just learned that Wei Wei and General Bai Yu reached this deal. But don't worry, I will rush to the Rainy Land right now to persuade General Bai Yu to come back and stop attacking Crocodile. I will definitely not let him get hurt. Cobra explained hurriedly. In his eyes, Bai Yu was able to achieve the status of a general at the age of 17 or 18. For the Navy headquarters, this is definitely a good seedling that has been cultivated for a long time. Due to the civil unrest in Tenjin and the country, the relationship between Alabasta and the world government, and even the Navy headquarters, has not been very good. If something went wrong again at this critical juncture, the fourth largest admiral of the Navy headquarters would be injured. Then Cobra admitted that he could not bear this responsibility. No, I'm not worried about that guy, Bai Yu. You just said that this incident has been happening for most of the day. I am worried about Crocodile. Sengoku's hurried voice came from the Den Mushi. Cobra and others were confused. At the beginning, the nervousness shown by the country made them preconceive that all this was due to concerns about the loss of the young general. Now, the dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters is actually worried about the 7 warlords of the sea who are pirates. Isn't this too ridiculous? Father, please look quickly. There seems to be someone coming over there. Wei Wei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at once. However, when they saw clearly the figures walking slowly towards them, their pupils suddenly contracted. There was also a series of sounds of people sucking in their breath. King Cobra, what happened? Tell me quickly. Zhonghua couldn't hold his temper and asked urgently. It's Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He's been brought back now. General Bai Yu, carry the 7 warlords of the sea. The repeated answers exploded in the other end of the Den Mushi like thunder. Zhonghua and others who were originally in a meeting and gathered in the conference hall were suddenly confused. Did he lose all attention and directly destroy the 7 warlords of the sea? Isn't this too scary?